Lin Yun traverses into the realm of Wu Dong Qianquan, becoming the elder cousin of Lin Dong and awakening a task system that allows him to assign missions to himself. Thus, Lin Yun embarks on a journey of self-driven cultivation. Task: practice the Tong Bei Fist 1,000 times. Reward: complete mastery of the Tong Bei Fist. Task: break through the 7th level of body refinement. Reward: Constitution Dao 1, Comprehension Dao 1. Task: defeat Lin Dong in the clan competition. Reward: Root Bone Jia 10, Fortune Dao 10, a divine automatic alchemy furnace. Task: win the heart of Ling Qingzhu. Reward: Charisma Jia 10, innate Insha energy. Task: intercept Ling Qingzhu in the ancient tomb. Reward: Constitution. Chapter 168. The arrival of the 4 great clans. Lin Yun makes his appearance. The current Xiao Hua, empowered by the 10,000 Beast Pill, is prepared to surge towards the creation realm. His strength resides at the threshold of the creation realm. As for the opposing Wu Ci, what realm is he in? Under Xiao Hua's assault, Wu Ci begins to understand why Mu Qianqian refrained from engaging him in combat. After merely 3 exchanges, he finds himself defeated. Gazing at the tiger claw poised before his chest, Wu Ci cannot help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn, what is this? Is the fire python tiger truly so formidable?" At this moment, Wu Ci is utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that a mere mount could possess such extraordinary strength. Looking at the crowd before him, a flicker of fervor ignites in Wu Ci's eyes. With so many formidable individuals around him, he now has a target. He aims to catch up to and surpass Lin Yun and the others. This is the unwavering determination of a martial arts enthusiast. Prior to this, there were very few individuals among the younger generation in the great wilderness county capable of matching him in combat, so he yearned to challenge any genius he encountered. However, now he finds himself with a multitude of aspirational targets. The people before him, whose mounts can easily overwhelm him, make him wonder just how powerful they truly are. Lin Yun gazes at Wu Ci with a knowing smile. This is the nature of a martial arts fanatic. Once they have targets to pursue, these individuals will become the driving force of their lives. The Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet, as the most ancient existence in the Great Wilderness County, is regarded by many as a mythic entity. In ancient times, the strength of such sects reached an unimaginable level, beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet has existed for countless ages atop the Great Wilderness Ancient Plain, and the seals upon it remain unbroken to this day. That formidable seal cannot be shaken even by those who have attained the Nirvana realm, which is why the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet stands resolutely upon the Great Wilderness Ancient Plain. It is precisely due to the existence of the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet that the entire Great Wilderness County, as well as the Great Yin Dynasty, have gained such renown. Each time the seal of the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet weakens, the Great Wilderness Ancient Plain heralds a grand event, a gathering of the strong. At this moment, the vicinity of the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet is teeming with people, buzzing. Several streaks of light swiftly descend from the low sky. Although flying deep within the Great Wilderness Ancient Plain entails considerable pressure, those with decent strength can still manage to maintain low-altitude flight. The members of the Martial Alliance arrive first. Just as the members of the Martial Alliance touch down, the crowd stirs with excitement. The 4 great families have arrived. A crimson disk of light schemes through the low sky, approaching the crowd. At the forefront stands a young man, exuding an air of arrogance. His tall figure, clad in a blue robe, with flowing long hair, radiates an effortless grace. With his hands clasped behind him and strikingly handsome features, he captivates all who gaze upon him. If Lin Dong were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the one he's been yearning for, Lin Langtian. As Lin Langtian and his companions descend, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. This, Elder Lin Ji of the Lin clan, has also come. He is a peak expert of the creation realm. Upon hearing this, many individuals draw in a sharp breath, realizing that the Lin family has sent a peak expert of the creation realm. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, the members of the Lin clan arrive before the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness. Following them, several streaks of light swiftly approached. Leading the way was a colossal wind phoenix, its immense wings stirring up a tempest as it hovered in the low sky, upon which stood a youthful figure. The surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement, exclaiming, "The genius of the Qin clan, Qin Shi." And beside him appears to be Elder Qin Yi, a pinnacle figure of the transformation realm from the Qin family. The astonishment in many eyes reached unprecedented heights, as both clans had unveiled formidable experts at the peak of the transformation realm. What could transpire at the Great Wilderness Monument? The spectators below were rife with speculation. Yet, Speculation was all they could muster, for individuals of such caliber seemed distant and unattainable to them. As the discussions continued, a colossal sword radiance sliced through the sky. A terrifying gust of wind swept through the vicinity. Atop this sword light stood a striking figure, a silver-haired woman clad in a pale green dress, tall and exquisitely beautiful. This lady must be the renowned Huangfu Jing among the younger generation of the Huangfu family, right? Indeed, many could not help but steal glances at her. After all, encountering such a beauty was a rarity, especially one from one of the four great families. 3 of the 4 great families have already arrived. Now we await the presence of the Wang family. No sooner had the words left their lips than a massive golden spear shot across the horizon, swiftly approaching, its shape sharpening from a mere point. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura surged forth. The leading figure donned a golden robe, his hair cascading freely, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The crowd below shouted his name, Wang Yan. As the Wang clan descended, someone in the crowd recognized the elder behind Wang Yan, Elder Wang Feng. The Wang family has also brought forth a powerhouse at the peak of the transformation realm. At this juncture, the crowd was nearly immune to shock, having witnessed a succession of experts at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, something that was scarcely seen in ordinary times. Not only had they seen such figures, but they had encountered so many in quick succession. Just as the crowd marveled, several powerful beasts charged towards them from the distance. A terrifying presence enveloped the surroundings, causing the onlookers to hold their breath. The aura emanating from those beasts was overwhelmingly formidable, particularly from the 2 at the forefront. Their oppressive energy rendered many gasping for air. Among them, the 2 strongest beasts exuded a power that approached the half-step Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm, a level they had only heard of in legends, now manifested before their very eyes, revealing the true meaning of terror. The newcomers were none other than Lin Yun and his companions. As they alighted, many turned their gaze towards them. Compared to the 4 great families, these individuals piqued their curiosity even more. After all, the Wanjin Merchant Association had become the most renowned force in the entire Great Wilderness Prefecture. Having accomplished such grand feats in a short span, how could these ordinary martial artists not be intrigued? Soon, an uproar erupted among the crowd as they began to discuss. Look, that's the newly risen Wanjin Merchant Association. The most handsome man in the center is Lin Yun. Wanjin Merchant Association? Are they really that impressive? Asked some who were unaware. Oh, they are more than impressive. Upon arriving in the Great Wilderness Prefecture, they first annihilated the Ancient Sword Sect, then subdued the Great Demon Sect, and ultimately obliterated the Shadow Puppet Sect. How could one not be in awe? Moreover, it is said that the 2 beasts under his command have already reached the half-step Nirvana realm. Wow, that's incredible. Chapter 169, Decisive Kill, 200,000 Nirvana Pills. Upon the appearance of Lin Yun, the members of the 4 great families simultaneously furrowed their brows. At this moment, Wang Yan's previously imposing demeanor had dissipated, and a flicker of fear crossed his gaze as he turned to the elder behind him, asking, Grandfather Feng, can you discern Lin Yun's strength? Wang Feng frowned and shook his head solemnly. I cannot ascertain his power, but it would be prudent for us to avoid attracting his attention. Similarly, Qingzhu and the crowd harbored trepidation, fearful that Lin Yun would notice them. The oppressive aura emanating from the 2 demonic beasts before Lin Yun was utterly terrifying. He felt as though they could devour him whole. Lin Longtian's earlier composure had vanished, and he now gazed gloomily at the distant Lin Yun. Were it not for the opportunity presented by the ancient ruins monument, he truly wished to avoid encountering Lin Yun again. In the ancient tomb mansion, he had been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Yun, whose strength at the forming shape realm was sufficient to crush them. Now, hearing that Lin Yun had reached the creation realm, he dared not provoke him. Beside him, Lin Ji, noticing Lin Longtian's somber expression, offered a comforting remark. Do not worry. The clan leader has sent Lin Sun to convey a message to Lin Yun. This time, our clan has offered the Dragon Bone Spear and the Great Phoenix Seal as compensation. Your grievances with him can be laid to rest. We shall simply keep our distance. Among the 4 great families, the only one who remained unfazed was Huangfu Jing. As she gazed at the handsome man in the distance, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that Lin Yun? Indeed, he is a true dragon among men, rising swiftly. Sister Qingzhu's discernment is impeccable. Our Huangfu family must cultivate a good relationship with him. After returning from the ancient tomb mansion, Ling Qingzhu had mentioned a man named Lin Yun, who was formidable and possessed remarkable talent. He was likely to become a leading figure in the Great Yin dynasty, not just among the younger generation, but as a paramount individual in the entire dynasty. Ling Qingzhu hoped their Huangfu family could forge a connection with him, which would be beneficial. Consequently, Huangfu Jing had diligently sought information regarding Lin Yun, and the more she discovered, the more astonished she became. As her understanding deepened, she realized just how extraordinary this man was. In her eyes, the great Yin dynasty could hardly contain such a prodigy. It was only a matter of time before Lin Yun ascended to the level of Ling Qingzhu. At that moment, Lin Yun and his companions approached, and a surrounding crowd obediently parted to clear a path. Lin Yun quickly noticed the members of the four great clans, who were evidently attempting to remain inconspicuous. "Haha, how bold of the Wang and Qin families to still dare show their faces," Lin Yun scoffed, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. These clan members clearly did not regard him with any seriousness. They had previously dispatched individuals to assassinate him. Yet now they dared to appear before him. Lin Yun strode directly towards Wang Yin. "What do you want?" Wang Yin stammered, instinctively retreating a few steps in fear. "Oh, your arm has healed," Lin Yun remarked with surprise, glancing at Wang Yan's hand, which he had severed before, now miraculously restored. "Lin Yun, we have come for the ancient ruins monument. Out of respect for the Lin clan, we do not wish to engage in conflict with you," Wang Feng interjected, stepping in front of Wang Yin with a cold demeanor. Though he too was at the pinnacle of the creation realm, his strength far surpassed that of Wang Wan, who had previously been sent to kill Lin Yun. Thus Wang Feng felt relatively unconcerned. However, he lacked the confidence to defeat Lin Yun, so he opted for restraint, believing it was magnanimous of the Wang clan to refrain from pursuing Lin Yun. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun erupted into laughter, his expression dripping with disdain. "Do you need to choose a day to clash with someone? I'm afraid I don't pick days for killing. If you send someone to kill me, be prepared for a counterattack." Lin Yun's bold declaration ignited a stir among the onlookers. Hiss! Lin Yun seems prepared to strike at the Wang clan. It said Lin Yun has long held a grudge against them. "Oh, this will be entertaining. What do you intend to do?" Wang Feng's expression faltered, panic setting in as he glanced towards the Lin clan. "Elder Lin Ji, will you not intervene on behalf of your clan?" "Wait, Lin Yun. The Wang clan has already negotiated peace with our Lin clan, burying past grievances. Do not seek trouble with them again," Lin Ji said, exasperated, yet still stood firm. "And you are?" Lin Yun inquired coolly. "He is Elder Lin Ji." Lin Sun promptly introduced from the side. "Oh, you're Lin Ji?" Lin Yun's gaze pierced through him like a blade, recognizing that Lin Ji was aligned with Lin Longtian's faction. Previously, he had obstructed Lin Sun from assisting Lin Yun, and had even turned a blind eye to Wang Luan's assassination attempts. Lin Ji's face soured as Lin Yun addressed him directly, but he still refrained from confronting Lin Yun openly. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Lin Ji replied, "Lin Yun, the Wang clan has agreed to resolve our past enmity for your sake. This is for your own good. Do not complicate matters further." Observing Lin Ji's continued arrogance, Lin Yun shot back, "Old fool, do you truly believe you hold any authority here? You dare speak on behalf of the Wang clan? Oomph. You think a mere statement from you can erase the grievances between us? Well, the Wang clan sought to kill me. Where were you? Now that they cannot kill me, you step forward to play the peacemaker. Do you identify as a Lin or a Wang?" Lin Yun's pointed remarks landed heavily upon Lin Ji, each word a heavy accusation. The atmosphere became charged with tension, and the onlookers gathered closer, eager for the unfolding drama. Lin Ji, unaccustomed to such disrespect, felt his suppressed fury boil over. "You dare speak to me in such a manner? I am a clan elder." Lin Yun dismissed him curtly. "Old man, you still remember your status as a clan elder? Are you attempting to leverage it against me? How utterly futile. I had intended to settle our scores in Lin City, but since you have chosen to expose yourself today, I shall deal with you as well." With that, Lin Yun established a task in his mind. Task: eliminate Wang Feng. Reward: 100,000 Nirvana pills. Task: eliminate Lin Ji. Reward: 100,000 Nirvana pills. Without unnecessary words, Lin Yun unleashed a palm strike towards Lin Ji. The essence of the world rapidly converged, coalescing into a colossal palm of energy that descended upon Lin Ji with tremendous force. Seeing Lin Yun's unhesitating assault, Lin Ji's countenance shifted dramatically as he summoned his own energy to counter Lin Yun's strike, delivering a punch in response. "Presumptuous. Do not think that your reputation in the great wilderness makes you invincible. Without breaking into the Nirvana realm, you are nothing." Lin Ji's anger flared. A dignified elder of the clan would not cower before Lin Yun. Just as he finished speaking, The massive palm collided with his punch, shattering it and striking his protective energy. Boom! Lin Ji was sent reeling, blood surging in his veins as he staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Haha! Lin Yun chuckled coldly, continuing his relentless assault. Faced with Lin Yun's overwhelming onslaught, Lin Ji's expression turned frenzied. Wang Feng, I am finished. You shall not escape either. Let's join forces to subdue this unruly wretch. Realizing he was outmatched, Lin Ji sought to drag Wang Feng into the fray. Very well. Wang Feng understood that Lin Yun was intent on lethal combat. If they did not eliminate him, they would likely be unable to escape from the ancient ruins monument. With that, he sprang into action. You brat, perish! Wang Feng roared, a towering black spear materializing in the air, hurtling towards Lin Yun. The crowd surrounding began to retreat in haste, for the clash of these three pinnacle experts of the transformation realm could spell certain doom for anyone caught in the crossfire. Chapter 170, a dominant slaughter that shocks all. Before the ancient steel of the great wilderness, an earth-shattering battle ensues. The great heavenly phoenix seal. Lin Ji unleashed his transformation martial arts, and behind him appeared a phantasmal silhouette resembling a phoenix, hurtling towards Lin Yun with ferocious intensity. Lin Yun, witnessing the spectacle, merely smiled disdainfully. They were but two pinnacle transformation realm experts, and to him, they posed no threat whatsoever. The mountain and sea seal. With a sharp exclamation from Lin Yun, golden primordial energy surged forth from his dantian, causing the very essence of heaven and earth to convulse violently, converging at a singular point. The speed of this gathering was astonishing. In mere moments, it coalesced into an immensely fearsome illusion of a colossal mountain and ocean, nearly 1,000 feet in height. The mountain and sea seal descended upon Lin Ji. The phoenix silhouette and a massive golden spear, hundreds of feet long, collided violently beneath the mountain and sea seal. Boom! Boom! Two thunderous roars echoed, unleashing a terrifying and violent wave of primordial energy that swept across the entire great wilderness ancient plain. The onlookers recoiled once more, hastily channeling their own energies to withstand the shockwave. As the energies collided, the phoenix silhouette and the immense golden spear erupted into a shower of luminous fragments. Below, Lin Ji and Wang Feng's faces turned ashen with terror, completely unprepared for Lin Yun's overwhelming strength. Despite sharing the same pinnacle transformation realm status, Lin Yun alone was able to dominate both of them effortlessly, clearly holding back his full power. He hadn't even called upon his spiritual treasures, standing there unmoving as he effortlessly dismantled their assault. Realizing they could not withstand the impending mountain and sea seal, the thought of fleeing began to creep into their minds. Yet, at that moment, the colossal seal had already come crashing down, exerting a powerful pressure that rendered them immobile. No, despair gripped their hearts. Thud! The mountain and sea seal struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth and unleashing a fierce gale that stirred up clouds of dust across the great wilderness ancient plain. As the dust settled, a massive crater was revealed, with the two figures embedded within it. Lin Ji and Wang Feng had entirely lost their breath. Had they not been pinnacle transformation realm experts, their physical forms would have been utterly obliterated beneath the mountain and sea seal. Witnessing Lin Yun's swift eradication of the two pinnacle experts from the Lin and Wang families, all present were left in a state of shock, their gazes fixed upon the man standing at the center. Good heavens, how extraordinarily powerful! A pinnacle expert of the transformation realm had perished within mere breaths. Could it be that Lin Yun truly only possessed the strength of a pinnacle transformation realm expert? Many were left pondering this question amidst their astonishment. Why was Lin Yun able to so effortlessly annihilate two others of the same caliber? This was utterly inconceivable with Lin Yun's presence. The Golden Commerce Association now boasted potential that rivaled the four great clans. To compare them to the four great clans? How underestimated he was with his current talents. Surpassing the four great families was merely a matter of time. It seemed the entire great Yin dynasty was on the brink of upheaval. Among the crowd of the Martial Alliance, Wu Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with admiration for the very target of his pursuit. This level of power ignited an insatiable envy within him, for he was indeed a martial enthusiast. Standing not far away, members of the Qin family gasped in unison at the unfolding scene. Qin Shi regarded the lifeless forms of the two experts in the massive pit with trepidation. his breathing slowing as he feared drawing Lin Yun's attention with even a single breath. Although they had not yet crossed paths with Lin Yun, it was prudent to remain discreet until they understood his stance towards them. Among the four great clans, the Huangfu family maintained the most favorable disposition, having no grievances with Lin Yun and possessing a connection through Ling Qingzhu, making them the least fearful. Huangfu Jingyu, standing within her family, discreetly covered her lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed curiously on the dashing Lin Yun. His displayed power was far more formidable than she had previously comprehended. He was truly remarkable. Two pinnacle experts of the transformation realm, and it seemed that her sister Ling Qingzhu had somewhat underestimated his prowess. Such a genius required the Huangfu family to foster amicable relations with him. Huangfu Jing reflected, then began conversing with her family members. Meanwhile, expressions among the Lin family varied widely. Lin Kuer gazed at the subdued pinnacle experts, her mouth agape in disbelief, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Unable to contain her astonishment, she exclaimed, "He has become so strong." How little time had passed since then. Lin Mu and Lin Sun, amidst the crowd, remained unsettled. As fellow elders, witnessing Lin Ji's demise was deeply unsettling. The current strength of this young man must surely exceed that of a mere pinnacle transformation realm expert. They were well aware of Lin Ji's capabilities, and being in the transformation realm themselves, they could appreciate the sheer terror of that brief battle. They felt keenly that if they were to face Lin Yun, even combined, they would fare no better than Wang Feng and Lin Ji had. Lin Yun's rapid growth was unparalleled. Since their first encounter, they had remained oblivious to his true strength. Perhaps he was now comparable to the Nirvana realm. The thought simultaneously flickered in both their minds. Among the Lin family, one individual bore an expression of dread, for he had enmity with Lin Yun. Despite familial mediation, with Lin Ji now slain, eliminating him would be but a fleeting thought. He could not remain here. He had to flee. Lin Langtian observed Lin Yun from a distance, a chill running down his spine as he contemplated his next move, quietly retreating behind the crowd. As the onlookers marveled, Wang Yin was engulfed in despair. Desperation. Fear. The depths of despair were etched upon his face. He was paralyzed by terror, standing frozen in place, his body instinctively yearning to collapse. After collecting the two spatial bags, Lin Yun's gaze turned toward Wang Yin. Upon feeling that gaze, the last vestiges of strength within Wang Yin evaporated, and he crumpled to the ground. I beg for mercy. Please spare me, Wang Yin. He stammered, his bravado crumbling. He was arrogant, yet terrified of death. Sever your own arms, leave your spatial bag, and be gone, Lin Yun commanded disdainfully, regarding Wang Yin with cold indifference. This could also serve as a fine little treasure for me. Lin Yun considered waiting to see how he would perform upon returning to the Wang family. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Wang Yin inhaled deeply. He was relieved to escape with his life. Surviving was all that mattered. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost control of his bladder. His prior confidence had plummeted since encountering Lin Yun, leading to his misfortune. He tossed aside his spatial bag, then shattered his own arms, fleeing without uttering another word. Lin Langtun, witnessing this, had made up his mind and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, preparing to slip away. Preserving his life was paramount. He dared not enter the ancient steel of the great wilderness. Treasures held significance, but life held greater value. Lin Yun acted with the ferocity of a madman, brutally eliminating his enemies without a hint of restraint. Even Lin Ji was slain by him, and now Lin Langtian could hardly face Lin Yun. He lowered his head and slowly maneuvered through the crowd. The reason for his slow movements was his fear that any sudden action might draw Lin Yun's attention. However, this cautious approach did not attract Lin Yun's gaze. Instead, it caught the eye of another persistent observer, Lin Dong. Lin Dong had long been a haunting shadow from Lin Langtian's childhood. Having remembered Lin Langtian's name since they were young, every time he felt exhausted from his training, the thought of Lin Langtian would rejuvenate him. How could he possibly overlook Lin Langtian? With a thunderous shout, Lin Dong exclaimed, "Lin Langtian, halt!" This exclamation instantly drew the attention of the onlookers, their gazes converging upon the two. Lin Langtian halted in his tracks, a sense of foreboding washing over him, akin to being stripped bare before an audience. Cursing Lin Dong inwardly, he nonetheless steeled himself to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Previously, in the ancient tomb, Lin Dong had found it somewhat challenging to contend with Lin Langtian. But now, both were on the precipice of transformation. There was no way Lin Dong would let Lin Langtian escape this time. The atmosphere, which had just settled, grew tense once again. Those caught between the two sensed the ominous air and hurriedly vacated the space, allowing for confrontation. All eyes were now fixed on the pair. Realizing there was no evading the situation, Lin Langtian coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yun, the one he feared most. As long as Lin Yun remained passive, he felt a degree of safety. Observing Lin Yun standing quietly, merely watching without any intention to intervene, Lin Langtian's heart eased slightly. Upon hearing Lin Langtian's words, Lin Dong gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "I intend to render you powerless." He brandished the Luo golden spear, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Lin Langtian had been a childhood shadow looming over him for years. Today, he would shatter that shadow. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Dong lunged forward, stepping into the air as he thrust the spear, a golden radiance shooting towards Lin Langtian. Seeing this, Lin Langtian's eyes turned icy, his murderous intent surging forth as his aura erupted to its zenith. The elemental forces of the world rapidly gathered, coalescing before him. Heaven-shattering demon tablet palm. With a swift motion of his hands, two gigantic demonic tablets swiftly formed before him, imbued with an overwhelming and tyrannical fist intent. With a powerful swing of his arm, the two tablets, drenched in fierce and domineering energy, hurtled towards the golden spear's trajectory. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds echoed. The fierce winds ravaged the barren ancient plains, and the surrounding spectators revealed expressions of shock, hastily retreating. Although these two were not as formidable as the previous combatants, they were still terrifying in their own right. As the winds howled, the two combatants moved once more. Great Phoenix imprint. Lin Langtian's hand gestures shifted, causing the elemental energies of the world to surge violently. The overwhelming elemental force erupted from within him, forming a silver phoenix phantom behind him, radiating an incredibly sharp and imposing aura that spread outward. Lin Dong's expression grew slightly grave, yet his fighting spirit intensified. Lin Langtian had always been his hypothetical adversary, the target he aimed to surpass in his cultivation. Today, the opportunity had arrived. Buzz! The silver phoenix phantom behind Lin Langtian emitted a clear cry, unleashing a wave of terrifying destruction as it charged ferociously towards Lin Dong. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the earth. Witnessing this scene, the nearby spectators turned their gaze toward Lin Dong, who showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he stomped the ground and leaped into the air, seemingly intent on clashing head-on with Lin Langtian's transformative martial arts. Great Phoenix imprint. Lin Dong's hand gestures shifted rapidly as well, elemental energy surging forth, conjuring a phoenix shadow. He, too, unleashed the same martial technique as Lin Langtian. Boom! The two silver phoenix phantoms collided in the air. The phoenix shadows dissipated inch by inch, appearing evenly matched as light exploded forth, creating violent ripples that obscured the scene. Following the collision, Lin Dong focused his thoughts and retrieved the spirit-infusing lotus from within, causing the elemental core to spin rapidly. The majestic, golden elemental energy and spiritual force surged into the lotus, merging to form a concentrated elemental power. Then, this newly invigorated force erupted skyward from the lotus. Lin Langtian, today, I shall make you experience the taste of becoming a cripple. Mountain Sea imprint. Lin Dong roared, his hand seals shifting, causing a beam of light to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, a colossal shadow of mountains and seas materialized before him. The terrifying Mountain Sea imprint emanated a might far surpassing that of the Great Phoenix imprint. Although it could not compare to Lin Yun's Mountain Sea imprint, it was more than sufficient to deal with Lin Langtian, who was merely a half-step into transformation. Lin Langtian, witnessing this scene, felt a flash of panic. He had just seen the power of the Mountain Sea imprint. To his astonishment, Lin Dong could wield it as well. He swiftly altered his hand gestures and opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of light that surged forth, rapidly expanding into a massive hexagonal black mirror. The mirror shimmered with mystical light, emanating an exceptionally unique and powerful wave of energy. Buzz! The hexagonal black mirror hovered before Lin Langtian, erupting with piercing black light. These beams intertwined, forming a vast black net that enveloped him. The Mountain Sea phantom descended, crashing down upon the hexagonal black mirror. The black net initially rebounded under the weight of the Mountain Sea phantom but soon exploded into fragments. Although the Mountain Sea Phantom weakened considerably upon impact with the black net, it still possessed sufficient strength. Lin Longtian's eyes revealed a look of dread as he attempted to gather elemental energy for defense, but it was too late. Boom! The Phantom descended, striking Lin Langtian directly, creating a massive pit in the ground. Within that pit, Lin Langtian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his clothes tattered, and his internal organs displaced. Lin Dong's figure flickered as he brandished the dragon bone spear once more. The force of destruction made Lin Langtian feel the specter of death creeping closer. Desperately, he roared, "Master Mu, save me!" At that moment, a dark shadow erupted from Lin Longtian's body, clinging to him. The already weakened Lin Langtian suddenly felt a surge of power. A black light spiraled and clashed with Lin Dong's black spear, sending Lin Dong staggering back several paces. The onlookers gasped at the sudden resurgence of Lin Longtian's strength. Lin Mu and Lin Sun exchanged puzzled and astonished glances, sensing two distinct auras emanating from Lin Langtian. It appeared that there was indeed another presence concealed within him. Lin Yun's keen insight had already perceived the primordial spirit within Lin Langtian. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lin Mu and the Lin clan members were left in shock. How could this be? Who was the entity within him? How had it managed to conceal itself so deeply? Given Lin Longtian's lackluster talent in his youth, his sudden emergence was likely due to the assistance of this hidden individual. However, even with the aid of Master Mu's primordial spirit, Lin Langtian was still no match for Lin Dong and remained at a disadvantage. There was no other choice. Lin Langtian was gravely injured and his body could scarcely endure the fierce onslaught. Master Mu, feeling helpless, retreated immediately, soaring into the distance. Attempting to flee, Lin Dong let out a cold snort and swiftly pursued him. Master Mu had no intention of entanglement. His sole desire was to escape. Observing that Lin Langtian was almost free from Lin Dong's grasp, Lin Yun coldly scoffed, attempting to flee? Be wise and quickly vacate Lin Longtian's body. With a direct strike, he darted forward at astonishing speed, blocking Lin Longtian's path in an instant. In his mind, he established a mission. Mission: eliminate Lin Langtian. Reward: 1 million Nirvana pills. Mission: eliminate Master Mu. Reward: 2 million Nirvana pills. Having already offended both Lin Langtian and Master Mu, they cannot be allowed to live. The potential threat was too great. Although he had promised Lin Sun and the others not to act against Lin Langtian, the circumstances had changed with Master Mu's appearance. Upon seeing the rewards, Lin Yun's heart raced. They were simply too enticing. A million-level Nirvana pill was precisely what he required at this moment. Even for the sake of the rewards, both of them had to die. Chapter 172. Devouring Master Mu's primordial spirit, breaking through to Celestial Talisman Master. With this thought, Lin Yun showed no mercy. His golden primordial dance surged, causing the surrounding elemental energies to tremble violently as his primordial power surged forth, extending outward to form a colossal hand above Lin Langtian, reaching for him. The black aura surrounding Lin Langtian suddenly erupted, while Master Mu exerted every effort to escape, pushing his primordial spirit to its utmost limits. His dark form accelerated through the air, repeatedly igniting the life force of Lin Longtian's true body. There was no choice if they did not exert their full strength. Death awaited them. Lin Yun's figure also surged forth, flashing through the air multiple times, heading straight for Lin Langtian. The terrifying explosive force produced thunderous booms in the air, as if the very atmosphere were being torn asunder. Master Mu, controlling Lin Langtian, revealed a look of terror, for he could distinctly feel Lin Yun's approach, a threat of death. Lin Yun was too formidable. In a matter of moments, Lin Yun was upon Master Mu, who was controlling Lin Langtian. Lin Yun uttered no words, his aura soaring once more, granting Master Mu no opportunity for escape. He summoned the black dragon bone spear, and in an instant, countless black spear shadows erupted in the sky, resembling black dragons, obscuring the sun. Subsequently, with a sweep of Lin Yun's arm, they descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air resonated across the great wilderness ancient plain. Master Mu, controlling Lin Longtian's body, continuously evaded, but Lin Yun's attacks were overwhelmingly dense. In merely a few breaths, Master Mu, who was directing Lin Longtian's body, was struck by Lin Yun's assault, plummeting from the sky. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. At this moment, Lin Longtian's body was riddled with wounds, grotesque, and at the brink of annihilation. Terror flickered in Lin Longtian's eyes. "You cannot kill me. We are both members of the Lin clan," he roared in a desperate struggle. However, Lin Yun showed no hesitation, instantly appearing before Lin Langtian. With a thrust, he plunged his spear into Lin Longtian's dantian. The spear twisted, shattering his primordial dan. "Ah!" Lin Langtian cried out in anguish. At that moment, Master Mu's primordial spirit surged forth, rushing towards Lin Yun's Niwen Palace. "I will seize your body." "Ha! Old man, I've been waiting for you to enter," Lin Yun sneered, entirely unfazed. As Master Mu's primordial spirit entered his Niwen Palace, it was immediately confronted by a myriad of complex and powerful talisman seals. A total of 10 seals, 5 of which manifested dark whirlpools, and 5 radiated with the brilliance of thunder. The 10 seals surrounded his primordial spirit. "How is this possible? Why do you possess so many of your innate talisman seals?" Master Mu gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the bizarre situation. Yet, no one was there to provide answers to his queries. The thunder talisman seals unleashed their power, assaulting his primordial spirit, while the devouring seals transformed into whirlpools, frantically tearing and consuming his primordial energy. Soon, Master Mu's primordial spirit was entirely devoured by Lin Yun, transforming into his spiritual power. This primordial energy is so potent. It even makes my Niwen Palace feel as though it is expanding. Am I about to break through to Celestial Talisman Master? Lin Yun was utterly astonished and hurriedly established a new mission. Mission: break through to Celestial Talisman Master. Reward: Spirit 3, Insight 3. Just as he completed the mission, the spiritual energy within his Niwen Palace began to surge tumultuously. Within the Niwen Palace, it was as if a new world was transforming. The original chaotic hues rapidly dissipated, the heavens and earth separating, the sky becoming clear while the earth remained murky. Faintly, the sound of thunder reverberated within. At that moment, the Niwen Palace had taken on the appearance of a small world. As the heavens and earth fully separated, a peculiar chime resonated deep within his consciousness, causing Lin Yun's spiritual power to swell further. As his spiritual power grew stronger and more majestic, it coalesced within that small world like lightning. Gradually, it formed into a humanoid silhouette, which was none other than Lin Yun's spiritual body. However, this spiritual body, compared to before, had undoubtedly been refined countless times. The spiritual power emanating from it far exceeded the limits of even a high-level spirit talisman master, having already reached the level of celestial talisman master. Lin Yun, feeling the overwhelming spiritual power coursing through him, could not suppress a smile. He had officially stepped into the realm of celestial talisman master. On the great wilderness ancient plain, everyone rushed over. Upon witnessing Lin Yun pierce Lin Langtian with his spear, they stood frozen in shock and confusion. Could it be that Lin Yun faced some unforeseen mishap? After all, Lin Langtian had been quite enigmatic. Everyone had noticed the presence of a malevolent spirit within him. They dare not approach, watching from a distance. Suddenly, Lin Yun, who had remained motionless for several breaths, opened his eyes, unleashing an astonishing wave of spiritual energy that swept forth from his Niwen Palace, causing the very fabric of this realm to ripple. The people before the great wilderness ancient monument felt an overwhelming pressure. Such a powerful wave of spiritual energy. This aura was no longer something a mere creation realm could compare to. Could it be that he had broken through to Celestial Talisman Master? What? Celestial Talisman Master? Oh my, what is happening? A Celestial Talisman Master is akin to a Nirvana realm powerhouse. This is the pinnacle of the Great Yin Dynasty. However, the Great Yin Dynasty currently has no Celestial Talisman Masters. This is the realm all of them look up to. Upon witnessing Lin Yun's breakthrough, those in the distance exhibited expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that Lin Yun would achieve a breakthrough right here. The entire great wilderness ancient plain fell silent, as a Celestial Talisman Master was born before their eyes. All gazed upon Lin Yun with reverence. Lin Yun's recent spiritual wave allowed them to deeply appreciate the might and terror of a Celestial Talisman Master. The mere ripple of spiritual energy had caused many to lose their composure, remaining unsettled for a long time. After a brief silence, an uproar ensued. The crowd began to discuss fervently. Is this what a Celestial Talisman Master looks like? This is my first time witnessing it. It's my first time too. From such a distance, the spiritual wave nearly brought me to my knees. Indeed, Just when that spiritual wave spread out, I almost fainted. At this rate, with his talent, the Golden Merchant Association will likely surpass the four great clans in no time. As the crowd conversed, in one of the four great clans, Ling Qingzhu glanced uncertainly at Qin Yi behind him and inquired, "Sixth uncle, does Lin Yun's current strength rival that of the clan leader?" Qin Yi gently shook his head, uncertainty flickering across his face. This young man was terrifyingly powerful, having broken through to become a celestial rune master at this moment. The members of the Huangfu family were equally taken aback. Huangfu Jing had never anticipated that this individual would achieve such a breakthrough. Her desire to forge an alliance had reached its zenith. No, perhaps it was a bit beyond her reach now. Such an extraordinary person must be befriended by the Huangfu family. They could never afford to make an enemy of him. On the Lin family's side, Lin Kursin was left dumbfounded, unable to articulate any thoughts. Behind her, Lin Sun and Lin Mu were equally at a loss for words, completely unsure of how to express their emotions. It seemed that the Lin family would indeed come to be under Lin Yun's influence in the future. The members of the Martial Alliance gazed at Lin Yun, with Wu Xi contemplating whether to persuade his father to join the Wanjin Merchant Association. Thankfully, when they had visited the Wanjin Merchant Association during their dealings with the Yin Puppet sect, they had brought gifts and had not harbored any enmity with Lin Yun, thereby establishing some goodwill. Otherwise, they would have to prepare their coffins. Among the vast expanse of the great ancient wilderness, the happiest were undoubtedly the members of the Wanjin Merchant Association. Lin Yun's breakthrough elevated the association to new heights. Qing Tan, Ziyu, Xiansu, Mu Qianqian, Jiang Shui, and the other women all wore expressions of pride. Their man was truly a genius. Just as everyone's attention was fixated on Lin Yun, a sudden ripple emanated from the great ancient monument. The seal of the monument was loosening. At this moment, the ancient runes that had been densely inscribed on the colossal stone began to show signs of fading. Chapter 173. The Rune Puppet Nest, the Black-Eyed Elder. The seal of the great ancient monument was about to vanish. A voice rang out among the crowd, and the sound of excitement quickly spread. The throng before the great ancient monument erupted into a frenzy, a sea of black pressing forward in a desperate attempt to reach the front. Lin Yun's gaze shifted towards the great ancient monument, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing before the monument. In just a matter of 10 minutes, the runes on the great ancient monument faded increasingly, the sealing energy rapidly diminishing, until the last ancient rune completely dissipated. With a rumble, the massive stone shook, and an overwhelming energy surged forth, forming a vortex hundreds of feet tall. The vortex spun violently, drawing in the elemental forces of the surrounding world, leading to an end that exuded an aura of profound mystery. The ancient monument had opened. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd prepared to surge forward. However, as they beheld Lin Yun standing at the forefront, they instinctively halted, none daring to entertain the thought of pushing past him. The previously boisterous crowd grew silent, no one daring to take a step forward. They feared that any misstep could result in a fate akin to those who had just been dealt with. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yun, waiting for him to enter first before following suit. Lin Yun glanced at the great ancient monument, then turned to face the crowd. His gaze swept over them and landed squarely on the Qin family members, who had rushed to the forefront, ready to enter the great ancient monument. Lin Yun's focus sharpened upon them, causing all members of the Qin family to feel a simultaneous thud in their hearts. Lin Yun then spoke. "You members of the Qin clan, if you do not hurry and leave, do you still wish to enter?" "Lin Yun, our Qin clan bears you no ill will." Qin sure swallowed hard, speaking cautiously, fearing that Lin Yun might strike him down in anger. "Your Qin clan is indeed not as despicable as the Wang family. Hence I shall spare you. Leave your spatial bags and be gone." Lin Yun replied coolly, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. Having just slain a few individuals to establish his dominance, the Qin clan understood that he was decisive in his actions, and no one dared to defy his words. Preserving their lives took precedence. "Let us retreat. We shall not enter the great ancient monument." Qin Yi inhaled deeply and unfastened his spatial bag. The others bit their lips, reluctantly surrendering their spatial bags before departing in disgrace. After Lin Yun had collected the spatial bags, he summoned Qing Tan, Mu Qianqian, and the others, stepping into the vortex of the great ancient monument. As they entered, the crowd surged behind them, frantically rushing towards the vortex. Within the ancient monument space, the vast land lay silent, as if it had not been traversed by anyone for an eternity, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Just when this solitude seemed to stretch on indefinitely, countless fissures appeared in the sky. Figures began to descend from the heavens. Lin Yun's form also plummeted to the ground. At this moment, he was alone. The others had separated from him. The transport of the monument was indeed random. However, Lin Yun was unperturbed. Xian Su, Ziyu, and the others possessed considerable strength. Moreover, with Lin Yun's superior rune puppets guarding him, and the Wang and Qin families having been sent away, there were no other creation realm experts among those who entered. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Yun, equipped with a map provided by the Great Demon Sect, roughly gauged his location and set off towards the depths of a certain area. That place was the core of the ancient monument space. Half a day later, Lin Yun gazed into the distance, where a vast plain stretched before him, revealing a sect relic that seemed to extend into infinity, radiating an ancient aura. The ancient ruins before him were so immense that they left one awestruck. Countless structures formed a line stretching to the horizon. Lin Yun flew slowly towards that direction, seeking an entry point. This leisurely flight continued for about the time it takes to brew tea. Lin Yun arrived at a massive mountain. This must be the rune puppet nest. He surveyed his surroundings, recalling their agreement that this would be their first stop. Upon entering the giant mountain, Lin Yun searched for a while before arriving at a stone door. The door was enormous, covered in moss, emanating an ancient scent, with traces of runes etched upon it. Just as he was about to open the stone door, he sensed two figures approaching him from both the front and back. Brother Lin Yun. The two individuals were none other than Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong. Their strength was formidable, and they had also arrived here around the same time as Lin Yun. Upon seeing him, they were filled with joy. After exchanging a few words, the three of them entered through the stone door. As they stepped inside, the light immediately dimmed. The trio slowly navigated the mountain path, which sloped downwards, seemingly leading underground. The cave was exceedingly vast, with numerous stone paths, and after several turns, they finally reached the core of the rune puppet nest. The rune puppet nest was immense, resembling an abyss that seemed bottomless. The three descended slowly, while Lin Yun's mental energy continuously scanned the surroundings. When they reached a certain point in the middle of their descent, Lin Yun halted and advanced into the cave. At the edge of this cavern lay a rune puppet, entirely black, with a faint golden sheen adorning its body, indicating it was a high-tier rune puppet. Without further thought, Lin Yun turned to Lin Dong and instructed, "You should collect it." Lin Dong, looking at the high-tier rune puppet, displayed little emotional fluctuation. After all, Lin Yun's ability to forge high-tier rune puppets made such finds seem trivial to them, as their strength had surpassed the need for such pawns. It is only in your hands that high-tier rune puppets appear so insignificant, Mu Qianqian remarked, reflecting on the situation. Were it not for Lin Yun and his companions, this high-level talisman puppet, if discovered by others, would undoubtedly incite a fierce competition. Lin Yun's gaze turned towards the innermost depths of the talisman puppet's lair. Without hesitation, he swiftly descended into the dark abyss, closely followed by the two behind him. As they plummeted rapidly, Lin Yun's expression shifted slightly. He sensed an extremely chilling current emanating from below, coalescing into layers of frigid clouds that drifted within the lair. Ah, this is the Nine Nether Cold Chi. It seems this place is connected to the subterranean realm. If this cold air invades the body, even mental strength could be shattered. The little ferret transmitted a warning to them. Lin Yun slowed his descent, positioning himself between the two. No worries. This level of cold can be resisted by someone at the creation realm. Stay close to me. Before long, the three of them reached the very bottom. Wow, how vast! Mu Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as it was her first time in this place. The base of the talisman puppet lair was far larger than she had imagined. Upon landing, Lin Yun's gaze rapidly scanned the area, eventually settling on an altar. The altar, cold and black as if forged from dark iron, was adorned with numerous peculiar stone pillars. This is it. Lin Yun's heart surged with delight. This must be the place to unravel the seal of the devouring ancestral talisman. He felt a response from his devouring talisman. Hey, Lin Dong. The devouring ancestral talisman is reacting. There seems to be something related to it here, the little ferret communicated to Lin Dong. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong immediately looked at Lin Yun. They exchanged glances, both focusing on the altar. Lin Yun surged forward, leaping several times until he reached the very center of the altar. Here stood an exceptionally large black pillar, at the top of which lay an ancient talisman array. This array spread out, seemingly connecting every stone pillar of the altar, resembling a central hub. The center of the talisman array was empty, with only remnants of the devouring ancestral talisman's fluctuations lingering. It seems the Yin puppet sect took the devouring ancestral talisman from here, Lin Dong murmured. Task: obtain the method to unseal the devouring ancestral talisman. Reward: 100,000 Nirvana pills. Lin Yun instinctively established the task before approaching the dark stone pillar, at which point the devouring talisman within his dantian floated out and made contact with the pillar. In an instant, the pillar began to tremble, the vibrations rapidly spreading until they enveloped the entire structure. Waves of light rippled, growing more intense until they formed a black vortex, exuding a faint pulling force. What is happening? Lin Dong and Mu Qianqian were both astonished by the sight. Qianqian, stay outside. Lin Dong and I will investigate, Lin Yun instructed, leading Lin Dong into the black vortex. Before them emerged a darkness that lasted only a fleeting moment before a brilliant light began to spread, revealing a vast, desolate expanse imbued with an ancient aura. Soon, they beheld a colossal black pillar, upon which sat an old man clad in a black robe with white hair, exuding an air of mystery. Lin Dong was taken aback, instantly on guard. At that moment, the old man's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, plunging the entire space into silence. His eyes possessed no whites, only an unfathomable darkness akin to a black hole, seemingly consuming all light in existence. Even their mere gazes triggered a sensation of their mental energy drifting away within the dantian, prompting Lin Dong to hastily retreat, his eyes wide with trepidation as he regarded the enigmatic elder. After all these years, someone has finally arrived here. The old man fixed his gaze upon the two. His black eyes seemed to penetrate their very souls, making them feel as if all their secrets were laid bare before him. Ah, you have indeed come into contact with the devouring ancestral talisman. I sense a familiar essence within you, the old man remarked with a faint smile, scrutinizing Lin Dong and Lin Yun. His gaze seemed to delve deep into their spirits, rendering them vulnerable under his scrutiny. When the old man noticed something extraordinary about Lin Yun, sensing numerous elusive divine objects enveloping him, a hazy power seemed to shield Lin Yun from his sight. It is the power of the sky-devouring demon cauldron, Lin Yun thought to himself, amused, for the sky-devouring demon cauldron was an imperial weapon, surpassing even the devouring ancestral talisman in rank. The old man, realizing he could not peer into Lin Yun any longer, shifted his focus to Lin Dong. As his gaze fell upon Lin Dong's forearm, a beam of light surged from Lin Dong's palm. Even the old man's vision was momentarily obstructed, prompting an expression of surprise from him. Lin Dong felt a slight shock, realizing how formidable the stone talisman was, able to conceal itself even from someone of such caliber. No wonder he only mentioned that you had a brief encounter with the devouring ancestral talisman, not realizing it is actually with you. The old man was baffled that he could not see through these two young individuals. However, he did not dwell on this. He was but a remnant thought, existing solely to find a new master for the devouring ancestral talisman. Your arrival here proves that you are fated to the devouring ancestral talisman. Such a heavenly wonder has been buried for far too long in this world. Perhaps it is time for it to see the light of day again. As the elder's words faded, the massive black pillar he sat upon suddenly erupted, unleashing countless beams of black light that interwove in the air, coalescing into a palm-sized black rune. As soon as the black rune appeared, it slowly descended before Lin Yun and Lin Dong. Should you locate the devouring ancestral talisman, use this to unseal it. Whether it acknowledges you as its master depends on your own fortune. Remember, the ancestral talisman possesses the power to safeguard the heavens and earth. In enjoying its strength, you must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. With that, the figure of the old man gradually dissipated into the air. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lin Yun and Lin Dong both bowed slightly. In the presence of such a powerful being, Lin Yun maintained the respect due. The black-eyed elder had perished while defending this realm against the demonic forces. Task: gift Lin Dong the unsealing rune for the devouring ancestral talisman. Reward: 100,000 Nirvana pills. Another task, Lin Yun exclaimed with joy, turning to Lin Dong. The devouring ancestral talisman is with you. Take this unsealing rune. Lin Dong nodded, excitement coursing through him. Yet he remained humble. Let us go. It is time to head to the creation martial steel. Lin Yun declared, for their purpose here had been fulfilled. He led the two out of the talisman puppet lair, making their way directly towards the creation martial steel. The creation martial steel was the greatest opportunity among the ancient stones of the great wilderness. Each time it was activated, 10 positions were available for entry. And that steel was a spiritual treasure, containing a vast array of martial arts, serving as the legacy of this ancient sect. The creation martial steel square. This square spanned several thousand zhong, paved with blue stones, exuding an aroma of age and antiquity. In the heart of the square stood a stone platform, upon which an ancient, unadorned stone tablet loomed majestically. An enigmatic aura emanated from this monument, instilling an inexplicable reverence in those who beheld it. At this moment, the square was teeming with figures. Lin Yun, Mu Qianqian, and Lin Dong gracefully descended onto the plaza. Upon their arrival, Jiang Shui, Qing Tan, and Xin Su, who had long awaited their presence, gathered around them. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Lei, Long Yuan, and Huing also joined the assembly. As the number of factions in the square continued to swell, a beam of sunlight pierced the heavens, cascading down to illuminate the creation stone tablet. The immense, wordless monument stood silently at the center of the square, its ancient and weathered aura evoking awe in many of the onlookers. It seemed that the stone tablet was not merely an inanimate object, but possessed a wisdom of its own, evoking a sense of trepidation among those who gazed upon it. Buzzing, the radiant light descended like a luminous pillar, connecting the creation martial tablet to the sky. Then, melodic sounds, reminiscent of ancient bells, resonated from the tablet, reverberating through the air and instilling a sense of serenity, as if one's very soul was being cleansed, leaving a refreshing sensation in its wake. Witnessing such a phenomenon, the crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes fixed intently upon the creation martial tablet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, 10 beams of light suddenly shot forth from the creation martial tablet, coalescing into 10 ancient meditation cushions. These were the coveted 10 seats of the creation martial tablet. As the cushions materialized, an unusual silence enveloped the square, with all eyes directed towards the 10 cushions. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as many began to prepare to step forward and claim their place. At that moment, Lin Yun, accompanied by his beasts, slowly advanced to the forefront. Gazing at the throng preparing to approach, his aura surged dramatically as he assertively declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize, but I shall claim all 10 of these seats for myself." With Lin Yun's proclamation, a collective roar erupted from Xiao Lei, Long Yuan, and the other beasts. Directed at the multitude, the crowd encircling the creation martial tablet fell silent, their eyes fixated on the 10 cushions behind Lin Yun, yet no one dared to approach. The memories of the events in the great wilderness were still vivid in their minds. To contend with Lin Yun for these 10 seats was a perilous endeavor. Not only was success uncertain, but it was likely that those who dared to challenge would vanish without a trace before even grasping the essence of martial arts. With a sense of resignation, the crowd began to withdraw, unable to express their indignation. Retreat was their only option, as refusing to do so could lead them directly into the gaping maws of the ferocious beasts. Beasts at the half-step nirvana realm could not be deterred by mere numbers. Just as the crowd was retreating, Huangfu Jing stepped forward and said, "Young Master Lin Yun, could you grant my Huangfu family one of the seats?" Upon hearing her request, all eyes turned towards Lin Yun. The Huangfu family was taken aback. It was already a relief that Lin Yun had not sought trouble with them. Yet Huangfu Jing boldly approached him. As the Huangfu family members grew anxious, Lin Yun regarded her thoughtfully for a moment and replied, "Miss Huangfu, your request poses no issue. In light of Qingzhu's favor, it is only fitting to grant the Huangfu family a seat. After all, without the Huangfu family, Qingzhu may not have come to the Great Yin dynasty, and they might have missed that beautiful encounter. Moreover, he bore no animosity towards the Huangfu family. Fostering amicable relations was a reasonable endeavor." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, smiles blossomed on the faces of the Huangfu family members, far exceeding their expectations. Lin Yun had indeed granted them a seat. Observing Huangfu Jing's successful plea, the Martial Alliance's Wu Xi brazenly added, "Brother Lin Yun, may I also be granted a seat?" "Of course." Lin Yun nodded. His acquiescence was not without calculation. He intended to exert control over the great wilderness county, and integrating the Martial Alliance was imperative. Given the Alliance's substantial influence, a forceful takeover would be imprudent. Thus, Lin Yun opted for a more gentle approach. Viewing this as an opportunity to extend an olive branch. By doing so, he would position himself favorably, ensuring that both the Huangfu family and the martial alliance owed him a favor. No one else dared to voice their desires. The 10 seats had been firmly claimed by Lin Yun, designated for himself, Lin Dong, Qing Tan, Ziyu, Jiang Shui, Mu Qianqian, Huangfu Jing, Xiansu Wu Xi, and Lin Dong's beloved, Xia Zhilan. The 10 individuals ascended to their respective cushions and settled down. Lin Yun's beasts maintained a vigilant watch around them, prepared to execute his command. Should anyone dare to breach their boundaries, they would be dealt with mercilessly. Moreover, Lin Mu and Lin Sun, two formidable entities at the creation realm, were present as well. Before entering the ancient tablet, Lin Yun established his objective. Mission: gain the approval of the great wilderness ancient tablet spirit. Reward: a river of nirvana pills graded at 10 billion. Chapter 175, Unparalleled Charm. Rising affection of the tablet spirit. Upon seeing the reward, Lin Yun could not help but marvel. He understood that the river symbolized a flowing essence derived from nirvana pills, and the 10 billion grade was self-explanatory, essentially equating to 10 billion nirvana pills. Such a reward was astonishingly formidable, particularly for someone at his current stage. It represented a remarkable resource. However, gaining the tablet spirit's recognition posed a challenge, with considerable uncertainty surrounding the task's completion. As the 10 seats were occupied, approximately 10 minutes elapsed before the creation martial tablet finally stirred. A circle of extraordinary light gradually radiated from the tablet, enveloping the stone platform and encompassing the 10 figures within. As the light cascaded over their bodies, Lin Yun distinctly felt a chilling sensation sweep across him, followed by a sudden disorientation of his mind. A luminous vortex began to materialize atop the creation martial tablet. Beneath this radiant whirlpool, an irresistible force emanated, and Lin Yun sensed his spiritual energy being uncontrollably drawn forth, ultimately spiraling into the vortex. With his spirit departing his body, the 10 figures sat serenely in meditation. While those outside dared not encroach upon their vicinity, they gazed from afar in silence. After all, near the great wilderness ancient tablet resided peak powers of the creation realm, alongside formidable beasts. Within the creation martial tablet, once Lin Yun's spiritual energy was fully absorbed into the vortex, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The expansive square vanished, replaced by an endless starry sky. Lin Yun floated amidst this celestial expanse as countless streams of light traversed before him, revealing fluctuating waves of energy of varying strengths. So many martial arts. Lin Yun marveled, even though he had anticipated this. Witnessing the spectacle before him was truly astonishing. Indeed, it was worthy of its ancient sect status. The sheer quantity of techniques, resembling a cascade of shooting stars, exceeded all expectations. After a brief moment, Lin Yun managed to calm his racing heart. Focusing on sensing the tablet spirit was paramount. These martial arts were secondary. Lin Yun casually examined a few techniques, all of which were of moderate to superior quality. These offerings were of little utility to him at present. His ultimate goal was to gain the spirit's acknowledgement. Upon achieving this, not only would he receive the 10 billion nirvana pills as a reward, but the creation martial tablet would also belong to him. Lin Yun emptied his mind to attune himself, allowing his spiritual energy to spread like a web, seeking to connect with the soul of the martial tablet. After a brief period of sensing, Lin Yun felt a presence observing him intently. The sensation intensified within him after he made another careful attempt, stronger than before. It seemed to be calling out to me. Lin Yun's heart leapt with joy as he soared toward the source of the resonance. This pursuit lasted several minutes, and soon the starry sky ahead erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The cosmos writhed as a colossal sphere of light gradually came into Lin Yun's view. The sphere was immensely vast, and within it, he could faintly discern the silhouette of a gigantic steel, exuding an aura of ancient, timeless wisdom. Upon witnessing such a scene, a smile blossomed on Lin Yun's face. Could this be the steel spirit? He gazed curiously, sensing a faint consciousness within that luminous shadow. At this moment, the steel spirit appeared to be wounded, yet possessed a remarkable intelligence. Lin Yun endeavored to present himself as amiable and approachable, wishing not to startle the little steel spirit. "Come to me," he beckoned, extending his hand toward it. The steel spirit, intrigued by him, seemed to be drawn closer, gradually approaching Lin Yun. "Good," Lin Yun said as he reached out to caress it. To his surprise, the steel spirit did not shy away. In fact, it seemed to long for his touch. It appeared that it rather liked him. Could it be due to my wretched charm? Lin Yun suddenly recalled that his charm had reached an impressive score of 85. A rarity indeed. To put it into perspective, the charm of an ordinary person typically dwells in the single digits, while his was nearly formidable enough to rival that of the readers of this very tale. Truly unparalleled charm. This charm was not merely effective with women. It resonated with all beings, and the steel spirit was no exception. With this thought, a quick idea sparked in Lin Yun's mind. Right? Let's attempt to establish a task with the steel spirit. Task, pat the steel spirit. Reward, steel spirit favorability 10. X10. Wow, this is splendid. Lin Yun's face radiated a gentle smile. His tone softened as he spoke soothingly. Little steel spirit, come into my embrace. He gradually opened his arms to the little spirit, tenderly caressing it. Initially, the little spirit was somewhat hesitant, but as Lin Yun claimed the reward for patting it, its favorability soared. Before long, the little spirit was frolicking joyfully in Lin Yun's arms. It had spent countless years in this desolate ancient expanse, with only the remnants of its once great sect for company, surrounded by crumbling ruins and an ancient, desolate silence. Now, Lin Yun's presence had bestowed upon it a warmth it had not felt in ages, as if it were a child yearning for affection, filled with joy and delight. At that moment, Lin Dong appeared within the space. Upon catching sight of the soul of the creation steel, he turned his attention to Lin Yun, exclaiming, "Oh, brother Lin Yun, you found this place too?" Initially overwhelmed with excitement, he then glanced down at the frolicking sphere in Lin Yun's arms, uncertainly asking, "Is that the steel soul?" Lin Yun nodded gently. Upon seeing Lin Yun's affirmation, Lin Dong's jaw dropped in astonishment, leaving him speechless for a moment. The little weasel accompanying him rubbed its eyes, incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. How could the steel spirit be so close to Lin Yun? Was there something about Lin Yun that captivated it? Even as a member of the Heavenly Weasel clan, it was somewhat bewildered. Such a sight was beyond its experience. Just as the pair stood in astonishment, Jiang Shui arrived at the scene, gazing around in confusion. "Where's this place?" she inquired. Lin Yun explained her puzzled expression. "This is the core of the creation steel. You all arrived here because you sense the steel spirit." "Oh, so this is the steel spirit," she exclaimed, her gaze fixating on the little spirit in Lin Yun's arms. Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback by the sight. The steel spirit could frolic in his embrace? Their relationship had developed at an astonishing pace. After a while, as the little spirit's playful antics came to an end, Lin Yun enveloped it in his spiritual energy, radiating warmth, and extended an invitation to forge a mental connection with the spirit. The ancient steel was a spiritual treasure, and the steel spirit was the manifestation of its consciousness. Once Lin Yun established a connection with the spirit, he would become the master of the steel. At that moment, the steel spirit's favorability soared, and it no longer felt inclined to reject Lin Yun. With a successful mental connection, Lin Yun could sense the little spirit's emotions and began to communicate with it. It was then that Lin Yun understood why both he and Jiang Shui could sense it. It was because they bore the aura of reincarnation. Jiang Shui's aura likely stemmed from her association with the reincarnator, Xiao Yinin, while Lin Yun surmised that his own came from his traversing through worlds. Hence the presence of this reincarnation aura that made the little spirit feel an incredible affinity toward him. As for Lin Dong, his presence was solely due to the guidance of the stone talisman, compelling him to come forth. The little spirit, frightened of the talisman, was disinclined to approach Lin Dong. After gaining the little spirit's recognition, Lin Yun would be free to traverse the realm of the steel. Under the guidance of the spirit, they entered a unique void space. Before them stood colossal pillars of light, emanating an ancient aura that seemed to defy time itself. Lin Dong and Jiang Shui gazed in awe at the towering light columns, surrounded by countless flickering images, some resembling humans, others beasts, swords, and knives, appearing extraordinarily peculiar. Were these all manifestations of the creation martial arts? Lin Dong and Jiang Shui inhaled sharply, their minds nearly overwhelmed by the scene before them, which utterly redefined their understanding of creation martial arts. They had never been this close to such an array of martial techniques. The meteor martial arts they had previously encountered paled in comparison to the grandeur of these magnificent light columns. In the Great Yin dynasty, martial arts were fiercely contested over. Yet here, there were hundreds, if not thousands of them. Jiang Shui, standing beside Lin Dong, appeared even more astonished. While Lin Dong had the seasoned little weasel by his side, Jiang Shui's most formidable acquaintance was Lin Yun. Her mouth slightly agape, she gazed at the breathtaking sight, momentarily feeling as though she were dreaming. Lin Yun smiled faintly at their expressions, sharing in their astonishment. Had he not known beforehand that all of this was comprised of creation martial arts, he likely would not have fared much better than the two. After all, the spectacle was simply too overwhelming. They were all immersed in the surrounding martial arts, deliberating on which to select, while Lin Yun made his way toward the heart of the light columns. After a short while, he beheld an enormous, pitch-black finger standing stoically, emanating a spine-chilling aura that unfurled from the colossal digit, reminiscent of a demonic god's finger, shaking the heavens and earth, imbued with boundless ferocity and sharpness. Upon that ominous finger were countless intricate patterns, resembling prison bars that confined heaven and earth. Each line appeared profoundly cryptic and esoteric. The great desolation prisoning heaven finger. Lin Yun's face broke into a smile as his spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the black finger with haste. Had he not yet ascended to the rank of Celestial Talisman Master, deciphering this would have posed some difficulty. However, now it merely required a bit more time. As time passed, Lin Yun's spiritual energy spread across the colossal black finger, and a low rumble erupted. After several minutes, the seals upon that mighty finger completely dissipated. As the imprint dissipated, the immense finger began to slowly writhe, black light surging forth, ultimately transforming into an ethereal ancient tome of ebony, silently suspended in midair. Gazing at the black martial arts book before him, Lin Yun inhaled deeply, his mental energy once again drifting outward, swiftly approaching the tome, which then directly entered Lin Yun's forehead, merging into his mind. Boom! As the illusory book penetrated Lin Yun's consciousness, his mind erupted as if in an explosion. Powerful martial techniques flashing before him like fleeting shadows at an astonishing speed. This was entirely different from his previous training. It encompassed not only the experiences of mastering these martial arts, but also the insights of formidable practitioners. This was the essence of martial inheritance. Lin Yun sat quietly in that void, immersed in comprehension. Outside, a throng of onlookers continued to encircle the creation martial tablet, although they could not enter. This did little to dampen their eagerness to witness what martial arts the 10 individuals would acquire, and whether a creation martial art would emerge. Buzz! A commotion erupted from the stone platform as Xian Su was the first to open her eyes. Simultaneously, 8 beams of light erupted violently from the creation martial tablet, intertwining above her head. 8th grade martial arts. Observing the intertwining beams, the distant crowd erupted in an uproar, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Buzz! Huang Fujing and Wu Xi opened their eyes at the same time. Instantly, the creation martial tablet radiated with brilliance, 9 beams of light coalescing above the two of them. 9th grade martial arts. Another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, clearly not anticipating the sudden emergence of 2 9th grade martial arts. Just as their astonishment peaked, Qing Tan, Ziyu, Mu Qianqian, and Xia Zhelin on the stone platform also opened their eyes, and the light from the creation martial tablet surged once more, transforming into 9 beams. 6 9th grade martial arts. The Wanjin Merchant Guild was truly poised to surpass the 4 great families. Many in the crowd displayed expressions of envy. 1 9th grade martial art was already regarded as a top-tier treasure even among the 4 great clans. I sense a creation martial art is imminent. Do you think creation martial arts can simply be conjured into existence? Let us wait and see. As 7 individuals received their results, the crowd began to stir. The once quiet expanse of the great wilderness again erupted with excitement. A gentle breeze carrying an ancient scent swept across the great wilderness, gradually calming the earlier commotion. All eyes fixated on the stone platform. After a prolonged silence, the remaining woman among the trio finally opened her eyes. The massive creation martial tablet trembled violently. Countless dazzling beams erupting forth, filling the sky. Such a spectacle. It must be a creation-level martial art. Truly magnificent. The beams danced across the sky, ultimately coalescing above Jiang Shui's head. Amidst the swirling radiance, an intense and formidable wave emanated from the light, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble. I knew a creation martial art would emerge. It is indeed a creation-level martial art. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Jiang Shui calmly descended from a stone platform. As she stepped down, the immense creation stone tablet erupted once more with fierce energy. Lin Dong gradually opened his eyes. Boom! Beam shot skyward. Their terrifying might seemingly capable of shattering the earth itself, the vibrations resonating through the heavens. The creation martial tablet unleashed a phantom reminiscent of mountains and rivers. The entire realm appeared to be encompassed by that ethereal imagery. Yet another creation-level martial art. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes ablaze with wild jealousy. The entire Dian dynasty would undoubtedly become the domain of the Wanjin Merchant Guild. Someone sighed. Boom boom. The creation martial tablet emitted a series of thunderous roars. The immense sound reverberated, shaking the hearts of all present. Following the roar, a torrent of dark light surged violently into the sky, subsequently dispersing throughout the realm. The entire world was enveloped in darkness, akin to an immense prison seeking to ensnare all within its confines. Observing this celestial phenomenon, many faces displayed expressions of terror. What martial art has emerged to conjure such a terrifying spectacle? How shocking! I feel as though I might suffocate. This creation martial art is far more formidable than the previous two. As the crowd speculated, the horrifying dark light rapidly condensed from the heavens, heading towards Lin Yun's head. At that moment, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 177, Great Wilderness Sect, Great Wilderness City, Wanjiao Merchant Guild. Lin Yun opened his eyes, surveying those around him. Beside him, Qing Tan and the others bore expressions of joy, evidently having acquired commendable martial arts. Wu Ci, brimming with excitement, turned to Lin Yun and exclaimed, "Congratulations. Brother Lin Yun, I knew you would obtain a creation martial art." "Thank you," Lin Yun replied with a smile, his tone infused with gratitude. She too had secured a commendable 9th grade martial art, which was undoubtedly a significant boon for her at this juncture. No need for formalities. Lin Yun chuckled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. For him, now the master of the ancient tablet, such martial arts could hardly evoke surprise. 9th grade martial arts were merely that. Even if faced with a plethora of creation martial arts, he would remain unfazed, having already witnessed their power firsthand. The onlookers regarded Lin Yun with a blend of envy and bitterness, whispering among themselves, let's disperse. Alas, another wasted trip this year. Who told you not to be part of the Wanji Merchant Guild? Otherwise, perhaps you would have had a place here too. I wish. They wouldn't even consider me. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Let us prepare to leave. Soon the seal of the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet will reassert itself. Don't accidentally get trapped inside. That would be catastrophic. Many in the crowd began to ready themselves to depart. The Creation Martial Tablet was the greatest opportunity within the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet. Now that it had concluded, there was no need to linger. Lin Yun stood atop the Creation Martial Tablet, gazing down at the multitude below, when a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Now that he had become the master of the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet, he could manipulate the seal's formation. In other words, there would no longer be any periods of weakened seals. He could open the formation's gates whenever he wished. To reconstruct the Great Wilderness Sect, a vast pool of manpower and resources was essential. The Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet resided upon this vast expanse, and recruiting individuals was somewhat challenging. However, these people had come seeking the opportunities of the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet and were not weak. They could serve as the foundation for establishing the Great Wilderness Sect. Lin Yun's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded the crowd, akin to gazing upon a field of ripe, lush chives, already grown tall enough that no further cultivation was necessary. Ling, expel everyone from the ancient tablet. Lin Yun communicated with the spirit of the tablet, instructing it to activate the formation and drive everyone out. At that moment, the entire space of the ancient tablet experienced a tremendous tremor, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The nearby individuals looked on in fear at this unfolding scene. What was happening? The energy of the heavens is surging, attempting to force us from this space. How strange. Why is the formation closing? Hurry, get out, get out. Many urged anxiously. Why was this year's period of weakened seals so remarkably brief? What could be the reason? With these questions lingering, everyone hastily exited the Great Wilderness Ancient Tablet. Gazing at the still quaking ancient tablet before them, they gathered in front of it, their faces etched with confusion. At this moment, the seal had fully restored itself. Why is the ancient monument concluded so swiftly this time? This seems rather unusual, as previous years required a significant amount of time for such an event. Could it be attributed to the celestial phenomena observed earlier? It is indeed a plausible conjecture. The crowd was abuzz with speculation, many of whom were seasoned visitors of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, witnessing for the first time in all these years the rapid restoration of its seal. As the onlookers pondered this unprecedented occurrence, a sudden hum resonated through the air. The sealing array of the ancient monument had unexpectedly reopened. All eyes were fixated on the reactivated sealing formation, their expressions a tapestry of confusion as they gazed at the swirling vortex that had materialized once more, their minds awash with questions. After expelling them, it had reopened? What could possibly be happening? Amidst the bewilderment, Lin Yun emerged from within. Strangely, this time the formation did not close behind him. It stood agape like a grand portal. It appeared that Lin Yun had exerted control over the formation. Indeed, in the next moment, with a mere wave of his hand, a surge of power emanated forth, gathering the primordial energies of heaven and earth, and the breach in the sealing formation sealed once again. How could he command the array of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument? This seemed unfathomable. How had he achieved such a feat? The sound of gasps echoed from the gathered crowd, astonished by Lin Yun's extraordinary prowess. The terrifying martial arts he had just displayed, combined with his newfound ability to manipulate the ancient monument's array, spoke volumes of his unparalleled fortune and opportunity. Observing the astonishment etched on the faces around him, Lin Yun cleared his throat and declared, "Esteemed guests, you may be wondering why the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument has closed so swiftly. Indeed, it was I who sealed the formation." As his words resonated, the crowd's uncertainties transformed into affirmations of disbelief. Was it truly him? I have gained a recognition of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. From this moment forth, I shall be its master, and I will endeavor to re-establish the Great Wilderness sect right here. Furthermore, I plan to construct a great wilderness city surrounding this ancient monument. His proclamation rendered the previously bustling crowd into a stunned silence. Many had become somewhat numb. The experiences from this venture into the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument were unparalleled in their lifetimes. Observing the crowd, Lin Yun, with a warm smile, continued, "I, Lin Yun, sincerely invite each of you to join the Great Wilderness sect and help establish the Great Wilderness City. Together, let us forge a magnificent sect. I have secured the heritage of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, and as you join, martial arts and resources will be abundant. I shall ensure that those within the sect at corresponding levels have access to resources. Moreover, with the current strength of my Wan Jin Chamber of Commerce, I envision that the Great Wilderness sect will soon become the most formidable sect within the Great Yin dynasty, potentially even surpassing it." His last two statements ignited a fervor among the previously stunned audience. Lin Yun's ambition was indeed grand. Would martial arts truly be accessible to all sect members? As he spoke, many found themselves intrigued. Such a sect housed an abundance of martial arts. I too am tempted, thought one, reflecting on years of being a lone cultivator, often bullied and bereft of quality techniques. Such conditions were an irresistible allure for someone in their position. Amidst the crowd, some gasped in astonishment, others radiated joy, while many expressed curiosity in hushed discussions. Huang Fujing slightly parted her lips in surprise, gazing at the figure of Lin Yun, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His ambition was colossal. To aim for supremacy over the Great Yin dynasty was indeed fascinating. The Lin clan members stared at Lin Yun, their minds racing to comprehend this unprecedented situation. They could scarcely fathom that Lin Yun had obtained the acknowledgement of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, enabling him to wield its power at will. Many within the Lin clan simultaneously resonated with a singular thought. He had surpassed the Lin clan. Members of the Martial Alliance cast eager glances at Lin Yun. Had the surroundings not been filled with their peers, one might have been the first to join the Great Wilderness sect. Others from the Alliance joined in the discussions, realizing they must confer with their leader upon returning. The prospect of joining would undoubtedly be a boon for them. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Lin Yun paused briefly before proclaiming, "Additionally, the Wan Jin Chamber of Commerce will be formally renamed the Wan Zhao Chamber of Commerce, and we shall expand beyond the Great Yin dynasty. Whether it be the Great Wilderness sect, the Great Wilderness City, or the Wan Zhao Chamber of Commerce, we will require a substantial influx of personnel. You've all witnessed that those who follow me, Lin Yun, shall not be forsaken." His ambitions extended far beyond the current scope. As he grew, Wan Zhao would evolve into Wan Yu, and perhaps even into Wan Jia in time. Upon hearing Lin Yun's grand vision, many were captivated. "I wish to join the Great Wilderness sect." With the heritage of this ancient sect, what other sect within the Great Yin dynasty could rival it? The primordial energies within the ancient monument are exponentially richer than outside. The benefits of long-term cultivation therein are self-evident. For those of us lacking familial roots, the timing for joining has never been more opportune. I wish to join. So do I. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, many responding in unison. After weighing the pros and cons, they realized that the potential benefits far outweighed any risks. Why hesitate any longer? Seeing the overwhelming response from the crowd, a smile graced Lin Yun's face. Truly, this tactic of luring them in worked wonders. The throng surged forward, many opting to remain on the spot. Lin Yun then began to make arrangements, first seeking out his father-in-law, Mu Lei, along with Lin Mu. You both shall oversee the initial establishment of the Great Wilderness Sect. Your experiences in founding sects will be invaluable. Establishing the Great Wilderness Sect, based on the foundation of the Great Demon Sect, was a prudent choice, given that the latter was formidable in its own right. Although it could not compare to the ancient Great Wilderness Sect, it was a complete entity, suitable for the initial stages of establishment. Upon hearing his son-in-law's words, Mu Lei wore an elated smile. As a native of Great Wilderness County, no one understood the might of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument better than he. Following his son-in-law, he could even aspire to reach the Nirvana realm. Lin Mu was slightly taken aback, his eyes brimming with anticipation. With the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, he too could strive for that elusive realm. Once this arrangement was made, Lin Yun sought out Lin Sun, Lin Jintian, Xiao Wanjin, and Xian Su, entrusting them with the establishment of the Great Wilderness City. This endeavor was more intricate than founding the sect and required individuals well-versed in commerce and development. Hence, the responsibility naturally fell on Xiao Wanjin and Xian Su, with Lin Jintian and Lin Sun supporting their efforts. Time flowed like water, and construction commenced with fervor. With Lin Mu, Mu Lei, and others at the helm, Lin Yun felt reassured. After all, these individuals were either his father-in-law or elders from his family. Meanwhile, he led Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian back into the ancient monument, for there were treasures of the sect yet to be explored. Moreover, he was preparing to delineate the ancient monument space into distinct regions to facilitate the arrangement of personnel for the reconstruction efforts. Several individuals ventured into the expanse beneath the stone tablet square. Just as they settled in and prepared to survey their surroundings, a colossal creature came into view. This enormous beast, nearly 100 feet in length, was entirely blood-red, its massive, crimson scales enveloping its entire form. Its lengthy body coiled and twisted like a great dragon, and on its back sprouted two immense, blood-colored wings. As these wings unfurled, the elemental energies of the realm seemed to ripple in response. Roar! The blood-red beast, upon noticing the group, unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. As the guardian beast of this domain, it naturally issued a warning. Should they draw nearer, it would not hesitate to launch an attack. This creature was likely at the minor completion stage of the transformation realm, yet its aura was overwhelmingly formidable. Mu Qianqian remarked on the creature's imposing presence. What manner of beast is this? It is terrifying beyond belief, Lin Dong exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Qing Tan, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively hid behind Lin Yun. After all, the beast's appearance was truly dread-inducing. This is an ancient bloodbat dragon. While it may not be a true dragon, it possesses a pure lineage of dragon blood within. The little weasel communicated telepathically. Upon hearing the weasel's explanation, Lin Yun felt a stirring desire to subdue it. After all, a beast with ancient bloodlines was exceedingly valuable. Furthermore, this creature served as the protector of the Great Wilderness Sect. At that moment, the ancient bloodbat dragon soared into the air, releasing another furious roar. Observing that the group showed no intent to retreat, it opened its massive jaws, and a torrent of bloodlight erupted forth, hurtling towards them. Witnessing such an assault, Lin Yun swiftly clapped his palms together, and terrifying elemental energies coalesced in an instant, manifesting as a gigantic hand that struck down upon the bloodlight. Shatter, he commanded, and the bloodlight was instantly obliterated. The gigantic hand, after dispersing the bloodlight, surged violently toward the ancient bloodbat dragon. Boom! The overwhelming force collided with the beast. The once airborne ancient bloodbat dragon now faltered, its massive form swaying precariously, and a colossal imprint of a hand appeared upon its scales. Unable to withstand such a powerful blow, the ancient bloodbat dragon emitted a mournful cry, its scales shedding in abundance, with streams of pale violet blood oozing forth. In that moment, a glimmer of rage ignited in the creature's large eyes, and it unleashed a desperate attack, its form darting toward Lin Yun and the others like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Subsequently, its pale violet blood rapidly coalesced into a beam of light aimed directly at Mu Qianqian. Seeing this, Lin Yun's expression darkened, and he unleashed his full might at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. "Get down," he commanded, and an illusory mountain river surged above the ancient bloodbat dragon, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The sheer power caused the entire space to tremble. The beam of light emitted by the ancient bloodbat dragon was instantly shattered, and its massive body collapsed under the weight of the strike, its scales now shattered, blood flowing profusely, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Lin Yun swiftly moved, appearing before the ancient bloodbat dragon, and communicated telepathically, "You have two choices, either submit or perish." The ancient bloodbat dragon, intelligent and at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, understood that resistance was futile against this human. Moreover, as Lin Yun drew closer, it sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. After a moment's hesitation, it inclined its massive head in acquiescence. Having gained the recognition of the monument spirit, Lin Yun had established a connection with this realm, prompting the guardian beast to forego its resistance upon sensing the familiar essence. Lin Yun established a mission. Mission: subdue the ancient bloodbat dragon. Reward: 1 million demon spirit pills. Noticing the ancient bloodbat dragon's cessation of resistance, Lin Yun promptly employed the beast mastery technique, implanting a mental imprint to claim it as his own. With the mission accomplished, Lin Yun received his reward, and a smile illuminated his previously stern countenance. "From now on, you shall be called Dragonbat." Chapter 179, The Mysterious Skeletal Guardian, Nirvana Pill River. The ancient bloodbat dragon obediently approached Lin Yun. He produced a plethora of demon spirit pills for the dragonbat to consume in order to gradually recuperate from its injuries. After devouring the pills, the dragonbat's eyes sparkled. Within this ancient monument space, it had never tasted such delectable elixirs. The demon spirit pills were immensely beneficial to it. Before long, the dragonbat visibly improved and, under the influence of the pills, was able to rise. It nuzzled Lin Yun with its massive head, its gaze drifting toward the nearby treasure trove. The others followed its gaze, and what met their eyes was a mountain of pure essence pills and nirvana pills. Such an abundance of pills! Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the ancient sects are unparalleled. Their treasures are astonishingly rich. Look at all those pills. Qingting gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The sight of these elixirs alone was enough to amass a fortune capable of establishing several of the 4 great families, not to mention the treasures yet unseen. As their gazes roamed the treasure vault, they soon noticed a mysterious skeletal structure in the corner, drawing their attention. A grayish-white skeleton lay there quietly, exuding an aura of extreme peril, sending chills down the spines of all present. Be cautious. The aura of that skeleton is terrifying, at least equivalent to the 5 yuan nirvana realm, far beyond your current capabilities. The little weasel warned, appearing beside the group with a solemn expression. Its tone carried an unmistakable sense of alarm, clearly apprehensive of the malevolent presence. Just as the weasel finished speaking, the ancient monument space trembled violently, an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an ancient spirit awakening from a long slumber, surged forth from the depths of this realm. The skeleton seemed to sense their arrival, its hollow eye sockets locking onto Lin Yun with an abyssal gaze. Upon meeting that vacant stare, Lin Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. This was his first encounter with such a terrifying entity. Even a simple glance sent waves of dread coursing through him. Beside him, Lin Dong stammered, "Lin Yun, it seems to be looking at you." Mu Qianqian and Qingting cast worried glances at Lin Yun, but they dared not utter a sound, fearing to provoke the formidable skeleton. "I am aware. There is no need for you to say it," Lin Yun retorted, his tone tinged with irritation. No one could understand the sensation of being targeted by a powerhouse of the 5 yuan nirvana realm better than he. It was the first time he felt that if the entity chose to strike, he would have little chance of retaliation, destined to be subdued. The disparity in strength was daunting. At that moment, he was preparing to summon the devouring heaven demon jar. Presently, the only artifact capable of posing a threat to a 5 yuan nirvana realm being was this divine implement. However, after merely casting a glance, the pressure on Lin Yun swiftly dissipated. It appeared that the skeleton sensed the connection between Lin Yun and the monument spirit, relinquishing its malevolence. "These are cursed. Do not touch them." A gravelly voice emanated slowly from the skeleton's jaw, imbued with a profound warning and admonition. "Understood, senior. I shall not disturb you further." Lin Yun promptly led Lin Dong and the others away, sealing the area temporarily. If left unsealed, should anyone intrude and see something, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yun acknowledged the presence of the skeletal figure, certain that it posed no threat to him. This skeleton was also a disciple of the Great Wilderness sect, its spirit lingering due to his steadfast dedication to protecting the sect, absorbing the remnants of consciousness from deceased comrades, thus taking on its current form. Having become the new master of the Great Wilderness, Lin Yun felt a kinship with this elder, who would never harm him despite having perished in the line of duty. The treasures within the vault were undeniably alluring. Yet Lin Yun was acutely aware that they were tainted by the malevolent aura of the evil and could not be directly absorbed. Furthermore, with the formidable skeleton guarding the vault, he found himself unable to procure any items. Resigned, he decided to let the resources remain untouched for the time being. Currently, he was neither capable of defeating the skeletal being of the 5-yuan Nirvana realm, nor could he retrieve the items corrupted by the eel. Thus, he resolved to wait until the Great Wilderness sect was established to devise a plan. First, he would claim the Dan River. Once he had it, he would not be overly concerned with the resources and could deliberate on future strategies. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun turned to the 3 companions behind him and instructed, "You all take a look around while I search for a suitable place to place the Dan River." After addressing them, Lin Yun began to explore the ancient space of the Great Wilderness Monument for an appropriate location. After a brief search, he discovered a desiccated stretch of riverbed that seemed to have once been the Dan River of the Great Wilderness sect. It was infused with a rich aura of nirvana, and remnants of ancient formations lingered in the air. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Yun's face at the sight of the barren riverbed. It was entirely normal for a sect of the Great Wilderness's stature to have a Dan River. He then proceeded to claim the Dan River and deposited it within the riverbed. Instantly, countless streams of radiant light surged toward the desiccated river segment. Under the cascade of light, the once dry Dan River surged to life, its waves roiling with vigor. Soon, a dark vortex rapidly formed upon the surface of the Dan River, expanding continuously. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from the river like a shooting star, its overwhelming nirvana aura leaving Lin Yun momentarily astonished. The previously desolate plains surrounding the river now blossomed with vitality, creating an almost surreal atmosphere. Truly, it was a Dan River of a billion-level caliber. The richness of the nirvana aura was exhilarating. Lin Yun inhaled deeply, feeling the fiery nirvana energy surge within him, imagining how thrilling it must be to cultivate within such an environment. Lin Dong and the others also sensed the transformation and swiftly made their way toward him. As they beheld the magnificent scene, they were momentarily taken aback. "Is that nirvana energy?" Lin Dong's eyes widened in confusion. He had never encountered such a formidable presence of nirvana energy before. "Nirvana energy?" Both Mu Qianqian and Qing Ten exclaimed in surprise. They could feel the thick aura emanating from the area, yet were completely unaware of its nature. "Is this a complete Dan River?" The little weasel's expression was even more exaggerated than theirs. It was more astonished than Lin Dong and the others, utterly taken aback that such a complete Dan River still existed. How was this Dan River maintained in such a state? As a member of the Celestial Weasel clan, it found itself questioning the very existence of weasels. How did this come to be? The little weasel gazed at Lin Yun with a puzzled expression. It had not sensed the presence of such dense nirvana energy beforehand, indicating that the Dan River had only just manifested. Upon hearing the little weasel's inquiry, the other 3 turned their gazes toward Lin Yun in unison. Lin Yun, scratching his head at the question, replied nonchalantly, "It was an opportunity within the ancient monument that I happened to release." "Is it really that simple?" the little weasel asked skeptically. "Indeed, it is that straightforward," Lin Yun affirmed confidently. Hearing his words, the little weasel scrutinized the Dan River once more, still exhibiting a hint of doubt, though it chose not to press further. After all, as long as it was beneficial, that was what mattered. The Nirvana Dan River would also aid in its recovery. Chapter 180, Celestial Martial Arts. Void Great Hand Seal. The Dan River, suffused with Nirvana energy, was a boon for those at the pinnacle of the transformation realm seeking to break through. "What a remarkable treasure!" the little weasel exclaimed. If I were to reach the pinnacle of the transformation realm now, I could absorb this Dan River and ascend to the Nirvana realm, easily suppressing Lin Langtian with just a single finger. Lin Dong's face mirrored his excitement. Though he had yet to attain the pinnacle of the transformation realm, the overwhelming aura of Nirvana above him stirred his ambition immensely. Qing Tan and Mu Qianqian gazed at the Dan River, lost in thought. Breaking through to the Nirvana realm? This is the dream of countless individuals within the Great Yin dynasty. A powerhouse of the transformation realm was considered a top-tier expert throughout the Great Yin dynasty, while the Nirvana realm represented an invincible force. While Lin Dong spoke, Lin Yun found himself lost in contemplation. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to utilize the rewards for the previous acquisitions with Dao. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly established tasks within his mind. Task: gift Lin Dong the Spirit Wheel Mirror. Reward: medium-grade spiritual treasure, Soul Devouring Mirror. Task: teach Lin Dong the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. Reward: Celestial Martial Arts. Void Great Hand Seal. Upon seeing the rewards for the tasks, Lin Yun was taken aback. The feedback reward for gifting the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger had reached the level of Celestial Martial Arts. This was beyond Lin Yun's expectations. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Mastering the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger to its fullest would invoke the martial spirit of the Great Wilderness Emperor, qualifying it as a form of spiritual martial arts, and ascending beyond that indeed led to celestial martial arts. Contemplating this, Lin Yun addressed the still entranced Lin Dong. Oh, by the way, I'll give you the Spirit Wheel Mirror I obtained from Lin Langtian. You're currently lacking some good treasures, and its unique functions will significantly enhance your combat capability. Lin Dong slowly regained his senses upon hearing Lin Yun's words. Brother Lin Yun, he said, his eyes glistening with emotion. He had not anticipated that Lin Yun would gift him the Spirit Wheel Mirror from Lin Langtian. Perhaps reflecting on the earlier comparison with Lin Langtian prompted Lin Yun to wish for him to conclude past grievances. Or maybe it was Lin Yun's earlier sigh that revealed his desire for strength. Take it. This item will benefit you far more than it would me, Lin Yun said, patting Lin Dong's shoulder. Lin Dong's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the Spirit Wheel Mirror, overwhelmed by Lin Yun's thoughtfulness. Thank you, Brother Lin Yun. At that moment, he felt no need for further pretense. To do so would only undermine Lin Yun's sincere intentions. Observing Lin Dong's touched demeanor, Lin Yun felt a bit perplexed, wondering if Lin Dong had unwittingly charmed himself. Nevertheless, he was too indifferent to ponder it further. As long as the tasks were completed, that was sufficient. Do you wish to learn the technique capable of imprisoning heaven and earth before the transformation martial monument? Lin Yun inquired. This question left Lin Dong momentarily speechless, while the little weasel wore a look of astonishment. Did Lin Yun intend to pass on the technique he had encountered before the transformation martial monument to Lin Dong? That was a technique of the transformation level. However, considering that Lin Yun was now the master of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, it made sense. Such items may not be as rare to him as they appeared. Quickly, the little weasel gave Lin Dong a light pat on the shoulder. Stop dawdling. Lin Dong snapped back to reality. Think. Lin Yun displayed a satisfied smile. The martial technique before the creation martial steel, known as the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, had the power to confine the heavens with a single finger and shatter mountains and rivers with two, while imparting guidance to Lin Dong. Lin Yun simultaneously established a new task. Task: train Lin Dong. Reward: luck 2, comprehension 2. As time gradually slipped away, Qing Tan and Mu Qianqian observed Lin Yun's earnest instruction of Lin Dong and subsequently exited the space of the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel. Given Lin Dong's innate talent and under Lin Yun's tutelage, it took him a full 3 days to master the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. 3 days later, a colossal finger suddenly manifested in the sky, its terrifying might seemingly capable of imprisoning the entire world. If this finger were to descend upon a person, even a formidable being at the creation realm would likely succumb to its overwhelming force. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, Lin Dong exclaimed with excitement. During these 3 days, Lin Yun not only guided Lin Dong in mastering the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, but also imparted various cultivation insights. Lin Dong had already been on the brink of a breakthrough, and now it seemed that his qualitative transformation was imminent. As several hours passed, Lin Dong's aura surged dramatically, with the surrounding essence of the world seemingly rushing into his body like a tempest. Is this the power of the creation realm? Lin Dong exclaimed, pointing into the sky, where a terrifying giant finger appeared and struck the ground, as if it could obliterate the earth itself. At this moment, even a practitioner at the minor completion stage of the creation realm would likely suffer severe injuries from Lin Dong's strike. Observing this scene, Lin Yun also smiled, for the sound of task completion resonated in his mind. However, he chose to delay claiming his reward, as Lin Dong was still nearby. Brother Lin Yun, I am ready to unseal the devouring ancestral talisman. Lin Dong floated down from the sky, his aura dissipating completely. Lin Yun nodded and said, "All right, I will assist you in protecting the law." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong sat down. He then flipped his palm, revealing the black runes alongside the devouring ancestral talisman. Rays of light burst forth from the runes, intertwining and wrapping around the black mass, causing the ethereal figure of the black-eyed elder to materialize once more. Heir of the ancestral talisman, with power comes responsibility. When calamity descends, it is you who must guard the heavens and the earth. Calamity? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly brushed it aside. Without Lin Yun's guidance, obtaining the ancestral talisman would have been uncertain. He could barely protect himself, let alone others. How could he speak of guarding the heavens? Nevertheless, Lin Dong was resolute in his pursuit of strength. As the black-eyed elder's words faded, his ethereal form began to dissipate slowly, and the black mass gradually melted away, ultimately revealing the ancient runes that resembled a black hole fully exposed to their gaze. Lin Yun marveled at this sight, while Lin Dong trembled at the sight of the ancient rune resembling a black hole. The legendary devouring ancestral talisman had finally appeared before him without reservation. As Lin Dong gazed at the devouring ancestral talisman, the life talisman within his dantian began to tremble incessantly, as if it feared something. The life talisman was a rune derived from the devouring ancestral talisman. Naturally, encountering its true form elicited such an emotional response. At this moment, the little weasel emerged, saying, "Refining this ancestral talisman is no trivial matter. Even I have never witnessed it before. Gaining its recognition is exceedingly difficult, so you must be mentally prepared." After hearing the little weasel's words, Lin Dong chuckled. The path of a martial artist is, after all, defiance against the heavens. I cannot disappoint Brother Lin Yun's expectations. Chapter 181. Breakthrough to Nirvana Realm. Treasures abound. Lin Dong's gaze once again focused on the devouring ancestral talisman, the dark vortex upon it resembling an endless black hole, capable of devouring all things. To actively immerse oneself in such maddening darkness is a challenge that few would dare to undertake. Young man, in the darkness, keep your heart steady, remain true to yourself, and be undisturbed by the myriad of distractions. All illusions are but vanity, echoed the black-eyed elder's words in his ears, before his form completely dissipated into the world. As the black-eyed elder faded away, Lin Dong closed his eyes, his spiritual energy transforming into a fine light as he resolutely surged towards the devouring ancestral talisman, which resembled a black hole. The ancestral talisman seemed to sense Lin Dong's approach. Its previously tranquil form began to slowly rotate, expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the devouring ancestral talisman transformed into a black hole. This black hole, though not large, emanated an all-consuming darkness that instilled a profound fear. Even light was instantly devoured upon entering. The devouring power radiating from the black hole rapidly consumed the surrounding elemental energy. As Lin Dong's spiritual energy was engulfed by the forming black hole, his body became completely still, his expression tranquil, and his eyes closed, resembling a statue. Observing Lin Dong fully immersed in this state, the little weasel rubbed its paws and thought, "You must emerge safely, young one. I still await your assistance in regaining my peak." After spending so much time together, the little weasel had developed deep feelings for Lin Dong and naturally wished for him not to remain forever trapped within the devouring ancestral talisman. This devouring ancestral talisman truly is fearsome. Lin Yun felt a slight shock in his heart. The moment the devouring ancestral talisman absorbed energy, its terrifying devouring force instilled a sense of despair, making even him feel a sense of helplessness. I wonder how long it will take for him to emerge. Observing the motionless Lin Dong, Lin Yun gazed at the nearby Dan River and murmured, "It is also time for me to break through." Lin Yun's strength was already at the pinnacle of the creation realm, and he had long possessed the qualifications to challenge the Nirvana realm. However, He had consistently suppressed this impulse, fully aware that breaking through to the nirvana realm was akin to laying a solid foundation for a towering edifice. The more solid the foundation, the higher the building could rise. This crucial step required an abundance of nirvana energy. Now that the Dan River had formed, he could freely solidify his foundation with this nirvana energy. With that, Lin Yun flashed to a position above the Dan River and established a new task, preparing to break through to the nirvana realm. Task: break through to nirvana realm. Roi, physique 3, route bonne 3. The golden aura above the Dan River had now transformed into a fiery red hue, the dense nirvana energy enveloping him like a thick mist. Immersed within, torrents of nirvana energy surged into his body, and an indescribable heat spread through him, making even the surrounding air feel scalding. The devouring heaven demon art is indeed powerful. This feels exhilarating. Lin Yun marveled, this being the first time he fully activated this technique. Not only did it accelerate the speed of absorption and refinement, but also enhanced his body's tolerance throughout the process. With a splash, Lin Yun plunged into the Dan River. The little weasel floated nearby, observing Lin Yun's breakthrough. Watching Lin Yun's astonishing absorption speed left it dumbfounded, nearly turning it into a silly weasel. Hiss! Absorbing so much nirvana energy without forging a nirvana golden body. This is truly monstrous, the little weasel exclaimed in astonishment. Ordinary individuals typically transcend the nirvana realm by absorbing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of nirvana pills, yet Lin Yun finds himself immersed in the river of pills, consuming an unfathomable quantity, certainly exceeding 1,000,000, as he absorbs the monumental energy radiating from both within and outside his body. He recognizes that the nirvana energy within him is gradually reaching its zenith. With the passage of time, this energy has escalated to the very limits of his endurance. However, he remains utterly unperturbed by this state. The nirvana energy emanates from his being, meticulously refining his flesh, akin to the forging process of metal under the flame, hammering every inch of his corporeal form. Enveloped by the dense nirvana energy, a sudden burst of resplendent golden light erupts from the pores of Lin Yun's body, illuminating a profound transformation occurring within and without him. His flesh and bones seem as though they are forged from pure gold, exuding an indomitable strength that inspires awe. A radiant beam of golden light emerges. The nirvana golden body has manifested. This symbolizes the true hallmark of a nirvana powerhouse. Once the nirvana golden body is forged, it heralds a comprehensive enhancement. Defensive capabilities soar, while strength, speed, and reflexes experience an exponential surge, marking a genuine metamorphosis. The reason nirvana powerhouses can gaze disdainfully upon all those in the creation realm primarily lies in their possession of the formidable nirvana golden body, which can nearly disregard the assaults from creation realm adversaries. Of course, this is not absolute, for there will always exist exceptional individuals like Lin Yun, who defy conventional measures, capable of contending against the pinnacle of the creation realm. Yet, from a rational standpoint, those in the creation realm, even those at the brink of nirvana, possess no chance of victory when facing a nirvana powerhouse adorned with the golden body. Is this the essence of the nirvana realm? Lin Yun, feeling the transformation within his body, gradually clenches his fist, and a terrifying power ripples forth from his being, instilling him with an intoxicating confidence, as if he could endure for 7 days and nights without respite. Descending from the river of pills, Lin Yun casts a glance at Lin Dong, who is still engaged in the ancestral talisman trial not far away, choosing not to intrude. Upon entering such a trial, no one can assist Lin Dong. His only ally is himself. Thus, after a brief observation, Lin Yun begins to prepare for the development of the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness. After all, while the construction is fervently underway above, groundwork must also commence below. Subsequently, he activates his insightful eye, surveying the entire space. To his astonishment, he discovers numerous mineral veins. Overjoyed, Lin Yun takes out a map to document his findings. This marks his first comprehensive exploration since mastering the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness. Beneath the land within the ancient monument, treasures abound, with mineral veins sprawled across the landscape. No wonder the elemental energy within this space is so much denser than that outside. The yang element stone veins pale in comparison. There are also vast quantities of original crystals capable of refining pure essence pills, and even more astonishingly, Nirvana crystal mines, the primordial resources for refining nirvana pills and creating the river of pills. For years, the ancient monument has continually absorbed the elemental energy from the outside world to replenish its space, leading to an abundance of underground resources, now ripe for extraction. With so many mineral veins, particularly the Nirvana crystal mines, it seems likely that the Great Wilderness sect had relocated all the Nirvana crystal mines within the boundaries of the dynasty to the monument. Lin Yun harbors serious suspicions that this is indeed the case. It is imperative to find individuals to commence extraction. With this thought, Lin Yun hesitates not for a moment. Emerging directly from the ancient monument, he then seeks out his father-in-law, Mu Lei, and elder Lin Mu, preparing to arrange for personnel to enter and mine. Chapter 182. The Martial Alliance joins. Wang Lei strikes. Outside the monument, upon seeing the hurried approach of Lin Yun, both Lin Mu and Mu Lei express mild surprise. However, before either can speak, Lin Yun states, "I require a substantial workforce. Arrange for some individuals to enter the Great Wilderness Monument and extract the crystal mines marked on this map." With a flourish of his hand, a map materializes before him and ascends, hovering towards Mu Lei and Lin Mu. Upon examining the contents of the map, the expressions of both men shift simultaneously, transitioning from indifference to sheer disbelief. "Is this for real?" Mu Lei inquires first, astonished by the staggering number of mineral veins indicated. Setting aside the Yang element stone veins, the sheer quantity of original crystal mines is enough to leave him, previously a leader among the three great powers of the Great Wilderness Prefecture, utterly astounded. Moreover, the presence of Nirvana crystal mines, something he has only heard of in legends but never encountered, is truly astonishing. Lin Mu's face twitches slightly, betraying his inability to contain his expression. Could these Nirvana crystal mines be the fabled veins imbued with Nirvana energy? As he gazes at the marked Nirvana mines on the map, Lin Mu cannot suppress a tremor coursing through his body. Having been trapped in his current realm for countless years, the existence of the Nirvana mines suggests a potential avenue for him to achieve that formidable level of power. Furthermore, with these mineral veins, what do the four major families or the Great Yin dynasty matter? They are inconsequential. Does the entire Great Yin dynasty possess such substantial Nirvana mines? Is this true? Lin Yun nods. Receiving Lin Yun's affirmative response, the two men waste no time in declaring, "I will mobilize personnel for mining immediately." Under their leadership and management over the past few days, the Great Wilderness sect has established a considerable foundation. They have effectively consolidated all individuals, with a clear understanding of their numbers and capabilities. Even those who originally belonged to rival factions have undergone preliminary screening for grievances and familial matters under their oversight. After a brief discussion, the two immediately set about the task of gathering personnel. Seeing their swift action, Lin Yun is momentarily taken aback. Such rapid execution. However, considering the treasure to be unearthed, anyone could potentially outpace them. Moreover, aligning with Lin Yun offers the opportunity to grow exponentially, establishing a force that transcends dynasties, a dream cherished by all. In the afternoon, sunlight spills across the land. At the Great Wilderness Plains, countless individuals are hard at work. Before the Great Wilderness Monument, a multitude of warriors congregates. They stand densely packed, discussing their purpose for being summoned. "What are we gathered here for?" "I heard to mine." "Mine? Is our presence truly necessary for that?" queries one of the more adept warriors, as many express their skepticism. What kind of mine requires the strength of Essence Pill realm cultivators? Once the crowd is assembled, they are ushered into the monument space. Mu Lei and his team had made prior arrangements, ensuring that everyone was assigned to different positions within the ancient monument space. Upon arriving at their designated spots and beginning their excavation, the dense energy quickly permeates the air, leaving all miners astounded. Mineral veins? Original crystal mines? And even Nirvana crystal mines? My heavens! Is there a Nirvana crystal mine here? Is it truly the legendary vein imbued with Nirvana energy? Gasps of disbelief escape many lips. The sight before them feels almost surreal. This is something they had only heard of in tales, now manifesting before their very eyes, and within the sect they have joined. This implies that if they reach that realm in the future, they too could partake in these riches. With this realization, the miners are driven into a frenzy, even if they cannot benefit from them immediately. The prospect of rewards for their labor, coupled with the potential future gains, ignites their enthusiasm. fueling their determination to work with fervor. Originally powerful figures, they swiftly transformed into miners, eagerly immersing themselves in the mining venture. Soon, news of their activities spread far and wide. The Martial Alliance, situated in the vast wilderness, could no longer remain idle. The leader of the Martial Alliance personally sought out Lin Yun, expressing a desire to join the Great Wilderness sect, much like the Great Demon sect had done. Through amicable dialogue, a remarkably pleasant collaboration was established, one that promised mutual benefit for both parties. This alliance was undoubtedly the best choice for the Martial Alliance in its current circumstances. After all, in the wake of the expansion of the Great Wilderness sect and the Wan Zhao Trading Company, attempting to remain independent was an impossibility. Without the ability to stand alone, conflicts were inevitable. Should such conflict arise, they would face potential annihilation. However, through cooperation and integration, their control remained intact, yielding greater benefits and enhanced protection. As the Martial Alliance rapidly integrated, the entirety of the vast wilderness was seamlessly consolidated. Their inclusion also indirectly stimulated other factions within the Great Wilderness and some forces from the neighboring Qing dynasty, all eager to join the Great Wilderness sect. An influx of personnel arrived at the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, ushering in a period of remarkable transformation for the sect. The news of Lin Yun's reconstruction of the Great Wilderness sect and the complete assimilation of the vast wilderness quickly spread to every corner of the Great Yin dynasty. Within the esteemed hall of the Wang clan, a middle-aged man was seated, savoring tea. Suddenly, a hurried individual burst into the hall, reporting, "Clan leader, Wang Yin and the others have returned. Let them in," the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Soon, Wang Yin and the other members of the Wang family entered the hall together. "What happened to you? Who did this?" Upon entering, the middle-aged man gazed at Wang Yin, who had lost both arms, and exclaimed in anger. "Lin Yun!" Wang Yin gritted his teeth in response. The others wore expressions of despair, as their fates were not much better. Wang Yin had sacrificed his arms to survive, and they had been forced to return alongside him. "Where's Wang Feng?" Wang Lei, scanning the room with a grim countenance, inquired. "He is dead," Wang Yin replied, his face pale as ash. "What?" Wang Lei roared, causing the specially crafted wooden table beside him to shatter into splinters. "Explain this to me. What transpired?" By the time Wang Yin finished recounting the events, Wang Lei's expression had grown dark and foreboding. "That Lin Yun, I will surely kill you." With that, Wang Lei vanished from hall, transforming into a streak of light in the sky, racing towards the Great Wilderness. Lin Yun had already killed 2 peak transformation masters from the Wang family, creating an insurmountable enmity. He could no longer afford to allow Lin Yun to grow unchecked. If Lin Yun were to seize the opportunity of the ancient monument and break through to the Nirvana realm, the entire Wang clan would face annihilation. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate Lin Yun immediately. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence, Lin Yun had likely accessed the inheritance of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. If he were to kill Lin Yun and seize it, the fortunes of the ancient monument would belong to the Wang family. As the clan leader soared into the sky, Wang Yan's face bore a shadow of excitement. With the clan leader's intervention, Lin Yun's demise was assured. In the Lin clan, Lin Fan was urgently summoned by his kin. Those who had ventured to the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument had returned, sharing the events that transpired there with the clan's higher-ups. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative to inform the clan leader, Lin Fan. Upon emerging from his seclusion and learning of Lin Dong's severe injury to Lin Langtian, and Lin Yun's slaying of both Lin Langtian and Lin Ji, his countenance darkened, then shifted to shock, and finally settled into resignation. There was little he could do. Both individuals were of the Lin family, caught in an internal strife, and he could not determine who was right or wrong. Unable to mediate the conflict, he found himself at a loss. With the rivalry between the 2 factions reaching a conclusion, he no longer had to make a choice. His focus shifted toward mending the relationship between Lin Yun and the clan. Lin Yun's strength and cunning had far exceeded his expectations. They had already lost Lin Langtian. They could not afford to lose Lin Yun as well. Lin Yun had publicly executed Wang Feng, severed Wang Yan's arms, and it was certain that the Wang family would not let this go unpunished. Furthermore, with Lin Yun acquiring the inheritance of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument, the old foe Wang Lei would undoubtedly oppose his rise. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan began to worry. "I must personally journey to the Great Wilderness." He swiftly vanished from the sight of the Lin family members. Days later, upon the Great Wilderness plains, a streak of light cut through the sky. carrying a formidable aura that compelled many to pause in their tracks. It ultimately came to rest atop the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a burly middle-aged man clad in a flowing black robe, his furious gaze fixed upon the ancient monument, exuding an overwhelming presence. He bellowed, "Lin Yun, you wretched child, you have ruthlessly slain my Wang family's masters and crippled our genius. You have gone too far. Today, I come seeking vengeance. Come forth and face your death." Hearing his furious shouts, those constructing the great wilderness city halted and gazed skyward. Goodness, is that the Wang family patriarch, Wang Lei? Wing Lei. He's a Nirvana realm powerhouse. This is bad. A Nirvana realm expert has arrived. Will our great wilderness sect be obliterated? They wondered if Lin Yun could withstand such an opponent. Surely he can, right? After all, he effortlessly dispatched 2 peak transformation masters before, and he's now become a celestial talismancer. He can't be too far off from a Nirvana realm expert. However, how can a mere transformation master compare to a Nirvana realm expert? Regular transformation masters are utterly powerless against Nirvana realm warriors. Lin Yun has only just broken through as a celestial talismancer. How can he possibly contend with such an experienced Nirvana realm expert? The crowd murmured anxiously. At that moment, another streak of light traversed the distant sky, and a figure appeared opposite Wang Lei. Clad in flowing blue garments, he coldly remarked, "Wang Lei, you have indeed come." His voice rang through the air like a resounding bell. Lin Fan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Lei's brow furrowed. "You and your Wang family have repeatedly conspired against Lin Yun. You deserve your fate. If you wish to take revenge on Lin Yun, you must first contend with me," Lin Fan declared, confronting Wang Lei in midair. The onlookers below buzzed with excitement. The patriarch of the Lin clan has also arrived, and he is a Nirvana realm expert. Then our great wilderness sect should be safe. Many sighed in relief upon witnessing Lin Fan's presence, knowing that with another seasoned Nirvana realm expert in the fray, they had little to fear. Wang Lei's voice echoed once more from the sky. "My Wang family did not intend to pursue this matter. But Lin Yun has gone too far, continuously killing my kin. Lin Fan, you must understand that Lin Yun is merely a branch family member, not necessarily close to your Lin clan. He has slain Lin Ji and Lin Langtian. Do you not intend to cleanse your ranks of such a traitor?" Wang Lei said, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would arrive so swiftly. "Do you not find your word childish? Regardless, Lin Yun is still one of my Lin family." Lin Fan did not yield an inch. As the two continued their heated exchange, the array of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument suddenly activated, and a figure soared out, darting through the air before reappearing directly in front of Wang Lei. The crowd erupted in fervent discussion upon recognizing this figure. "Lin Yun has arrived. What will we do next? I perceive that his prowess seems to have intensified. Is that so? To what extraordinary extent?" Lin Yun floated in midair, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and let out a cold chuckle. "Wang Lei, you old dog, I would have refrained from troubling your Wang family, yet you dare to come to me? It appears your family is truly weary of life." Lin Fan scrutinized Lin Yun. It was his first encounter with the young man. He never anticipated that Lin Yun would exhibit such ease when facing a formidable Nirvana realm expert. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Wang Lei, who stood opposite him, was now ablaze with fury. "You little brat, today I shall take your life." With that, his aura surged once more as countless strands of vitality converged towards his body. Beside him, Lin Fan, witnessing Wang Lei's frenzy, quickly warned, "Lin Yun, be cautious. The Nirvana realm is not something you can handle." He too unleashed his own aura, preparing to counter Wang Lei. Yet, Lin Yun merely chuckled, "Patriarch, worry not, let him come. A mere Nirvana realm dares to act so arrogantly." Mission: eliminate Wang Lei. Reward: 1 bottle of Earth-grade 4th rank Breaking Calamity Pill. In an instant, Wang Lei's body erupted with brilliant golden light and a heartbeat. He appeared before Lin Yun. His golden fist struck fiercely towards Lin Yun's head. This singular motion seemed to rend the very fabric of space. The terror of a Nirvana expert manifested instantaneously. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, unwavering, and met the strike with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Seeing Lin Yun standing his ground, Wang Lei's eyes ignited with intense rage, and he unleashed his full power. The golden light around Wang Lei intensified, enveloping him in a terrifying Nirvana aura. His fist transformed into countless shadows in the air, and the space before him rippled as if in turmoil. Is this all you've got? It's insufficient. Lin Yun's fist also unleashed numerous shadows, and they collided violently. Without the protection of the Nirvana golden body, a typical creation realm cultivator would likely have been grievously injured by such a blow. You have also reached the Nirvana realm. Wing Lai exclaimed in disbelief. Wind and thunder annihilation fist. He shouted frantically. This Wang Lei has lost his mind. A medium-grade creation realm martial art. Lin Fan, observing Lin Yun withstand Wang Lei's assault, was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man would now be at the Nirvana realm. Following the explosive shout, countless bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, converging before Wang Lei. The terrifying fist shadows, imbued with apocalyptic thunderous power, hurtled towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely scoffed. He did not retaliate, allowing Wang Lei's attack to strike him. To his current physique, the heavenly thunder posed no harm whatsoever and even bolstered his strength. Boom! 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 Countless thunderous fist shadows pounded against Lin Yun, causing ripples of vital energy to surge through the sky. Remarkably, Lin Yun emerged unscathed. If one were to speak of any damage, perhaps his garments had suffered slight tears. This spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. Wang Lei, in particular, was rendered dumbfounded, floating there in disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding scene. Is this your level of ability? Then your Wang family deserves obliteration. 1 finger to imprison the heavens, 2 fingers to shatter mountains and rivers. With that, Lin Yun's figure flashed, transforming into a beam of golden light. His 2 fingers piercing directly through Wang Lei's Nirvana golden body. How can this be? How can you be so strong? Wang Lei spat out a mouthful of blood as his body plummeted from the sky, crashing to the earth. A Nirvana realm expert had fallen at Lin Yun's hands. Chapter 184. The annihilation of the Wang clan, the royal family in shock. Before the ancient monument of the great wilderness, as Wang Lei's demise unfolded, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Lin Yun had effortlessly subdued Wang Lei, and they had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. That was a Nirvana realm expert, a top figure in the great Yin dynasty, the renowned patriarch of the Wang family. Had he truly perished so easily? As a chill breeze swept across the great wilderness, many finally began to react. Shouts of excitement and discussion erupted from the crowd below. Patriarch! Patriarch! The patriarch must have seized the opportunity of the great wilderness ancient monument to break through to the Nirvana realm in such a short time. Having just achieved Nirvana, he can crush an old veteran like Wang Lei. Surely, no one in the great Yin dynasty can rival the patriarch. Ha ha! Joining the great wilderness sect was indeed the right choice. The Wang clan is utterly finished. The rise of the great wilderness sect starts today, before the gathered crowd. Lin Yun killed Wang Lei, showcasing his strength, which undoubtedly instilled great confidence in everyone, further solidifying their resolve to join the great wilderness sect. Lin Fan gazed at Lin Yun, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fully aware that the heavens of the great Yin dynasty were about to change. After a moment of contemplation, he flew to Lin Yun's side and said, regarding the previous matters, I hope you hold no grudges. A large clan has its drawbacks. With a sigh, he could not help but express his concern. Lin Yun nodded in understanding. Indeed, a vast clan can lead to complications. Moreover, those who offend me will be dealt with accordingly. I have eliminated those who deserve it and shall not harbor resentment towards the clan. Hearing this, Lin Fan's anxious heart eased. As long as Lin Yun did not implicate the Lin family due to Lin Longtian's actions, all would be well. After Lin Yun's initial remarks, he shifted the conversation. However, the management of the Lin family is currently lacking. Talents like Lin Langtian have been too indulged, narrow-minded, and have oppressed our kin. What use is that? If the Lin family wishes to continue to grow, it should follow the path laid out by the great wilderness sect. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lin Fan's heart sank, yet he recognized his own negligence in managing the Lin clan. Nevertheless, he questioned with a hint of defiance, what does the great wilderness sect possess? And what about Lin Mu and the others? Perceiving Lin Fan's slight discontent, Lin Yun remained unfazed. To win over a Nirvana realm expert's loyalty, he knew he must provide a glimpse into the great wilderness sect's offerings. He thus replied, the great wilderness sect possesses far more than you can imagine. Lin Mu is currently striving to reach the Nirvana realm. Allow me to show you. The mere mention of Lin Mu striving for the Nirvana realm caused Lin Fan's pupils to constrict, and a storm surged within his heart. How is that possible? Lin Mu has been stuck at this level for many years. He was aware of this fact. How could he be on the verge of breaking through to the Nirvana realm after just a short time here? His heart was filled with disbelief. Following Lin Yun, they entered the space of the ancient monument. As they soared through the stone monument's domain, they observed countless figures tirelessly mining, and the sight of abundant veins and crowds left Lin Fan astounded. The resources here were beyond what even the four great clans could possess. Continuing their flight for a while longer, they passed a mining vein. Previously able to maintain his composure, Lin Fan lost his restraint entirely at this moment. Such rich Nirvana energy. Is this a Nirvana crystal mine? His eyes brimmed with astonishment as he blurted out the question. Noticing his expression, Lin Yun smiled slightly and nodded. This is merely the beginning. If this has shocked you, then it seems the leaders of the four great clans are at a loss. In his astonishment, Lin Fan followed Lin Yun for another stretch of time. After a brief pause, they beheld a vast Dan River. Above this Dan River, a figure was engaged in the pursuit of the Nirvana realm. Upon seeing this person, Lin Fan's mouth fell agape. The individual atop the Dan River was none other than Lin Mu himself, striving to reach the Nirvana realm. What a grand undertaking! Such a vast Dan River. Lin Fan felt as though his mind could scarcely comprehend the enormity of it all. Upon entering the vast and ancient space of the stone tablet, one has remained in a state of astonishment. Even now, the surrounding scenery feels somewhat surreal. If I were to cultivate here, I should surely be able to break through to the 1 Yuan Nirvana realm. With this thought, Lin Fan revealed a glimmer of excitement, completely forgetting his previous doubts regarding Lin Yun's words. His gaze, imbued with fervent intensity, was fixated on the Pill River before him. If he were to cultivate in this place, reaching the 1 Yuan Nirvana realm would not be an impossibility, especially since he had lingered in the Nirvana realm for an extended period, hindered only by the absence of Nirvana pills for his breakthrough. If he did not advance soon, his lifespan would be nearing its end. Observing the shifting expressions on Lin Fan's face, Lin Yun felt a surge of hope. It was a success. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly suggested, "Patriarch, if you can relinquish the family power, entrust the management of the Lin clan to Elder Lin Sun. Dedicate yourself to cultivating in the Great Wilderness sect and strive for the 1 Yuan Nirvana realm. In due time, you can serve as an elder within the sect." The future of the Great Wilderness sect holds far more potential than that of the Lin clan, and its rise will inevitably benefit the Lin family. Through Lin Yun's observations, it was clear that Lin Fan was not an adept manager. The Lin clan had remained stagnant under his stewardship for many years, showing no signs of growth. Conversely, Lin Sun was a commendable administrator. Although Lin Mu and Mu Lei appeared to be in charge of Great Wilderness City, it was Lin Sun who truly executed the operations. In Lin Yun's view, martial prowess and management capabilities should be assessed separately, as individuals excel in different areas. In matters of governance, strength alone should not dictate authority. Let go, let it go, Lin Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. While verbally assenting, his heart brimmed with excitement. He had long yearned to pursue martial arts wholeheartedly, breaking through barriers without the encumbrances of family affairs. Otherwise, he would not have allowed internal strife to escalate due to his negligence in family management. Now, a splendid opportunity lay before him. With the strength of the Great Wilderness sect, no family within the entire Great Yin dynasty could rival them, and it was merely a matter of time before they emerged as the preeminent force within the dynasty. The prospect of breaking through here, coupled with a high-ranking position as an elder, was an opportunity that far surpassed anything he had encountered before. Just as Lin Fan had agreed, a formidable aura suddenly surged forth from the Pill River. Lin Mu had successfully broken through to the Nirvana realm. Unable to contain his joy, Lin Mu laughed heartily, having been trapped in this realm for many years. After his laughter subsided, he noticed Lin Fan and Lin Yun gazing at him from distance. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback and swiftly appeared before the two, expressing his surprise. "Patriarch, what brings you here?" In response, Lin Fan succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. "What? Wang Lei is dead?" Lin Mu gazed incredulously at Lin Yun, disbelief etched across his features. It was only after his breakthrough to the Nirvana realm that he comprehended the terror of a Nirvana realm expert. He never imagined that such a formidable being could fall so easily at Lin Yun's hands. After Lin Yun nodded, he instructed Elder Lin Mu, "Take Lin Sun with you back to the Lin clan, gather the clan's forces, and annihilate the Wang family." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu was electrified. This presented an extraordinary opportunity for the Lin clan. If they could devour the Wang family, there would be no more four great clans, only the foremost family. He then glanced at Lin Fan, who wore a beaming smile and nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, Lin Mu understood. Goodness, Lin Yun had managed to secure the patriarch's allegiance. It appeared that the Lin clan would soon become a part of the Great Wilderness sect. After hearing Lin Yun's plan, Lin Fan cautioned, "Be wary of the royal family. They may not wish to see our Lin family dominate and might attempt to obstruct us. Fear not, proceed boldly. If the great Yin royal family dares to interfere, inform them that I have no interest in the throne. Should they choose to be unwise, we shall simply find a new ruler for the dynasty." Lin Yun declared with imposing authority. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the dynasty is merely a vassal. Once the Great Wilderness sect rises, the dynasty will merely serve as a talent pool. Disobedience can lead to annihilation. Lin Mu felt bolstered by Lin Yun's commanding words. Though he had just broken through to the Nirvana realm, he remained uncertain of Lin Yun's current strength. However, given Lin Yun's confidence, it was clear he possessed the power to challenge the royal family. Soon, news of Wang Lei's demise spread from the Great Wilderness County. In the imperial city, within a magnificent palace, a figure hurriedly made his way into the grand hall. "What is it?" A commanding voice emanated from the exalted seat. "Your Majesty, Wang Lei of the Wang clan is dead, slain by Lin Yun of the Great Wilderness sect." "What?" The middle-aged man in the high seat stood abruptly, his authoritative tone faltering upon receiving such shocking news. A Nirvana realm expert had perished so easily. It seemed the tides were shifting. With a faint sigh, he expressed his resignation to this revelation. Faced with such news, any action he might wish to take was already too late. If Lin Yun could easily suppress Wang Lei, he could undoubtedly do the same to them. Moreover, Lin Yun was a member of the Lin clan. On the surface, the Great Wilderness sect now boasted two Nirvana realm experts. However, before Emperor Mo Jingtian could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, news arrived just days later. Upon seeing the messenger, Mo Jingtian said slowly, "Speak." The trembling messenger reported, "The Lin clan has gathered their forces, and Lin Mu has broken through to the Nirvana realm. They are preparing to wage a genocide against the Wang family. They also stated that they have no interest in the throne, and if our royal family does not recognize their strength, they will simply find a new ruler for the dynasty." Hearing this, Mo Jingtian's hand trembled, and his expression shifted dramatically. After a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled slowly, "Let them be. With three Nirvana realm experts, our royal family cannot afford to intervene. We should seek to maintain cordial relations." Such a prodigious rise in power, he had failed to seize the opportunity, and now he could only retreat and seek peace. Hoping to avoid conflict within the other two major clans, the atmosphere mirrored that of the royal family. Many members of the Qin clan, who had initially harbored resentment over the events surrounding the Great Wilderness ancient tablet, now found such feelings utterly dissipated, replaced by profound trepidation. 2 days later, the Wang family vanished from the Great Yin dynasty. The rise of martial arts fan fiction was becoming increasingly prevalent. A delightful trend for enthusiasts of the genre, an experience not to be missed. Chapter 185, Nirvana Tribulation, 1 Yuan Nirvana Realm. Since Lin Yun killed Wang Lei, the ascent of the Great Wilderness sect has become unstoppable. Subsequently, the Lin clan's obliteration of the Wang family elevated them to the status of the foremost family, their influence surpassing even that of the royal family. Whether in the Lin clan or the Great Wilderness sect, the mastermind behind all was Lin Yun. While the external world was rife with turmoil, the space within the ancient tablet flourished with vitality. Lin Yun immersed himself in cultivation. Having recently acquired 2 powerful martial arts and a formidable technique, he required time to hone his skills. Task: cultivate the Great Wilderness captivating finger 6 times. Reward: minor proficiency in the Great Wilderness captivating finger. Task: cultivate the Void Grand Seal 7 times. Reward: minor proficiency in the Void Grand Seal. Task: cultivate the Devouring Demon Technique 8 times. Reward: minor proficiency in the Devouring Demon Technique. Task: perfect the Great Wilderness captivating finger. Reward: advanced finger technique talent 2. Task: master the Void Grand Seal. Reward: advanced seal technique talent 2. Task: master the Devouring Demon Technique. Reward: advanced devouring talent. Lin Yun's strength steadily increased, and each day of martial training elicited significant fluctuations of elemental energy within the ancient tablet space. In addition to his martial arts practice, Lin Yun also dedicated time to studying the devouring demon jar, a powerful imperial weapon of which he had yet to fully comprehend, only managing to wield a fraction of its power. In his exploration, Lin Yun established a mission regarding the devouring demon cauldron. Mission: control the devouring demon cauldron for 15 minutes. Reward: compatibility with the devouring demon cauldron 10. This mission was inspired by the spirit of the steel. With this task in place, Lin Yun could now engage with the devouring demon cauldron, and it was only a matter of time before he could wield it with ease. In addition to his own cultivation, Lin Yun also made time to assist Qing Tan, Xin Su, Jiang Shui, and the others. Although training alongside them offered minimal benefits to his own progress, Lin Yun remained enthusiastic about his contributions, relishing the act of giving. Such a generous spirit naturally endeared him to those around him. After each of his selfless acts, their faces radiated with joy. His commendable spirit was, unfortunately, beyond the reach of envy from others. Of course, aside from aiding the women in his life, Lin Yun did not neglect his beloved beasts. Although the number of his pets had increased, so too had the resources available to him, sufficient to nurture them all. Each day, they were treated to an abundance of elixirs, allowing their cultivation speeds to surpass even that of prodigies like Lin Dong. With their mutated bloodlines, as long as they continued to consume, they would grow stronger, and with the Dan River, their training accelerated exponentially. Xiao Lei and the Dragon Ape, through relentless effort, successfully broke into the Nirvana realm. Meanwhile, the Dragon Bat had not seen a breakthrough for quite some time within the ancient steel, having laid a solid foundation. Now, aided by the myriad beast elixirs and the Dan River, it flourished, quickly advancing to the Nirvana realm. The others, such as Tigering, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan, also reached the creation realm. After attaining the creation realm, they consumed vast quantities of elixirs daily, striving towards nirvana. Time flowed like water, and before one knew it, a month had passed. The ancient steel space resonated with waves of energy. In a location not far from the Dan River, an area shrouded in endless darkness emerged, seemingly intent on engulfing everything within its grasp. However, this darkness lingered only briefly before contracting to the size of a single figure, at which point it halted. Suddenly, this figure opened its eyes, and the surrounding darkness vanished in an instant. Aware of the change, Lin Yun swiftly arrived at the scene. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he observed the unfolding events below. At the moment, the darkness completely dissipated. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the figure. A ripple of energy emanated from him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Yun. Excitement written all over his face. "Big brother Lin Yun, I passed the trial." The speaker was none other than Lin Dong. His face glowed with exhilaration as he revealed that he had finally passed the trial, gained mastery over the devouring ancestral talisman, and significantly enhanced his spiritual power, directly breaking through to the rank of senior spiritual talisman master. Seeing Lin Dong's exuberance, Lin Yun couldn't help but pat his shoulder, saying, "Well done, my boy." At this moment, the little ferret also appeared, having previously remained in the stone talisman space, quietly observing Lin Dong without being able to assist him. Now, witnessing Lin Dong's safe return and the recognition by the ancestral talisman, it too was filled with joy. "Little fellow, I knew I was right about you. Having passed the trial of the devouring ancestral talisman, you are destined to become one of the top powerhouses in this world." The little ferret, with an air of wisdom, patted Lin Dong's shoulder, exuding an undeniable sense of pride. Watching the duo celebrate, Lin Dong chuckled for a moment before stating, "I feel that I should be able to break through again. I need to cultivate in the Dan River for a while." Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Lin Yun nodded, not saying much. He had originally been cultivating himself, but had come over upon sensing something unusual. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he sat cross-legged, utilizing the devouring ancestral talisman to begin his rapid cultivation. The little ferret returned to the stone talisman space as Lin Dong commenced his training. He couldn't help but express his thoughts. The devouring ancestral talisman is indeed powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Yun resumed his previous position above the Dan River, also engaging in cultivation. He employed the devouring demon technique, absorbing energy at a rate that rivaled Lin Dong's full activation of the devouring ancestral talisman. Days passed. A tremendous momentum surged from within Lin Dong, causing the surrounding lush grass to be swept by a violent gust of wind. A gleam of joy appeared on Lin Dong's face. He had broken through. He had reached the peak of the creation realm. However, before he could revel in his achievement, his gaze was quickly drawn to Lin Yun, who was cultivating nearby. The sight before him left him utterly astonished. The terrifying nirvana energy surged wildly into Lin Yun's body at an astonishing pace, seemingly faster than when he activated the devouring ancestral talisman. How can Brother Lin Yun's cultivation speed rival mine? Is my devouring ancestral talisman truly genuine? Or could it be that Big Brother Lin Yun possesses a devouring ancestral talisman of his own? Lin Dong's mind swirled with confusion. Unable to comprehend what could possibly accelerate cultivation more than the devouring ancestral talisman. Feeling the changes within his body, Lin Yun wasted no time in establishing a new task. Break through to the primordial nirvana realm. Roi, Constitution 3, Route Bonne 3. With the task set, he prepared to charge forward with all his might. Although he had only recently broken into the nirvana realm, his foundation was solid. His talents were exceptional in every aspect, making him a well-rounded six-sided warrior. Under such circumstances, as long as the resources were sufficient, breaking through to the primordial nirvana realm would pose no issue. Chapter 186, The Terrifying Devouring Demon Technique. Above the surging Dan River, crimson nirvana flames surged upward, and suddenly, the entire Dan River trembled violently as the pervasive nirvana energy rushed toward a singular figure at an astonishing speed. Amidst this wave of energy, that figure appeared to shimmer with a faint golden light, seated like a golden Buddha. Unstable, elemental waves radiated outward from his body, rippling across the surroundings. Lin Yun's golden skin shimmered with an eerie red hue, causing the surrounding air to grow increasingly arid. This instability signified the impending arrival of the Nirvana Tribulation. The Nirvana Tribulation was indeed a terrifying phenomenon. At this moment, Lin Yun was enveloped in a deep crimson hue, the tribulation having erupted within him. The strength of the Nirvana Tribulation varied. Each individual's tribulation was unique and depended on their root bone quality. The stronger the root bone, the more formidable the tribulation, and likewise, overcoming it would yield greater strength. The ferocious Nirvana Tribulation surged within Lin Yun like a turbulent sea, his brow furrowed tightly, and a pained expression crossed his face. Clearly, his tribulation was immensely formidable, with the flames of Nirvana relentlessly assaulting his being. Sensing the massive change above the Dan River, Lin Fan awakened from his cultivation. Upon glancing over, he beheld Lin Yun, cloaked in crimson. The terrifying Nirvana energy enveloped him, indicating he was at a critical juncture in overcoming his tribulation. He is cultivating so rapidly? How could he begin the Nirvana Tribulation in such a short time? Lin Fan marveled internally, yet his face bore a smile. After all, to be alongside such a genius was an unparalleled blessing for someone like him, who was wholeheartedly pursuing the path of enlightenment. However, as time passed, witnessing the ever-increasing aura, Lin Fan's expression gradually shifted to one of concern. He was not worried about Lin Yun's ability to overcome the tribulation, but rather about his own capacity to successfully navigate through his own. As Lin Yun endured the excruciating trials of the Nirvana Tribulation, his brow furrowed in concentration. He began to harbor doubts about his ability to ascend to the One Yuan Nirvana realm. Meanwhile, Lin Dong observed closely, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation. This Nirvana Tribulation is truly terrifying. The ripples emanating from it instill a profound sense of dread within me. Should I face this tribulation now, I fear I would be consumed in mere moments. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from Lin Yun's body, sending shockwaves through the heavens and earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. With a deep breath, Lin Yun expelled the sound, which resonated outward in waves. As he slowly opened his eyes, the crimson flames of nirvana that had engulfed him vanished, replaced by a glorious golden hue. However, this gold was markedly different from the purest shade he had previously attained upon breaking through to the nirvana golden body. It appeared somewhat muted, yet exuded a sense of weightiness. Is this the One Yuan Nirvana realm? If I were to confront Wang Lei now, a mere punch could obliterate him. Lin Yun murmured to himself. Rising from the Dan River, his aura erupted with newfound vigor. How formidable! Is this truly the One Yuan Nirvana realm? How terrifying! Lin Dong stood in dumbfounded awe, sensing that Lin Yun could effortlessly annihilate him with a casual gesture. Not far off, Lin Fan marveled at Lin Yun's overwhelming presence, exclaiming with this physique. I doubt I could even harm your Nirvana golden body by striking you while you stand still. Lin Yun smiled knowingly, responding, indeed, you would struggle to break through, and any attempt to strike me might even rebound upon you. Lin Fan's expression conveyed a mixture of disbelief and realization at this remark. Lin Yun then shared his insights regarding his breakthrough with Lin Fan, enabling him to better prepare for his own Nirvana tribulation. After a brief exchange, Lin Fan returned to the Dan River to focus on his own breakthrough. In a swift motion, Lin Yun appeared before the still stunned Lin Dong. Regaining his composure upon seeing Lin Yun, Lin Dong nodded in agreement as Lin Yun proposed, "Let us venture into the underground palace once more." It was evident that Lin Yun sought to utilize the previously sealed resources following his breakthrough. Before long, the duo arrived again in the underground palace, where the towering mountain of elixirs reappeared before them. However, their astonishment was considerably diminished this time, having already witnessed the overwhelming nirvana aura of the Dan River. The rest paled in comparison. Gazing at the resources, Lin Yun contemplated, these resources are cursed. Yet I believe no curse can impede the refining power of the devouring ancestral talisman. You should give a try. Lin Dong cast a wary glance at the skeletal figure seated within, voicing his concern. Would the elder not take offense? Lin Yun bowed respectfully, stating, Elder, we are in the process of reconstructing the Dahuang sect. It is wasteful for these resources to gather dust here. I wish to test if we can refine the curse within them to strengthen our sect. That is acceptable, responded the skeletal figure in a raspy voice, prompting Lin Dong to immediately summon the devouring ancestral talisman without hesitation. The skeletal figure instinctively called out, Master, revealing itself to be a disciple of the black-tongued elder. Lin Dong paused for a moment before proceeding to refine the pure Yuan pill with the devouring ancestral talisman, while Lin Yun focused on the Nirvana pill. The skeletal figure observed them intently, prepared to intervene. Although its consciousness was fragmented, it remained devoted to its mission of guarding the sect. As Lin Yun and Lin Dong refined the pills, strange black demonic energy began to escape, attempting to force its way into their bodies. Lin Dong's devouring vortex surged, drawing in the energy, which was ultimately expelled, as the devouring ancestral talisman separated the demonic energy from the Yuan energy. In contrast, Lin Yun's technique, the devouring heavenly demon art, operated similarly with a vortex, but he absorbed the black demonic energy without any adverse effects, even experiencing a noticeable enhancement in his aura. Witnessing this, Lin Dong's face reflected astonishment. Brother Lin Yun, what kind of technique is this? It can directly devour demonic energy, and seems to enhance your own power as well. A hoarse voice emerged from the corner, echoing Lin Dong's thoughts. To think one can directly devour demonic energy. If it were still a person, its expression would surely mirror Lin Dong's surprise. Lin Yun felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, the devouring heavenly demon art was formidable, capable of consuming all to augment one's strength, proving itself worthy of its reputation as a transcendent technique that could elevate a mortal body to the chaos body. Truly terrifying. Chapter 187, Gathering the Demon Banner. Suppressing the Nine Kings Palace. Task, refine the alien demonic energy. Reward, special spirit treasure, gathering demon banner. Lin Yun hastily established the task. The devouring heavenly demon art could consume all, enhancing physical prowess. Lin Yun joyfully discovered that, while the alien demonic energy's enhancement of Yuan power and spiritual energy was slow, it rapidly fortified his physical strength and accelerated the cultivation of the devouring Yuan thunderbody. Leave this cursed power to me, Lin Yun declared to the skeletal figure, which offered no response, indicating acquiescence. Subsequently, Lin Yun summoned the devouring heavenly demon jar, employing the devouring heavenly demon art to extract all the alien demonic energy from the underground palace. The devouring heavenly demon jar unleashed a terrifying force, its immense devouring power surpassing that of the devouring ancestral talisman, completely subduing the alien demonic energy. What was once rampant demonic energy transformed into gentle energy within the jar, easily absorbed. Indeed, the devouring heavenly demon jar is ruthless. Lin Yun couldn't help but smile at this spectacle. In no time, the gathered demonic energy coalesced into a black cloud above Lin Yun, which he began to refine. Once fully refined, it gradually entered his body. At the moment of entry, intricate lightning patterns appeared across his form, flickering as if forging his very being, and soon thousands of such patterns adorned him. Task: cultivate the devouring Yuan Thunder Body to completion. Reward: advanced Thunder Talent. Task completed. Would you like to claim it? Once Lin Yun absorbed the alien demonic energy from the pills, his lightning patterns surpassed 100,000, achieving completion in the Thunder Body. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yun effortlessly swung a fist into the air, and the lightning patterns erupted, radiating a surge of thunderous energy, with each casual punch carrying a potent aura of annihilation, instilling a sense of despair. With my current strength, I should be able to obliterate the 1 Yuan Nirvana realm with a single strike, Lin Yun mused, slightly swinging his fist. Lin Dong, observing Lin Yun's dazzling lightning patterns, was left utterly astounded. Brother Lin Yun's physique likely surpasses even my great son Thunderbody. How terrifying! He gazed at Lin Yun, who was immersed in the sensation of his newfound power, inwardly marveling and taking a subtle step back, as he could distinctly feel the destructive intent contained within Lin Yun's punches. Even the little weasel, now appearing beside Lin Dong, exhibited surprise in its small eyes, acutely aware of the formidable power emanating from Lin Yun. Given his current physique, he could likely engage in a direct confrontation even with the Dragon Clan beasts. Upon hearing the words of the little weasel, Lin Dong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was only now that he comprehended the sheer terror of Lin Yun's constitution. Good gracious, the ability to clash head-on with dragonkind of the same rank was a notion he scarcely dared to entertain. After acclimating to the transformations in his body, Lin Yun ceased his punching, for if he continued any longer, Lin Dong would surely flee. Subsequently, addressing the skeletal remains nearby, he remarked, "Senior, the dark demonic energy here has been refined by me. You need not remain, and may venture outside to observe." However, the bones remained still, their raspy voice echoing through the space. The Demon King, Lin Dong, and the little weasel exchanged puzzled glances, utterly oblivious to the skeletal figure's discourse. Yet, upon hearing the words, Lin Yun understood. Beneath this subterranean realm lay the 9 Kings' Hall of the alien demons, suppressed below. This constituted the most significant peril of the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness. Nevertheless, Lin Yun felt no trepidation. The 9 Kings' Hall would not emerge in the near future. Considering his current rate of advancement, he estimated it would take but a few years to eradicate it. The little weasel, upon hearing the skeletal figure, was instantly seized by curiosity and darted off to investigate the depths below, only to be startled. More demonic energy is surfacing. Is there a terrifying presence suppressed down here? Lin Yun observed the little weasel's frantic movements and advised, "Let's not concern ourselves with that for now. We should return." Heeding Lin Yun's words, Lin Dong chose not to dwell on the matters below. After all, if even the little weasel sensed something dreadful, it was best to avoid it altogether. The starry sky hung high above, with the enormous moon appearing full this night. Upon emerging from the underground palace, Lin Yun sought a secluded spot. There, he directly claimed the reward, the gathering demon banner. This spiritual treasure could absorb and store demonic energy. The greater the accumulation, the mightier the power. What a splendid item, perfectly suited to suppress the 9 Kings' Hall. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Yun discerned the reason behind the manifestation of alien demonic energy. The 9 Kings' Hall, constrained beneath the ancient monument, could only persist by continually releasing demonic energy in hopes of extending it beyond the monument, allowing its companions to sense it and come to its rescue. Should he place the gathering demon banner above, it would absorb any demonic energy that emerged, thwarting the 9 Kings' Hall scheme while simultaneously augmenting the spiritual treasure. Without delay, Lin Yun set about constructing a talisman array around the 9 Kings' Hall's location to isolate it from the outside world, then inserted the gathering demon banner within. Having completed the task, he nodded in satisfaction. The concealed danger would pose no further threat. Moreover, the 9 Kings' Hall remained blissfully unaware that it had become a verdant target for others to harvest. The following day, sunlight spilled across the land. The ancient monument space could receive the radiance of the external world as usual. Lin Yun felt a buoyant spirit as he strolled about the great wilderness ancient plain, witnessing the towering walls and structures that rose continuously. A smile graced his face, for he had finally taken the first step. After a brief circuit, he returned to the great wilderness sect. Just as he settled down, Xian Su entered, reporting with remarkable efficiency. Over the past month, a substantial quantity of crystal stones, materials, and spiritual herbs had been extracted from below. "Husband, would you like to refine some pills?" As an astute and commercially savvy wife, she understood how to maximize overall benefits. Thus broaching the subject with Lin Yun. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Having such a capable partner was truly a blessing. He promptly retrieved the red spirit pill refining method, filling it to the brim once more. Subsequently, Lin Yun repurposed the original talisman puppet layer of the Great Wilderness sect, as the newly acquired materials were more than sufficient for crafting spirit puppets. Lin Yun became ensconced in his bustling endeavors. While he was immersed in the alchemical and puppet-making processes, Lin Mu and others returned from the Imperial City. In the newly established Great Wilderness Pavilion, Lin Mu entered, laden with numerous treasures pilfered from the Wang family's treasury. Upon witnessing the staggering quantity of spiritual treasures and materials, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had underestimated the depth of the four great clans' resources. After all these years and the accumulation of generations, the volume of treasures amassed far exceeded Lin Yun's initial estimations. Lin Mu's face radiated excitement as he picked up a long spear, exclaiming, "This is the Wang family's treasured weapon, the Blood Demon Shura Spear." It was a reward bestowed upon an ancestor of the Wang clan by a super sect in years gone by. Though it too is a terrestrial-level spiritual treasure, it is infused with a potent aura of bloodlust. The weapon spirit has long been eroded by this bloodthirst, transforming into a blood soul, rendering it exceedingly ferocious. This spear, therefore, possesses an inherent malevolence, making it difficult to master. Since the Wang family acquired it, none have succeeded in refining it. When I stormed the Wang estate, Wang Zhong was on the verge of mastering it, but my timely arrival interrupted him, resulting in his demise and the spear falling into my hands. Wang Zhong was indeed gifted, more terrifying than Lin Langtian, yet alas, aligning himself against our Lin family sealed his fate. Although Lin Mu recounted this tale, there was no hint of regret in his tone. Gazing at the spear in his hand, Lin Yun couldn't help but express his admiration, a commendable spiritual treasure. After the praise, his mind immediately turned to for such an opportunity to enhance Lin Dong's capabilities through task completion was not to be squandered. Task: gift Lin Dong the Blood Demon Shura Spear. Reward: low-grade celestial level spiritual treasure, Blood Spirit Shura Spear. Following Lin Mu's introduction of the treasures he had acquired, he took his leave, as cataloging and managing these items was no simple task. Meanwhile, Lin Yun sought out Lin Dong, who was presently engaged in a rigorous physical training regimen. Perhaps the sight of Lin Yun's formidable physique had profoundly impressed him, prompting a desire to achieve a similar strength. In combat, one need only rely on their fists and slaps. Upon noticing Lin Yun's arrival, Lin Dong halted his actions. Lin Yun wasted no time with pleasantries. He drew forth the long spear. "What do you think of this weapon?" As Lin Yun spoke, Lin Dong's gaze fell upon the spear. The overwhelming aura of blood emanating from it left him in shock. Observing his reaction, Lin Yun continued, "This spear possesses a certain malevolence. Wang Zhong nearly mastered it. I wonder if he can tame it." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong accepted the spear. Lin Yun had a penchant for bestowing fine gifts upon him, and he had grown accustomed to such generosity by now. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. For as long as task gifting could be established, he would undoubtedly acquire more formidable treasures, thereby enhancing his influence over Udodu. Through each exchange of gifts, both found their own measure of happiness. On the Great Wilderness Ancient Plain, amidst the bustling construction of the Great Wilderness sect, the area was abuzz with activity. Numerous individuals traversed back and forth. This must be the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. One could only wonder if the rumors of the devouring ancestral talisman held any truth. Suddenly, the air above quivered, and an elderly man clad in simple hemp attire materialized from the horizon. This elder appeared exceedingly ordinary, dressed in unassuming hemp clothing, with a head of gray hair, resembling a common old farmer. Yet, the manner of his appearance was unmistakably beyond that of an ordinary peasant. Upon witnessing the construction of the Grand Dahuang city, the elder in the tattered robe expressed his astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Was it not said that the Dahuang ancient tablet was sealed? How is it that so many people are able to enter and exit?" With a profound sense of curiosity, the elder swiftly attempted to enter the Dahuang ancient tablet. The guard at the entrance, noticing a stranger attempting to breach the threshold, immediately raised his voice to intervene. "Are you also seeking to join the Dahuang sect? First, you must go to the lower sect hall for registration and assessment, and only then can you enter." The elder regarded the guard's obstruction with disdain. "Huh, you have established a sect? Step aside. I merely seek to retrieve something and will leave. The elder paid no heed to the guard, viewing him and his ilk as nothing more than insects. Did they dare to impede him? In his eyes, even a newly established sect paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Yin dynasty palace, which he could enter at will. Moreover, the allure of the devouring ancestor talisman spurred him on, and he thought little more of it. With a casual wave of his hand, the guard who had spoken was sent flying, and the elder stepped into the ancient tablet. Witnessing the elder's blatant aggression, another guard bellowed, "Intruder in the sect." This cry immediately drew the attention of all the guards in the vicinity. They were astonished, and a sense of alarm spread through the crowd. At that moment, Lin Mu also appeared before the Da Huang ancient tablet. Sensing the elder's actions, he swiftly entered the ancient tablet as well. Upon entering, Lin Mu beheld the elder and shouted, "Halt! You dare to trespass in my Da Huang sect? You seek death." The elder, however, paid no mind to Lin Mu's words, his gaze searching for something. Observing this scene, Lin Mu's nirvana golden body erupted with power, a torrent of yuan force surging toward the elder. As he unleashed a golden fist, the sound of sonic booms echoed through the air. He held nothing back. For the moment he laid eyes on the elder. He sensed that the elder was no weaker than himself, perhaps even stronger. "Oh, Nirvana realm?" The elder regarded Lin Mu's fist without a trace of fear. He unleashed a palm strike, and the golden palm collided with Lin Mu's golden fist in the air. Thud! Lin Mu's figure was sent flying backward in an instant. The elder then moved with blinding speed, unleashing a barrage of over 100 punches before Lin Mu's astonished gaze. The golden fists flickered in the air, and Lin Mu could barely defend himself. Before long, he was overwhelmed by the elder's relentless onslaught, crashing down from the sky to the ground. Coughing up blood, Lin Mu's nirvana golden body dimmed considerably, clearly indicating that the elder's strength surpassed his own by a significant margin. He must be a formidable presence at the first Yuan nirvana realm. Seeing Lin Mu down on the ground, the elder's anger flared. To him, it was outrageous that such insect-like beings dared to strike at him. A mere newcomer to the nirvana realm, utterly deluded, he must die. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder vanished from sight, leaving behind an afterimage. Then he struck down with a palm charged with a destructive aura, intent on killing Lin Mu. "Get lost!" A thunderous roar reverberated through the space of the Da Huang ancient tablet. A figure materialized before Lin Mu. Sect leader. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Mu's anxious heart found solace. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yun. Sensing the clash, Lin Yun had rushed over without delay. Facing the descending palm, he wasted no time and launched a punch, unleashing a devastating aura imbued with thunder. Boom! The punch collided with the elder's palm, causing the elder's entire arm to be blasted apart. The scent of blood filled the air. The elder stared in disbelief at the young man before him, astonished that he had obliterated his arm with a single punch. "Who are you?" the elder inquired, his expression grave. Lin Yun disregarded the question entirely, establishing a new task instead. Task: eliminate the elder in tattered robes. Reward: Earth Tier 5 grade disaster elixir. Taking a step forward, he declared, "Whoever trespasses in my Da Huang sect shall die." As Lin Yun's voice echoed, he vanished from his position. When he reappeared, his dark golden, nirvana golden body crackled with terrifying lightning patterns. He hurled a punch toward the elder's face. The elder, caught off guard, could hardly evade, hastily summoning a protective artifact that enveloped him entirely. The artifact resembled a turtle shell, forming a barrier of yuan energy around the elder. "Shatter!" Lin Yun roared, the lightning patterns on his body flickering. His dark golden fist bore the intent of annihilation. Boom! Boom! The protective artifact summoned by the elder was shattered under Lin Yun's ferocious assault. With a resounding explosion, the turtle shell-like artifact fractured in midair and fell to the ground. Lin Yun offered no respite to the elder, accelerating to his utmost speed. He unleashed another punch. The elder, witnessing the rapidly approaching fist, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a terror that stemmed from the brink of death. This forced the elder to ignite his will to survive as he shouted, "You dare to kill me? I hail from the Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace. How presumptuous of you to claim the name of the Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace." Lin Yun retorted disdainfully. He recognized the elder as merely an outer disciple of the palace, a mere recruiter wandering between dynasties, nothing of significance. At his age, having only reached the first Yuan Nirvana realm, what could he possibly achieve within the Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace? Most importantly, The elder had recklessly intruded and was aware of the devouring ancestor talisman, leaving Lin Yun no choice but to eliminate him. The devouring ancestor talisman could not be revealed at this stage. Thoughts raced through Lin Yun's mind as his fists continued to rain down upon the elder. The elder attempted to defend himself, but it was already too late. Bang! As Lin Yun's dark golden fist, charged with the force of thunder, struck the elder. It pierced through the elder's nirvana golden body, creating a gaping hole. Lin Mu, witnessing the elder being obliterated by Lin Yun's punch, could not help but gasp in astonishment. A powerful figure at the first Yuan Nirvana realm had been slain in such a manner. Just how powerful was Lin Yun? This question surged in Lin Mu's mind, yet no one was there to provide an answer. The elder's body collapsed to the ground, marking the fall of a formidable presence at the first Yuan Nirvana realm. Lin Yun approached and retrieved the elder's Qingzhu bag. Upon inspection, he discovered a bounty of over 100,000 Nirvana pills, alongside several martial arts techniques. However, for Lin Yun, who had recently acquired the heritage of the Dahuang sect, these treasures held little allure. He handed some medicinal pills to the injured Lin Mu and arranged for subsequent matters before returning to his cultivation. Time flew by swiftly, and 3 months passed, during which Dahuang County endured the coldest of winters. A vast city had now been completed atop the Dahuang Plains, establishing itself as the bustling heart of Dahuang County. The Dahuang sect flourished rapidly, earning its rightful title as the foremost sect of the Dian dynasty. Individuals from various corners of the dynasty, including the Qin family, the Huangfu family, and even members of the royal family, sought to join the Dahuang sect in hopes of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. For those who aspired to join the Great Desolation sect, Lin Yun did not refuse their wishes. However, they were required to first engage in construction or mining within the Great Desolation city, undergoing a period of training and truly contributing to the sect. Only upon passing the assessment could they be accepted as disciples. Under such circumstances, the number of Nirvana realm experts gradually began to increase. Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian each ascended to the Nirvana realm in succession. Among the beasts, Xiao Lei and the Dragon Ape, possessing the divine bloodlines of the Thunder Dragon and Zhu Yan, respectively, led the way, successfully transcending the Nirvana tribulation to reach the 1 Yuan Nirvana realm. The 3 little tigers and Xiao Zi distinguished themselves, breaking through to the Nirvana realm ahead of their companions. Lin Yun advanced to the 2 Yuan Nirvana realm. Lin Fan finally succeeded in overcoming the Nirvana tribulation, achieving the 1 Yuan Nirvana. After his breakthrough, Lin Fan was elated, appearing significantly rejuvenated. Lin Yun appointed him as the supreme elder of the Great Desolation sect, granting him access to the sect's resources, exempting him from daily affairs, so long as he focused on cultivation and was ready to assist in times of crisis. As evening fell, the sun slowly descended over the Great Desolation ancient plains. In the space of the Great Desolation ancient monument, Lin Fan found Lin Yun instructing Lin Dong. Approaching them, he directly inquired, "The time for the seed selection is approaching. Are you prepared to participate?" Beside them, Lin Dong curiously asked, "What is the seed selection?" With a smile, Lin Fan explained, "This seed battle occurs once every 20 years, where all the top powers of the Great Yin dynasty engage in a contest. Each faction will dispatch their most outstanding young talents to partake in this election, known as the seed battle. The 5 individuals who emerge victorious will gain entry into the sacred spirit pool. This pool, formed from the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts, offers substantial enhancements even to those at the Nirvana realm." Upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Lin Dong pondered, "Is this merely a distribution of resources?" "Certainly not," Lin Fan replied. "The 5 individuals emerging from the sacred spirit pool will represent the Great Yin dynasty in the 100 Dynasties War." "The 100 Dynasties War? Could you elaborate?" Lin Dong's interest was evident. Delighted by the younger generation's curiosity, Lin Fan continued, "As the name suggests, the 100 Dynasties War is a battle among over 100 dynasties. However, these dynasties are of little consequence. The true terror lies within the powerful sects that are beyond imagination, with the dynasties merely serving as their pawns." Lin Dong was astounded by Lin Fan's explanation and asked, "So, the 100 Dynasties War is organized by these super sects?" Lin Fan nodded, saying, "These super sects also require fresh blood, and the 100 Dynasties War serves as a means for them to select disciples." After hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Yun suddenly recalled that the time for the 100 Dynasties War was indeed drawing near. Noticing that Lin Yun had not responded, Lin Fan added, "Though the Great Desolation sect is formidable, it still pales in comparison to those super sections. Within these super sects, those of the Nirvana realm are merely their stewards. To pursue higher realms, one must strive for greater heights." "Very well. We shall participate," Lin Yun agreed with a nod. Lin Fan smiled at Lin Yun's consent, as he hoped they would take part in the 100 Dynasties War, for to grow stronger, one must witness greater vistas. Remaining stagnant would squander their talents. For Lin Yun, participating in the 100 Dynasties War was imperative, not to mention having promised his wife Qingzhu. This selection was an exceptional opportunity to complete tasks. Such an opportunity was akin to an overnight windfall. However, as a lower-tier dynasty, the Great Yin dynasty had a limited number of participants. After careful consideration, Lin Yun decided that Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian would accompany him. He also chose not to bring all his beasts, opting to take Xiao Lei, the dragon ape, the 3 little tigers, and Xiao Zi, as their strengths were comparatively robust. The others, such as the dragon bat, Tiger Ing, Xiao Qing, and the 2 leopards, he intended to leave behind to guard the Great Desolation sect, where the resources would allow them to grow steadily. Importantly, the spirit of the Great Desolation ancient monument, known as the Monument Soul, was entrusted to Jiang Shui, as it only recognized him in Jiang Shui, excluding all others. With Jiang Shui mastering the array of the ancient monument, even if they encountered an insurmountable foe, they could retreat into the monument space by activating the formation, ensuring their safety from potential threats. While making these arrangements, Lin Yun also entrusted the spirit puppets and the technique for spirit puppetry to Ziyu and her companions, as developing spirit puppets would enable the Great Desolation sect to maintain its dominance among the mid-tier dynasties. However, Lin Yun did not intend to disappear indefinitely. The duration of the 100 Dynasties War was considerable, and he needed to ensure everything was in order before embarking. After the war, he would certainly return to check on matters. After finalizing these arrangements, Lin Fan approached again. "Since we are participating, let's first visit Lin City. The Lin clan's treasury holds numerous treasures. Let us see if there is anything you require," Lin Fan generously offered. Recognizing that the 3 were indeed part of the Lin lineage, the group made their way to Lin City and headed towards the treasury. They strolled to the depths of the Lin clan, stopping beneath a cliff. Surrounding the cliff was an elegant pavilion, subtly concealed. One could easily overlook it without keen observation. Lin Fan stood at the entrance, allowing the others to enter and search for what they needed. Now that the Lin clan had been completely taken over by Lin's son, new guardians had been appointed. However, upon seeing Lin Fan and Lin Yun, no one dared to speak against them. The 3 entered the clan's treasury. Upon entering, Lin Yun did not concern himself with Lin Dong and Qing Tan, but instead ventured deeper into the treasury. The treasury was quite expansive, and Lin Yun meandered for nearly a cup of tea's time before gradually reaching its depths. 3 Earth-grade spiritual treasures. Not bad, he mused. However, this was not his true objective. Lin Yun's gaze shifted from the 3 glowing orbs, and, as he lifted his head, he spotted a palm-sized black object resting atop a massive stone platform. In an instant, Lin Yun appeared beside the black object, and, upon closer inspection, discovered it to be a finely carved miniature mountain, merely serving as a decoration on the stone platform. Upon seeing this, a smile spread across Lin Yun's face. This was indeed the purpose of his visit, the heavy prison peak intended for his dear brother Lin Dong. He then attempted to establish a task. Gift Lin Dong the heavy prison peak. Reward: low-grade heavenly tier spiritual treasure, 10,000 heavy mountains. As expected, the task was successfully established. At that moment, Lin Dong and Qing Tan also reached the depths of the treasury, each selecting an Earth-grade spiritual treasure. After choosing their treasures, the group returned to the Great Desolation sect. Since Mu Qianqian did not accompany them to Lin City, they prepared to set off again the following day. Upon returning to the Great Desolation sect, Lin Yun found Lin Dong. "This is for you," he said, presenting the heavy prison peak to Lin Dong. Lin Dong stared blankly at the Earth-grade spiritual treasure before him. "Is my brother giving me a gift again?" He wondered, especially since it was newly acquired. However, he did not refuse it, as he sensed a familiar energy emanating from the treasure, though he could not immediately identify its source. As Lin Dong stood in a daze, yet to make a move, Lin Yun gently reminded him, "This artifact requires both elemental and spiritual energy for manipulation. Why not try activating it with the spirit gathering mat?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lin Dong snapped back to reality. His gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his hand, the spirit-gathering mat appeared in his palm. Within the mat, a swirling mass of chaotic elemental essence materialized. Under Lin Dong's deft control, this essence gradually descended upon the towering black peak. As it approached, the peak emitted an unusual humming sound that resonated through the surroundings. With the infusion of elemental essence, the palm-sized mountain began to expand significantly. The overwhelming gravitational force left Lin Dong in awe. "This is astonishing." His face lit up with joy. Realizing that this artifact surpassed the earthly tier spiritual treasure he had previously chosen by considerable margin. Observing Lin Dong's expression, Lin Yun smiled, for at that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Mission: gift Lin Dong the prison peak. Reward: inferior heavenly tier spiritual treasure, 10,000 mountains. Completed. Would you like to claim it? After bidding farewell to Lin Dong, Lin Yun sought out a secluded spot to retrieve the inferior heavenly tier spiritual treasure, 10,000 mountains. This treasure was even more extraordinary than the prison peak, resembling an endless range of majestic mountains, exuding a profound and formidable energy that could be felt even without the use of elemental power. Indeed, it was worthy of being a heavenly tier spiritual treasure, truly fascinating. Lin Yun marveled as he explored various methods of utilization. As he indulged in this exploration, the darkness of night gradually gave way to dawn. The following day marked their journey to the Imperial City. Lin Fan and Lin Yun awaited the arrival of the others at the entrance of the Great Wilderness Sect. The other 3 members arrived punctually at the designated departure point. With everyone gathered, Lin Yun smiled slightly. Let's embark. Chapter 191. The Imperial City. The seed selection begins. The Imperial City. As the most prestigious city in the entire Great Yin dynasty, it undeniably stands as a grand and imposing presence within the realm. Situated to the east of the Great Yin Prefecture, the Imperial City is quite distant from the Great Wilderness Prefecture. Due to the seed selection, the city buzzed with excitement. Streets and alleys were abuzz with discussions about the selection, a matter of significance not just for a few factions, but for the entire Great Yin dynasty. What do you think the situation will be like this year? Surely, there will be considerable changes among the 5 quotas, right? Certainly, the Wang clan has been eradicated by the Lin clan. Who else can challenge the Great Wilderness Sect now? Indeed, but will the Great Wilderness Sect send representatives this time? Of course they will. I wouldn't be surprised if their sect master comes personally. I don't believe it. Let's make a wager. In this seed selection, the primary competitors, aside from the Great Wilderness Sect, included 4 other factions: the royal family and the 3 most powerful sects of the Great Yin dynasty, Skynet Sect, Valley of Great Sorrow, and Barbarian King Sect. Each of these factions boasted numerous prodigies. Days later, Lin Fan and Lin Yun, along with their companions, arrived in the Imperial City. For Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qing Tan, this was their first visit to the Imperial City, and they marveled at its vastness. Even their previous visit to Lin City paled in comparison. After resting for 2 days in the Imperial City, Lin Fan guided them towards the Imperial Palace, the venue for this seed selection. The selection would take place deep within the palace, under stringent security, allowing entry only to major factions with strict limitations on numbers. Deep within the palace, numerous factions had already gathered, all eyes scanning the area. After all, anyone who could be seated here was a person of considerable renown within the Great Yin dynasty. The white-clad celestial sword of Skynet's sect, Du Yun. Someone in the crowd remarked as they observed a white-clad youth entering, exuding an intimidating aura. Clearly at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. As more representatives arrived, the other 2 major sects, the Barbarian King Sect and Valley of Great Sorrow, sent participants whose strengths were on par with that of the white-clad youth. The members from these 3 sects, along with the royal family and the Huangfu clan, surveyed the surroundings. Just as the crowd was observing, a clear and hearty laughter resounded from the entrance. Haha, after 20 years, you all still retain your charm. Following this, a throng of individuals surged in, led by a middle-aged man with a striking black and white hairstyle, donned in a golden dragon robe that radiated nobility. This man was none other than the sovereign of the Great Yin dynasty, Emperor Ba Hu, Mo Jingtian. Behind him followed a young man dressed in a green robe, whose beauty was so striking that even women would feel inferior in comparison. It was hard to fathom that such a handsome man could exist. As the young man made his appearance, numerous women in the crowd were captivated. Mo Ling, how beautiful! After a brief stir, the crowd fell silent. Once they settled down, Everyone bowed respectfully. "Huh, what are you all being so formal for? No need for such courtesy," Mo Jingtian said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people gradually walked in. Lin Fan, accompanied by Lin Yun and others, entered the scene, instantly drawing everyone's attention. After all, who in the Great Yin dynasty was unaware of the Lin clan's connection with the Great Wilderness sect? Mo Jingtian's gaze turned towards them. "Clan leader Lin," he greeted warmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan responded with a smile. "I am no longer the clan leader. I am now the supreme elder of the Great Wilderness sect." With that, he took a slight step back. Instantly, all eyes focused on the young man standing in front of Lin Fan. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Mo Jingtian was not surprised and slowly remarked, "I presume you are the sect master of the Great Wilderness sect, Brother Lin Yun?" As Mo Jingtian spoke, Lin Yun's gaze met that of the gold-robed Mo Jingtian. He could sense that the latter was at the stage of Yuan Nirvana. Indeed, with this affirmation, Lin Yun's aura was revealed without reservation. Mo Jingtian, seated upon his chair, involuntarily trembled slightly. At that moment, Lin Yun did not deliberately suppress his presence, allowing Mo Jingtian to discern his strength at the second stage of Nirvana. It seems this seed selection will bring about significant changes. Mo Jingtian observed Lin Yun's expression, which was less than favorable. The Great Wilderness sect's influence within the Great Yin dynasty had grown tremendously, yet he felt powerless to counter it. The other attendees displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to believe that the sect master of the Great Wilderness sect had truly arrived in person. Though they had speculated, the reality of the situation was still overwhelmingly shocking. With only 5 quotas available in the Great Yin dynasty, the Great Wilderness sect had sent 4 representatives. Observing their auras, it was clear they were not mere pinnacle transformation realm practitioners. Could they all have advanced to the Nirvana stage? "This is terrifying. So many in the Nirvana stage," murmured many within the crowd. The most troubled expressions belonged to the members of the royal family and the 3 major sections. After all, only these 4 factions had the strength to compete. The others were merely there to witness the grand event. Once no one else remained to enter, Mo Jingtian ascended to the high platform, wearing a smile imbued with royal authority. "Ladies and gentlemen, as the host, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the entire royal family." Upon hearing his words, the crowd responded with laughter and agreement. Every 20 years, a seed selection takes place, governed by numerous rules, which I trust each of you has clearly communicated to your respective descendants. Thus, I shall refrain from further verbosity. The grand hall before us serves as the arena for this selection. Shortly, we shall draw lots and enter the corresponding passages as indicated by our numbers. According to the rules of the seed selection, it is customary for individuals from the same sect not to be placed in the same group. Mo Jingtian is well aware of Lin Yun's formidable prowess and would naturally refrain from offending him by placing them in the same passage. Consequently, once the lots have been drawn, he has taken certain precautions to ensure that his son is assigned to a different passage. Enter Montak Jingtian Belot, prompting all parties present to make their way into the majestic hall. At that moment, Lin Yun also established a task. Obtain qualification for the 100 Dynasties battle. Reward, 1 million Nirvana pills, 1 million transformation pills. As the youth entered, Mo Jingtian could only shake his head in resignation. He could only leave his fate to the heavens and hope his careful planning would yield results. He then proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, follow me to the final battlefield, where we shall await the 5 victors of our seed selection." Chapter 192. The Sacred Spirit Pool, the Heavenly Crocodile Bone Spear. Above the Imperial City, the clouds drifted lazily, and time seemed to flow slowly. On the high platform outside the hall, the luminous screens shattered one after another under the watchful eyes of the crowd, indicating that the battles within had surpassed the limits of these devices. A victor was soon to be determined. Many gazes were directed toward the hall, though most expressions were rather grim. In the passages of the Great Wilderness sect, Lin Yun, Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qing Tan faced opponents who, without exception, succumbed without any suspense. Creak. All eyes on the high platform were fixed anxiously on the first door that opened. There, a figure emerged from the resplendent golden door. This was the only passage apart from those of the Great Wilderness sect. As sunlight illuminated the figure, an exquisitely beautiful face came into view, adorned in a green robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. The individual who stepped forth from the golden door was none other than the 3rd prince of the royal family, Mo Ling. The previously somber expression on Mo Jingtian's face brightened with delight. to prevent Mo Ling from sharing a passage with Lin Yun and the others. He had also employed some stratagems, and fortunately, the outcome was favorable. At the very least, Mo Ling had secured spot. Thank you all. Mo Jingtian sighed in relief. For there were indeed several powerful individuals in Mo Ling's passage, yet he had managed to avoid confrontation with them. The second door swung open, revealing Lin Yun clad in black, who emerged with a calm demeanor. The crowd was not surprised at his appearance. After all, he was capable of vanquishing Wang Lei. Such a prodigy was not easily matched by mere talents. Lin Fan raised his head, cupped his hands, and smiled as he addressed the assembly. For those who did not obtain a spot, do not be disheartened. You may join the Great Wilderness Sect and still have the opportunity for rebirth. Moreover, the Great Wilderness Sect may one day rival those super sects. After all, they had secured an abundance of spots this time. Bang! The sound of another door opening announced Lin Dong's arrival from the third passage. Lin Fan rose once more, and the expressions of the crowd reflected a mixture of incredulity. Soon, the fourth door opened, and Mu Qianqian stepped out. Before Lin Fan could speak, the familiar patriarch of the Huangfu family interjected with a sigh. We understand that the Great Wilderness Sect has been magnanimous. We get it. The crowd had become numbed, though they had anticipated this outcome. The reality still bore an element of difficulty to accept, especially considering it was an opportunity that came only once every 20 years. Helplessly, all eyes turned towards the fifth door, where they perceived the weakest contender among them, the youngest girl. As everyone focused intently, the fifth door slowly swung open. A petite and enchanting figure emerged, and upon seeing her, the onlookers exhaled deeply, as if deflated. It was evident that in the face of the Great Wilderness Sect, none but the royal family had secured a spot. Congratulations! Congratulations! Despite their collective defeat, the crowd recognized the unstoppable rise of the Great Wilderness Sect and approached Lin Yun to offer their congratulations. Lin Yun reciprocated each gesture, for one should never strike a smiling face. Once the accolades subsided, Mo Jingtian declared, "Well then, since the selection results are in, we shall join forces tomorrow to unlock the Sacred Spirit Pool. This is the final assistance the Great Yin Dynasty can provide you. As for the outcomes, it shall depend on your own fortunes." His words were particularly directed at his own son. As the highest-level seed selection of the Great Yin Dynasty, it was unprecedented for a single sect to secure 4 spots. Following Mo Jingtian's pronouncement, the crowd began to disperse from the imperial city. The next day, sunlight bathed the imperial city, infusing the very heart of the Great Yin Dynasty with vibrant energy. Many were abuzz with discussions surrounding the seed selection. I heard that they arrived with only 4 individuals and secured all 4 spots. I told you, this seed selection would bring about monumental changes. You lost. Who would have thought the Great Wilderness Sect would claim 4 spots? Truly formidable, I concede. While the entire imperial city buzzed with the aftermath of the selection results, Lin Yun and his companions were led by Mo Jingtian to the innermost sanctum of the palace. To their surprise, they found themselves within an expansive primordial forest, where a grand altar lay adorned with peculiar runes, emanating an immensely powerful energy wave. Let us activate the altar, Montak Jingtian commanded. The royal family, the leaders of the 3 major sects, along with Lin Fan and the heads of the other 2 great clans, stepped forward together. Though some were reluctant, they had no choice. The absence of their own disciples this year did not preclude future opportunities. If they did not participate today, they would be left behind in the future. Thus, even with reluctance, they joined forces to open the Sacred Spirit Pool. Buzz. As the collective energy flowed into the altar, it emitted a strange humming sound, eventually forming a colossal energy vortex. Within the circle lies the Sacred Spirit Pool. You 5, enter swiftly, Mo Jingtian commanded as the vortex coalesced. At the sound of his voice, the 5 individuals promptly leaped into the swirling energy. Lin Yun made his way directly to the depths of the Sacred Spirit Pool, for his aim was the heavenly crocodile bone spear, a fabled spiritual treasure crafted from the bones of the ancient heavenly crocodile. Among the 4, only Mo Ling was fully absorbing the energy from the Sacred Spirit Pool, yet he still lagged behind the others. Despite the 3 from the Great Wilderness Sect having reached the Nirvana realm, the Sacred Spirit Pool still provided them with a measure of enhancement. Time flowed slowly. After acquiring the heavenly crocodile bone spear, Lin Yun too began to absorb the energy from the Sacred Spirit Pool. After all, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. At his current level, Any form of elevation was a formidable challenge. When the energy within the sacred spirit pool was finally depleted, the five emerged from the vortex. With their departure, the sacred spirit pool returned to its prior state of serene silence, destined to remain closed for another 20 years, awaiting the arrival of the next group of seed selection candidates. Congratulations, everyone, on your successful emergence. There are 10 days remaining until the 100 Dynasties battle. In 10 days, you shall depart from the Great Yin Dynasty, directly transported to the ancient battlefield to participate in the 100 Dynasties battle. Subsequently, Mo Jingtian approached Lin Yun with a courteous bow, saying, "Brother Lin Yun, I entrust my son Mo Ling to your care. Your Majesty, rest assured, as representatives of the Great Yin Dynasty, we naturally stand united in this endeavor. I will ensure his safety. Upon my departure, I hope your Majesty will keep a watchful eye over both the Great Wilderness sect and the Lin family." Lin Yun remarked with a nod. Lin Yun intentionally reserved a position for the royal family, and now that the royal member Mo Ling is participating in the 100 Dynasties war alongside him, it is only fitting that the royal family treats the Great Wilderness sect with due seriousness. After all, the Great Wilderness sect's rise has been formidable, yet its foundation remains somewhat shallow. With the royal family's assistance after his departure, Lin Yun would feel considerably more at ease. Very well. Our Great Yin Dynasty eagerly awaits the day when your renown reaches us. Each of you embodies the pride of our Great Yin Dynasty. Chapter 193. Celestial Grade Spiritual Treasure. Sacred Crocodile Spear. Following the conclusion of their journey to the Spirit Pool, everyone returned to their respective courtyards. Lin Yun made his way directly to the residence of Lin Dong. Holding the bone spear in his hand, he established a task. Gift Lin Dong the Celestial Crocodile Bone Spear. Reward: low-grade celestial grade spiritual treasure, Sacred Crocodile Spear. Indeed, a smile graced Lin Yun's face. He subsequently presented the Celestial Crocodile Bone Spear he had acquired from the depths of the pool to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Although this elder brother treated him well, the kindness was almost overwhelming, leading him to question his own worth. Were it not for the fact that his elder brother had numerous admirers, he might have wondered if he needed to shield himself during their next encounter. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of surprise, Lin Dong graciously accepted the gift. After all, given his connection with Qingtan, it seemed entirely in character for Lin Yun to care for his family. After bidding farewell to Lin Dong, Lin Yun returned to his own courtyard. He promptly claimed the low-grade, celestial-grade spiritual treasure, the Sacred Crocodile Spear. Gazing at the Sacred Crocodile Spear before him, Lin Yun felt a surge of excitement, and without a hint of hesitation, he began the process of refinement. Celestial-grade spiritual treasures differ from ordinary ones, possessing a certain degree of sentience. Hence, refining them requires nurturing and a heartfelt approach, treating them as one would a pet, akin to an egg that harbors life. From hatching to care, companionship, and ultimately earning the spiritual treasure's recognition. Only then can one unleash the full might of a celestial grade treasure. At this moment, Lin Yun was undertaking the first step, engaging in heartfelt communication and gradually nurturing the spear. His mental energy unfurled, transforming into a flame of consciousness that enveloped the Sacred Crocodile Spear. As day turned to night, Lin Yun successfully refined the celestial grade spiritual treasure, the Sacred Crocodile Spear. Overcome with an urge to wield it, Lin Yun abruptly shook the spear in his hand, sending forth a resounding rush of wind, as if a sacred crocodile had burst forth, its fierce and domineering aura instantly reducing the nearby rockery to dust. This left Lin Yun momentarily stunned, realizing that such power had manifested without him expending any yuan force. In response, Lin Yun ascended into the sky, standing aloft. He continuously infused his yuan force into the Sacred Crocodile Spear, which began to tremble in response. A resonating hum echoed forth, and, at that moment, a spectral figure of a sacred crocodile erupted above the imperial city. The fearsome aura caused all to shudder involuntarily. As countless gazes turned toward him, Lin Yun swiftly vanished into the air. His earlier excitement had led him to momentarily forget that he was within the imperial city. In the instant he disappeared, numerous mental energies swiftly scanned the vicinity, retreating upon finding no anomalies. However, the searchers were left puzzled, wondering what exactly had just transpired. Meanwhile, upon landing, Lin Yun could no longer suppress the joy on his face. He now possessed 3 celestial-grade spiritual treasures, the Wanzhong Mountain, the Blood Spirit Azura Spear, and the newly acquired Sacred Crocodile Spear. This significantly elevated his combat prowess. In the following days, Lin Yun secluded himself, having completed the refinement of his Sacred Crocodile Spear. Yet it required further nurturing to unleash its full potential. Thus, in this tranquil setting, time flew swiftly by, and soon the remaining days had passed. On the 10th day, as the sun once again cast its radiant light upon the land, Lin Yun opened his eyes. The time had come. It was time to depart. Lin Yun murmured softly, rising to head deeper into the imperial palace. In the depths of the palace, amidst a primordial forest, stood a towering mountain, its peak piercing the clouds. This mountain, known as the Sacred Battle Peak, was regarded as a forbidden place within the Great Yin dynasty, for it housed a teleportation array leading to an ancient battlefield. At this moment, atop the mountain, the royal family members Mo Jingtian and Mo Ling awaited the arrival of the Great Wilderness Sect. Mo Ling gazed intently at the ancient stone array, her breathing slightly quickening, revealing her inner anticipation. Linger, when in the ancient battlefield, do your utmost to stay close to Lin Yun. His strength now surpasses even mine. He is formidable even in the face of advanced dynasties. With his talent, his future is boundless. Cultivating a good relationship with him will undoubtedly yield great benefits. Mo Jingtian imparted earnestly. Montauk Ling nodded gravely. She was well aware of Lin Yun's capabilities, having already reached the second Nirvana realm. Even her father would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, they were of similar age, making his talent all the more impressive. They are here. Mo Jingtian's gaze shifted towards a mountain path, a smile gracing his face. As his words fell, Lin Yun and the others appeared in the line of sight of the gathered crowd. As Lin Yun and his companions came to a halt, Mo Jingtian spoke once more. Esteemed guests, the ancient battlefield is a space that has existed since antiquity, now repurposed by the super sects for the 100 Dynasties War. While it is fraught with countless dangers, it also harbors innumerable treasures and even ancient legacies. Whether one can obtain them depends on each individual's fortune. Without further ado, you should all be familiar with the particulars of the 100 Dynasties War by now. Let us activate the array. Mo Jingtian continued. As you are aware, activating the array requires 50,000 Nirvana pills. Lin Yun refrained from unnecessary words, directly producing 40,000 Nirvana pills from his spatial pouch and handing them to Mo Jingtian. This caused Mo Jingtian, who had been prepared to speak, to pause momentarily. He had feared that the Great Wilderness Sect would be reluctant to part with their Nirvana pills. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by their decisiveness. However, considering their rapid rise, it was only logical that their resources were abundant. Mo Jingtian accepted the pouch, and with a flick of his finger, a multitude of Nirvana pills surged forth, infused with potent energy, and rushed toward the ancient stone array. As the Nirvana pills poured in, the massive stone array trembled, and the ancient runes inscribed upon it erupted into brilliant light, releasing a tremendous aura that rippled outward, culminating in a beam of light that ascended towards the heavens. Please take care, my son Mo Ling, Mo Jingtian said, giving a slight bow to Lin Yun and the others. As the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, he was also a father. Understood. Lin Yun nodded in response. As he did so, a task was established in his mind. Task: proceed to the ancient battlefield. Reward: a bottle of Earth-grade, 5-star divine profound pills. Then, with a commanding shout, he declared, "Let us go," and 5 figures surged into the beam of light. Lin Yun's beasts had already been summoned into the space of Qi Ling prior to their arrival. Otherwise, even if they were shrunk to surround him, it would have resembled a veritable zoo to onlookers. Chapter 194. The Ancient Battlefield, Journey to the Gathering Point. The ancient battlefield. It is said that countless eons ago, an extraordinary war erupted within this space. In that battle, every participant surpassed the current super sects of the Eastern Xuanyu, a conflict that can only be described as earth-shattering and soul-stirring, resulting in countless shattered realms and a devastated land. Now, this ancient battlefield, although diminished significantly from its peak, remains vastly larger than the Great Yin dynasty. Within this ancient battlefield lie innumerable treasures, patiently awaiting the fortunate souls to unlock their secrets. Each time, a lucky individual emerges to inherit a legacy, soaring to unprecedented heights. However, such achievements have also buried countless souls within this battlefield. The super sects cruelly employ this method to select the talents they desire. Buzz, upon a stone peak in the ancient battlefield, A beam of light tore through the fabric of space, and moments later, 5 figures emerged from within. As their feet touched the ground, Lin Yun rubbed his somewhat dazed head, using his energy to dispel the discomfort from his body. He immediately lifted his gaze to observe his surroundings. In unfamiliar territory, it is natural for anyone to survey their environment first. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of bizarre stone formations, from which an ancient aura continuously seeped. Beside him, Lin Dong could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this the ancient battlefield?" His eyes scanned the surroundings, a flicker of excitement evident in his gaze. The spiritual energy here is so dense. It seems to be infused with a rich essence of rebirth. Mu Qianqian also marveled, having never before witnessed such a scene. Following Lin Yun had granted her this unprecedented experience. This ancient battlefield exudes an air of antiquity. It feels rather desolate. Qing Tan's focus diverged from the others. As she gazed at the surroundings, unable to suppress her lament over the barrenness of the place. Mo Ling, typically composed, now widened his eyes in astonishment. Although he hailed from royalty and had heard numerous tales of the ancient battlefield, only upon witnessing it firsthand did he comprehend the narrowness of his previous understanding. The vastness of the realm, coupled with the richness of the spiritual energy, left him utterly astounded. Lin Yun fared somewhat better than the others. Yet upon sensing a trace of red energy intermingling with the surrounding spiritual essence, a look of surprise crossed his face. The rebirth essence here surpassed even that within the great desolate ancient steel. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lin Dong's pupils constricted, excitement illuminating his expression. With a casual gesture, he was able to extract a wisp of rebirth essence from the air. This ancient battlefield is truly miraculous. The rebirth essence here is even more potent than that of the great desolate ancient steel. Mu Qianqian could not help but exclaim. Qing Tan also began to sense the surrounding rebirth essence. As if catching fireflies in the air, she made several attempts before directly absorbing it. A hint of joy brightening her face. The name of the ancient battlefield was indeed well-deserved. No wonder countless dynasties yearned for it. Lin Yun was also somewhat shaken. After a brief moment of acclimatization, the group regained their composure. "Brother Lin Yun, what shall we do now?" Lin Dong inquired. Arriving at the ancient battlefield, they were essentially blind, forced to explore slow and steady. "Brother Lin Yun, here is the intelligence our royal family has gathered regarding the ancient battlefield." Mo Ling produced a map, demonstrating his sincerity by sharing information with Lin Yun and the others. After all 4 were in the rebirth realm. While he alone had yet to break through, he understood the importance of showcasing his value as a prince. This map marks the locations of most gathering points. "We are here. My father mentioned that the knights in the ancient battlefield are perilous. Even rebirth realm experts face significant risks in the wild. The night belongs to the beasts, so it would be prudent to reach the gathering point before dusk." After listening to Mo Ling, Lin Yun nodded and replied, "All right. Let's proceed to the nearest gathering point." He was acutely aware that they were currently on the outskirts of the ancient battlefield. To seize greater opportunities, they needed to venture toward the center, the grand stage of the 100 Dynasties War. Lin Yun prepared to quicken their pace, for the ancient battlefield was replete with relics, and many opportunities awaited his exploration. With their current strength, they need not exercise the same caution as Lin Dong had in the original tale. They could afford to explore more boldly. After all, in the original narrative, Lin Dong had only just reached the creation realm upon his arrival, while they were all already in the rebirth realm. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun released his spirit beasts. Observing these magnificent creatures, Mo Ling's beautiful face appeared momentarily frozen, captivated by the scene before him. As each spirit beast regained its form and exuded its aura, Mo Ling felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. All these beasts are in the rebirth realm. The sight before him exceeded the limits of his comprehension. He had never witnessed such a multitude of spirit beasts, all possessing rebirth realm strength. As a prince of a dynasty, he felt a profound sense of ignorance and isolation. Is this truly the extent of their power? Montauk pondered silently. After releasing the spirit beasts, Lin Yun mounted Little Lei, while Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qing Tan rode the 3 little tigers, with Little Z trailing behind Qing Tan. As for the dragon ape, its size rendered it an unsuitable mount. Yet, noticing Mo Ling, who appeared somewhat dazed, Lin Yun contemplated and instructed the dragon ape, "Dragon ape, why don't you escort Mo Ling? We are pressed for time." After all of them were rebirth realm experts. and expecting someone in the creation realm to keep pace with them would surely exhaust him. Roar! The dragon ape let out an unhappy growl. It too wished to carry Lin Yun. Fortunately, Mo Ling possessed an appealing demeanor, exuding an elegant and gentle aura, which made him more agreeable. Ultimately, the dragon ape allowed him to perch upon its shoulder. Lin Dong could not help but remark, indeed, being handsome comes with its own advantages. Meanwhile, it was Mo Ling's first experience riding a rebirth realm mount, and that too a first-tier rebirth realm beast. He felt quite anxious as the dragon ape's aura surpassed even that of his father. Perched on its shoulder, he clung on awkwardly. Let us depart. With Lin Yun's command, the group of beasts surged forward, accompanied by Mo Ling's somewhat frantic and involuntary cries. As a creation realm individual, he had never encountered such a scenario. The speed, after being baptized by the rebirth golden body, was utterly terrifying. Chapter 195, Robbery of the Holy Light Dynasty, Forceful Suppression. Across the vast, boundless wilderness plains, the five figures rode their spirit beasts, swiftly sweeping through the terrain, the sound of their passage reverberating across the landscape. These five silhouettes belonged to Lin Yun and his companions, who had recently arrived at the ancient battlefield, their destination set toward the nearest gathering point. During their journey to the gathering point, many from various dynasties caught sight of them, but the terrifying presence of their spirit beasts sent those onlookers fleeing in haste. After all, such a multitude of rebirth realm beasts was not something ordinary dynasties could afford to provoke. In the midst of their rapid journey, it took merely a brief moment for the outline of an ancient city to materialize on the horizon of the expansive plain. Upon sighting the ancient city, Mo Ling let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, "At last, we are nearing our destination." He felt as though his body could scarcely hold together any longer. The terrifying velocity of the Nirvana realm was such that, even with ample energy infused into his body to withstand the formidable currents, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Upon hearing Mo Ling's words, Lin Yun offered a faint smile. This prince certainly possessed an intriguing character. Just as Mo Ling spoke, the ancient city fully materialized before them. Before the seemingly black iron gate, a throng of individuals surged from all directions, each exuding a robust aura, unmistakably the contestants hailing from various other dynasties. However, at that moment, a dozen figures obstructed the city gate, behind which fluttered a resplendent banner. Has this place been claimed? Lin Dong furrowed his brow. This gathering point had evidently fallen under someone else's control. It was unknown which dynasty had done so. Mo Ling's expression mirrored his confusion. As the two conversed, a resonant voice emanated from the city gate, reverberating outward. The power imbued within that voice caused several among the crowd to change countenance. Esteemed guests, this area has been claimed by my Holy Light Dynasty. Should you wish to pass through, you must surrender 10 Nirvana pills. At this proclamation, a scoffing voice rang out. This city is a public gathering place. How dare you demand Nirvana pills here? Such audacity is truly excessive. Each of these individuals was a top talent from their respective dynasties, and they were naturally unwilling to acquiesce to such demands. At that moment, a burly man with dark skin and a blood-red earring, upon hearing this, exhibited a flash of ferocity across his visage. With a mere wave of his hand, 3 objects plummeted from the city walls, crashing heavily onto the ground. To the astonishment of the crowd, they were 3 bloodied corpses. These 3 hailed from a dynasty called the Great Creek. They dared to defy my Holy Light Dynasty's control over this city. Thus, I dispatched them with ease. If any of you harbor discontent, feel free to enter the city and test your mettle, he declared, his words laced with a chilling murderous intent. As his aura erupted violently, "Peak of the creation realm," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Upon hearing this, many faces shifted in alarm. The prowess of a peak creation realm expert in such a borderland was undeniably terrifying. Mo Ling's expression darkened. Indeed, the war of dynasties was merciless. Beside him, Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan furrowed their brows at the gruesome scene, feeling a disquieting unease at such brutal bloodshed. A seed contestant from a dynasty had been utterly annihilated, and they had scarcely stepped into the ancient battlefield. Perhaps this was the lament of lower-tier dynasties. Lin Yun observed the scene in silence, fully aware that this war of dynasties was steeped in ruthless elimination and slaughter. These 3 corpses had undoubtedly possessed strength within the creation realm, yet they had now become mere lifeless shells. Here, the might of one's fist dictated who reigned supreme. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes as he beheld the unfolding events. They had now arrived at the entrance of the gathering point. Several formidable beasts materialized before the gate, instantly drawing the attention of many. Which dynasty do these creatures belong to? Their auras are simply overwhelming. Goodness, there's so many. Their auras must be at least at the half-step Nirvana realm. What level must those riding them be? We should leave quickly. Do not linger here. Let us distance ourselves. If they felt trepidation before the Holy Light Dynasty, the sight of Lin Yun and his companions now instilled an abject terror, a fear that was utterly insurmountable. The members of the Holy Light Dynasty standing at the gate appeared as though time had frozen. Their previously arrogant expressions transformed into ones of trepidation. Their bodies stiffened, feeling as diminutive as ants before those ferocious beasts. As they gazed up at Lin Yun, seated upon the beasts, they attempted to speak, but their bodies trembled uncontrollably, rendering them mute. Enter the city. Lin Yun cast a cold glance at them. Instantly, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their very breaths seeming to halt. The guards at the gate were powerless to move, as several beasts trampled over them, forcing them into the earth. Once Lin Yun entered the city, he headed directly toward the quarters of the Holy Light Dynasty, within the highest hall of the gathering point. The likes of Li Sheng and Xia Huang were thrown into a state of panic, for Lin Yun and his companions had already arrived, mounted upon their formidable beasts. The terrifying pressure rendered them immobile. From whence did these individuals come? How could there be so many experts of the Nirvana realm? This was supposed to be the outskirts. How could high-tier dynasties possibly manifest here? Li Sheng's thoughts churned furiously, but he could not fathom why such Nirvana realm individuals would appear in this place. May I inquire which dynasty you hail from? My Holy Light Dynasty is willing to share this gathering point with you. Li Sheng spoke cautiously, his eyes betraying a profound fear, for he now grasped the essence of being at the mercy of fate. Share? You are unworthy. Task: rob the Holy Light Dynasty. Reward: 1 million Nirvana pills. After establishing the task, Lin Yun shook his head in disappointment. He had attempted to create numerous tasks, but regrettably, the strongest among them barely reached the peak of the creation realm, failing to attract the system's attention. Hand over your Qingzhu bags and be gone, Lin Yun said icily. Brother, we of the Holy Light Dynasty still have people in Yang City. Li Sheng attempted to plead further. Annoyed, Lin Yun interrupted him then, embodying the essence of a villain, unleashed a torrent of energy that swiftly extinguished Li Sheng's life. Chapter 196, Dragon Elephant Collides with Heaven. The tide of beasts approaches. With Li Sheng's demise, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. However, the others from the Holy Light Dynasty remained so suppressed that they could scarcely lift their heads. Lin Yun's gaze reflected no hint of emotion. The law of the jungle prevailed. He had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with these individuals. The Holy Light Dynasty had previously slaughtered those from the Great Creek Dynasty without a shred of justification. Those who prey upon others must be prepared to be preyed upon in turn. Of course, killing was not his primary aim, were it merely to slay. He would risk becoming a mere murderer. Lin Yun's objectives were clear-cut, to establish dominance and seize resources. As the onlookers witnessed Lin Yun directly eliminate Li Sheng, they trembled uncontrollably, some even collapsing to their knees. When Lin Yun's gaze swept over them, they dared not utter another word, promptly surrendering their Qingzhu bags. Survival took precedence. Lin Yun withdrew his oppressive energy and commanded, "Depart." Upon hearing this, the members of the Holy Light Dynasty felt as though a great weight had been lifted. They hastily assisted one another in fleeing the hall. Observers at the gathering point began to murmur as they witnessed the disheveled retreat of the Holy Light Dynasty personnel. At last, those scoundrels from the Holy Light Dynasty have met their match. How delightful. These ruffians deserve this. It takes a strong hand to keep them in line. I wonder if these newcomers will be similar to the Holy Light Dynasty. They likely won't be. They haven't slaughtered everyone from the Holy Light Dynasty, so there must be some humanity left in them. Let's hope they spare us. The denizens of the gathering point had endured significant oppression from the Holy Light Dynasty in recent days, facing protection fees and residence charges, effectively becoming mere pawns of the Holy Light Dynasty. However, they dared not voice their anger, for they were no match for the formidable individuals of the Holy Light Dynasty, and thus were compelled to endure in silence. After Lin Yun subdued these members of the Holy Light Dynasty, he fell into a state of quietude, refraining from collecting any fees for their accommodations, which allowed the gathered populace to breathe a sigh of relief and feel a sense of gratitude. After all, within this ancient battlefield, the darkness was profoundly terrifying. Without the sanctuary of a city, one could swiftly meet their demise here. Lin Yun's indifference towards them was, in itself, an act of mercy. As the light in the sky began to wane, this ancient and frigid city resumed its enigmatic shroud. Not long after the remnants of the Holy Light dynasty exited the Grand Hall, they found themselves surrounded by a throng. Upon seeing this group, the countenances of the Holy Light dynasty turned pallid. "What do you want? What is your intent?" they inquired. "You'll find out shortly. Attack. Afterward. Seize their spatial bags for our division," sneered one among the crowd. With the absence of Li Sheng, the strength of the Holy Light dynasty had significantly diminished. Those from the dynasties they had previously oppressed were not about to let this opportunity slip by. Those who exploit others shall inevitably find themselves exploited. The crowd surged forward, swiftly subduing the members of the Holy Light dynasty. Not only were they brutally beaten, leaving them gravely injured and on the brink of death, but they also failed to secure any spatial bags, with even their garments stripped away. This was the essence of karmic retribution. In times of misfortune, those whom you have humiliated, exploited, and oppressed will return the favor tenfold. Meanwhile, Lin Yun began to tally the spoils from the spatial bags of the Holy Light dynasty as soon as they vacated the Grand Hall. He accumulated over 10,000 nirvana pills, with Li Sheng possessing the most, over 6,000. However, for Lin Yun, who had an abundance of nirvana pills, this was of little significance. The primary treasure lay in the martial arts contained within. Lin Yun scrutinized a white jade elephant he had obtained from Li Sheng's spatial bag, which bore some mental imprints. Lin Yun's mental energy swiftly infiltrated the white jade elephant. Buzz! A beam of light suddenly erupted from the white jade elephant, coalescing before Lin Yun, gradually taking the form of a hazy silhouette, clearly a mental projection. Upon its appearance, the figure coldly addressed Lin Yun. "I know not who you are, but with the capabilities of Li Sheng and his ilk, they would not dare nor possess the means to unravel my mental imprint. It appears that the holy elephant's destruction has fallen into other hands. If my conjecture holds true, Li Sheng and his companions may have already met their end at your hands. Regardless of your identity, for slaying members of the Holy Light dynasty, I shall seek you out and ensure you regret your actions today. When I find you, it shall be your demise." Observing the mental projection before him, Lin Yun flicked his finger, sending a gust of wind toward the apparition, which instantly dissipated. "Huh, no need for you to seek me out. I shall come for you soon enough," Lin Yun replied with a faint smile, dismissing the threat entirely. This individual was merely at the half-step nirvana stage, hardly worthy of his concern. After erasing the mental imprint from the white jade elephant, Lin Yun acquired a new martial art, subsequently establishing a mission in his mind. Mission: bestow the holy elephant's destruction to Lin Dong. Reward: advanced creation martial art, dragon elephant destruction. Upon seeing the mission in his mind, Lin Yun smiled faintly, having obtained yet another advanced martial art. However, such a windfall was not something he could simply bestow upon Lin Dong alone. He also created tasks for Mu Qianqian, Qing Tan, and Mo Ling. Although the rewards were not as substantial as those for Lin Dong, they included several valuable pills. Approaching the three, Lin Yun announced, "This is a newly acquired creation martial art. Let us study it together." Lin Dong, accustomed to his elder brother's ways, said nothing further and promptly channeled his mental energy into the white jade elephant. Qing Tan and Mu Qianqian followed suit, as they were already aligned with Lin Yun and thus offered no objections, focusing intently on studying the holy elephant as destruction. Among those present, the most exhilarated was Mo Ling. For him, the third prince of the great Yan dynasty, an intermediate creation martial art was exceedingly precious. Noticing Montauk Ling's excitement, Lin Yun chuckled and remarked, "Your strength remains too feeble. Take these nirvana pills as a boost. Hasten your cultivation, or you will lag behind us." With that, Lin Yun presented the more than 10,000 nirvana pills to Mo Ling. Initially taken aback, Mo Ling solemnly accepted, saying, "Thank you, brother Lin Yun. I shall remember this kindness and strive diligently to not disappoint you." Currently at the peak of the creation stage, he was indeed too weak. Without Lin Yun's divine beast aiding him, he would struggle to keep pace. "Now, immerse yourself in your training," Lin Yun urged gently. Mo Ling promptly seated himself and began his cultivation. As Lin Yun's task was completed the moment Lin Dong's mental energy entered the white jade elephant, he too joined the others in their training, albeit focusing on the advanced creation martial art, dragon elephant destruction. As the day turned to night outside, the cycle continued amidst their cultivation. Darkness enveloped the land, the ancient battlefield-s night laden with a heavy gloom and oppression. The round moon in the sky appeared a dark crimson, as if stained by countless blood offerings, evoking an eerie sensation. Just as they were immersed in their training, the little ferret suddenly appeared. Be cautious tonight. I sense that the fluctuations in the world are far more intense than usual, and there are numerous unfamiliar presences nearby. I fear we may soon face a terrifying tide of beasts. This beast tide was a most dreadful calamity within the ancient battlefield, where countless beasts converged at night, sweeping through like locusts, leaving devastation in their wake. The group opened their eyes at the ferret's words, gazing into the darkness beyond the grand hall. Lin Yun's gaze sharpened. While the beasts stationed outside the hall grew increasingly excited, as if anticipating something. They too sensed the unusual energy of the night. For them, this 100 Dynasties war represented a rare opportunity for training. Chapter 197, Repelling the Beast Tide, Million Reward. Facing the beast tide for the first time, Lin Yun felt it prudent to exercise caution. Lin Dong, Mo Ling, organized the people at the gathering point to combat the beast tide. Lin Yun instructed after a moment of contemplation. Without hesitation, Lin Dong and Mo Ling swiftly made their way into the city. Their resonant voices, imbued with Yuan power, echoed throughout the city. Everyone, a beast tide approaches tonight, potentially massive in scale. Quickly gather atop the city walls. We shall defend together. Upon hearing Lin Dong and Mo Ling, the inhabitants of the city surged toward them. They too sensed an unusual aura, though not as acutely as the ferret. Upon hearing Lin Dong and Mo Ling's calls, they instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. All cooperated remarkably well, as Lin Yun and his companions were the strongest forces present. Ignoring their commands could mean swift death. Lin Dong and Mo Ling quickly organized the populace. Just as everyone finished their task allocations, the earth trembled, and a chorus of terrifying, ferocious roars echoed from the distance, causing the entire city to shudder under the weight of the sound. In the sky, the blood moon loomed ominously, casting torrents of crimson moonlight that further intensified the ferocity of the impending beast tide. Upon the city walls, all eyes were drawn to the seemingly endless tide of beasts beyond the city, and the expressions of the onlookers turned grim. Fortunately, being prodigies from various dynasties, they were shaken, yet not thrown into disarray. Just as they were absorbing the gravity of the situation, a thunderous roar erupted from within the beast horde, emanating a presence far more formidable than ordinary beasts, evidently reaching the pinnacle of the creation realm. Do not panic. Although the beast tide is indeed powerful, if you heed our commands, we shall surely avert this calamity. Lin Dong bellowed, his aura of the nirvana realm surging forth. The crowd, upon hearing Lin Dong's commanding voice, fell silent, reassured by the presence of a strong nirvana realm expert among them, who should possess the ability to protect themselves against this onslaught. Just as calmness settled, a deafening roar resonated from outside the city, followed by the ground trembling as the crimson beast tide surged towards the city like a relentless wave. The sight of countless beasts galloping forth left many atop the walls feeling weak at the knees. Beast tide incoming. Remain vigilant, Lin Dong shouted, his energy erupting in anticipation of the impending assault. Just as everyone was preparing to unleash their own energies in defense, the city gates began to creak open. Who opened the gates? Is there a death wish? Who is responsible? Quickly shut them. Many atop the walls cried out in alarm. After all, if the gates remained ajar, they risked being encircled by the incoming beasts. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yun, accompanied by his beast companions, stepped into the crimson moonlight. At that moment, his mission was established. Mission: repel the beast tide. Reward: 1 million beast spirit pills. Bathed in the blood-red moonlight, Lin Yun and his beasts appeared as ancient, bloodthirsty deities, exuding a potent aura of killing intent. Kill! Lin Yun roared, his might fully unleashed. Xiao Lei and the dragon ape revealed their terrifying forms, while the 3 small tigers and other beasts displayed equal ferocity, charging towards the fearsome tide. The full force of the Nirvana realm erupted, and under Lin Yun and his beast assault, a few bloody paths were carved through the surging horde. Witnessing this scene, the crowd atop the walls stood frozen in awe. What terrifying strength! Is this truly their power? They are directly confronting the beast tide. The beasts are fearsome, yet that individual is even more so. Did you see that peak creation realm beast fall to a single punch? What a horrifying Nirvana golden body. Beyond that, Observe the lightning patterns erupting from him. He must possess an incredibly powerful body refinement technique. Just as the crowd continued to marvel, a crimson beast with astonishing leaping ability scaled the city wall, its gaping maw filled with menacingly sharp fangs poised to tear into the onlookers. Lin Dong roared, "Prepare to eradicate these beasts that have breached our defenses." The moment they heard Lin Dong's command, the others snapped back to reality, swiftly focusing their energies to obliterate the encroaching beasts into a bloody pulp. As Lin Yun plunged into the heart of the beast tide, his nirvana golden body activated, the lightning patterns on his body flashing brilliantly, like a deity of death. He relentlessly slaughtered the approaching beasts. The overwhelming scent of blood only served to embolden the surrounding beasts, who became even more ferocious in the wake of their fallen kin. On the battlefield, black, lightning, fire, and golden auras clashed in a terrifying display of power. Boom! Boom! The exhilaration surged through Lin Yun as he maneuvered through the beast tide, all the while gathering beast crystals, spirit pills, and various powerful beasts. Under the refining prowess of Qi Ling, these resources would yield a plethora of potent pills to nourish his companions. Qi Ling, under Lin Yun's fervent collection, soon reached capacity. His beasts, too, were caught in the frenzy, incessantly charging through the tide with relentless ferocity, executing powerful techniques. As time progressed, the once surging beast tide appeared to stall. The ground littered with countless beast carcasses. Blood flowed freely, painting the earth crimson beneath the blood moon, transforming Lin Yun into a blood-soaked warrior emerging from a carnage. The sight overwhelmed those atop the walls, sending shivers down their spines. This individual is terrifying. He single-handedly slaughters so many beasts. Indeed, the dense beast tide had been nearly decimated by him and his beasts. If only I were as strong. Many atop the walls merely focused on dispatching the remaining stragglers, while the majority of the beasts had been vanquished by Lin Yun and his companions. The scene was utterly astonishing. It seemed the beast tide itself sensed fear and began to retreat gradually. Once the tide had completely dispersed, the crowd erupted into cheers. The beast tide has finally receded. That person is incredibly powerful. Yet, Lin Yun did not linger. Having accomplished his task, he withdrew into the shadows, leaving the onlookers to their discussions. He soon found a secluded spot to claim his rewards and summoned Qi Ling to commence pill refining. As he beheld the growing collection of pills in his hands, Lin Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "The resources of this ancient battlefield are indeed bounteous. What poses a threat to others is merely a wealth of resources for me." Chapter 198. Didn't you want to find me? As the night enveloping the gathering point gradually faded, sunlight once again bathed the earth. Due to the overwhelming presence of beasts the previous night, Lin Yun had yet to complete his pill refining. While he worked, Mu Qianqian and Qing Ting kept watch by his side, while Lin Dong and Mo Ling ventured out to gather intelligence. With the achievements of the previous night, their presence at the gathering point commanded greater respect, facilitating their inquiries. Lin Dong and Mo Ling quickly returned, finding Lin Yun engrossed in alchemy, and shared the intelligence they had gathered. From what we've learned, the Holy Light Dynasty has sent 20 individuals to participate in the 100 Dynasty War, among which, aside from Li Sheng and his 8 companions, there are 11 Creation Realm experts accompanying their senior brother, Jin Mu, who is said to have reached the threshold of the Nirvana realm. At Mo Ling's words, Lin Yun smiled faintly, feeling little concern regarding this senior brother. Upon seeing Lin Yun smile, Mo Ling shifted the topic. However, due to him, we heard something quite intriguing. Many factions have converged in Yang City, seemingly vying for something known as the Ancient Key. The Ancient Key? What is that? Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan inquired with curiosity. Montauk-Ling explained. It is said to be a key to an ancient hidden treasure, though I'm uncertain what treasures it contains. However, many are reportedly drawn by a specific item within. At this point, Mo Ling paused, appearing to ponder the name. What item? Mu Qianqian pressed eagerly. It seems to be called the Life and Death Wheel Pill. Montauk-Ling replied, somewhat uncertain. His words instantly sparked recognition in Lin Yun. Simultaneously, the little mink within Lin Dong's stone talisman became incredibly excited, transmitting to Lin Dong. You must help me obtain the Life and Death Wheel Pill. Lin Dong's expression shifted as he began communicating with the little mink. The Life and Death Wheel Pill. A miraculous elixir forged only through the arduous efforts of supreme beings who have transcended the boundaries of life and death, is a precious treasure that embodies a single life and possesses the power to avert a certain demise. This artifact holds immense significance for the current state of the little weasel, and Lin Yun finds himself exhilarated. The contest for this key will undoubtedly yield numerous tasks. The others present, upon witnessing Lin Yun's expression, share a moment of astonishment. Only Lin Dong comprehends the reason behind Lin Yun's countenance. From the moment he heard the news, the little weasel had already enlightened him about the true nature of the life and death wheel pill. Lin Yun steadies his emotions and offers a brief explanation. The assembly collectively gasps in disbelief. And Mo Ling, too, is struck by the revelation. He had merely inquired about the name, entirely unaware of its significance. It is only after Lin Yun's elucidation that he grasps the sheer terror of such an object. Focus on advancing your cultivation. Once the elixir is refined, we shall journey to Yang City. Lin Yun instructs Montakling. The latter begins to cultivate, utilizing the over 10,000 nirvana pills Lin Yun had previously gifted him. The day rapidly draws to a close, and as the sun rises once more, a formidable aura emanates from Mo Ling. He has broken through to the pinnacle of the creation realm. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yun completes the refining of the elixir, producing a staggering quantity, millions, explaining the extensive time Red Spirit had devoted to the task. Let us proceed to Yang City, Lin Yun declares. Beneath the azure sky, the sound of rushing winds fills the air as several demonic beasts sprint across the ground. The gathering point lies a considerable distance from Yang City, and even in the Nirvana realm, it takes them 2 to 3 days to arrive. In the distance, a silhouette of a city, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth, gradually comes into view. Within this city's outline, powerful auras subtly permeate the atmosphere, surging towards the heavens. Is this Yang City? Truly, it is a place where formidable warriors convene. Mo Ling exclaims as he gazes at the majestic city and the potent energies it harbors. This place is vast. Mu Qianqian cannot help but remark. Lin Yun smiles slightly, explaining that Yang City draws the majority of strong practitioners from 1,000 miles around, with many influential dynasties residing here, hence the grand spectacle. However, for them in their current state, there is little to fear. They soon find themselves outside the city, where the gates are alive with the comings and goings of numerous individuals, a cacophony of voices echoing through the air. As they approach the entrance, many from within the city glance up toward them. Which dynasty do they belong to? Their presence is overwhelmingly powerful. A young man in the sky exclaims in astonishment. Another nearby man, his eyes filled with caution, adds, surely they cannot all be Nirvana realm practitioners? Indeed, judging by their aura, they must all be of the Nirvana realm. They could even surpass that. Are they here for that artifact? Uncertain. Let us observe. The arrival of Lin Yun and his companions captures the attention of everyone in Yang City. Many, upon hearing the news, emerge to witness the spectacle, speculating that Lin Yun's group hails from a high-ranking dynasty, perhaps even a super dynasty. Those at the city gates perceive the tension more acutely. The atmosphere grows heavy with silence, as if a pin dropping could be heard, all eyes fixated on the terrifying demonic beasts accompanying Lin Yun. The immense figures of the dragon monkey and little Lei evoke an overwhelming visual impact, compounded by their terrifying Nirvana realm auras, rendering the onlookers weak-kneed. Lin Yun scans the crowd and quickly identifies Jin Mu, the elder brother of the Holy Light dynasty, recognizing him as the figure from the ethereal image of the white jade elephant. You are the elder brother of the Holy Light dynasty? Lin Yun directly addresses him, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. Under Lin Yun's gaze, Jin Mu feels a chill run down his spine. Who might you be? He stammers. You sought me. Now I stand before you. Lin Yun squints slightly, a smile gracing his lips, yet carrying an aura of profound dread. You are the one who killed Li Sheng? Jin Mu exclaims, his voice trembling with fear. Indeed, if you wish to avenge him, you may act now, Lin Yun replies calmly. Jin Mu is momentarily stunned, his body trembling involuntarily. How could he dare seek vengeance against a Nirvana realm practitioner? Although the Holy Light dynasty is domineering toward lower-tier dynasties, they readily acquiesce in the presence of stronger factions. And no, it was Li Sheng's folly. His actions bear no relation to the Holy Light dynasty, Jin Mu hastily asserts. Task: rob the Holy Light dynasty. Reward: 100,000 Nirvana pills. Lin Yun establishes a similar task again, and a broader smile spreads across his face at the sight of it. To Jin Mu, this smile is utterly terrifying. Chapter 199, Acting Alone, entering the Thunder Rock mountain range. before the gates of Yang City. Now, to claim innocence seems a tad late. 100,000 Nirvana pills. And I shall not pursue this matter further, Lin Yun states, his expression cheerful, yet his tone exuding an unmistakable air of coercion. He understands the modus operandi of the Holy Light dynasty. They resort to diplomacy only when they are unable to overpower their adversaries. If they could, they would not show such submissiveness. 100,000? Jinmu nearly collapses at the revelation. The others around him are equally taken aback. 100,000 Nirvana pills? How has this man incurred such wrath? It appears that the Holy Light dynasty was the instigator here. Such audacity to provoke a Nirvana realm practitioner. 100,000 Nirvana pills could only be mustered by a high-ranking dynasty. The murmurs of those around him fail to penetrate the icy fog enveloping Jinmu's mind. The phrase 100,000 Nirvana pills loops endlessly in his thoughts, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Most individuals have just entered the ancient battlefield, possessing but a handful of Nirvana pills. Such a number is only feasible for advanced dynasties, and even then, it is a stretch. Thus, he finds himself at a loss. To refuse means imminent death. To comply, however, he lacks the means to produce such a sum. Observing Jinmu's dazed state, Lin Yun's aura erupts with full force. The previous mirth in his expression vanishes, replaced by a chilling inquiry. What? Are you unwilling? As Lin Yun unleashes his overwhelming aura, Jinmu collapses to the ground, hastily replying, I will, but we do not possess that many Nirvana pills. Could we perhaps negotiate with other items? In a frenzied motion, Jinmu produces his Qingzhu bag, stating, here are 60,000 Nirvana pills, along with some spiritual treasures and martial arts techniques. Would you consider them as collateral for the remaining 40,000? Hearing this, Lin Yun waves his hand, and the Qingzhu bag floats into his grasp. A brief inspection ensues. But for Jinmu, that moment stretches into an eternity, his body shaking uncontrollably. After examining its contents, Lin Yun dismissively states, begone. Jinmu feels as though a great weight has been lifted, scrambling away towards the city without a moment's delay, desperate to escape. The oppressive aura emanating from the powerful beings of the Nirvana realm was utterly terrifying, leaving him devoid of any inclination to resist. The individuals above in the city began to murmur among themselves. Surely, we must not provoke them. This is a demonstration of their might. I have no desire to court death. The leader among them is likely at least a first-tier Nirvana realm warrior. Yes, let us disperse. If we linger any longer, others will surely question what we're doing here. Let us make our exit. In the sky, the four great dynasties that had occupied Yang City vanished into thin air after the incident, retreating back to their respective abodes. When it comes to such formidable beings, it is wise to avoid confrontation. Those who can attain the first-tier Nirvana realm at such a young age are talents even among the most advanced dynasties, and we should endeavor to be on good terms with them. After speaking, Lin Yun made his way into the city. Those around him let out a collective sigh of relief. The pressure he exuded was indeed overwhelming. Even if that aura was merely a natural manifestation, it nearly rendered them breathless. If I were that individual, I might have even wet my pants in fear. Indeed, the deathly aura of a Nirvana realm warrior. Forget wetting my pants, I might just faint from sheer terror. That individual was truly fearsome. Let's keep our distance, for we know not which dynasty they belong to. After Lin Yun departed, the crowd continued to discuss the matter, their hearts still trembling. Upon entering the city, Lin Yun found a place to settle down. Their reputation quickly spread throughout Yang City, and many were aware of where they resided. Taking care to avoid that area lest they provoke them, Lin Yun was quite pleased with this, as it meant no trouble would come their way. He claimed his rewards and began his cultivation. Once settled, Lin Yun sent Mo Ling out once more to gather intelligence. Mo Ling had a knack for information gathering. Though he hailed from another world, he was still unaware of many intricate details, necessitating further reconnaissance. Before long, Mo Ling returned, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Yang City is becoming increasingly lively. Word of the ancient key has spread, drawing more and more people here, and they are preparing to storm the mountain. Storm a mountain? Qing Tan queried in confusion. Yes, the ancient key is located in the Thunder Rock Mountain range. But due to the multitude of ferocious beasts within, and some that are exceptionally terrifying, a single dynasty's forces cannot hope to enter. Thus, they are uniting from various factions to make the assault, and once inside, it will be a matter of individual prowess. Upon hearing Mo Ling's words, Lin Yun immediately made a decision. We need not join these individuals. We shall proceed to the Thunder Rock Mountain range ahead of them. For him now, there was no fear of the beasts within, as even Nirvana Realm beasts would be no match for him. Furthermore, he had no desire to share opportunities or wait sluggishly for others to mitigate risks. At dawn the next day, Lin Yun led his companions towards the Thunder Rock Mountain range. The expanse of the Thunder Rock Mountain range was immense, with countless peaks soaring like pillars to the heavens. From within, deep, raging roars of beasts reverberated, instilling fear in the surrounding forests. For tens of thousands of miles around, the Thunder Rock Mountain range was renowned for its beasts, not only for their sheer numbers, but also for the presence of true Nirvana Realm beasts deep within, rendering it a forbidden zone in the eyes of many. Under normal circumstances, one would rarely encounter anyone daring enough to trespass into this perilous territory. However, the present moment was far from ordinary. Lin Yun and his 5 companions rode ferocious beasts, charging recklessly into the depths of the Thunder Rock Mountain range. The beasts within responded fiercely, rushing towards them. Yet, before the Nirvana Realm beasts, they fell as easily as chopping vegetables. Countless roars echoed through the mountains, and a thick scent of blood spread throughout the area. Lin Yun and his companions refrained from attacking, as the beasts rushing at them posed no threat requiring their intervention. The 5 of them, along with their beasts, rampaged deeper into the mountains. As the sun descended, Lin Yun warned his comrades, "These are merely skirmishes. The true assault will come at night. Remain vigilant, especially you, Mo Ling. Do not stray too far from us." After all, there were Nirvana Realm beasts in the Thunder Rock Mountain range, and Lin Yun did not wish to see anyone injured due to a surprise attack. Thus, as the sun began to set, he reminded everyone, the real test would come with the darkness. Chapter 200, Slaying Through the Beast Tide, Reaching Thunder Rock Valley. As the sun slowly set, night once again enveloped the mountains, staining the entire forest in a crimson hue. Countless beasts roared within the mountains. At this moment, Lin Yun and his 5 companions continued their journey through the night, each of them unleashing their vital energy. Roar! Terrifying roars erupted from the mountains as the beasts, drawn by the pungent scent of blood, charged towards them, and a palpable aura of ferocity enveloped the entire area. "The beast tide is upon us," the little ferret exclaimed, appearing to warn them. The group nodded in acknowledgement, with the beasts encircling them in a defensive formation. Boom! The earth trembled beneath the cloak of night, and in the distance, a sea of crimson surged toward them, endlessly thick and chaotic. The beast had sensed their intrusion long ago, but these were no ordinary wild creatures. They possessed intelligence. Hence, they chose to lie in wait during the day, preparing for the cover of night, when under the moonlight. They could more easily rend these humans apart. Upon witnessing the beast tide, Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, for these creatures were a veritable treasure trove. He promptly formulated a mission in his mind. Mission: slay through the beast tide. Reward: 200,000 beast spirit pills. The mission was established, and Lin Yun let out a mighty roar. Kill! Faced with the onslaught of the beast tide, all but Mo Ling revealed expressions of exhilaration. After all, they all possessed the strength of the Nirvana Realm. As long as they weren't ambushed by Nirvana Realm beasts, those with Nirvana golden bodies were nearly invulnerable to harm. Lin Yun took the lead, his vital energy surging to its pinnacle. His formidable form surged through the beast tide like a god descending upon the earth. The others were equally unwilling to lag behind, each charging towards different segments of the beast tide. Their companion beasts followed suit. Even Mo Ling was fighting alongside the dragon ape. This was true combat, devoid of walls for defense, only the raw ferocity of an assault. It was a brutal battle, though the carnage was overwhelmingly on the side of the beasts, while Lin Yun and his companions grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike. Except for Mo Ling. They all possessed the power to look down upon the beast tide, particularly Xiao Lei and the dragon ape, both fused with divine beast bloodlines. Not only exerted bloodline suppression, but could also unleash devastating area attacks. Boom! The group unleashed their martial arts, their formidable energies and vital forces crashing against the ferocious beasts rushing at them with gaping maws. The mountains were littered with corpses, and the sounds of anguish filled the air. At that moment, a rift suddenly tore through the beast tide, revealing monstrous beasts akin to ancient tyrannosaurs. Stepping forth from the shadows into their line of sight, these beasts radiated powerful fluctuations, comparable to those of half-step Nirvana Realm warriors. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yun felt no fear. Instead, he charged directly towards the half-step Nirvana realm beasts, brandishing his holy crocodile spear. With a flourish of his hand, Lin Yun summoned a long spear into his grasp. The spear lunged forward with great ferocity, conjuring a phantom of a sacred crocodile that surged through the air, striking one of the demonic beasts with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, that beast was vanquished. Observing Lin Yun's swift actions, Lin Dong, too, brandished a spear, charging towards another beast on the brink of nirvana. A terrifying surge of energy coalesced at the spear's tip, and with merely 2 thrusts, he dispatched that creature on the spot. Each time Lin Yun flickered into motion, a beast at the half-step nirvana level fell lifeless to the ground. Subsequently, he collected the carcasses, demon crystals, and demon spirits of these beasts into the crimson spirit space. The creatures encountered this time proved far more formidable than those at the gathering point, allowing for the concoction of a superior batch of elixirs. Witnessing this spectacle, Mo Ling could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this the prowess of a Nirvana realm expert? The half-step Nirvana beast could not withstand even a single strike. It was utterly terrifying. The experiences from the ancient battlefield had profoundly opened the eyes of the third prince of the Dine dynasty. Countless fierce attacks reverberated throughout the Thunder Rock mountain range, with Lin Yun embodying the essence of a killing god, unleashing his full wrath and slaughter. After all, the mission was to pierce through the tide of beasts. The mountains were now inundated with the corpses and blood of the fallen creatures. As the battle persisted, the dawn gradually broke, revealing heaps of beastly carcasses resembling small hills. The terrifying tide of beasts had been utterly eradicated. Within the realms of their vision, not a single beast remained alive. Each individual was drenched in blood, resembling ashen warriors emerging from the depths of hell. They too experienced the exhilarating rush that Lin Yun had felt amidst the tide of beasts. Only Mo Ling stood in profound shock. "Ah!" Lin Dong bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the mountains. Yet, no beast dared to show itself again. At this moment, Lin Yun received a notification in his mind indicating the completion of the mission. However, he chose not to claim it, instead leading the group deeper into the mountains. Warm sunlight poured down from the heavens, illuminating the vast mountain range as they rode forth towards the depths of Thunder Rock Mountain. After 2 hours of traversing, they finally arrived at a mountain hollow. Beyond this hollow lay a series of rugged peaks, their towering summits piercing the clouds. Amidst the myriad of mountains, a colossal rift gaped open, shrouded in dense mist, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder. Truly remarkable. This rift was the destination of Lin Yun and his companions. The Thunder Rock, harboring the ancient secrets within. Upon witnessing this scene, smiles blossomed on the faces of the group. Is this the Thunder Rock Valley? What a marvelous terrain! Mu Qianqian exclaimed in awe. Beside her, Mo Ling also displayed a look of astonishment. Let us rest here for a while before venturing inside. The group unanimously agreed, as the previous night's battle had persisted until dawn, and they had journeyed here thereafter. A brief respite for recuperation was indeed necessary. After a short period of adjustment, they proceeded towards Thunder Rock Valley. This valley represents a particularly unique area within the Thunder Rock Mountain, where the peaks intertwine and the terrain is intricate. It is said that long ago, lightning cleaved the mountains apart, giving rise to the current Thunder Rock Valley. As they advanced, they reached the naturally formed lightning barrier of the valley. Mo Ling stayed close to Lin Yun. Upon his command, Lin Yun unleashed a powerful punch, shattering a massive gap in the lightning screen. Within the group, only Mo Ling lacked Nirvana-level strength. The others possessed the formidable Nirvana physique. Coupled with Xiao Lei, who thrived on thunder, they easily passed through the lightning barrier. Upon crossing, they found themselves in a vast valley, where a grand stone hall stood majestically at its center. At last, we have arrived. Mo Ling could not contain his exclamation. The blood-soaked battle from the night before, combined with the recent encounter with the lightning barrier, left him in deep admiration of Lin Yun and his companion's formidable strength. Let us proceed. Lin Yun, without further ado, swiftly advanced towards the stone hall. Chapter 201. Astonishment among the crowd. The Celestial Talisman Spirit Tree. Within the Thunder Rock Mountain, a group was navigating through its interior. Though Lin Yun and his companions had departed from Yang City with minimal commotion, they could not evade the notice of all. The major dynasties monitoring the situation in Thunder Rock Mountain congregated upon receiving news. However, unlike Lin Yun and his companions, they did not charge recklessly. Instead, they gathered a contingent to enter together. The group assembled at the foot of the mountain. Your intelligence is quite impressive, Lu Yuan remarked to Lu Ji of the Ling Yun dynasty, who had arrived around the same time. Likewise, those who entered earlier have been inside for some time. Let us not waste time and hurry inside. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the depths of Thunder Rock Mountain. As the two conversed, two imposing figures radiating formidable auras approached from afar. Huan Yun of the Xianbing dynasty and Wu Mo of the Dahu dynasty. Upon seeing their figures, both Lu Yuan and Lu Ji involuntarily gasped in shock. These two were truly high-ranking individuals from advanced dynasties, possessing nirvana-level strength. The arrival of these two dynasties filled everyone present with a sense of awe. However, the overwhelming excitement was soon overshadowed by their primary objective, to enter Thunder Rock Mountain. Why are there so few beasts in this mountain range? Lu Yuan pondered aloud, with Lu Ji sharing his confusion. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the sight of countless beast carcasses piled high delivered a profound visual impact, particularly upon observing the massive corpses of several beasts emitting powerful auras. Lu Ji gasped in astonishment. These appear to be half-step nirvana beasts, aren't they? The sheer shock of witnessing a single strike piercing through their bodies was overwhelming. Half-step nirvana beasts felled with a single blow? Lu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the enormous wounds. Huan Yun of the Xianbing dynasty felt a significant shock within, realizing that even he, a nirvana-level expert, could not achieve such feats. To effortlessly slay half-step nirvana beasts was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, the presence of so many peak transformation realm beasts was distinctly intimidating. Huan Yun mused, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he pressed forward. Meanwhile, Wu Mo's mind was racing with questions. What dynasty do these individuals belong to? How did they suddenly appear here without any prior information? His expression darkened as he surveyed the sea of corpses. If faced with such an overwhelming number of beasts, could their Dahu dynasty have dealt with them as easily? The evidence on the ground suggested that the majority had been obliterated with a single punch or strike. What terrified him the most was the absence of any human remains in this vast battlefield. This implied that the opposing party had not even sustained injuries. Are these individuals monsters? Wu Mo cursed silently. Faced with the chaotic scene before them, their pace quickened. Although some beasts still attempted to obstruct their path, they encountered far fewer than before. As they hastened their pace, the group swiftly ascended to the summit overlooking the Thunder Rock Valley. Upon arrival, they beheld several indistinct, colossal figures within the valley, undoubtedly Lin Yun and his companions. Wu Mo took a deep breath, remarking, "We've caught up with them." Beside him, Hua Yun chimed in, "No need to rush. The electrical barrier surrounding Thunder Rock Valley is formidable. Even formidable Nirvana realm cultivators find it challenging to enter. They, too, must wait for the thunder clouds to dissipate before proceeding." The reason they refrained from entering prematurely was to allow the thunder clouds to thin, thus weakening the barrier. Upon hearing the words of the representatives from the two advanced dynasties, everyone felt a collective sigh of relief. However, at that very moment, Lin Yun and his group were already traversing the Thunder Rock Valley. From a distance, a powerful surge of vital energy erupted from the terrifying mist of thunderclouds, causing the swirling fog to disperse wildly. The figures above came into full view, revealing Lin Yun and his beasts, all standing before the electrical barrier. One of the monstrous beasts stepped forward first, absorbing the most potent lightning. The recently unleashed surge of vital energy created a massive breach in the barrier, allowing Lin Yun to charge directly through. This scene left Hua Yun, who had just asserted the difficulty of entry for ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators, utterly astonished. How is this possible? They can simply breach the thundercloud barrier. Even Nirvana realm cultivators would struggle to pass through. It seemed implausible that they could traverse it so effortlessly. Hua Yun was perplexed, acutely aware of the formidable strength of the electrical barrier beneath the thunderclouds, feeling as though he would be obliterated even from such a distance. Yet, Lin Yun and his group had managed to penetrate it with such ease. Beside him, Wu Mo's eyes widened in shock, echoing Hua Yun's sentiments. He had assumed that Lin Yun and his companions would wait for the thunderclouds to lessen, allowing for an easier passage. To his surprise, they had charged in without hesitation. These individuals are formidable. We may have no chance to compete, Wu Mo mused. Let us rest for a moment. We must wait for the thunderclouds to dissipate and the electrical barrier to weaken before we can enter, Hua Yun lamented. Given their current strength, rushing in would be akin to courting disaster. Ling Yun and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. If even the representatives of two powerful dynasties were rendered helpless, What hope did they possess? Thus, they could only sigh in helplessness at the might of Lin Yun and his companions. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and his group were oblivious to the events unfolding outside. They had now entered the ancient stone hall, which was vast and interwoven with countless corridors extending into the unknown depths. Let's take this path, Lin Yun decided, choosing one of the intersecting corridors. Upon entering the stone hall, he felt an unusual surge within his mental energy, a rare sensation that signaled a connection to a vital entity. Understanding Lin Yun's intent, Lin Dong realized it must be the spirit tree of celestial talismans. Let us go. Without hesitation, he followed Lin Yun, alongside Mu Qianqian, Qing Tan, and their myriad beasts. Chapter 202, Celestial Talisman Tree, Ancient Key. Within the stone hall, their swift movements continued for several breaths before they came to a halt in a spacious stone chamber. This room was suffused with astonishing energy fluctuations, permeated by a rich medicinal aroma, clearly a storeroom for spiritual herbs. Lin Yun scanned the expansive space, his gaze landing on a withered, yellowing tree at the center. From a distance, its branches appeared as if inscribed with mystical runes, faintly resonating with the forces of nature. The Celestial Talisman Tree. As Lin Yun beheld this ancient tree, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The overwhelming scent of herbs enveloped him, and the incredible energy fluctuations left Mo Ling dumbfounded. Lin Dong's breath quickened at the sight of the ancient tree, yet he refrained from making any sudden movements. Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan, intrigued, also gazed at the tree, sensing its extraordinary nature, their eyes turning towards Lin Yun simultaneously. At that moment, Lin Yun formulated a task in his mind. Task: acquire the Celestial Talisman Tree. Reward: a bag of talisman runes. Just as he prepared to step forward, Lin Dong, guided by the little weasel's advice, cautioned. The Celestial Talisman Tree is no ordinary entity. It possesses a degree of sentience. Moreover, its branches are enveloped in a deadly toxin known as Celestial Talisman Poison, which can pose significant trouble even for Nirvana realm cultivators if they come into contact with it. Acknowledging the warning, Lin Yun nodded and approached the Celestial Talisman Tree. Standing before its runic branches, he smiled slightly. As if sensing his presence, the Celestial Talisman Tree unleashed several branches imbued with Celestial Talisman Poison, striking fiercely at him. However, Lin Yun paid no heed to the tree's assault. Activating his Nirvana golden body, he shaped his hand into a claw and lunged forward, grasping the runic branch with force. With a mighty pull, he extracted the luminous rune from the tree's trunk. This rune was the core of the Celestial Talisman Tree, radiating a peculiar energy concentrated within it. Once removed, the tree would be entirely his. As the rune was severed from the tree, the Celestial Talisman Tree wilted, its attacking branches rapidly desiccating into lifeless twigs that snapped upon hitting the ground. Upon obtaining the rune, a notification resonated in Lin Yun's mind. Task: acquire the Celestial Talisman Tree. Reward: a bag of talisman runes. Task completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Yet, he did not claim it immediately. Instead, he formulated another task in his mind. Task: gift Lin Dong the Celestial Talisman Tree. Reward: Celestial Talisman Tree. It seemed that any task related to Odo could easily be established, often yielding even better outcomes. Lin Dong gazed at Lin Yun acquiring the talisman rune, his eyes filled with yearning, yet he refrained from requesting it. Although he had led Lin Yun here, the item now belonged to Lin Yun, and he suppressed his impulse. As Lin Dong turned to look elsewhere, Lin Yun approached him, saying, Lin Dong, you should also strive to break through as a talisman master. With the aid of this Celestial Talisman Tree, you should be able to make a direct impact. At his words, Lin Dong's face brightened. His gaze filled with gratitude as he looked at Lin Yun, accepting without any reluctance. The others, hearing Lin Yun's words, voiced no objections. In that moment of gifting the rune, Lin Yun felt an immense joy. Task: gift Lin Dong the Celestial Talisman Tree. Reward: Celestial Talisman Tree. Task completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Before the assembled group, Lin Yun chose not to claim it immediately, intending to wait until they were alone to receive the rewards. The group conducted a brief search of the entire room, acquiring some spiritual herbs before departing the stone chamber and proceeding down the corridor towards other unexplored areas. A group of individuals navigated through the intricately labyrinthine stone halls, and along the way, they stumbled upon a considerable bounty of Nirvana pills hidden within various stone chambers. Lin Yun encouraged everyone to join in the collection efforts, their figures darting swiftly through the corridors, each face adorned with broad smiles, clearly reflecting their fruitful endeavor. Ultimately, they gathered together to tally their findings, resulting in an impressive total of over 100,000 nirvana pills, alongside several high-quality spiritual herbs and treasures. After completing their collection, the group turned through a series of intersecting corridors, only to find that the passage ahead had entirely vanished, replaced by an enormous main hall. Gazing at the majestic structure before them, Lin Yun's face broke into a smile. The true treasure within the Thunder Rock Valley was not the items they had previously encountered, but rather the ancient key that was the true object of his desire. Mu Qianqian and Qing Tin observed the grand hall with wide-eyed wonder, while Lin Dong and Mo Ling's gazes were filled with fervor. The latter's excitement barely contained as he suppressed his eagerness and turned to Lin Yun. "Let us proceed," Lin Yun commanded without hesitation, gesturing for everyone to follow him into the hall. This main hall was far more expansive than the previous stone chambers, resembling a grand plaza. Lin Yun surveyed the surroundings before his gaze settled at the farthest end of the hall. There a luminous orb floated, within which seemed to be an object of peculiar design, reminiscent of a key, radiating an extraordinary light. "The ancient key," Lin Dong gasped, his breath quickening at the sight. Observing Lin Dong's reaction, Lin Yun smiled knowingly. He understood that what lay before them was not the true ancient key, but merely a mechanism to activate the surrounding statues. The dragon monkeys and the three little tigers, possessing high intelligence at the nirvana level, gazed curiously at their surroundings, their attention drawn not to the orb, but rather to the vividly lifelike stone statues adorning the walls of the hall. They sensed something amiss, though they could not pinpoint the source of their unease. Mo Ling voiced his confusion. "Is this the ancient key?" "It should be," Lin Dong replied, his eyes still fixed on the orb. "That orb is not the true ancient key. It merely activates the mechanisms of these statues. The actual ancient key is right here," Lin Yun declared, swiftly dashing toward the central wall of the hall, where a statue was embedded. This statue was distinct from the others, as it was the only one gazing directly down upon the hall. With a burst of nirvana golden body, Lin Yun unleashed a powerful punch at the statue. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, shattering the statue into fragments. In the moment of explosion, a brilliant orb surged forth from the statue, revealing itself as the genuine ancient key. Chapter 203, Devouring the Soul, Earth Grade 7 Pill of Fetal God. Before reaching the orb, Lin Yun established a task in his mind. Task: acquire the ancient key. Reward: Fortune 5, 1 bottle of Earth Grade 7 Divine Profound Pill. Task: devour the residual soul. Reward: 1 bottle of Earth Grade 7 Fetal God Pill. Stay here and guard, Lin Yun instructed. He dared not bring them into the space of the key, for a perilous entity resided within. The thought of losing any of them, especially Mo Ling, who had yet to attain the Nirvana realm, was unbearable. Upon hearing Lin Yun's command, the others and their beasts nodded in unison. After observing their compliance, Lin Yun reached for the orb. As soon as his palm made contact with the orb, it trembled violently, unleashing a powerful energy that rippled across the plaza. The overwhelming force caused Lin Dong and the others to take a few steps back in trepidation. A circle of light pillars extended from the orb, swiftly enveloping Lin Yun. In an instant, he vanished from the sight of Lin Dong and the surrounding beasts. At that moment of disappearance, Lin Yun felt a wave of dizziness spread from the depths of his mind, plunging him into darkness. However, this sensation was short-lived, shattering abruptly to reveal a dimly lit expanse. As the discomfort faded, he found himself in a vast plaza, its floor forged from ancient black stone, exuding an aura of antiquity and profundity. Lin Yun's gaze did not linger on his surroundings, but instead fixated on a figure seated at the center of the plaza. The sudden appearance of this figure made him tense momentarily, but he quickly realized that it bore no signs of life, clearly a corpse. He approached it, scanning the remains closely, noting that the skeletal structure was remarkably well preserved. If not for the absence of vitality, it could easily be mistaken for a living person. What surprised him slightly was that this relic bore an uncanny resemblance to the stone statue within the hall. "This must be the master of the stone hall," Lin Yun murmured, lowering his gaze to discover an ancient yellow key resting between the skeletal hands. The key was roughly the size of his palms, crafted from a peculiar material, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an unsettling aura. "The ancient key," A smile spread across Lin Yun's face as he beheld the key. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grasp it. However, just as his fingers closed around the ancient key, the remains before him erupted in a violent explosion. A bizarre gray light shooting forth at an astonishing speed, directly piercing into Lin Yun's mind. In that instant, his body seized with rigidity. Indeed, it has come. The gray light surged into his mind's palace, transforming into a terrifying storm, its violent force threatening to rend Lin Yun's consciousness asunder. Yield your body to me, and I shall grant you boundless power. A chilling voice emanated from within the dark, gray tempest. You wretched being, you think you are worthy? Lin Yun's spiritual force surged fiercely within his mind as palace. At that moment, a powerful seal responded, launching an assault against the storm. You dare to resist? I will shatter your spirit and scatter your soul. The voice thundered with malevolent fury, taken aback by Lin Yun's formidable spiritual strength. What do you think you are? Prepare to meet your end. Within his mind's palace, a tumultuous wave surged, and from the chaos emerged a black hole, the devouring heaven demon technique operating at its pinnacle. As the storm confronted the black hole, it was violently drawn within, ultimately revealing a shadowy gray figure under Lin Yun's intense scrutiny. This figure, nearly transparent, still retained some semblance of form, undoubtedly the very remains lying on the ground. What a terrifying force of devouring! What on earth is this? The gray figure's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Since you are already dead, cease your disturbances and rest in peace, Lin Yun commanded, expanding the black hole as it relentlessly tore at the gray figure. No! With a heart-wrenching scream, the figure erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Instantly, a surge of profound and potent spiritual energy erupted within Lin Yun's mind's palace. Without hesitation, he utilized the devouring heaven demon technique to swiftly consume the spiritual energy that had lost its imprint. As this vast reservoir of spiritual power was absorbed, the chaos within his mind's palace began to dissipate, revealing a serene clarity. Lin Yun sat in deep meditation, akin to a venerable monk in tranquil repose. Within the Thunder Rock Valley, as Huayun and his companions awaited the moment when the barrier in Lin Valley weakened, they swiftly traversed through the electric shield, arriving before the stone hall. Let us go, Huayun commanded without a hint of hesitation, leading the members of the Xianbing dynasty into the depths of the hall. Following closely behind him, Wu Mo plunged in as well, pondering whether there might still be some remnants left for them to claim. Just as they entered, the air outside Lin Valley rippled slightly, and several shadowy figures darted forth like phantoms. Those who had previously rushed inside appeared formidable, and it seemed that both the Xianbing and Wu dynasties had also arrived, presenting a notable complication. The earlier group must have been comprised of Nirvana Realm warriors, while the two from Xianbing and Wu had only recently entered the Nirvana Realm, posing no significant threat in the eyes of the Moyin dynasty. This ancient key must be ours. After uttering this, one of the figures waved his hand, transforming into a ghostly silhouette that vanished into the mist, closely followed by several others. At that moment, a crimson figure lingered behind, lazily stretching and muttering to himself, "How intriguing! I never expected to find an ancient key here." Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, Huayun and his companions frantically navigated through the various passages. "There is nothing here," Huayun exclaimed, his expression darkening. His countenance was grim, for despite the considerable effort expended to gain entry, they had yet to find any treasure. The thoroughness of the previous searchers had left no stone unturned. Wu Mo could not suppress a scornful remark, lamenting their own lack of discovery. The members from other dynasties shared the same fate, their faces ashen as they pressed further into the depths. Chapter 204: Decisive Killings and Robbery in the Stone Hall. After a brief interval, Huayun and his companions arrived at the main chamber. Upon entering, they beheld Lin Dong and a host of monstrous beasts within. Lin Dong's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped forward and declared, "Gentlemen, this opportunity has already been claimed. Please depart." At his back, Xiao Lei amplified the warning with a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of pressure. Nearby, the dragon ape and the three small tigers mirrored this display. Witnessing such a scene, the gathered crowd wore expressions of profound discontent. How unfortunate it was to have exerted such effort only to leave empty-handed. Many harbored feelings of resentment, their gazes shifting toward Huayun and Wu Mo. While they felt similarly, their strength was insufficient to challenge the formidable figures and beasts opposing them. Meanwhile, several shadowy figures lurking behind were quietly observing. Upon realizing that the strongest among them was absent, a thought sparked in their minds. They swiftly moved to position themselves before Lin Yun and the others. The appearance of this shadowy figure further deepened Lin Dong's frown. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from this individual. If you're unwilling to concede defeat, why not take a chance? The Mo Yin dynasty does not wish to return empty-handed. Chun Mu intently regarded Lin Yun and his companions, his presence surging dramatically. He was undeniably a Nirvana realm warrior. As his words resonated, several figures materialized beside him, each exuding an aura that indicated they were no less than half-step Nirvana realm warriors. Upon hearing his declaration, Lin Yun and the others erupted into discussion. The Mo Yin dynasty, a true high-ranking dynasty. Ling Ji and Liu Yuan exchanged astonished glances, gasping in disbelief. The Mo Yin dynasty held a prestigious reputation among the elite dynasties, and their presence here was unexpected. Two Nirvana realm powerhouses. Many felt their breaths quicken. With the addition of two Nirvana realm warriors and two half-step Nirvana warriors on their side, they might still have a chance at seizing the opportunity. Those who had made it this far were predominantly at the half-step Nirvana realm level, their hearts brimming with dissatisfaction. And with their numbers combined with the Nirvana warriors from the high-ranking dynasty, they might just take the plunge. The flames of determination ignited within many hearts. Stoked by Chun Mu's words, observing the restless crowd, Chun Mu revealed a chilling smile, stating, "Once we emerge victorious, we shall each rely on our own capabilities. Gentlemen, let us commence." With that, Chun Mu and his allies initiated the assault, their vital energies erupting to their zenith, a terrifying black fist manifesting within the main hall. Lin Dong wasted no time. A spear materialized in his grasp, aimed directly at Chun Mu's black fist. Simultaneously, Mu Qianqian and Qing Ten unleashed their own formidable energies, targeting the other advancing warriors from the Mo Yin dynasty. Xiao Lei summoned forth arcs of lightning, while the three small tigers erupted in a conflagration of flames. In the key space, Lin Yun, who had been sitting in stillness, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the terrifying energies erupting outside. A cold glimmer flashed in his gaze. How audacious of the Mo Yin dynasty to attack them. They were truly unaware of the peril they faced. Without hesitation, he surged forth from the key space, formulating a task in his mind. Task: eliminate the four from the Mo Yin dynasty. Reward: 5 million Nirvana pills. As he beheld the Mo Yin warriors engaging, Lin Yun's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Die!" His speed seemed capable of tearing through space itself. In less than a breath, he arrived before Chun Mu, delivering a punch that disregarded the martial techniques in use, striking with raw force. Chun Mu's expression shifted slightly at the sight of such terrifying speed. He unleashed his own vital energy to its peak, pushing his Nirvana golden body and speed to their limits. However, it was evidently futile. With a resounding impact, Chun Mu's golden form crumbled like tofu beneath the force of Lin Yun's strike, a massive gaping wound erupting forth. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that a single blow could have such devastating consequences. Just as he attempted to scream, another punch collided with his skull. In an instant, the head of the Nirvana realm warrior was obliterated, a torrent of blood spraying outward. The remaining members of the Mo Yin dynasty, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror before they could react. Lin Yun's figure flickered once more, appearing before another Nirvana realm warrior, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the warrior's skull, sending the upper half of the body crashing to the ground. Two more thunderous impacts followed, and the remaining warriors from the Mo Yin dynasty were dispatched in the same manner. In an instant, the main hall fell into a heavy silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard amidst the stillness. Those who had been prepared to strike were now filled with dread. Utterly unprepared for the swift and brutal annihilation of the two Nirvana realm warriors before them. Truly unaware of their own mortality, Lin Yun remarked coldly. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Yun and the others, promptly establishing a new task in his mind. Task: rob the group. Reward: 3 million Nirvana pills. Under the weight of his gaze, the others felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, fear etched across their faces. Had Lin Yun arrived a moment later, they too would have been embroiled in the chaos and found themselves among the slain. Hand over your Qingquan bags and scram, Lin Yun commanded, his tone laced with a chilling menace. As he finished speaking, Xiao Lei, the dragon ape, and the three small tigers encircled the group, trapping them within. Upon witnessing the formidable aura emanating from the demonic beasts, The onlookers were instantly stripped of any thoughts of resistance or escape. To contemplate fleeing from such a multitude of Nirvana realm beasts was nothing short of a delusion. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone promptly retrieved their spatial bags and cast them onto the ground. Wu Mo and Hua Yun exhibited no reluctance, for they had witnessed firsthand the annihilation of two Nirvana realm powerhouses from the Demon Rock dynasty. Only after the full manifestation of these beasts' power did they comprehend the absurdity of their previous notions. The sheer number of these beasts exceeded 4 Nirvana realm entities. It was laughable to have ever believed in the possibility of contention. After relinquishing their spatial bags, the group hastily fled the main hall. Each individual moved with remarkable swiftness, fearful that lingering even a moment longer could spell their demise. As they departed, Lin Yun's gaze was drawn to a particular spot within the main hall. Having observed for some time, he called out, "Come forth." Chapter 205. Wind and Thunder Tribulation. Breakthrough to a Celestial Talisman Master. Inside the main hall, a concealed figure initially appeared startled, but soon resigned to revealing herself. From the left side of the main hall's entrance, a red silhouette gradually materialized. Giggling as she spoke, "Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of attacking you. My name is Mu Hongling, and I linger to see how you would handle the situation. I did not expect you to be so formidable. Perhaps we could become friends, as there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future." Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Opportunities for collaboration? What kind of collaboration could we possibly have, my lady?" Upon hearing this, Mu Hongling's face brightened as she replied, "The ancient key you possess is not singular. It requires 4 keys to unlock the ancient treasure vault. Thus, your competitors are numerous. To my knowledge, 2 powerful dynasties have already acquired keys. So if you wish to obtain treasures from the ancient vault, collaboration might indeed be in order." After processing Mu Hongling's words, Lin Yun's expression sharpened. "What else do you know, Miss Mu? Do not hesitate to share." Mu Hongling sighed. She was acutely aware that she could not contend with Lin Yun. Should he wish to seize her, she would have no choice but to acquiesce. Contemplating her options, she decided to divulge all the intelligence she possessed. Firstly, regarding the Demon Rock dynasty that just attacked. After a considerable time, Mu Hongling concluded her account. "Well, that is all I know. May I leave now?" She raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Lin Yun nodded. Subsequently, the red silhouette swiftly vanished from the main hall. He made no attempt to impede her departure, for she had not attacked him and had provided valuable information. Moreover, he was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Otherwise, none of those individuals would have likely survived. Beside him, Mu Qianqian pouted upon witnessing Mu Hongling's vanishing figure, feeling slightly threatened by the woman's beauty. Observing her reaction, Lin Yun gently brushed her hair and said, "Let's proceed outside." Upon hearing Lin Yun's command, the group and the demonic beasts followed suit, exiting the ancient hall. Returning to Thunder Rock Valley, Lin Yun did not rush to leave, but opted to rest for a while. After such an extensive journey and multiple battles, a moment of recuperation was necessary. Most importantly, he was yet to ascertain the contents of the numerous spatial bags he had just seized. Subsequently, Lin Yun opened the recently acquired spatial bags and conducted a rough inventory, discovering over 1 million Nirvana pills, dozens of martial arts techniques, and earth-grade spiritual treasures. Gazing at these items, Lin Yun could not suppress his excitement, exclaiming, "Let us divide these spoils." For reasons unknown, the thrill of possessing these plundered treasures invigorated him. "Mo Ling, you take these earth-grade spiritual treasures," Lin Yun declared, waving his hand as several treasures floated towards Mo Ling. Mo Ling was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lin Yun's words, feeling as though the scene was somewhat surreal. These earth-grade treasures, typically unseen in the outside world, were now casually at his disposal, akin to mere vegetables in a marketplace. Overwhelmed, he struggled to accept this reality. Despite having been astonished many times before, the earth-grade treasures Lin Yun was bestowing upon him left him speechless. "Are all of these for me?" he stammered. "Indeed, take them. Also, here are the Nirvana pills. Find a place and hasten your breakthrough to the Nirvana realm." Lin Yun handed him a spatial bag filled with nearly 1 million Nirvana pills. Mo Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. The notion that 1 million Nirvana pills were his own left him utterly dumbfounded, even more so than when he received the earth-grade treasures. 1 million. That was roughly the reward for entering a super sect. After a brief moment of shock, Mo Ling vigorously nodded. He felt a deep sense of urgency. Realizing he had been lagging behind the group and was eager to ascend to the Nirvana realm as quickly as possible, at the very least to keep pace with them. With his newfound treasures in hand, Mo Ling made his way to a secluded spot in Thunder Rock Valley, where he sat cross-legged, preparing for his breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. Lin Yun then distributed additional spiritual treasures to Lin Dong. "Thank you, Brother Lin Yun," Lin Dong expressed, his surprise evidently less intense than Mo Ling's, yet he still felt a surge of excitement. Such Earth-grade spiritual treasures were a rarity outside. No one would ever complain of having too many treasures. After Lin Dong received his treasures, he moved aside to begin refining them. As for Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan, Lin Yun had naturally reserved the finest for them. Both beamed with joy upon receiving the Earth-grade spiritual treasures from Lin Yun. "Thank you, my husband." Mu Qianqian, her face aglow with delight. The few spiritual treasures she had possessed had now multiplied, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Meanwhile, Qing Tan, with a charming smile, looked at Lin Yun and softly said, "Thank you, my husband." Seeing their elated expressions, Lin Yun could not help but smile in return. "You both should refine your spiritual treasures and prepare for your breakthroughs." "Yes," they replied in unison, finding a suitable spot to commence their refinement. As everyone began their refining process, Lin Yun addressed the little thunder dragon, the ape, and the 3 little tigers, saying, "You shall guard us here." The demonic beasts nodded in agreement and spread out, encircling the group in the center. Lin Yun then sat down, taking out the rewards he had obtained from the ancient hall, the tree pattern rune, and began the refining process. As the sun traversed the sky from day to night and back again, several days passed. A sudden surge of powerful energy erupted from Lin Yun's still form. The dark clouds in the sky began to coalesce. The refinement of the tree pattern rune, combined with the previously devoured primordial spirit, enabled Lin Yun to achieve a breakthrough. "Is this the wind and thunder tribulation?" Lin Yun mused, gazing at the gathering storm clouds above. With that, he established a new task in his mind. Task: breakthrough to a celestial talisman master. Reward: Spirit 3, Comprehension 3. The Nirvana realm consists of 9 stages, while the celestial talisman master is classified into 10 seals. Nirvana experts are both feared and compelled to face the Nirvana tribulation, while celestial talisman masters harbor a love-hate relationship with their own trials, namely the wind and thunder tribulation. Since mental strength inherently possesses the ability to channel the divine power of the heavens and earth, once one steps into the realm of a celestial talisman master, the accumulation of mental strength to a particular threshold will inevitably attract the wind and thunder tribulation. This formidable force, forged from wind and lightning, will draw in the individual undergoing the tribulation. Should they endure this divine cleansing, their mental fortitude will become increasingly stable. In the midst of the skies, thunderclouds converged, and in the next instant, a bolt of lightning, imbued with the power of wind and thunder and shimmering in silver gray, violently rent the heavens asunder, striking fiercely at Lin Yun's spiritual form. A deep explosion reverberated through Lin Yun's spirit, and layers of electric brilliance immediately manifested upon his somewhat ethereal figure. In the face of the thunder's wrath, Lin Yun exhibited no signs of evasion. Instead, he spread his arms wide and allowed the thunder to rain down upon him with relentless force. Ordinary celestial symbol masters would naturally shy away from such arrogance, unwilling to bear the brunt of lightning with their spiritual forms. However, Lin Yun possessed the formidable swallowing heaven demon art and, coupled with his innate devouring thunder body, remained undaunted. As he absorbed the energy, Lin Yun's spiritual form underwent continuous refinement, and the pervasive spiritual fluctuations grew increasingly potent. Upon reaching a critical point, Lin Yun smiled faintly. A master celestial symbolist. Chapter 206, Universal Breakthrough, Dragon AP Transformation. Within the Thunder Rock Valley, following his breakthrough, Lin Yun did not cease his endeavors. He commenced the refinement of the celestial symbol immortal tree gifted to him by Lin Dong. To his astonishment, the celestial symbol immortal tree could seamlessly integrate into his Niwen palace. The energy derived from refining the celestial symbol immortal tree made Lin Yun feel as though he could summon the wind and thunder tribulations at any moment, propelling him further in his cultivation. The celestial symbol immortal tree was extraordinarily potent, directly enhancing Lin Yun's Niwen palace, serving as the divine tree that fortified his sanctuary. There was no rush to break through just yet. It was prudent to solidify his foundation further. Moreover, akin to Lin Dong's situation in the original tale. He could choose to remain hidden, accumulating strength for a pivotal moment to invoke multiple wind and thunder tribulations and achieve great feats. With this thought, Lin Yun produced a vast quantity of nirvana pills, preparing to challenge the 3 yuan nirvana realm. He possessed an abundance of nirvana pills, exceeding 100 million, and casually drawing a few hundred million for a breakthrough was trivial. While retrieving the nirvana pills, he established a mental task. Breakthrough to the 3 yuan nirvana realm. Reward: Constitution 3, Root Bone 3. After relentless refinement, Lin Yun's third nirvana tribulation had arrived. The nirvana tribulation, each stage stronger than the last, bore exponentially increased might. As Lin Yun's consciousness scanned his body, he did not wait long before a wisp of pitch-black flame, eerily ethereal, slowly emerged. Nirvana Demon Flame. Upon witnessing this black flame, Lin Yun understood that this was the crux of the 3 yuan nirvana tribulation. The terrifying melting power, once unleashed within his body, could potentially incinerate his internal organs in an instant. Comme fort. Lin Yun concentrated his mind, dismissing any lingering thoughts, and directly summoned his primordial power to envelop the wisp of black flame. The Nirvana Demon Flame, unyielding, swiftly spread its terrifying melting potency, and the primordial energy encapsulating it began to dissolve at a visibly alarming rate. The only method to counter the Nirvana Demon Flame was to rely on the profoundness of one's primordial energy to resist it. However, this approach was immensely taxing, and those with weaker foundations often succumbed to the rampant flames during their tribulation, ultimately perishing. Yet Lin Yun harbored no concerns. His primordial energy was exceptionally robust, capable of sustaining a protracted battle against the Nirvana Demon Flame. As time passed, the size of the Nirvana Demon Flame diminished, its color fading gradually. Upon sensing that the Nirvana Demon Flame had entirely vanished from within him, Lin Yun rose slowly, stretching lazily as his bones emitted a series of crisp cracks. A feeling of unprecedented strength coursed through his limbs and bones, surging into his being, as profound and formidable as the might of a great river. 3 yuan Nirvana Realm. A smile illuminated Lin Yun's face. With a mighty punch, the surrounding space seemed to tear apart beneath the force of his swift strike. How powerful! Lin Yun couldn't suppress his admiration. After marveling at his newfound strength, his gaze swept across the surroundings. Several spirit beasts awaited his breakthrough, while Qingtan, Lin Dong, and Mu Qianqian had also entered their cultivation after refining the earth-grade spiritual treasures. The environment here is quite favorable. Xiaolei, you should also cultivate alongside us. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Xiaolei, the dragon ape, the 3 little tigers, and Xiaozi began their cultivation. Not long after the spirit beasts commenced their training, Mo Ling successfully broke through to the Nirvana realm. Upon witnessing Mo Ling's advancement, a smile spread across Lin Yun's face. Mo Ling swiftly approached Lin Yun, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, brother Lin Yun. The third prince had completely transformed into Lin Yun's devoted admirer. Haha, a breakthrough is splendid. This serves to accelerate our team's progress, Lin Yun remarked. After their brief exchange, both turned their attention to the others. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Lin Dong was the first to break through, ascending to the celestial symbol master rank, and not long after, he entered the Nirvana tribulation once more. Qingtan and Mu Qianqian successfully broke through to the 1 yuan Nirvana realm after Lin Dong's ascension. Husband, we have also broken through, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, her face radiating joy. Beside her, Qingtan waved her small fist in agreement. Lin Yun chuckled. Naturally, he doted on his women. 3 days later, Lin Dong successfully broke through to the 1 yuan Nirvana realm. His Nirvana tribulation appeared significantly more formidable compared to Mu Qianqian and Qingtan's. Yet his breakthrough speed was remarkably swift. Brother Lin Yun, I have reached the 1 yuan Nirvana realm, Lin Dong exclaimed excitedly, showcasing his terrifying speed. That speed was evidently far superior to that of Mu Qianqian and Qingtan. At that moment, Mo Ling sensed a vast disparity. He had thought that upon breaking through to the Nirvana realm, the gap between them would narrow, yet the difference remained strikingly vast. We have also broken through to the 1 yuan Nirvana realm, Qingtan proudly proclaimed to Lin Dong. Her aura surged explosively. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into laughter. Indeed splendid. Lin Yun rejoiced, thrilled that the entire team had elevated to a new level of strength. As the group conversed, a roar erupted from Xiaolei. Roar. The surrounding thunder surged wildly into its form. Clearly, its 2 yuan nirvana tribulation had completely dissipated, and it now needed to voraciously absorb the ambient energy to replenish its internal void. In the environment of Thunder Rock Valley, Xiaolei voraciously consumed the thunder, becoming the first among the spirit beasts to break through. Xiaolei ascended to the 2 yuan nirvana realm. As Lin Yun's words fell, Xiaolei's form expanded continuously, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it contracted like a deflating balloon. At this moment, Xiaolei experienced a transformation and ascension. With another exuberant roar, its cry resonated with boundless joy. At this juncture, Xiaolei could take on a humanoid form, but chose not to, wishing instead to serve as Lin Yun's mount. Sensing Xiaolei's intentions, Lin Yun affectionately patted its head, and Xiaolei nuzzled against him in delight. Following Xiaolei's breakthrough, the dragon ape was unwilling to be outdone. After consuming a substantial amount of blood pills, spirit beast pills, and nirvana pills, it successfully ascended to the 2 yuan nirvana realm. With Lin Yun's approval, the dragon ape opted for transformation, becoming a robust man adorned with prominent horns. Both it and Xiaolei possessed powerful bloodlines, allowing them to transform earlier than other spirit beasts. The dragon ape was ill-suited to be a mount. Transformation suited it far better. Having just completed its transformation, the dragon ape knelt before Lin Yun. "Master, rise. We are all companions now. Just greet me as your elder brother," Lin Yun encouraged, lifting the dragon ape up. Mu Qianqian and Qing Ting gazed curiously at the towering figure transformed from the dragon ape, marveling at their first encounter with a shape-shifting beast. Beside them, Lin Dong and Mo Ling shared a similar sentiment, albeit with less overt expression than the two girls. Lin Yun smiled as he regarded the imposing figure before him. Following the breakthroughs of Xiaolei and the dragon ape, the group's attention shifted to the three little tigers and Xiaozi. To everyone's astonishment, all four beasts managed to ascend to the first stage of nirvana on the same day. However, their bloodline powers remained too weak for them to assume human form. Observing the team's advancement to a new level, Lin Yun cheerfully declared, "Let us proceed. It's time to venture forth." Chapter 207, Annihilation of the Demon Rock Dynasty. 10 million Nirvana Pills. After departing from the Thunder Rock Valley, the group returned to Yang City. As they stepped into the city, Lin Yun and his companions overheard the murmurs of those around them speculating about their presence. Is that them? The ones the Demon Rock Dynasty has vowed to exact revenge upon? Indeed, I heard the rumors that they killed Chunmu of the Demon Rock Dynasty. But who knows if it's true? It must be true. Just look at those beasts beside them, each one exuding a terrifying aura. True, but I wonder who is stronger when compared to the Demon Rock Dynasty. After all, they have a powerful being at the first stage of Nirvana and numerous half-step Nirvana practitioners. Really? Yet I feel they are formidable as well. Their prior display of strength in the city was quite fearsome. Shall we place a wager? I feel certain they will triumph. Not so fast. They're looking our way, and those individuals are not ones we can provoke. This remark silenced the surrounding discussions, as no one dared to meet Lin Yun's gaze. He merely smiled at the chatter without uttering a word. The Demon Rock Dynasty? Lin Yun was not one to fear their opposition. It was they who should be wary now. Upon entering the city, Mo Ling was tasked with discreetly gathering information about the whereabouts of the Demon Rock Dynasty members and assessing their strength. Given the rumors they had just heard, it should not be too difficult to uncover. The third prince now seemed to have taken on the role of an all-knowing informant, eagerly volunteering to scout for news wherever he went, utilizing this as a means to assert his presence within the team. His method was straightforward and rather blunt. He would simply purchase information from the intelligence center with a bag of Nirvana pills. Within less than half an hour, Mo Ling returned with a broad smile. "Brother Lin Yun, I learned that the people of the Demon Rock Dynasty are primarily stationed in Demon Rock City, though they're also plotting for the ancient key in other locations. Regarding their strength, it appears they have 2 practitioners at the first stage of Nirvana and a considerable number of those at the Nirvana and half-step Nirvana stages. With such strength, I expected them to be more formidable," Mu Qianqian remarked coolly, her eyes reflecting a hint of malice. After all, those individuals had previously attacked them for treasure, only to be slain by Lin Yun, and now they sought revenge. "I can hardly wait for them to come for retribution." Lin Dong echoed, his tone icy. "Me too," Qing Tan chimed in, shaking her small fists. "Once they arrive, I shall tear them to shreds." The dragon ape transformed into a giant, revealed a murderous intent. Hearing their declarations, Lin Yun proclaimed with great authority, "If they do not come to find us, we shall seek them out and demand their vengeance." Upon this pronouncement, Xiao Lei could not contain himself, and the three little tigers joined in, their excitement palpable. The previous demon tide had not satisfied their thirst for battle. Absolutely. Lin Dong was the first to respond, his eyes burning with fierce combativeness. The pressure that had built within him due to Lin Yun's intervention previously had not yet dissipated. And now an opportunity had arisen. The dragon ape was equally invigorated, rubbing its massive hands together. "Then let us go." Lin Yun waved his hand dramatically, and the group set off toward Demon Rock City. Demon Rock City. With their beasts hastening their journey, the group arrived at the gates of Demon Rock City. Lin Yun floated slightly above the ground, channeling his primal energy, and proclaimed loudly, "I have heard that the Demon Rock dynasty seeks to retaliate against me. I have now come to accept your challenge." As he spoke, Lin Yun mentally established a mission. Task: annihilate the participants of the Demon Rock dynasty. Reward: 10 million Nirvana pills. The booming voice, imbued with terrifying energy, echoed throughout Demon Rock City, drawing the gaze of many. Are those the individuals the Demon Rock dynasty intends to take revenge on? Have they come to our doorstep, unafraid of death? If they dared to come, they must possess considerable strength. I heard they are from a lower-tier dynasty. Is that so? Then why challenge a higher-tier dynasty? I am uncertain, but I have heard that the people of Yang City consider them quite powerful. Look quickly, the people of the Demon Rock dynasty are arriving. As the last remark was uttered, all eyes turned towards the horizon, where countless figures appeared against the sky, facing Lin Yun. "Ah, I was pondering how to find you, and here you are, coming to me. How fortunate, for I need not expend further effort in my search." The leading man spoke coldly. Beside him, a man with triangular eyes surveyed Lin Yun's group, his expression chilling. "Shi Xian, stop wasting time on them. Just kill them. Attack." At Shi Xian's command, a fierce aura erupted from his body, and he gestured as if to slice his throat. Without hesitation, the others surged forward. Lin Yun smirked with a cold demeanor. This was precisely what he had hoped for. He had never intended to engage in lengthy discourse with the members of the Demon Rock dynasty. Lin Dong surged ahead, his aura flaring with intensity. He plunged into the fray, his spear flashing as he danced through the crowd like a dragon. Observing Lin Dong's charge, the dragon ape let out a roar. "Watch as I rend you apart." It too dove into the melee, engaging in fierce combat. Montak Ling Qingzhu. The three little tigers and Xiao Zi joined the fray, while Mu Qianqian and Qing Ten stood aside to prevent any escape by the members of the Demon Rock dynasty. This scene caused Shi Xian, who was watching, to blink in surprise. "Lei Shi, something feels amiss. What could possibly be wrong? You, a first-stage Nirvana practitioner, fear them?" While they spoke, Lin Yun darted toward them. The heavenly tier spiritual treasure, the sacred crocodile spear, appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Shi Xian and Lei Shi, swinging the weapon towards them. The two were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such speed from their opponent. However, as seasoned fighters, they quickly unleashed their Nirvana golden bodies, allowing their terrifying aura to radiate. Their weapons materialized in hand, clashing against Lin Yun's spear. Clang! The sound of colliding weapons echoed, followed shortly by a resounding explosion. Lei Shi's weapon shattered, and the sacred crocodile spear struck him fiercely. Thud! He was sent flying backward. How is this possible? Shi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of strength did their opponent possess to shatter Lei Shi's weapon and injure him severely with a single strike? Just as Shi Xian was reeling from shock, Lin Yun unleashed another thrust. A phantom of the sacred crocodile materialized from the spear, soaring through the air as if it could tear apart everything in its path. Aiming for Shi Xian's chest, Shi Xian's eyes filled with terror. He raised his weapon in defense, his Nirvana golden body surging to its utmost limit. Thud! The spear pierced his body, shattering bone. What dynasty do you hail from? How can you be so powerful? Shi Xian spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning with deep resentment. The Great Flame Dynasty. Lin Yun, Chapter 208. Strengthening the Three Little Tigers, Heavenly Demon Tiger Bones. Outside Demon Rock City, as Lin Yun's voice faded, Shi Xian's body gradually plummeted from the heavens. A formidable expert of the Nirvana realm had thus met his demise. The Thunder Serpent, who had just been sent flying, witnessed this scene with terror etched on its face, preparing to flee into the distance. But to run? Death awaited. Lin Yun's speed surged to its peak, appearing before the Thunder Serpent as if by teleportation, thrusting his spear with ferocity. The Thunder Serpent hastily summoned a treasure to defend itself, yet it paled in comparison to Lin Yun's celestial crocodile spear. The treasure shattered, and its body was pierced. A mouthful of blood erupted from it, and the Thunder Serpent's form slumped, devoid of life. Upon witnessing the demise of two Nirvana realm powerhouses, the remaining members of the Demon Rock dynasty sought to escape, but under the relentless assault of Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan, none managed to break free from their encirclement. As the forces of the Demon Rock dynasty were obliterated, the entire Demon Rock city fell into a profound silence, as if it had entered a state of death. No one dared to breathe heavily, fearing they might attract the attention of these formidable individuals. As Lin Yun and his companions' momentum fully coalesced, the inhabitants of Demon Rock City slowly exhaled a breath of relief. Such strength! Those who had just acted were all experts of the Nirvana realm. Indeed, did you hear clearly what that person said? Which dynasty do they belong to? The Great Flame Dynasty. Hiss! I've heard of this dynasty. It is indeed as rumored. A low-tier dynasty. Yet how could so many prodigies emerge from it? A low-tier dynasty annihilating a high-tier dynasty, truly against the heavens. Many from various dynasties murmured in awe. The recent battle had astounded them. They had initially expected a brutal clash, yet it turned out to be a one-sided massacre by the Great Flame Dynasty. After exterminating the members of the Demon Rock Dynasty, Lin Yun and his companions returned to the outskirts of Demon Rock City, each clutching their spatial bags. Upon counting, they discovered that the people of the Demon Rock Dynasty were quite affluent. True to being a high-tier dynasty, they possessed over 2 million Nirvana pills and numerous earthly treasures. After a brief division, Mo Ling, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Experts of the Nirvana realm are indeed powerful. They couldn't even break my skin with their weapons." Hearing this, Lin Dong let out a hearty laugh. "Brother Mo, next time, come and test your strength against me." As soon as this was said, Mo Ling shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. He had seen Lin Dong in action before. There was a clear disparity in their realms. And besides, Lin Dong had cultivated spiritual power, leaving him with no chance of victory. While the two conversed, a robust man, Long Yuan, grumbled nearby, "Not satisfying at all. Those attacks felt like mere tickles to me, utterly boring." Qing Tan, overhearing this, covered her mouth and chuckled. Mu Qianqian then teased, "Next time, let my husband find you someone stronger to fight." Little Lei also raised his head and let out a low growl, clearly indicating that he was ready to join. The three little tigers beside him imitated Little Lei, growling in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. "Next time, I shall ensure you all have a thrilling battle." Long Yuan scratched his head and said, "Big brother, you must promise me to let me go first next time. I am very strong." Upon hearing his words, everyone erupted into laughter. The three little tigers beside him eagerly rubbed against him, as these little fellows also needed to grow stronger. Lin Yun pondered a location. In the original text, it seemed that there were tiger bones of the celestial demon tiger surrounding that place. With this thought, Lin Yun inquired of Mo Ling, "Do you recall mentioning the ancient land when discussing the Demon Rock Dynasty? Did you manage to gather any information about it that day?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's sudden question, Mo Ling recalled and replied, "Yes. Their reason for heading to the ancient land is that the time for the ancient secret treasure's opening is approaching. I have marked the specific directions and locations. All right, let us proceed to the ancient land." As Lin Yun's voice fell, the group mounted their spirit beasts, whose massive forms surged forth like a bolt of lightning toward the distant horizon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The expanse of the ancient battlefield is exceedingly vast. Even the northwestern region alone is immense, and the ancient land lies deep within it. Thus, even the Nirvana realm beasts required approximately 2 days to reach it. During these 2 days, Lin Yun and his companions frequently encountered waves of monsters. But what appeared as calamities to ordinary folk were akin to paradise for Lin Yun and his spirit beasts. Consequently, each time they encountered demonic beasts, the spirit beasts surged with excitement, zealously charging forth and engaging in relentless battles. On the third morning, the group awoke to gaze at the distant horizon. Within their sight, the lush mountains finally came to an end, revealing an expanse of land that was remarkably vast. Although the ancient battlefield itself was an ancient region, the land ahead exuded an even more potent aura. Above the sky in the ancient land, streaks of light flashed by, undoubtedly arrivals from various dynasties coming from afar. The spirit beasts slowed their pace as they approached the ancient land. As they neared, Lin Yun instructed the spirit beasts to restrain their auras and shrink in size. Following closely beside them, upon entering, a plump man approached with a beaming smile. "Friends, I possess an abundance of information. Recently, those coming to the ancient land are likely drawn by the ancient secret treasure, and you must be eager to know about the owner of the ancient key." For merely 10,000 nirvana pills, the fat man offered. Lin Yun smiled slightly, surprised that this information broker had come right to their doorstep. Noticing Lin Yun's lack of enthusiasm, the fat man continued, "But wait, have you heard of the celestial demon tiger? I have some leads on it." At these words, Lin Yun's eyes instantly brightened. He had intended to have Mo Ling investigate, yet he stumbled upon it immediately upon entering. Lin Dong also perked up with renewed interest. Little Lei, Long Yuan, and the three little tigers exhibited palpable curiosity. Mo Ling, Mu Qianqian, and Qing Tan, however, appeared somewhat puzzled by the mention. Observing the change in expressions, the plump man smiled slightly. 5,000 nirvana pills. Without hesitation, Lin Yun produced a spatial bag and tossed it over. "Speak." The fat man hurriedly accepted it, his eyes narrowing into slits. To the north, beyond 1,000 miles, lies a beast valley, teeming with many beasts, some of which can rival Nirvana realm experts. It is said that the ruler of this valley is a beast capable of matching a one-origin Nirvana expert, the earth-shattering tiger. "You just mentioned the celestial demon tiger, not the earth-shattering tiger," Lin Dong interjected coldly. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Lin Dong, the fat man quickly replied, "Wait, I haven't finished. Within the lair of the earth-shattering tiger lies a bone of the celestial demon tiger, which it fortuitously obtained, intending to use it during its second Nirvana tribulation." Long Yuan stepped forward, preparing to unleash his aura. Yet, the fat man continued. "The celestial demon tiger race gathers all its power within its bones. The bones are their strongest asset, and this tiger bone holds the essence." "Location," Lin Yun demanded upon hearing the fat man's words. "That beast valley." Chapter 209, Subduing the Earth-Shattering Tiger and the Bloodline of the Thunderquake Tiger. The location of the Beast Valley was not far from where they had just set off. With the speed of the spirit beasts, it would not take long. In no more than half an hour, they arrived at an expansive primordial forest. This forest stood upon the earth, exuding a profound sense of antiquity and weathered charm, suggesting it had existed for quite some time. "This must be the Beast Valley the fat man mentioned," Lin Yun mused. Mu Qianqian gazed at the scene before her. Observing the location marked by him, it seemed to be quite accurate. Mo Ling nodded in agreement. While the two conversed, Lin Dong surveyed the valley below and suddenly furrowed his brow, saying, Are there people down there?" Upon reaching this place, Lin Yun had sensed the presence of others. This information was undoubtedly known to more than just us, yet it held little significance. Lin Yun smiled, declaring that their current strength allowed them to handle anyone with ease. "I, along with Xiao Lei and the three little tigers, will scare them all away." The dragon monkey volunteered eagerly, having longed for a chance to test his mettle. Subsequently, several demon beasts regained their forms and charged towards the individuals below. Upon seeing multiple demon beasts above the Nirvana realm, the group below was left utterly stunned. In mere moments, that assembly of people vanished into the Beast Valley. During their escape, one of them remarked clearly, "We received information that there was only one Nirvana realm demon beast. How could so many appear just now? I don't know, run quickly. I still don't want to die. When I return, I will surely make that informant pay dearly." After these individuals fled, Lin Yun and his companions ventured into the valley. After walking for a brief while, they arrived at the entrance of a cave deep within the valley. Just as they prepared to enter, a figure towering several meters high, exuding an astonishing aura of oppression, slowly emerged from the shadows of the cave, striding forth with heavy steps. Within the dim cavern, the robust silhouette gradually became illuminated by sunlight. With the appearance of this figure, the very air in the valley seemed to solidify, a faint aura of ferocity spreading throughout. The great power-splitting Earth Tiger. The dragon monkey's face was alight with excitement, clearly eager for a confrontation. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the colossal figure, which resembled a small giant, adorned with spiky black fur akin to steel. Most astonishingly, atop its formidable body was not a human head, but a massive tiger's head, with menacing fangs stained with blood, emanating a chilling aura, and its crimson eyes radiating a savage thirst for blood. It was evident that this great power-splitting earth tiger had transcended most beastly forms. After enduring a couple of nirvana tribulations, it might fully shed its beastly nature. Regardless of your intentions for being here, leave the Beast Valley at once. The great power-splitting earth tiger commanded, surveying the group and their beasts. It sensed a profound danger emanating from those beasts. Yet the treasures within the cave compelled it not to retreat. Sister Qianqian, it can speak just like the dragon monkey. Qingtin whispered from side. A being capable of human speech must be at least in the first nirvana realm. Mu Qianqian assessed the great power-splitting earth tiger. Meanwhile, the dragon monkey gazed at the imposing tiger with a fierce determination, itching for a contest. The newly ascended nirvana realm Mo Ling, however, felt considerable pressure emanating from the great power-splitting earth tiger. Upon hearing the discussions, Lin Yun smirked and remarked, "A first nirvana realm beast. Its strength is quite commendable. Now, why don't you hurry up and leave?" The great power-splitting earth tiger's aura surged violently as it stomped forward, unleashing a tremendous force that reverberated through the valley. "I desire the Tiamat tiger bone in your possession," Lin Yun stated nonchalantly. "You want my Tiamat tiger bone?" The great power-splitting earth tiger's eyes turned icy as its massive, iron-like fist smashed into the mountain behind it, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. "Not only the Tiamat tiger bone, but I also want you to come with me." Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as he smiled, his aura suddenly becoming terrifying. "Big brother," the dragon monkey exclaimed, alarmed at Lin Yun's intent to engage. Xiao Lei and the three little tigers shared his concern. "Let me handle this. I could be quicker," Lin Yun declared, establishing a mission in his mind. Mission: subjugate the great power-splitting earth tiger. Reward: a portion of the earth-shaking thunder tiger bloodline. Mission: acquire the Tiamat tiger bone. Reward: a vial of Tiamat tiger bone elixir. This time, Lin Yun successfully established two missions simultaneously. "Human, unless I die, there is no way I will follow you," the great power-splitting earth tiger retorted coldly. It then stomped down hard on the ground, transforming into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air and appearing before Lin Yun in an instant, unleashing a powerful tiger fist. A martial arts trajectory faintly traced its path, showcasing its overwhelming might. Lin Yun, witnessing the attack, did not flinch. Instead, he unleashed a thunderous punch of his own. Boom! In an instant, both fists collided with tremendous force. The great power-splitting earth tiger was sent flying, crashing into the mountain behind it. In an instant, boulders shattered, and a wave of terrifying winds surged forth, creating a truly daunting spectacle. The great power-splitting earth tiger spat out a mouthful of blood, its crimson eyes fixed on Lin Yun in disbelief. It had not anticipated that the man before it would possess such formidable strength. The Tiamat tiger bone was something it was unwilling to relinquish. Realizing this, the great power-splitting earth tiger clutched its chest and slowly stood up. However, Lin Yun seized the opportunity, appearing before it like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A downward punch struck the great power-splitting earth tiger, causing the ground beneath it to explode, and it was immediately driven into the mountain. "Are you convinced yet?" Lin Yun asked with a smile, though his eyes were laced with a murderous intent. The great power-splitting earth tiger gritted its teeth, initially intending to retort defiantly. But just then, a small weasel suddenly appeared and interjected. "Hey, big guy, you desire the Tiamat tiger bone to implant it into your body during the nirvana tribulations, right? If so, you might not survive long. The Tiamat tiger bloodline is tyrannical. With your mediocre physique, even if you force a fusion, you won't be able to unleash its power. You might as well follow him. Just look at them. Tion, the demon weasel." The great power-splitting earth tiger stared wide-eyed at the weasel spirit. As soon as the weasel finished speaking, the other beasts and the dragon monkey erupted in a show of strength. The great power-splitting earth tiger surveyed the surroundings, its enormous eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Yun then added, "Follow me, and you can not only survive but also grow stronger." Upon hearing this, the initially resolute gaze of the great power-splitting earth tiger suddenly softened. The prospect of survival and strength was precisely what it desired, and it recognized that it could not perfectly fuse with the Tiamat tiger bone. "All right, I will follow you," the great power-splitting earth tiger relented, albeit with a hint of struggle. Chapter 210, Xiaoyan's Fusion, Reward, Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. In the Beast Valley, upon hearing these words, Lin Yun's face broke into a broad smile. Meanwhile, the great power-splitting earth tiger was filled with trepidation, sensing that if it did not align with this man, it might truly meet its demise here. Very well, from now on, you shall be called Li Wang. Here, take these, and you should recuperate, Lin Yun said, producing several spirit elixirs from his hand and gently waving them towards Li Wang. As Li Wang felt the energy emanating from the elixirs, a smile spread across its tiger-like face. As long as you obey in the future, there will be plenty more where this came from, Lin Yun assured with a smile. All right. At this moment, the great power-splitting Earth Tiger's mindset shifted rapidly. In just a few breaths, it had transformed from fear to joy, realizing that the other party could indeed help it grow stronger. I will go fetch the Tiamat tiger bone for you, Li Wang declared after a moment of contemplation. Within just a few breaths, Li Wang re-emerged, bearing a massive black skeleton that spanned over 10 meters. Thud! The black skeleton crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly under its weight, prompting Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong to exchange astonished glances before they all focused intently on the impressive sight. The skeletal structure exuded a deep obsidian hue, glimmering with a lustrous sheen reminiscent of fine iron, as if forged from the darkest of metals. Even in its current state, reduced to naught but a mere tiger's bone, it still emanated an overwhelming aura of ferocity and dominance that enveloped the surroundings. Under the influence of this menacing presence, the three little tigers instinctively took a step back, yet their fervent gazes remained fixed upon the tiger bone. At this juncture, the little weasel piped up, declaring, "Indeed, it is the celestial demon tiger bone." Upon hearing this confirmation, a smile graced Lin Yun's face, accompanied by the chime of the system's prompt in his mind. Mission: subdue the mighty earth-shattering tiger. Reward: a portion of the earth-shaking thunder tiger's bloodline. Status: completed. Claim now. Mission: obtain the celestial demon tiger bone. Reward: a vial of celestial demon tiger bone elixir. Status: completed. Claim now. However, he refrained from claiming the rewards immediately, redirecting his attention to the celestial demon tiger bone upon the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun's gaze gradually settled on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's mutated bloodline was inherently pure, more so than the other two, making the likelihood of successfully merging with the celestial demon tiger bone the highest and the most beneficial. You shall undertake the fusion of this celestial demon tiger bone, Lin Yun declared. With a resounding roar, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed, clearly understanding Lin Yun's words, and emitted a soft growl. The other two little tigers nuzzled against Xiao Yan, aware of the risks involved in merging with the celestial demon tiger bone. Nearby, the little weasel chuckled. This little tiger possesses a certain bravery. If it can endure this trial, the benefits will be transformative. The dragon ape chimed in. Once you have completed the fusion, accompany me for a battle. After the dragon ape spoke, everyone turned their gazes toward Lin Yun. He nodded slightly and instructed, "You all guard the perimeter, should anyone approach. I will assist in the fusion of the celestial demon tiger bone." Mission: aid Xiao Yan in fusing with the celestial demon tiger bone. Following his breakthrough, Lin Yun did not cease his endeavors. Reward: a portion of the dark demon evil god tiger's bloodline. Upon hearing this, the gathered companions and beasts dispersed to create ample space for Lin Yun and Xiao Yan to fuse with the celestial demon tiger bone. Your original bone must first be extracted before the new bone can be integrated. Lin Yun's expression bore a trace of gravity. With a swift motion of his hand, a multitude of round, fiery red nirvana pills erupted from the Qingzhu pouch, coalescing into a vast torrent that surged before the cave atop the mountain, instantly saturating the summit with an intense, searing energy. Nirvana flame, coalesce, Lin Yun commanded, directing a beam of light from his fingertip into the massive flow of nirvana pills. As the light penetrated, the torrent of nirvana pills began to twist violently, and in the next moment, crimson flames erupted, distorting the surrounding space. Xiao Yan, endure this step. It marks the true beginning. Lin Yun murmured softly, waving his hand to let the nirvana flames envelop Xiao Yan's form. At the moment Xiao Yan was enveloped in the nirvana flames, an ear-piercing roar reverberated from within, echoing throughout the mountain range. Lin Dong stood anxiously nearby, his fists clenched tightly. Upon hearing such a chilling roar, Mo Ling furrowed his brow, a look of concern etched on his face. The nearby Qing Tan could no longer bear to witness and turn away. Mu Qianqian gently patted Qing Tan on the shoulder. The other two little tigers shared the sentiment, their intelligence allowing them to empathize with their brother's suffering. They felt profound sorrow, yet understood that this was a trial he must endure. Xiao Lei and the dragon ape stood at a distance, their auras expanding to envelop the area, ensuring that nothing could disturb Xiao Yan during this critical fusion. The anguished roars persisted for a solid 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. However, this did not signify the end of the suffering, but rather that Xiao Yan had been rendered incapable of roaring. At that moment, his form had become a grotesque mass of flesh. "Tiger Bone, emerge!" Lin Yun commanded, subtly moving his hand as a shadowy hand grasped the nirvana flames, plunging into the mass of flesh and yanking forcefully. A distorted, bone-white tiger bone was extracted from the sanguine mass. "Celestial Demon Tiger Bone, come!" Lin Yun gestured again, sending the celestial demon tiger bone hurtling into the nirvana flames. Upon entering the inferno, the indistinct mass of flesh seemed to sense its presence, writhing frantically as tendrils began to entwine around it. Yet, as these tendrils wrapped around the tiger bone, dark glimmers radiated from the bone, attempting to repel the flesh, which clung tenaciously as if glued. "The imprint of the celestial demon tiger in life can only be conquered by you alone." Lin Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and retreated. Concern etched across his face. The struggle between the fiery flesh and the tiger bone persisted for the better part of half a tea's time before it finally came to a halt. In the haze, a gargantuan figure emerged from the flames, far more formidable than the celestial demon tiger bone that preceded it, suddenly erupting with an aura reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening. "It has succeeded." Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The colossal entity within the flames abruptly lifted its head, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the valley. The sheer force of its presence compelled the mighty king to take several steps back. The might of the celestial demon tiger. The little weasel's eyes glimmered with rare excitement. "Well done," Lin Dong exclaimed, pumping his fist in celebration. Mu Qianqian and Qing Tin both exhaled sighs of relief. As the flames dissipated, Xiao Yan emerged slowly, and Lin Yun received a prompt in his mind, indicating the mission's completion. Chapter 211. The Four Tigers Take Shape, the Celestial Demon Transformation. In the Beast Valley, following Xiao Yan's successful fusion with the celestial demon tiger bone, Lin Yun instructed everyone to take a brief respite. He sought a secluded corner to claim all the mission rewards. Gazing upon the celestial demon tiger bone elixir and the two bloodlines before him, he devised a plan for their distribution. Upon returning to the group, Lin Yun presented the rewards he had just claimed. "This is for you, Xiao Yan." Having successfully merged with the celestial demon tiger bone, Xiao Yan now possessed the celestial demon tiger bloodline. Merging with the dark demon evil god tiger's bloodline was undoubtedly the finest reward, one that Xiao Yan had rightfully earned through his suffering. Upon receiving the dark demon evil god tiger's bloodline, both the onlookers and Xiao Yan expressed mild astonishment, yet no one questioned it further. Such fortuitous events required no inquiries. After acquiring the dark demon evil god tiger, Xiao Yan resumed the fusion process. Meanwhile, Lin Yun distributed the celestial demon tiger bone elixir to Little Hua and Little Yin. Upon receiving the celestial demon tiger bone elixir, the two little tigers visibly radiated excitement, promptly consuming the elixir and commencing their refinement. Newly arrived, Mighty King watched with eager anticipation, seemingly inquiring if there were benefits for him as well. Observing this scene, Lin Yun smiled gently and said, "This is for you." He then revealed the earth-shaking thunder tiger bloodline. Upon seeing the bloodline imbued with an intimidating aura, Mighty King's expression shifted momentarily before his massive tiger visage broke into a grin of exhilaration. Without a hint of hesitation, he swallowed the portion of the earth-shaking thunder tiger's bloodline. Witnessing all four tigers enter their refinement states, Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction, eliciting smiles from those around him. "Brother, it seems these four will take some time. I wish to explore this beast valley," the dragon ape remarked. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian laughed. "Are you truly here to explore? I wouldn't want to expose your intentions." Qing Tan joined in, covering her mouth as she chuckled. The dragon ape scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "Very well, you may go, but do not stray too far," Lin Yun instructed. With a joyful expression, the dragon ape ventured deeper into Beast Valley, its formidable presence instantly enlivening the surroundings. Lin Yun shook his head helplessly, yet a smile graced his lips. The onlookers and the remaining beasts observed the four tiger guardians who were currently refining their bloodlines. As time swiftly passed, the sun in the sky began its gradual descent. On the evening of the second day, Xiao Yan was the first to open his eyes, an overwhelming aura erupting from him as his form rapidly transformed. His original tiger body gradually began to morph into that of a human. Within half an hour, Xiaoyan completed his metamorphosis. A figure emerged, strikingly robust, with dark skin that made him resemble an iron tower. Just standing there radiated an oppressive energy that was almost suffocating. He then walked towards Lin Yun, effortlessly shedding his beastly form. The little weasel chuckled, its eyes glimmering with approval. Observing this scene, Lin Yun's face lit up with a smile as he addressed Xiaoyan. You must have attained the 3 Yuan Nirvana realm by now, correct? Indeed, Xiaoyan replied, his face beaming with joy. Previously endowed with significant intelligence, upon transforming into human form, his intellect now equaled that of an ordinary person. The little weasel interjected again, very well. The aura emanating from you, little tiger, is impressive. Yet, the power of your bloodline still pales in comparison to that of this weasel. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan did not retort, for the speaker was the celestial demon weasel, a race that had few equals across the continent. As they conversed, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from King Li, his massive tiger head gradually shifting into a human shape. Ha ha ha, I've broken through to the 2 Yuan Nirvana realm. King Li exclaimed joyfully, his aura exploding forth, sending gusts of wind swirling around him. Just as King Li completed his fusion and breakthrough, 2 more powerful auras surged forth. How terrifying! Mo Ling marveled, witnessing the spectacle. As he expressed his astonishment, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yan began their own transformations into human forms. At that moment, the dragon ape returned, a broad smile adorning its face. Observing the now transformed Xiao Yan and King Li, it remarked, you both have become quite formidable, noting their impressive auras. Its gaze shifted towards the transforming Xiao Hua and Xiao Yan. After another half hour, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yan also completed their metamorphosis. Big brother. Ha ha, splendid. From now on, you shall be known as Linda Li, Lin Hua, Lin Yan, and Lin Yun. Lin Yun laughed heartily. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the 4 robust figures nodded in unison. This scene prompted Mu Qianqian to stifle a laugh, remarking, these fellows certainly look like guardians now. Indeed, Qing Tan added with a smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed the transformation of the once little tigers. It seems you are even stronger than I am now, the dragon ape said, patting Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan smiled faintly, 3 Yuan Nirvana realm. I can now join you in battle. However, the dragon ape shook its head. No, I will fight the other 3, not you. It could sense that Lin Yan had grown significantly stronger, and while it relished combat, it did not seek to endure a one-sided thrashing. True battles are those of equal strength, while a lopsided fight is merely a display of cruelty. I have no desire for such a penchant. The crowd erupted into laughter at this remark. The little weasel circled the 4 newly transformed figures, stating, though you have all taken on human forms, you are still likely unfamiliar with your own bodies and will require ample time to adjust. Fortunately, you are fortunate to have me, the Weasel King, who possesses methods to help you fully adapt to your new physiques. With an air of pride, it continued, you must plead with me, and I shall reveal my secrets. The 4 robust figures smiled in unison. We beseech the Weasel King to impart this knowledge. They were not foolish. The celestial demon weasel undoubtedly possessed valuable insights. A few flattering words would surely yield benefits, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. Seeing their understanding, the little weasel clenched its paw, summoning a scroll of black light into its grasp. This is the ancestral martial art of the celestial demon tiger clan, the celestial demon transformation. It will suffice for you to master your bodies. Should you cultivate it to perfection, you will be able to carve out a place for yourselves even within the demon realm. Upon hearing the weasel's words, the eyes of the 4 figures sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Weasel King. Lin Yun chuckled beside them. Indeed, having a top-tier demon race companion brought numerous advantages. Chapter 212, Gathering the 4 Keys. The bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts. The celestial demon transformation. Xiaoyan exclaimed as he grasped the scroll, which pulsed with an enigmatic black glow in his hands. A deep roar of a tiger resonated from within, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. However, despite his admiration, Xiaoyan turned his gaze towards Lin Yun, who nodded in encouragement. It is rare for the Weasel King to be so generous. You should accept it. Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong exchanged smiles at this. The 4 figures quickly perused the contents of the scroll and began to acclimate themselves. After a brief period of cultivation, the 4 figures noticeably adapted better to their bodies. Even King Li, despite having previously transformed, had not completely done so. With the aid of the celestial demon transformation, he experienced an unprecedented sense of strength and control over his form. Upon noticing the four tigers demonstrating improved mastery of their bodies, Lin Yun inquired, "How long until the ancient secret vault opens?" Mo Ling replied, "It should be approximately 10 days. "Very well, all matters here are settled. Let's return." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lin Dong's eyes lit up with fervor. Lin Yun waved his hand, leaping onto Shaolei, leading the group towards the ancient palace. The various beasts accompanying them were jubilant, yet Xiao Zi appeared somewhat despondent, feeling left behind due to its lesser bloodline and remaining in the One Yuan Nirvana realm. Observing Xiao Zi's predicament, the little weasel quietly communicated, "Xiao Zi, once I recover, I shall help you become even stronger than the rest. Do not be disheartened. Upon our return, I will assist you in your advancement." With approximately 10 days remaining until the ancient secret vault opened, Lin Yun and his companions were not in a rush as they journeyed. Additionally, they needed to allow time for the four figures to adapt to their new bodies, resulting in a leisurely 2-day journey to the bustling ancient palace, the most vibrant location within the ancient lands. Though it bore the name of a palace, it was, in fact, an exceptionally vast city. It was said that in ancient times, this was the site of a super-sex establishment, its scale breathtakingly immense. Here was the venue for the opening of the ancient secret vault, and thus, nearly all the dynasties of the Northwest had converged here, making the ancient palace a veritable sea of humanity. The allure of this ancient secret vault is truly formidable, drawing so many dynasties, Lin Dong remarked, astonished at the scene before him. The city's grandeur was already impressive, yet it now appeared crowded, with many presences even outside the city and among the surrounding mountains and forests. "So many people," Mo Ling exclaimed, equally taken aback. The recently transformed figures were filled with curiosity, their four pairs of eyes scanning the bustling cityscape. Mu Qianqian gazed into the distance and remarked, "I suspect that the entire dynasty of the Northwest region is gathered here. It is truly bustling." Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Lin Yun endeavored to establish a mission. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he successfully created the task. Mission: gather 4 ancient keys. Reward: a share of the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts each. Upon seeing this reward, Lin Yun could not contain his exhilaration, his thoughts swirling in his mind. The collection of these 4 ancient keys had now become imperative. "Let us proceed into the palace," Lin Yun declared. The ancient palace city was extraordinarily colossal, its spacious streets teeming with people, the cacophony of voices rising to the heavens, ultimately spreading out in a grand tumult. Lin Yun led the group into the city without a moment's pause, making his way directly toward the central area. At the heart of the city stood a remarkably towering palace, the most conspicuous edifice among the urban landscape, and in stark contrast to the surrounding bustle. It emanated a profound tranquility. Perhaps due to some intrinsic connection between the ancient keys, Lin Yun sensed 3 formidable fluctuations emanating from within the majestic palace, clearly indicating the prowess of the other 3 ancient keys: the Youchuan dynasty, the Hongwang dynasty, and the Moyin dynasty. This sensation was evidently mutual. Given the capabilities of the leaders of these 3 dynasties, they would surely perceive the ancient key in Lin Yun's possession as he sensed them. Within the palace, a grand golden hall lay expansive, akin to a plaza, and at that moment, numerous figures inhabited the hall, each exuding a profound and substantial aura, evidently not of ordinary stature. Seated within the hall were 3 figures, radiating an overwhelming energy. On the left sat a burly man adorned with tattoos covering his upper body. To the right resided a woman clad in a purple-black gown, her countenance icy and her long black hair cascading elegantly, her lithe figure a striking presence within the hall. Positioned centrally was a man in black, whose face bore a cold smirk. At last, the possessor of the 4th ancient key has made an appearance, the man in black remarked, his expression darkening, a palpable killing intent lacing his voice. "I have heard that this 4th key is held by a lowly dynasty, something called the Great Yin dynasty," the woman in the purple-black gown interjected. "A lowly dynasty? The Moyin dynasty has already wiped out those from the Moyin city," the tattooed man replied. "Humph. I was initially concerned he might not dare to show himself. I did not anticipate his audacity. Now that he has come, let us return what belongs to him. I am eager to see what abilities he possesses." The one who has slain my people from the Moyan dynasty shall have no place to rest in death. I will see to it that he pays for the blood of Shi Xian and the others." The man in black coldly scoffed, a terrifying aura of malice radiating from him. "Rest assured, brother Shirkuan, that fellow's head shall undoubtedly belong to the Moyan dynasty, and it will serve as a lesson to others about the consequences of offending us," laughed some individuals within the ancient key hall, their demeanor suggesting they could easily obliterate Lin Yun and his companions. "Huh, it seems that there are indeed many who wish for my demise." A light chuckle suddenly resonated from outside the hall, echoing throughout the vast space. The atmosphere grew instantly silent, and a myriad of varied expressions turned toward the entrance of the hall. Lin Yun, Shirkuan's gaze turned icy, his teeth clenched in fury. The tattooed giant and the woman in the purple-black gown also lifted their heads, their eyes glinting with a hint of curiosity, eager to witness the identity of the one who could bring down so many from the Moyan dynasty. Just remnants of the Moyan dynasty. Go kill him. Chapter 213. Collecting the keys, shocking the crowd. In the central palace of the ancient palace, upon Lin Yun's command, 4 burly men erupted with a terrifying aura. As they unleashed their full might, Lin Yun established a task within his mind. Mission: eliminate Shirkuan. Reward: a vial of 7th grade, Earth-level Xianling pills. The others in the hall gasped in astonishment. Hiss! What a terrifying presence. These individuals are certainly not ordinary Nirvana realm powerhouses. Previously, it was rumored that they were formidable, but none had anticipated their true strength. It seemed Shirkuan was destined to meet his downfall this time. While the onlookers conversed, the 4 burly men had already approached Shirkuan. What? A shiver coursed through Shirkuan. He had not expected the speed of these 4 men to be so astonishing. Instantly, he unleashed his own energy, and his Nirvana golden body erupted forth as well. Bang! The fists of the 4 men descended from 4 directions. Shirkuan's Nirvana golden body, akin to an eggshell, proved feeble against their onslaught, and his body was contorted by the force of their blows. The once solid stone surface of the hall cracked, fissures radiating outward from beneath his feet. The crowd watched in horror as the previously confident and arrogant Shirkuan spat a mouthful of blood, gradually collapsing to the ground. Brother! The 4 men turned their gazes toward Lin Yun, awaiting his command. Kill! Lin Yun did not hesitate for a moment, instantly appearing before Shirkuan. He delivered a punch straight to Shirkuan's already battered form. Boom! The entire hall seemed to tremble from the impact, and a massive crater formed beneath them, the cracks extending once more in all directions. Shirkuan's body was obliterated by this singular blow. Impossible? This scene caused the countenances of the vast majority within the hall to shift dramatically. Who was Shirkuan? He was a powerhouse who had attempted to overcome the second Nirvana tribulation. Although he had failed, he would undoubtedly possess over a 70% chance of success in his next attempt, and upon succeeding, he would be a legitimate dual Nirvana realm powerhouse. Yet, he was overwhelmed and subdued in an instant by these 4 men. The one who had just struck was even more terrifying. Having shattered the Nirvana golden body with a single blow, the hall, once filled with mockery and uproar, fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were wide with shock, fixated on the 4 muscular men and Lin Yun. The tattooed giant and the woman in the purple-black gown exchanged glances of terror. If those fists were to descend upon them, how would they contend with such power? Undoubtedly, their fate would mirror that of Shirkuan. Witnessing Lin Yun's display of strength, Mo Ling couldn't help but express his astonishment. He murmured internally, Brother Lin Yun, your prowess has increased significantly since last time. A single punch had obliterated a failed dual Nirvana realm powerhouse, a testament to his formidable growth. Beside him, Lin Dong sighed softly. The gap between me and Brother Lin Yun has widened considerably. Long Yuan surveyed the other attendees, mumbling, why can't I join the fray? Hearing this, Mu Qianqian laughed. Did you not have your chance last time? Were you not satisfied? Qingtan also chuckled, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Xiaolei stood guard at the entrance, his eyes fixed menacingly on the others. The atmosphere on their side was lively, in stark contrast to the other group, where none dared to utter a word. Their eyes glued to Lin Yun, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Observing their expressions, Lin Yun spoke calmly. You two, I shall not say much more. Produce the ancient keys. With that, he cast his gaze toward the tattooed giant and the woman in the purple-black gown. The two exchanged reluctant glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. After a brief hesitation, they complied and surrendered the ancient keys in their possession. They wished to live. not to perish in this place. Those who recognize the times are indeed the true wise. Before us, two figures flicked their fingers, and an object resembling a key materialized, floating toward Lin Yun. We have no connection with the Demon Rock dynasty. The bare-chested giant spoke, his gaze hesitant to meet Lin Yun's. Before he could finish, Lin Yun smiled faintly and replied, I hold no interest in you. With the ancient keys gathered, let us depart. Lin Yun led the way out, mounting Xiao Lei, while the four giants swiftly seized Shikuan's Qingquan bag, following in his wake. Mu Qianqian, Qing Tan, and Mo Ling, along with Lin Dong and others, hastily followed suit. Once Lin Yun and his companions exited, the hall seemed to revive, erupting into a lively commotion. The strength of the four giants was likely at the 2 Yuan Nirvana stage. Most formidable was the man at the forefront, whose fist had shattered the Nirvana golden body. The bare-chested giant and the woman in the purple-black gown stared blankly at Lin Yun's receding figure, lost in thought. The individuals from the Great Yin dynasty are truly terrifying. In a tower located in the southern region of the ancient palace city, several figures stood atop, their tranquil gazes akin to a still pond, fixed on the central hall not far away. How could a lowly dynasty extinguish the Demon Rock dynasty's Shikuan? One handsome man remarked in astonishment. That fellow named Lin Yun is likely at least at the 3 Yuan Nirvana stage. I cannot fathom how such a formidable individual could emerge from a lowly dynasty. Beside him, another individual echoed his disbelief. Given his strength, I doubt many on the Nirvana rankings could rival him, a refined man mused. Hearing this, the others around him displayed subtle expressions of concern. Who would have thought you all could experience fear? Just as the refined man's voice faded, a melodious laughter resonated atop the stone tower, followed by a fiery figure appearing. Leaning against the stone wall, her smile enchanting, with eyes as alluring as a peach blossom. However, that fellow's prowess is indeed terrifying. I nearly fell victim during our brief encounter. There is someone who has made Miss Mu suffer? The refined man chuckled. Let's not dwell on that. I came to warn you. There are others from the southwest region eyeing the ancient secret treasure, which poses some trouble. It seems those individuals are also qualified to ascend the Nirvana rankings, Mu Hongling said, her brow furrowed. With Lin Yun and his companions, the entire northwest region is becoming increasingly interesting. It feels as though someone is watching us. Upon hearing this, everyone around was momentarily taken aback before swiftly vanishing from sight. At the same time, Lin Dong and the others, just emerging from the hall, noticed Lin Yun gazing toward a tower in the south. Were you looking at my husband? Mu Zhangqian inquired, puzzled. Lin Yun shook his head slightly and replied, nothing of significance. Chapter 214. The Secret Palace opens, crowds surge. News from within the hall quickly spread throughout the ancient palace city. The revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the populace, as the majority were taken aback by the might of the Great Yin dynasty. Although the Demon Rock dynasty was not a hegemonic presence in the northwest, few dared to provoke them. Thus, the annihilation of their ranks by the Great Yin dynasty. Especially Shikuan, who possessed the strength to challenge the 2 Yuan Nirvana stage, was astonishing. Yet, this dynasty was vanquished today by Lin Yun and his companions from a lowly dynasty. Lin Yun paid no heed to the unfolding rumors, patiently awaiting the moment the treasure would be revealed. He contemplated the distribution and utilization of the 4 divine beast bloodlines upon his return. Nevertheless, his pets had just recently broken through, and there was no need for haste. With a shake of his head, Lin Yun murmured, I shall leave that for later. As the days passed, the atmosphere within the ancient palace and its surrounding 100-mile vicinity reached a fever pitch, with throngs of people crowding both within and outside the city. This scene even surprised Lin Yun. On the 8th day, as the sun gradually illuminated the ancient palace, an immense surge of energy filled the air, indicating a palpable restlessness. Is it finally time? Lin Yun mused, opening his eyes. Upon pushing open the door, he found Long Yuan and Lin Dali engaged in sparring. Upon seeing Lin Yun's arrival, both called out in unison. The secret realm is about to open. At Lin Yun's words, Lin Dali and Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Simultaneously, other doors opened as Lin Dong and Mo Ling stepped out first, followed by Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan. Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei emerged from the back courtyard. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Yun declared, let us depart. The vast city erupted into chaos, even drawing in countless individuals from outside who rushed toward the city. Within mere minutes, the city was teeming with people, filling every corner, even the skies. with a dense throng. All eyes were fixated on the central area, where a towering structure resembling an altar stood, surrounded by peculiar runes that emanated a subtle, yet powerful energy. This was the site for the opening of the ancient treasure. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Lin Yun and his companions slowly appeared atop the altar. Their arrival sparked a wave of whispers throughout the crowd. Is that the person from the Great Yin dynasty? Is the one at the forefront Lin Yun, the one responsible for the downfall of the Demon Rock dynasty? His aura is terrifying. Clearly, Lin Yun and his companion's reputation had spread far and wide. Standing atop the altar, Mo Ling felt a surge of excitement. It seemed they awaited us to activate the altar. He had never been the center of such attention before. Even as the third prince, he had only garnered the attention of commoners, but never on this scale, especially with such formidable companions. Lin Dong felt a similar thrill, having never experienced the gaze of the masses like the third prince. Long Yuan, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain himself, yearning to unleash his strength amidst the crowd. Mu Qianqian's hand trembled slightly, while Qingting gazed at Lin Yun with shining eyes. This was the man who had led them to their current standing. Lin Yun surveyed the crowd with a faint smile, swiftly producing 4 ancient keys. As the 4 ancient keys appeared simultaneously, they began to tremble, emitting a radiant light that enveloped the altar. As the altar was completely shrouded, the previously dim ancient runes brightened instantaneously, detaching from the altar and hovering in mid-air before coalescing. With the gathering of these ancient runes, a magnificent beam of light erupted, shooting skyward above the altar. Bang! The light collided forcefully with the fabric of space, sending ripples cascading through the void. Witnessing these ripples, the crowd erupted into ecstatic frenzy. Many unleashed their energy to its limits, eagerly awaiting the moment of opening to surge forth. As the ripples continued to swell, the light coalesced into a massive, ancient portal radiating an aura of antiquity. Creak! The runes shimmered as the ancient portal swung open with a resonant sound. The ancient treasure was finally unveiled. At that moment, the entire city erupted into chaos. When the ancient colossal gate in the sky swung open, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were set ablaze in that singular moment. Countless streams of light surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping across the expanse towards the primordial portal. Although the dangers lurking within the ancient treasure trove were well known, the allure of the riches rendered such peril inconsequential. Let us proceed, Lin Yun declared, and with a swift motion of his hand, he drew the 4 ancient keys into his grasp, contemplating their potential utility. After securing the ancient keys, Lin Yun led the group into the massive gate. We must set forth as well. This scene ignites a fervor within me, he added. On a nearby tower, not far from the altar, several figures stood, the foremost being the handsome young man. Onward, he commanded, and he leapt ahead, guiding his entourage into the great gate. Shortly after their departure, in various concealed areas both within and outside the ancient temple, potent and obscure energies began to surge forth. Observing this, it was evident to all that the ancient treasure trove would be rife with activity. Upon stepping through the colossal gate, Lin Yun sensed a formidable fluctuation in the spatial fabric which enveloped them. After approximately half a minute, the dim surroundings transformed into a radiant brilliance. Upon the first glimpse of the light, Lin Yun surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a desolate landscape, tinged with a dreary yellow-gray hue, with the sky mirroring the same melancholy tone. At that moment, Lin Yun and his companions found themselves not upon solid ground, but suspended in the void, surrounded by colossal floating boulders, upon which fragments of ruins could be discerned. This was a lifeless expanse, the sky and ground shrouded in darkness, with violent spatial fluctuations spreading ominously, indicating a profound instability. Taking the scene, Lin Yun murmured, "Is this the ancient treasure trove?" Chapter 2:15, Golden Body Relics, Nirvana Ranking. Within the ancient secret realm, having uttered those words, Lin Yun immediately noticed the fissures in the surrounding space and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. The spatial integrity here is severely compromised. Should one be ensnared by these rifts, they would be utterly obliterated." The small weasel perched on Lin Yun's shoulder nodded in agreement. The dragon ape and the 4 burly men, who were about to stride forward, froze upon hearing Lin Yun's warning. Their gazes followed his, and they quickly discerned numerous gray cracks within the dim void, cracks that would have been easily overlooked without careful inspection. A cold sweat broke out on their brows, realizing that had they carelessly ventured forth, they would have met their doom in mere moments. Lin Dong and Mo Ling gasped in unison, both taken aback by the revelation. Xiaolei, having been forewarned by Lin Yun, had already minimized his form. Mu Qianqian and Qing Ten also edged closer to Lin Yun. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the distance. This ancient secret realm is fraught with peril. Lin Dong remarked gravely upon hearing the cry. Stay close to me, Lin Yun instructed, his figure leaping forward. The group followed closely, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. As they advanced, the vastness of the space became apparent. Various sizes of floating boulders accompanied them, adorned with remnants of ancient ruins. Upon spotting these ruins, Lin Yun would descend to investigate. After several explorations, he discerned that this space seemed to house numerous sections. Are those the Demon Cloud sect, Blood Shadow Gate, and Blazing Valley different sects? Mu Qianqian inquired, perplexed. It appears to be an alliance of sects. Those factions should be part of the coalition, Lin Yun replied after a moment's contemplation. Lin Dong, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Though he was astounded, each of these sects, in their prime, was a terrifying force, and an alliance of such magnitude was unfathomable. In ancient times, the multitude of sects truly flourished. Mo Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. As the group conversed, Qing Tan suddenly pointed, exclaiming, "Look over there!" Her words captured everyone's attention. They turned their gazes to the distance, where a massive stone floated in the void. This stone was approximately 1,000 miles wide, resembling a small island. Indeed, it was the largest formation they had encountered since entering. Without hesitation, Lin Yun led the group towards this colossal stone island. Upon approaching, they discovered that the island was a barren desert, stretching desolately as far as the eye could see. Something seems to be at the center of this desert, the small weasel remarked. Lin Yun responded, his figure flickering as he swiftly reached the heart of the desert within a few breaths. The others quickly followed suit. Upon arrival, they beheld a skeleton seated upon the yellow sand. The remains were of an ancient yellow hue, with faint golden specks still visible. What are those golden flecks? Lin Dong inquired, puzzled. They are likely remnants of the Nirvana golden body, Lin Yun observed after surveying the area. This must be someone who failed their Nirvana tribulation. Judging by their appearance, they were at least undergoing the sixth tribulation, the small weasel mused, scanning the surrounding desert. The sixth tribulation? Montauk Ling's pupils constricted. Her expression one of shock. Could this desert be a result of their failure? Indeed, it seems they were unable to contain the Nirvana fire within, leading to such a catastrophic eruption, Lin Yun replied, shaking his head. Lin Dong's expression grew grave. The thought of such a terrifying Nirvana fire erupting from within a single individual was beyond comprehension. The horror of the sixth Nirvana tribulation surpassed all his expectations. This Nirvana tribulation truly serves as a death sentence for those aspiring to attain Nirvana. Lin Dong couldn't help but exclaim, to tread this path is to defy the heavens. Lin Yun lamented, extending his hand to gently touch the skeleton's remains. The instant his hand made contact, the bones disintegrated into ash, despite possessing the Nirvana golden body. The passage of time had eroded it beyond recognition. Lin Yun grasped the swirling ashes, discerning remnants of information within them. What is that? Qing Ten pointed at a glimmering golden light amidst the ashes. Lin Yun's gaze followed, and with a surge of mental energy, a golden sphere, approximately the size of a thumb, materialized before them. This sphere was irregularly shaped, possessing a hint of a diamond form, and Lin Yun could faintly sense peculiar vibrations emanating from within. What is this? Lin Yun scrutinized the object before him, a hint of puzzlement gracing his features. It is a golden body relic. A voice suddenly echoed from behind. The group turned to see a man clad in black, his gaunt frame and pale face giving him an eerie appearance, with sunken eyes that glimmered with a ghostly white hue. Unfazed by the sudden apparition, Lin Yun inquired, "Who might you be?" The dragon ape and the four burly men leaned forward, resembling predators poised to strike, while Lin Dong and Mo Ling remained fixated on the stranger. You are rather fortunate. This Nirvana relic embodies the essence of Nirvana cultivators. If refined, it can yield significant enhancements. In my travels, I have only encountered one such location, yet it appears you have arrived first, the gaunt man lamented. As he spoke, the dragon ape and the four burly men prepared to spring into action, prompting the man to hastily add, "Please, do not be alarmed. While the golden body relic is indeed valuable, it is not something I must possess. If I am not mistaken, you must be Lin Yun, correct?" As I observe, many of you possess the prowess to ascend the Nirvana rankings. Even should we engage in combat, I doubt I could best any of you. A gaunt man, who emerged from the lower kingdoms, spoke with a faint smile, revealing his disbelief that those capable of entering the Nirvana rankings originated from such humble beginnings. Nirvana rankings? Lin Yun inquired with a slight furrow of his brow. Upon hearing Lin Yun's question, the gaunt man elucidated, in half a year's time, the true battle of the 100 kingdoms will commence. However, not everyone is entitled to participate in the final conflict, and the prerequisite for eligibility is to attain a position on the Nirvana rankings. To ascend to this revered list, one must at the very least reach the realm of dual Nirvana. Chapter 216, The Pill River and the Fourfold Nirvana Realm. Nodding in understanding, Qingzhu remarked softly, "So, there are such restrictions for the 100 Kingdoms War. It seems I must advance further." Lin Dong contemplated inwardly. Beside him, Mo Ling felt a surge of determination, vowing to achieve the dual Nirvana realm within 6 months. A gleam of excitement ignited in Long Yuan's eyes. It appeared that another opportunity for battle was on the horizon. The 4 formidable men shared his sentiment, as they were all inherently combative. "Thank you for the information," Lin Yun said, clasping his hands in gratitude. After all, one should not strike those who extend goodwill. Since the man had no intention of hostility and had imparted valuable knowledge, it was only fitting to reciprocate with courtesy. "Ha ha! No need for thanks. I, too, am eager to witness what the 100 Kingdoms War will unfold. By the way, my name is Yin Sun. Until we meet again." With that, Yin Sun vanished in a flurry of strange afterimages. Watching Yin Sun depart, Lin Yun chuckled resignedly, recognizing him as a man who preferred to turn his back on the world. After stowing away the golden relic, the group continued their journey, soaring into the distance. Their expedition lasted a quarter of an hour, during which Lin Yun and his companions traversed numerous colossal stone ruins and encountered many treasure seekers, most of whom traveled in packs, leaving the area in disarray, as if locusts had swarmed through. With their rapid pace, the desolation surrounding them began to wane, and the remnants left on the floating islands appeared significantly more intact than before. Lin Yun sensed a hint of vitality within this space. Have we truly delved into the ancient treasures? Lin Yun mused to himself, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Moments later, Lin Yun's spirit was abruptly roused. Before them, a crimson river stretched across the horizon, its end shrouded in mystery, seemingly merging into the void, an awe-inspiring sight. The Pill River. Lin Yun's face illuminated with delight as he exhaled deeply. Qingzhu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This Pill River is even grander than that in the ancient wilderness monument." Mu Qianqian gently stroked Qingzhu's hair, her eyes reflecting her own astonishment. Lin Dong's breath quickened, his expression brimming with excitement. Is this truly the legendary Pill River? Mo Ling, who had never before witnessed the Pill River, was overwhelmed by its magnificence, having only read about it in texts. Its grandeur left him utterly astounded. Suppressing their elation, Lin Yun led the group toward the colossal Pill River. As they approached, they beheld the river's crimson currents, thick and formidable with the essence of nirvana, flowing like liquid. Just as they neared the Pill River, the surface suddenly erupted, and a phantom-like fiery figure shot forth like lightning, charging toward them. Lin Yun frowned slightly, while Long Yuan surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck the fiery entity, which let out a piercing scream before exploding. "Is that a Pill spirit corpse?" The little weasel perched on Lin Dong's shoulder remarked. "Yes, but there is no need for concern. It poses no threat," Lin Yun replied. "From the skeletal remains, I gleaned some information. Above the Pill River lies an ancient cultivation platform left by long-lost sections. The formations there can dilute the nirvana essence and protect us from the disturbances of Pill spirit corpses." Upon hearing his words, the group rejoiced. Following Lin Yun's swift navigation across the Pill River, they arrived at an ancient platform enshrouded in swirling nirvana essence after a brief interval. "We've arrived," Lin Yun declared with a smile. As his gaze fell upon the ancient cultivation platform, he noticed several figures lingering there. Upon seeing this scene, Long Yuan and the 4 formidable men instantly became animated. "Brother, leave these fellows to us. We'll frighten them away," Lin Yun instructed. At his command, Long Yuan and the 4 men darted toward the cultivation platform. Just as the individuals below uttered the name Tianying Dynasty, they were silenced by the overwhelming aura emanating from Long Yuan and his companions. All of them were at least in the realm of single nirvana, and they had witnessed this power firsthand. You have 10 breaths to leave, otherwise. The faces of everyone below turned ashen as they collectively gazed at the leading man. Are you from the Dian dynasty? The foremost man inquired. His brow furrowed upon seeing Lin Yun and his companions. He had no desire to provoke those capable of annihilating the Demon Rock dynasty. And it was evident that the 5 imposing figures descending upon them far surpassed the realm of single nirvana. Even confronting one would yield no chance of victory, let alone 5. Have you made your decision? Lin Yun, suspended in the air, spoke slowly. We're leaving. The leading man finally gritted his teeth, despite his reluctance, unwilling to face death. Upon hearing his words, the others immediately harnessed their strength and bolted away, eager to escape the terrifying atmosphere that surrounded them. Once those individuals had been expelled, Lin Yun descended with his companions. Xiaolei, Long Yuan, Lin Yun, you guard this place. Lin Yun commanded. Xiaolei, Xiao Zi, Long Yuan, and the 4 formidable men promptly positioned themselves at the perimeter of the formation. Seeing that his companions had taken their places, Lin Yun stated, I shall activate the formation. Lin Dong and Mo Ling nodded in agreement, sitting cross-legged. Mu Qianqian and Qing Tin followed suit. Once everyone was prepared, Lin Yun initiated the formation of the cultivation platform. The platform trembled violently, and a crimson light shield surged forth, swiftly enveloping the entire area in a dense protective barrier. As Lin Yun settled into a cross-legged position beneath the fully formed shield, he established a mental task. Task: break through to the fourfold Nirvana realm. Constitution 3. Root Bone 3. An overwhelming rush of Nirvana essence surged into Lin Yun's body, causing the air around them to become scorching. Lin Yun's form gradually took on a deep crimson hue. It was evident that the 4th Nirvana tribulation had arrived. Simultaneously, Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qing Tan began to experience fluctuations in their auras, mirroring Lin Yun's state, indicating that they, too, were facing the daunting Nirvana tribulation. Mo Ling was the last to enter the Nirvana tribulation, experiencing it for the first time. As time flew by during their cultivation, 3 days swiftly elapsed. The cultivation platform remained eerily silent, indicating that those within were deeply engrossed in their ascension. While the platform was enveloped in tranquility, the surroundings of the Pill River bustled with commotion. Spectators arrived, filled with awe, yet the Nirvana essence within the river proved impossible to absorb. And a multitude of Pill spirit corpses posed an insurmountable challenge. This realization left the gathered crowd in despair, yet the indomitable human spirit and insatiable curiosity persevered. After a brief period of reluctance, they turned their attention toward the cultivation platform within the Pill River. However, upon witnessing the 4 formidable men and their beasts, many individuals hastily retreated, for they were a group of powerful beings surpassing the 2nd Nirvana realm. They had no desire to meet their demise. Chapter 217. The 4th Nirvana realm, Qianyun sect. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Yun. As the surrounding Nirvana energy surged frantically into his body, deepening his dark gold physique. He had reached the 4th Nirvana realm. Lin Yun smiled faintly, savoring the transformation within him. A prompt resonated in his mind. Task: breakthrough to the 4th Nirvana realm. Physique 3, Route Bonne 3. Completed, claim reward. Without hesitation, Lin Yun claimed the reward. He then unleashed a punch, the terrifying speed causing the surrounding space to subtly distort, evidently surpassing the limits of human perception. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Lin Yun stretched languidly, the sound of cracking bones echoing from his body. After his stretch, he refrained from further movements, for the others were in a critical phase. As the dim sky turned gray once more, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes. His aura erupted suddenly, a fierce wind emanating from him and dispersing outward. This Nirvana tribulation is indeed terrifying, but fortunately, I was sufficiently prepared, Lin Dong murmured. He then lifted his gaze and saw Lin Yun watching him. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yun, excitement evident in his voice. Brother Lin Yun, I have reached the 2nd Nirvana realm. Haha, splendid. Excellent. Lin Yun replied with a smile. With my current strength, I should be able to ascend the Nirvana rankings, right? Lin Dong mused aloud. Lin Yun smiled as a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. Qing Tan opened her eyes and slowly stood, joyfully waving her small fists. Is this the 2nd Nirvana realm? So strong. Observing the adorable Qing Tan, Lin Yun approached and gently stroked her hair. Qingtan leaned against Lin Yun and inquired, "I wonder how much longer Sister Qianqian will take to break through." She is close. Judging by her aura, she has likely passed the most critical moment and is currently recovering her strength, Lin Yun replied. Phew, that is good, Qingtan smiled. The next day, Mu Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, the fiery red aura around her having completely faded. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from her, her gaze sparkling as it settled on Lin Yun. She swiftly appeared before him, giggling, "Hee, I've reached the second Nirvana realm, and I've become considerably stronger. Strength is good." Lin Yun chuckled. Mu Qianqian playfully pouted, calling out, "Husband." "Sister Qianqian, I'm the same as you," Qing Tan interjected. "Qing Tan is truly impressive. Breaking through even earlier than I did," Mu Qianqian praised. As the group conversed, Mo Ling, who had been seated in meditation, awakened with excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! I've reached the first Nirvana realm. I'm no longer at the bottom." Just as he finished laughing, he glanced at the others. To his astonishment, he noticed that their auras had significantly strengthened. His smile froze in disbelief. "Have you all broken through as well?" The group nodded in unison, and Mo Ling felt as though the world was spinning. What a letdown. Seeing Mo Ling's expression, Lin Yun smiled slightly and said, "Since everyone has completed their breakthroughs, it is time to depart." With a wave of his hand, the surrounding formation vanished instantly. The four formidable men, Xiao Lei, Xiao Zi, and Long Yuan, swiftly approached. As Xiao Yin arrived, he spoke. "Elder brother, I heard from those who were driven away that a complete sect relic has appeared in the southwest, and it is protected by an energy shield, likely containing many treasures." Upon hearing the words sect relic, Mo Ling, who had just calmed down, became excited once more. Who could have imagined that just after breaking through, he would hear news of a sect relic? Good fortune indeed. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with intensity. Lin Yun, after listening, smiled and inquired, "Is there a specific location?" "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded and pointed to a general area in the southwest. "Then let us go," Lin Yun commanded without a moment's hesitation, mounting Xiao Lei and setting off in the direction indicated by Xiao Yan, with the others following closely behind. In the gray space filled with spatial fissures, several figures swiftly darted past, vanishing from sight in an instant. The news of the rumored sect relic spread like a tsunami through this space, and as Lin Yun and his companions rushed toward that direction, they encountered numerous others with the same intent. It seems Xiao Yan's information is indeed credible. The sect relic should be in this direction, Lin Yun pondered. In this space, most dynasties would not be so eager for ordinary relics, indicating that this sect relic possessed immense allure. Otherwise, it would not have drawn so many individuals. After a brief journey, the group beheld in the distance a colossal floating island, far larger than any they had encountered thus far, radiating with abundant energy. "This must be it," Lin Yun remarked as he gazed at the massive island. The excited Long Yuan rubbed his fists in anticipation, while the four strong men prepared for a confrontation. Only Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan remained composed, observing quietly. On the vast island, a cacophony of voices filled the air, with figures resembling insects hovering above. At the island's center stood an ancient hall, slightly dilapidated, yet far more intact than the ruins they had previously encountered. A faint red glow enveloped the hall, and amidst this crimson aura stood a towering stone tablet, upon which were inscribed several ancient, weathered characters. Qinyan sect, one of the Alliance's guardian sects. Though the history of this ancient treasure trove may have eluded those present, the scene itself conveyed the extraordinary nature of this sect, suggesting the existence of considerable legacies within. As Lin Yun approached and listened to the ongoing disputes among the throng below, he learned they were vying for 3 sect talismans. With his Yuan power surging, he declared loudly and without reservation, "Esteemed guests, these 3 sect talismans belong to the great Yin dynasty." Upon Lin Yun's declaration, the previously frenzied crowd fell into an eerie silence, countless gazes lifting skyward. The great Yin dynasty, the one that obliterated the Mo Yin dynasty, is it? It seems they are unaware of what the 4 superior dynasties have to say, having just secured the 3 sect talismans. Ha ha, looks like we're in for a good show. Since we can't seize them ourselves, we might as well stay and watch the drama unfold. Chapter 218, A Forceful Contest Unstoppable. Lin Yun's proclamation stirred considerable discussion among those nearby. However, the leaders of the 4 superior dynasties visibly changed expressions. A golden opportunity was slipping away. One of the leaders, Qin son of the Desan dynasty, coldly retorted, "Lin Yun, you may have vanquished a superior dynasty, But now you face four. This speaker, the pinnacle of the first Nirvana realm and a contender for the second Nirvana tribulation, believed that while Lin Yun's group could conquer one superior dynasty, they had no reason to fear him now that they were united with three others. Furthermore, they had only just acquired the three sect talismans from others and had not yet decided how to distribute them, only to be interrupted by an unexpected challenger. Even though the Great Yin dynasty is currently infamous for its notoriety, the four advanced dynasties would never willingly relinquish the opportunities that lie before them. The other three advanced dynasties exchanged furtive glances, clearly reluctant to concede as well. Since it is so, I shall personally claim it. A smirk danced upon Lin Yun's lips as he formulated his plans in his mind. These advanced dynasties could no longer provide him with substantial rewards, merely offering ordinary elixirs. Nevertheless, something is better than nothing. The leaders of the four advanced dynasties shared a cold smile, exchanging glances. Let's strike together. I refuse to believe he can face us all at once. As the words fell, all four launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing a flurry of martial arts that surged toward Lin Yun. Lin Yun chuckled softly, his figure flickering as he moved with such terrifying speed that it seemed as though he might rend the very fabric of space. In an instant, he stood before the four who had just spoken, and the blood-spirit Azura spear materialized in his hand. With a single thrust, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted forth, warping the surrounding space with its sheer force. The attacks of the four leaders from the advanced dynasties shattered in an instant. Then, the four figures were sent flying backward. They all simultaneously expelled a mouthful of blood, scattering through the air like petals. They had never anticipated that, despite their combined efforts, they would be so easily defeated in a single encounter. At this moment, Lin Yun sheathed his spear, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the members of the four dynasties as he spoke slowly. I do not wish to repeat myself. As his words echoed, the dragon ape and the four formidable men beside him unleashed their overwhelming aura, causing many onlookers to gasp in astonishment. The leaders of the four advanced dynasties exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they looked at Lin Yun's companions, spitting out blood in frustration. It seems we are indeed unfortunate. Then, three of the dynasty leaders threw their sect tokens into the air. Under the enveloping pressure of Lin Yun's mental energy, the three tokens instantly flew into his hands. Let us go. Qin Sun gritted his teeth, his expression shifting rapidly from resentment to helplessness, conveying an entire spectrum of emotions in a mere moment. Amidst his bitter words, the members of the four advanced dynasties quickly retreated from the scene. As they observed the departing figures, the onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. What should have been an explosive battle was effortlessly resolved by Lin Yun. They had never imagined this outcome. In a single confrontation, the leaders of the four pinnacle realms were so easily defeated. Is this truly the Great Yin dynasty? Who would have thought that they, like us, are a lesser dynasty? Yet they possess such terrifying strength. What realm does that man belong to? To defeat four peak-level opponents in a single encounter suggests he possesses at least the strength of a three-element Nirvana realm. He would surely be a formidable adversary on the Nirvana rankings. In this space, strength remains the most desired and revered asset. After collecting the three sect tokens, Lin Yun slowly surveyed the crowd. His gaze momentarily sharpened as he noticed several figures on a peak behind the sect hall, keenly observing him. Among them, one figure clad in red caught his attention. It was Mu Hongling, the one who had previously provided him with vital information in the Thunder Rock Valley. Surrounding her were individuals he had also noticed at the ancient tower, though he had not paid much attention at the time. Well, I didn't expect you to grow even stronger, she exclaimed with a playful laugh. You scared me to death last time. Under Lin Yun's gaze, the figures on the peak shimmered before several of them descended. Mu Hongling, still adorned in her fiery red dress, captivated many below with her exquisite beauty. Lin Yun smiled slightly, saying, Miss Mu, your earlier information was of great assistance to me. Then shouldn't you offer me some compensation? She teased, her laughter ringing out. Beside her, a man in white smiled and said, Hongling is merely jesting. There is no need to take it to heart. I've long admired your reputation. I am Lu Bai. He inclined his body slightly in greeting. Upon hearing Lu Bai's name, the crowd was visibly shaken, murmurs of astonishment rippling through the air. Lu Bai? The demon spear Lu Bai? The formidable figure of the Northwest region? A powerhouse on the Nirvana rankings? They were astounded to learn of his presence and his apparent camaraderie with the Great Yin dynasty. Such depth within the great Yin dynasty was unexpected. Lin Yun, now aware of Lu Bai's identity, smiled and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you. I assume you're also intrigued by the relics of this sect? Hearing Lin Yun's words, Xiao Lei, the dragon ape, and the four sturdy men swiftly positioned themselves behind him, ready for any potential conflict. Lin Dong and Mo Ling also prepared for action, while Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan remained vigilant. Observing the scene, Lu Bai chuckled, hee hee. The Qianyun sect is indeed not weak to have become a guardian sect within the alliance. Their legacy must be respectable, but it is not absolutely essential. The first part of his statement prompted Xiao Lei, the dragon ape, and the four men to assume combat stances, but the latter remark caused them to exchange incredulous glances. Lowering their postures, I thought we were about to fight. The dragon ape muttered in dismay. Seeing the unfolding scene, Lu Bai turned his gaze to Lin Yun and said, Our primary purpose in coming here is to forge a friendship with you. The onlookers were astonished, realizing that the ruler of the Northwest region had such a cordial relationship with the leader of the Great Yin dynasty. This elevated the Great Yin dynasty's standing in their eyes yet again, surpassing the shock of Lin Yun's earlier triumph over the four advanced dynasties. Ha! I will be delighted to be your friend. Lin Yun replied with a broad smile, his previously narrowed eyes now relaxed. With such warmth from Lu Bai, he felt no inclination to refuse. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Bai's group showed signs of departing. He turned to Lin Yun with a smile and said, Brother Lin Yun, I believe we shall meet again deep within the ancient secret vault, perhaps even collaborate. As Lin Yun watched Lu Bai and his companions leave, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The contest for the ancient relics had drawn numerous powerful figures in the shadows. However, for him at this moment, it seemed unlikely that any significant upheaval would occur. It was merely a matter of accepting a few more tasks. With that thought, Lin Yun turned his gaze away from the distance, clutching the sect tokens, and descended. The spectators could only shake their heads in disappointment. There was nothing they could do. Lin Yun's strength, combined with that of his companions, instilled a fear that left them unwilling to resist. It appeared that the legacy of the Qianyun sect would indeed fall into the hands of the Great Yin dynasty. Well, why don't you go up and challenge Lin Yun? Let us see if he can crush you with a single blow. One of them jested. Why don't you try? Hurry and find something else, perhaps discover other relics. Upon landing, Lin Yun began contemplating the allocation of the sect tokens. After surveying the surroundings, he decided to entrust the sect tokens to Mo Ling. Take these tokens. You should accept the legacy here and catch up with us quickly, Lin Yun smiled, stating his decision. The legacy of the Qianyun sect was rather ordinary, and Lin Yun saw no reason to waste time over it. Thus, he passed this opportunity to Mo Ling standing amidst the crowd. Mo Ling was momentarily taken aback, never imagining that such an event would fall upon him. Initially, I presumed he would merely gaze upon it with envy, but to my astonishment, Lin Yun directly bestowed this opportunity upon him. Brother Lin Yun, I, Mo Ling, was so overwhelmed with excitement that my words faltered. I struggled to maintain control over my trembling hands. Observing Mo Ling's demeanor, Lin Dong chuckled from the side, urging, Quickly take it. Brother Lin Yun has always been considerate of us all. Seize it. Qing Tan also chimed in with a smile. Long Yuan scratched his head and rumbled, Yes. Take it quickly. There should be some valuable items within that can enhance your strength. Hurry and improve so you can spar with me later. At Long Yuan's words, laughter erupted from the crowd. Mo Ling nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting anticipation and gratitude. At that moment, Lin Yun gently waved his fingers, causing the talisman to slowly rise into the air, eventually transforming into a peculiar beam of light. This light struck the barrier enveloping the ancient ruins, and to everyone's astonishment, a crack began to form in the seemingly indestructible shield that had withstood the onslaught of Nirvana-level warriors. Upon witnessing the fracture, Lin Yun led the group into the breach. Boom! As Lin Yun and his companions entered the luminous veil, the entire island trembled violently, and the onlookers beheld the ancient ruins mysteriously vanish beneath the shimmering curtain. Many in the sky exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in resignation before departing the scene. Shortly after Lin Yun and his party entered, beams of light erupted within the sect's grand hall, engulfing Mo Ling, who had just received the talisman from Lin Yun. At the same time, a powerful suction force surged forth, attempting to draw him into the hall. The inheritance is about to commence. You must go now. Lin Yun smiled gently at this scene. All right, thank you, Brother Lin Yun. I shall not disappoint you. Mo Ling declared solemnly, clasping his hands in respect. In the next moment, he was forcibly drawn into the hall by the radiant light, which then sealed the chamber tightly. Once Mo Ling was inside, Lin Yun's gaze began to sweep over the ancient plaza. A stone tablet caught his eye. Filled with curiosity, Lin Yun approached the tablet, followed closely by the others and their beasts. Contrary to expectations, the tablet bore no martial arts techniques, but rather contained information regarding ancient secrets. Lin Yun found this information particularly intriguing. In this ancient battlefield, what he lacked was not strength but knowledge. Although he possessed memories from the original text, he still needed information to pinpoint specific locations. As he scrutinized the contents, he noted that the inscriptions were somewhat faded due to the passage of time. Nevertheless, Mu Qianqian and Qingtian managed to discern a few phrases. It appears to mention the Tiangang Alliance, 108 sects. Qingtian mused, confirming her thoughts. Mu Qianqian, observing alongside her, added, it seems to state the 16 guardian sects and the 4 great mysterious sect halls. Upon hearing their words, Lin Yun slightly raised his eyebrows. The Tiangang Alliance must indeed be the coalition of this ancient secret sect, and to discover that it comprised 108 sects was truly remarkable. Lin Dong nodded in agreement, stating, the Qinyan sect appears to be one of the 16 guardian sects, doesn't it? Yes, it should be one of those 16. Mu Changqian affirmed. The 4 great mysterious sects are likely the supreme authorities of this sect alliance, and the greatest inheritance within the ancient secrets must belong to them. It seems that Liu Bai and his faction are also after their legacy, Lin Yun contemplated. Hearing this, Lin Dong pursed his lips. It is likely that the 4 sect halls are the most crucial locations within the ancient secrets. Perhaps the life-and-death reincarnation pill that the little weasel covets is hidden there. We must hasten towards the depths of this secret realm, Lin Yun declared. Lin Dong nodded vigorously. He was particularly eager about the 4 sect halls since they held the treasures sought by the little weasel. Uncertain of how long Mo Ling would remain inside, Lin Yun pondered for a moment before addressing, dully beside him, you stay here and wait for Mo Ling. With your strength, you can protect yourself in the ancient battlefield. We will proceed deeper into the secret realm, and when he emerges, you can follow us. Dali nodded, aware that this was his first task under Lin Yun's command, and he was determined to execute it well. All right, big brother, rest assured. Once he comes out, we will head into the depths of the secret realm to find you. Good, Lin Yun affirmed, and they set off again, leaving the ancient plaza behind. The barrier enveloping the ruins, evidently difficult to enter yet easy to exit, posed no obstacles as Lin Yun and his companions emerged through it. At that moment, the surrounding floating island was devoid of any other presence. Let us venture into the depths of the secret realm. According to the information inscribed on this stone tablet, only upon the activation of the relics of the 5 guardian sects will the legacies of the 4 great mysterious sects be revealed. Gome, let's first explore the relics of the 5 guardian sects. Lin Yun's face bore a subtle smile, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. Lin Dong, hearing this, could not suppress the brightness in his eyes, clearly intrigued by the relics of the 5 guardian sects. Although Mu Qianqian and Qingtian weren't as fervent as Lin Dong, a glimmer of hope shone in their gazes. For the people of this world, the aspiration to grow stronger was universal. Xiao Lei and the remaining 3 burly men wore expressions of excitement. In their minds, venturing deeper would surely lead them to encounter formidable opponents, promising exhilarating battles ahead. Chapter 220, the Nirvana Burning Heaven Array, tasked to eliminate the mysterious individual. After making their decision, Lin Yun led the group and their beasts further into the depths. Throughout their journey, he remained undeterred by distractions, even ignoring several sect relics that appeared along the way, resolutely heading deeper into the secret realm. In less than half a day of their swift progress, Lin Yun distinctly sensed that the elemental energy surrounding them had grown increasingly dense. Moreover, the already fractured space exhibited signs of further disintegration, with terrifying spatial rifts emerging like the scythes of death, causing unease among the group. Everyone, be cautious and stay close to me, Lin Yun advised. It seems we are nearing the depths of the ancient secret. Mu Qianqian remarked, observing the surroundings. The group nodded in unison. The changing environment indicated their proximity to the ancient secret's core, a place where ordinary dynasty inhabitants would not dare to tread. As they delved deeper into the ancient secrets, the earlier lively scenes became rare, with only the occasional fleeting figures, all exuding the aura of those of the Nirvana stage. The deeper we go, the more powerful the warriors become, Lin Dong exclaimed. Indeed, The dynasty's strongest champions have gathered here from the northwest region. Lin Yun replied with a smile. Amidst their conversations, half an hour swiftly passed. Suddenly, the air temperature surged dramatically, prompting Lin Yun to chuckle in delight. It seems we are close to our destination. In the distance, the space appeared crimson, reminiscent of a fiery cloud, enveloping the entire sky and obstructing their path. As they drew nearer, the vivid red came into full view, a vast sea of flames extending beyond sight, seemingly igniting the very sky above. The already fractured space exhibited further signs of distortion, rendering it exceedingly unstable. Is this the Nirvana burning heaven array mentioned on the ancient tablet? Muchankan murmured. Gazing at the scene before her, Lin Yun nodded slightly. Upon that ancient monument, they discerned that deep within the concealed treasures of antiquity lay a protective array, manifestly the inferno before them. To penetrate the innermost sanctum of this hidden trove, one must traverse this fiery maze. Within this formation, the flames roared fiercely, unmistakably of an extraordinary nature. These were not mere embers, but flames born of the essence of rebirth. Even a formidable being from the Nirvana realm could find themselves incinerated if they lingered too long, as the flames could provoke the rebirth energy within, leading to their own demise. It was likely to deter many. Lin Dong remarked as he gazed at the scene before him. At that moment, the little weasel manifested and chimed in. Even after all this time, the Nirvana burning heaven array retains its terrifying might. Indeed, the formation is far from simple. Let us all exercise caution. Lin Yun nodded, advising the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces marked with a measure of wariness. Let's proceed. Lin Yun gestured decisively, charging into the heart of the inferno. The group, along with their companions, followed closely behind. As they entered the fiery expanse, a wave of searing heat assailed them. Even Lin Yun could feel his skin reddening slightly. Stay close. I shall envelop you all in my mental energy, Lin Yun instructed. Upon uttering this, he swiftly summoned his mental power, wrapping it around his companions and their beasts. In this Nirvana burning heaven array, the presence of rebirth energy would ignite spontaneous combustion. Hence no one dared to unleash their rebirth energy, and many were cautious even with their elemental force. After all, upon entering the Nirvana realm, even their elemental force had been tempered by rebirth energy. Who could say whether it would ignite them here? Clearly unencumbered by such concerns, Lin Yun and his companions, possessing mental energy, had no such fears. His mental power bore no relation to rebirth energy and served perfectly to fend off the encroaching flames. As they felt the surrounding changes, Mu Qianqian murmured, I never imagined mental power could serve such a purpose. It is truly remarkable. The dragon ape, stroking its head, added, Just now, I felt as though I might catch fire myself. His words lightened the previously tense atmosphere, eliciting faint smiles from the group. The intangible mental barrier enveloped them all as they swiftly advanced deeper into the inferno. At their pace, the fiery sea receded rapidly, and Lin Yun sensed a distinct decrease in temperature around him. It seems we are about to pass through this Nirvana burning heaven array, Lin Yun said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, two figures, shrouded in flames, erupted from the inferno with lightning speed. Suddenly, the flames quivered, and a gaze pierced through, directing itself to the left, where a vacuum appeared amidst the flames. Two shadowy figures stood upon the void. The group's attention turned towards that direction, momentarily stunned by the abrupt appearance of these mysterious figures in the vast sea of flames. Were those two shadows? Qing Tan's adorable face wrinkled in concern. Their aura is rather peculiar, the little weasel remarked, appearing on Lin Dong's shoulder. What does that mean? Lin Dong asked, frowning. At that moment, Lin Yun's expression grew serious. Their aura differs slightly from those we encountered on the ancient battlefield. Could they not be from the eastern Xian domain? Mu Qianqian queried in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun suddenly recalled something and promptly led the group to conceal themselves within the Nirvana burning heaven array. The figures in the vacuum gradually became clearer, and a raspy voice emanated from one of them. This space has been possessed by the eastern Xian domain for quite some time. As these words echoed, a storm of shock surged through Lin Dong and the others. Only Lin Yun continued to formulate a plan in his mind. Just as he surmised, it was indeed those two enigmatic individuals. Task: eliminate the two mysterious figures before you. Reward: 2 bottles of Earth-grade 8 Xian Yuan pills. Excellent. These two must be Lu Cheng and Hu Shua. A smile graced Lin Yun's face. Lin Dong, Envelop them with your mental power. I shall return shortly. He then shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Lin Dong, momentarily taken aback, quickly enveloped those around him and their beasts with his mental energy as he felt his skin reddening. Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan were momentarily stunned, still in disbelief that Lin Yun had charged ahead so boldly. Big brother, the dragon ape grumbled, feeling somewhat powerless, as his combat effectiveness was significantly diminished without the mental shield. The three brawny men and Xiao Lei remained silent, aware that this was not their battlefield, and merely spectated. The two shadowy figures, realizing the situation, let out a roar. Who goes there? Chapter 221 Battle. The sudden shout startled both parties. Soon, they beheld a man brandishing a blood-red spear hurtling towards them. The sheer speed of his approach left both Lu Cheng and Hu Shua taken aback, their minds racing with a singular thought. Where did this person come from? Exchanging glances, a fierce glint flickered in their eyes. They had not anticipated the presence of someone hidden here, let alone that this individual would dare to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped forward in perfect synchrony. Death Demon Seal. Dark energy emanated from their hands, coalescing into two massive black seals, inscribed with ghostly visages, exuding waves of deathly aura that surged toward Lin Yun. The eerie black light was exceptionally insidious. Although it was not the authentic death energy from the realm of life and death, it was nonetheless troublesome, and even a Nirvana expert struck by it would suffer grievous injuries. Lin Yun thrust his spear, the blood energy of the blood spirit Azura spear erupting forth, rapidly coalescing in the air into a form resembling six-armed Azura, hurtling towards the deathly seals. Boom! In the sky, the clash of black death energy and blood-red Azura sent shockwaves through the Nirvana-burning heaven array, creating a vacuum amidst the flames, with a violent gale sweeping outward. Lu Cheng and Hu Shua were left aghast. This person is formidable. They, both at the 4-yuan Nirvana realm, had not gained any advantage from that exchange. It was known that among the younger generation, reaching the 2-yuan Nirvana realm was already commendable. How could this be? Lu Cheng stared incredulously at Lin Yun, his mind churning. Had their origins from the Eastern Xian domain been exposed? How could such a powerful being be waiting for them here? From a distance, Lin Dong muttered to himself, "How terrifying. I feel like a single spear thrust could obliterate me." The dragon ape took a deep breath. Yet Qing Tan, filled with concern, remarked, "Will my husband be all right? Those two seem very strong." "Fear not. My husband has yet to unleash his full might," Mu Qianqian replied with a smile, though she too harbored unshakable worries, unsure of Lin Yun's current strength. "Should we assist him?" Lin Hu inquired. Lin Yun shook his head. "If we intervene now, we would only hinder him. Let us observe. My brother's strength surpasses what we see." As the group conversed, Lu Cheng and Hu Shua's gazes hardened, as if they had made a resolute decision. "Today, you must perish." They simultaneously bit their tongues, spewing forth a mouthful of vital blood, which, enveloped by dark energy, began to writhe with lightning speed. A chilling mist swirled, accompanied by wails reminiscent of tormented spirits. "Kill!" Lu Cheng and Hu Shua shouted in unison. The black mist writhed incessantly, ultimately coalescing into a colossal black ghostly claw adorned with grotesque human visages. A series of chilling and anguished wails emanated from within, stirring the primordial energy within one's body. As the ghostly claw took form, it unleashed an astonishingly sinister aura, rending the void with lightning speed as it lunged towards Lin Yun with deadly intent. The claw, suffused with a dark luminescence, resonated with countless mournful howls, the piercing cacophony inducing a wave of dizziness within the minds of onlookers, clearly possessing an eerie power capable of assaulting one's mental fortitude. Observing such a spectacle, Lin Yun chuckled softly. His vital essence erupted to its zenith, the blood-red spear he wielded resting effortlessly behind him. He then extended a hand, invoking the great wilderness prison sky finger, as 4 fingers tore through the firmament. Suddenly, the void above Lin Yun rent apart, revealing an ancient hand of titanic proportions, exuding an aura of nothingness as it thundered towards the ghostly claw. Bang! The 4 fingers collided with the ghostly claw, which began to exhibit signs of fracturing. Lu Cheng and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. Retreating was no longer an option. Their gazes turned icy, murderous intent radiating from their faces. Both clenched their fists, a surging wave of cold, dark energy erupting from their palms, ultimately merging into the black ghostly claw. As their vital essence infused the claw, it deepened in hue, appearing ever more tangible, with its sharp tips emanating a potent, corrosive miasma. Is that all? With a fierce thrust, Lin Yun unleashed the blood-red spear from his other hand. Terrifying sanguine energy coalesced once more, and the embodiment of the Azura manifested, sending forth several substantial hands wielding long spears towards the ghostly claw in a violent assault. Bang! The black ghostly claw shattered under the force of the strike. Witnessing this, the expressions of Liu Cheng and his companion shifted dramatically. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation. Both retreated almost simultaneously. The four fingers in the sky also descended towards the spot they had just vacated. Bang! A vacuum zone erupted on the ground, displacing flames for hundreds of feet. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Lin Yun's figure flickered, almost instantaneously appearing before the two. He thrust the spear with great force, striking Liu Cheng and his companion squarely. Puff! Both spat blood in unison. Run! This man is too powerful. Liu Cheng rasped, his voice hoarse. How could such a formidable figure arise from the Eastern Xuanyu's younger generation? Now that you've arrived, you shan't depart. Stay. Lin Yun's vital essence surged once more. Mountains of 10,000 layers. A massive black mountain began to slowly materialize from his hand, rapidly transforming into a towering edifice thousands of feet high, descending mercilessly upon Liu Cheng. Bang! Liu Cheng was crushed into the sea of flames in an instant, the weight of the black mountain bearing down upon him. Puff! A great spout of blood erupted from Liu Cheng, his aura waning perilously. Hu Shua, witnessing such a scene, quickened his pace. Yet Lin Yun granted him no reprieve. The moment he accelerated, an unseen mental force enveloped him. As Hu Shua barely broke free, Lin Yun was already before him, the blood-red spear slicing through the air. Bang! The rapid blood shadow struck Hu Shua down beneath the mountain. Puff! Hu Shua coughed violently, his face turning pale. Lin Yun hovered above, gazing down upon the two. Trapped beneath the weight of the mountain, Liu Cheng bellowed with malice. I care not who you are. The forces behind us are not to be trifled with. Do not dare to disrespect us. Should we perish, they will exact a far more dreadful price from you. Hearing his threat, Lin Yun chuckled. What absurdity! To still threaten me at this juncture. Your lives are forfeit. Chapter 222. The Imprint of the Void's Great Hand. A forceful suppression. As his words fell, a formidable surge of vital essence erupted from Lin Yun. Imprint of the Void's Great Hand. A colossal hand materialized in the void above the two, seemingly ancient, imbued with an aura of desolation, descending with devastating intent. Liu Cheng and his companions' faces turned ashen. From the giant hand, they sensed an overwhelming scent of death. I do not wish to die. Their eyes brimmed with a desperate longing for life. King of 10,000 ghosts. Chilling dark energy surged violently from Liu Cheng and his companion, coalescing into a shadowy figure that flickered ominously, echoing with countless mournful cries. Resembling a malevolent spirit formed by the convergence of myriad tormented souls, replete with an astonishingly sinister aura. Yet, as the massive black shadow began to take shape, the handprint from the void descended. Boom! Surrounding the purifying flames, another vacuum region emerged, within 1,000 feet, all fire seemingly vanishing. The enormous shadow, under the pressure of the void's great hand, existed only for a fleeting moment before erupting into chaos. Their most potent defense shattered. Liu Cheng and his companion lay exposed beneath the giant hand. The terrifying, violent energy cascaded downwards, and in an instant, their bodies were obliterated. Lin Yun descended slowly, confirming their demise. The system's notification echoed in his mind. After sheathing the blood-red spear, he made his way towards Lin Dong and the others. At that moment, Lin Dong gazed blankly at the approaching Lin Yun. How powerful has Brother Lin Yun become? Those two must have been at the 4 Yuan Nirvana realm. Yet they were annihilated so effortlessly, he murmured softly. Perched on Lin Dong's shoulder, the little weasel remarked at his current strength. Even a 6 Yuan Nirvana realm expert may not prevail against him. Upon hearing the weasel's words, Lin Dong gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, the anxious Qing Tan, upon seeing Lin Yun unharmed, smiled. Husband has triumphed. Mu Qianqian tenderly stroked her hair, affirming, of course. Dragon Ape and the 3 burly men were filled with a fervent yearning for strength. The recent battle had left them utterly awestruck. A 4 Yuan Nirvana realm powerhouse had been vanquished by Lin Yun without a trace of hesitation. As Lin Yun approached the group, Lin Dong finally regained his composure. From their words, they are unlikely to belong to our realm. Whatever their schemes may be, it matters not. They are already dead, Lin Yun stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing him, the others refrained from further contemplation. They surmised Lin Yun's actions stemmed from the urgency of the moment. Once the two had revealed themselves, it was clear there would be no quarter given, making preemption the wisest course. Let's proceed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Yun enveloped them and their beasts with his mental energy once more, surging deeper into the unknown. Their journey did not last long. After about half a tea's worth of time, they felt the temperature around them gradually diminishing, the pervasive crimson hue beginning to thin. Eventually, the scarlet completely dissipated. Lin Yun raised his gaze to behold the magnificent and ancient scene before him. He understood they had traversed through the nirvana-burning heaven array and had reached the depths of the ancient secret vault. This must be the innermost sanctum of the ancient secret vault, Mu Qianqian remarked, gazing at the sight ahead. Before them lay a vast expanse of dark gray space, where islands floated in the skies, interconnected, resembling a heavenly realm suspended in the air. Unlike the shattered space outside, this region appeared significantly more stable. The fissures that mar the outer realm had completely vanished, indicating this area was under some form of special protection. The inscriptions on the massive stone tablet indicate that, if my sense of direction is correct, there should be remnants of the 5 great guardian sects in that vicinity. Lin Yun pointed towards a distant island as he spoke. As soon as his voice faded, he accelerated ahead, with the others swiftly following in his wake. The sect relics he referred to hold significant weight, known as the 8 Extremes sect, which ranks second among the guardian sects. Its profound heritage far surpasses that of the Qingyun sect outside, by untold degrees. At the apex of these guardian sects lies the Earth Martial sect, which once held great renown, ranking just behind the 4 great mystical sects within the Tiangang Alliance. However, the closest to them now is the 8 Extremes sect, so Lin Yun intended to visit it first, planning to acquire its legacy before heading to the Earth Martial sect. With a clear objective, Lin Yun and his companions made no stops along the way. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they beheld an extraordinarily peculiar island. The island bore no hills or valleys. Rather, it appeared as an immense, flat expanse. At the center of this vast plaza stood a monumental stone edifice, exuding an aura steeped in antiquity. Numerous colossal stone pillars rose majestically across the expansive square, each radiating an ancient essence. Is this truly the 8 Extremes sect? It certainly seems distinct from other relics. Mu Qianqian remarked as she observed. Are those handprints and fist impressions on the pillars? Intaning Wayir curiously. It appears so, Lin Dong responded, joining the conversation. It's hard to see clearly from here. Let us descend for a closer look. Lin Yun smiled faintly, then swooped downwards. The presence of Lin Yun and his companions immediately attracted numerous gazes. Following the demise of the Demon Rock dynasty and their fearsome victory over 4 high-ranking dynasties, coupled with Lin Yun's acquaintance with Liu Bai, the reputation of Lin Yun and the Dian dynasty resonated throughout the ancient battlefield. Are they from the Dian dynasty? It's quite an achievement to reach this place. I've heard the leader possesses terrifying strength. He must be at least a 3-element Nirvana realm expert, someone whispered. That seems about right, others murmured, their whispers reaching Lin Yun's ears. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle, saying, it seems we've become celebrities. We can hear discussions about us wherever we go. Hearing her words, Lin Yun sighed with a wry smile, there's no escaping it. In this ancient battlefield, demonstrating sufficient strength inevitably draws attention. Let us disregard them and focus on our exploration here. After Lin Yun spoke, his gaze swept across the surroundings. Why is there no energy shield surrounding this sect relic? Lin Dong asked, perplexed. Little Weasel, perched on Lin Dong's shoulder, remarked, something feels off. It seems there's something beneath this plaza. Just as the two were conversing, the plaza suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 223, The Primal Demonic Dragon Hound. Earth Grade, 9 Blood Dragon Pill. The first 3 to rush towards the colossal stone edifice had barely stopped within 100 feet of it when, boom, the ground before the massive structure shattered, and a gray-white giant figure shot forth from the earth like lightning, crashing down upon the 3 figures with an imperceptible speed. Thud! 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 The 3 were sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. They soon turned their eyes towards the cracked earth before the stone edifice, where dust swirled. Moments later, a massive silhouette emerged before everyone. It was a colossal beast, approximately several dozen feet in size, its body a grayish-white with eerie markings. It possessed the physique of a hunting dog, yet its head bore the menacing visage of a dragon. Standing outside the stone edifice, it resembled a guardian beast, emanating a fierce aura that enveloped all present. The three earlier must be two-element Nirvana realm experts, yet they were effortlessly swatted aside, Lin Dong remarked, somewhat astonished. What exactly is that creature? Qing Tan inquired, intrigued. It is the primal demonic dragon hound, Little Weasel replied slowly. No wonder I sensed something strange earlier. This creature should have been long dead. Dead? Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Lin Yun nodded, explaining, the primal demonic dragon hound has long since lost its vitality, yet a remnant of its will persists. It appears to be the guardian beast of the 8 Extremes sect, tasked with protecting the sect. Even in death, its lingering spirit continues to guard this relic. Lin Yun sighed lightly. Although the primal demonic dragon hound was exceedingly fierce, once tamed, it would prove to be immensely loyal. If it were alive, it could serve as a formidable companion, he mused inwardly. Little Weasel interjected, fortunately, it is but a shadow of its former self. Its current strength is less than 1/10 of its peak. If it were at full power, only Lin Yun could contend with it. Lin Yun nodded slightly, surveying the expansive plaza. Then, with a robust flow of energy, he declared, everyone, this relic of the 8 Extremes sect belongs to the Dian dynasty. All eyes turned towards Lin Yun, and his proclamation caused a ripple of concern among the onlookers. Who would have thought Lin Yun would be so domineering? I won't waste words. If anyone wishes to contest this claim, then come and try. After finishing his statement, he unleashed the full force of his 4-element Nirvana realm aura. Behind him, his companions and beasts likewise radiated their own powerful presences. Not a single one fell below the 2-element Nirvana realm. How can they be so strong? The leader of the group mused, feeling the pressure of Lin Yun's formidable aura, which surpassed even those he had encountered at the 3-element Nirvana realm. The whispers around him darkened the faces of the 3 2-element Nirvana realm experts. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't hope to match Lin Yun. Moreover, there were so many strong individuals from the Dian dynasty present. It seemed they would have to bide their time for an opportunity. After speaking, Lin Yun ignored the surrounding chatter and mentally established a mission. Mission: defeat the primal demonic dragon hound. Reward: 1 pouch of Earth-grade 9 blood dragon pills. Upon confirming the mission, Lin Yun charged towards the primal demonic dragon hound, forming seals with his hands and reciting incantations. Void Great Hand Seal. Suddenly, from the void above the dragon hound, a colossal handprint tore through space, emanating an ancient aura that seemed to carry the weight of obliteration. The terrifying energy caused the dragon hound to let out a roar towards the heavens. Gray-white energy surged from its being, colliding violently with the enormous handprint. Boom! The gray-white energy held out for but a moment before it exploded, and the massive handprint struck the dragon hound. Boom! The creature's enormous body crashed to the ground, its desiccated form bursting apart to reveal grayish flesh, from which all blood had long since drained. At the instant the dragon hound fell, the 3 2-element Nirvana realm experts' eyes gleamed, and they surged towards the beast's stark white bones. They understood that the essence of such demonic beasts was hidden within their marrow. Get back! Lin Yun bellowed, brandishing a blood-red spear that materialized in his hand. With a fierce swing, he sent the 3 who had just lunged for the bones flying. The 3 2-element Nirvana realm experts were like kites severed from their strings, hurtling backward. The brilliance of their Nirvana bodies dimmed instantaneously as they simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood. The others present collectively gasped, their desire to compete evident, though they were merely a beat slower than the 3 individuals. However, they were taken aback to discover that these 3 formidable beings of the dual Nirvana realm could not withstand a single blow from Lin Yun. Whispers of astonishment began to circulate among the onlookers. He has grown significantly stronger. Indeed, previously he could only defeat 4 peak practitioners of the first Nirvana with 1 strike. Yet now he has gravely injured 3 from the dual Nirvana realm. What level has he attained now? I feel he must be at least at the 4 Nirvana stage. Casting a glance at the 3 who had been sent flying, Lin Yun coldly declared, I have stated before, the 8 Extremes sect belongs to my great Yin dynasty. Should there be a next time, you shall face death. The 3 dual Nirvana practitioners shuddered at his icy gaze, their bodies involuntarily trembling, having felt as though they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The others felt similarly. One of them weakly remarked, The surrounding onlookers gradually dispersed. Who would dare harbor any further thoughts? That would be akin to courting death. Better to hasten to other locations in hopes of discovering some opportunities. Observing the retreating crowd, Lin Yun gently waved his hand, and a dark line suddenly darted through the skeletal remains of the demon dragon hound, materializing in his palm as a black blood essence. Lin Dong, this substance should prove beneficial for your weapon, Lin Yun stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong paused slightly. The little weasel beside him explained. Within your sky crocodile bone spear lies the remnant soul of an ancient sky crocodile, albeit too weak. Now, with the bloodline of this demon dragon hound, you will be able to summon a more powerful remnant soul of the sky crocodile. Lin Dong's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he accepted the black blood essence. Seeing Lin Dong's action, Lin Yun smiled and addressed the crowd and their beasts. Let's proceed. We shall explore the inheritance of the 8 Extremes sect. Chapter 224. The 8 Extremes Inheritance, the Ninefold Fist Intent. Inside the Grand Hall, the vastness was palpable, with corridors crisscrossing like a labyrinth. An aura of ancient weariness emanating from all directions. As the group entered, the previously tranquil stone hall was infused with vitality. Xiaolei, Lin Hua, Lin Yan, and Lin Yan were particularly enthusiastic, immediately scouring the surrounding stone chambers. However, within a brief moment, they returned empty-handed. Brother, there's nothing inside. Could have been scavenged before we arrived? Lin Yun inquired. The dragon ape scratched its head and remarked, if it had been scavenged, it wouldn't be this barren. Was there truly no inheritance within the 8 Extremes sect? Lin Hua questioned with some puzzlement. Mu Qianqian, though she had not searched, was equally perplexed, having observed the actions of the dragon ape and the others. Could it be that someone had arrived here first? Is that why there is no energy barrier surrounding the ruins? Qing Tan listened to the discussions, her face reflecting her own confusion. Given the ancient aroma emanating from the sealed stone hall, it seemed to have been untouched for quite some time. The little weasel perched on Lin Dong's shoulder pondered before saying, "But why is there nothing here?" Lin Dong asked, bewildered. The weasel shook its head, equally uncertain. Hearing the discourse, Lin Yun smiled faintly. He had refrained from interfering earlier because practice is the only true measure of reality. What if there were still hidden treasures? Allowing them to investigate would not consume much time. However, it appeared there was indeed nothing left behind. The true treasures lie elsewhere. Lin Yun pointed toward the stone pedestal standing within the main hall. The eyes of the group turned in unison towards it. A stone pedestal? What use could that possibly serve? They all shared the same lingering doubts. Yet Lin Yun chose not to clarify, instead directing the beast behind him, Xiaolei, dragon ape. You all stay outside to prevent anyone from returning. I will take them to receive the inheritance. Xiaolei, dragon ape, and the 3 small tigers nodded in agreement, positioning themselves at the entrance. Let's enter. With that, Lin Yun led Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian towards the main hall. Arriving before the stone pedestal in the main hall, it was not particularly grand, yet stood with an unshakable presence. The surface bore numerous markings, including 3 distinct impressions, a palm print, a fist imprint, and a black finger hole. Upon noticing the impressions on the pedestal, Lin Dong let out a soft gasp. He seemed to perceive some peculiar waves emanating from it. Hearing his faint exclamation, Qing Tan and Mu Qianqian also felt the unusual energy from the pedestal. Follow me. Enter within, Lin Yun commanded, clenching his fist. At the same moment, a task was established in his mind. Task: acquire the 8 Extremes sect inheritance. Reward: Ninefold Fist Intent. The moment the task was established, Lin Yun pressed his fist against the pedestal's fist imprint. In the next instant, a vigorous and explosive fist intent surged forth from the stone pedestal, akin to a latent dragon emerging from the earth. This fist intent was as formidable as thunder, imbued with the essence of ancient strength, embodying the most potent and fierce will of fists, wild and untamed. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Dong could not help but inhale sharply, exclaiming, "What a ferocious fist intent!" Both Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan gazed on with intense astonishment. However, despite their surprise, they recalled Lin Yun's prior words. Without hesitation, they mimicked Lin Yun's actions and placed their palms upon the pedestal. Meanwhile, as Lin Yun absorbed the thunderous fist intent, his consciousness was suddenly enveloped in a moment of daze, a vision of an ancient scene fleeting through his mind. In this vision, there was an ancient hall, vaguely resembling the main hall of the ruins where Lin Yun and his companions stood. In the center of his hall stood another stone pedestal. But before it was a frail and aged figure, not even half the height of the pedestal. Yet the waves emanating from this figure possessed a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth, as if a mere movement could cause the very ground to crumble. Then, Lin Yun witnessed the elder gently raise his fist, casually unleashing a strike. Boom! This punch appeared unremarkable, yet as the wind from it swept through the hall, the space itself seemed to warp, an indescribable ferocity manifesting in the fist intent, akin to a cataclysmic flood, surging forth to strike fear into the hearts of all. Bang! The punch landed upon the stone pedestal. However, the terrifying fist intent that could obliterate an expanse of space left only a half-finger deep imprint upon it. This was not due to the pedestal's formidable material, but rather the mysterious elder had mastered that terrifying power to a level of effortless control. After delivering one blow, the elder struck again with his palm and pointed, leaving another imprint of intent upon the pedestal. Upon the stone pedestal, the essence of the 8 extremes manifests for those with the fate to inherit it. The fading figure's voice resonated within Lin Yun's heart, echoing with a distant, ancient tone. As the voice faded, the scene transformed peculiarly into substance. Lin Yun's body now stood before the stone pedestal in the vision. Whoosh! With Lin Yun's appearance, the fist imprint, palm print, and finger mark on the pedestal erupted into 3 beams of light, coalescing into 3 luminous orbs suspended in mid-air above the pedestal. At this moment, Mu Qianqian, Lin Dong, and Qingzhu also materialized behind him. Mu Qianqian could not contain her awe, exclaiming, "Is this the inheritance of the 8 extremes sect?" Indeed, Lin Yun nodded. Subsequently, he spoke, "Lin Dong, your martial arts are rather forceful. You shall accept the fist seal. Qianqian, you will accept the palm seal. And Qingtan will take the finger seal." With that, Lin Dong swiftly darted forward, grasping the luminous orb of the fist seal suspended in the air. "Husband, what about you?" Lin Yun smiled faintly and replied, "Naturally, I have my own." Upon hearing his words, Mu Qianqian and Qingzhu did not hesitate and reached for one of the orbs in the air. Just as they secured their prizes, the space around them seemed to emit a force of repulsion, propelling all 3 outwards. Seeing the trio depart, Lin Yun approached the stone pedestal once more. His palm gradually lifted, gently resting upon the stone surface. Boom! At the moment of contact, an overwhelming and vigorous aura of the fist surged forth from within the pedestal, reminiscent of the energy emanating from the elder in the previous vision. The fist intent was formless and colorless, yet conveyed a palpable presence, grand as the ocean. Lin Yun felt his legs weaken as he murmured, "The 8 extremities fist intent is indeed formidable." Chapter 225, The 3 Great Spiritual Martial Arts. Proceeding to the Earth Martial Sect. Creak. Just as Lin Yun was lost in contemplation, the stone pedestal suddenly cracked open, fissures expanding until it erupted explosively. With the explosion of the pedestal, an intangible fist intent slowly floated out, approaching Lin Yun. Gasping, Lin Yun took a deep breath, calming his mind entirely before reaching out to seize the 8 extremities fist intent. The intent offered no resistance, seamlessly merging into his body. Lin Yun then sensed the 8 extremities fist intent entering his dantian, quietly hovering there, devoid of the previous ferocity. However, he could feel that with the slightest exertion, this fist intent could unleash immense destructive power. It was akin to an enhancement, henceforth, whenever Lin Yun executed an attack. Infusing it with some 8 extremities fist intent would undoubtedly amplify its potency. This 8 extremities fist intent is quite impressive, he mused, and, at that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Task: acquire the 8 extremities sex inheritance. Reward: 9-fold fist intent. Status: completed. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Without hesitation, Lin Yun accepted the reward. The instant he uttered those words, it was as if enlightenment flooded his mind, granting him a deeper understanding of the fist intent. Beyond supreme talent lies the realm of intent, which is classified from 1 to 9 levels. Lin Yun's original fist technique was of top-tier talent, and now it had ascended to the 9-fold fist intent. This was significantly more terrifying than the 8 extremities fist intent, which was a form of power and consumable, while the 9-fold fist intent represented a realm of talent. The talent of the 9-fold fist intent allowed him to wield the 8 extremities fist intent with remarkable ease. With a gentle flick of his finger, a fierce and violent fist intent erupted forth. With another thought, it vanished in a thunderous manner. Now, he resembled the elder who wielded fist intent with effortless grace, illustrating the terrifying power of the ninefold fist intent. Ha ha ha, how formidable! Feeling the wild surge of power, Lin Yun couldn't help but mutter to himself, now, facing those two in the 4 yuan Nirvana realm, I believe I could defeat them in just a few exchanges. After savoring the essence of the ninefold fist intent, Lin Yun grinned widely. It is time to depart. With a movement, he began to gradually fade away, ultimately vanishing completely from this space. Within the main hall, Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian awaited Lin Yun's return. Upon seeing his figure, smiles graced their faces. Lin Yun was the first to inquire, "What martial arts did you all acquire?" Qing Tan replied with a smile, "I obtained a martial art, the 8 extremities celestial finger. Mine is the 8 extremities celestial seal." Mu Qianqian chimed in. Lin Dong also grinned as he said, "Mine is quite similar to theirs. It appears to be a lower-tier spiritual martial art, the 8 extremities celestial fist." Hearing their responses, Lin Yun nodded slightly, confirming they were indeed as he remembered. "Husband, what did you receive?" Qing Tan asked curiously. Lin Yun smiled gently, waved his fingers, and suddenly an overwhelming fist intent surged towards them. The terrifying power caused those standing outside, including Long Yuan and Lin Yin, to shudder in astonishment. What a fearsome fist intent! Is this the inheritance of the 8 extremities sect? Lin Yin mused aloud. Beside him, Long Yuan remarked, "Brother, you've grown even stronger." Lin Hua and Xiao Lei nodded in agreement. While they were astonished from the outside, Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian were so taken aback by the terrifying fist intent that they stumbled back a step. "Lin Yun, this fist intent is incredibly violent," Lin Dong said. Halting his steps, Lin Yun nodded, retracting his fingers, and the explosive fist intent dissipated instantly. Qing Tan, feeling a tinge of trepidation, remarked, "Husband, your fist intent is truly terrifying. Is this the true inheritance of the 8 extremities sect?" Mu Qianqian asked. Lin Yun nodded, smiling. "This is the 8 extremities fist intent. With your martial arts from the 8 extremities sect and the comprehension of this fist intent, its power will undoubtedly increase manifold. I shall share some of this fist intent with you." With that, Lin Yun placed his palm upon Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian in succession. At the moment of contact, the 8 extremities fist intent flowed into their bodies. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yun's smile blossomed. With the ninefold fist intent talent, he no longer required the 8 extremities fist intent to comprehend the realm. Thus he generously bestowed some upon them. As they absorbed the influx of the 8 extremities fist intent, that contained explosive vigor sparked surprise in Lin Dong's eyes. Mu Qianqian and Qing Tan exclaimed, "Husband, is this the fist intent you just exhibited? How intriguing." Lin Yun replied with a gentle smile, "This 8 extremities fist intent is something you should thoroughly comprehend and cultivate. It will greatly benefit your future training." Indeed, the three nodded in unison. Now that we have acquired our martial arts, we must hasten to the Earth Martial Sect. Without Lin Lang Tian, the remnants of the Earth Martial Sect should still remain. In the original text, the inheritance of the Earth Martial Sect was obtained by Lin Lang Tian. With this thought, Lin Yun declared, "Let us proceed to the Earth Martial Sect ruins." With that, he made his way outside, followed closely by the three. Upon seeing Lin Yun and the others emerge, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and addressed the surrounding beasts. "Let us move." Once everyone and their beasts were gathered, Lin Yun wasted no time, swiftly mounting Xiao Lei and dashing in a determined direction. The ruins of the Earth Martial Sect were further away than those of the 8 Extremities Sect. In such haste, it took them a considerable amount of time, roughly a tea's worth, to arrive before the remnants of the Earth Martial Sect. A colossal island floated before them. Unlike the previous islands, this one featured a staircase that seemed to reach the heavens, with a humanoid statue at the pinnacle, emanating a peculiar energy, indicating the presence of a special treasure within. This place is astonishingly larger than the 8 Extremities Sect. It truly lives up to being the top-ranked Guardian Sect, Mu Qianqian remarked, captivated by the sight. "What is the purpose of that staircase?" "Intanquidith perplexed," Lin Dong replied uncertainly. "It should pertain to the guardianship of the inheritance." Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. At that moment, the small weasel perched on Lin Dong's shoulder spoke. "I sense a terrifying pressure emanating from that statue. The closer we get, the heavier the pressure becomes. However, it seems there is more than just pressure. I also perceive a unique realm. Moreover, There was an unusual aura surrounding the statue. It was likely that the inheritance of the Earth Martial sect lay atop that statue. Chapter 226, Ninefold Palm Intent. Martial Secte Transformation Technique. The words of the little ferret stirred a tumult of thoughts within Lin Yun's mind. He then declared, "Let us ascend and take a look." With that, Lin Yun led the group to the celestial ladder. Upon reaching its base, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them, weighing heavily upon their bodies. There was indeed an extraordinary aura emanating from this place, yet it remained elusive to those standing outside. It was evident that the relic of the Earth Martial sect was far from ordinary. Lin Yun muttered to himself, his previously relaxed brow furrowing once more. The expressions of those standing on the ladder shifted dramatically upon seeing them. Has the legacy of the Eight Extremes sect been claimed so swiftly? And now, they dare to intrude upon the Earth Martial sect? Will the people of the great Yin dynasty ever let us be? One of them urged, "Enough chatter. Let us climb swiftly. The legacy shall be ours." Another lamented, "I wish to ascend as well, but my strength does not permit it. I feel as if my legs have lost all control." As he spoke, he trembled and tumbled down the ladder. Lin Yun paid little heed to the words of those on the ladder. His sole focus was on acquiring the legacy of the Earth Martial sect. In the original narrative, this legacy was obtained by Lin Langtian, who, along with Master Mu, had the strength to ascend. Thus, Lin Yun believed he too should find it manageable. With this in mind, he announced, "Wait for me here. I shall test the waters of the Earth Martial sect's relic." Lin Dong nodded slightly, fully trusting in Lin Yun's capabilities. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed the faces of Qing Tan and Mu Qianqian. The individual who had just fallen from the ladder must have possessed the strength of a dual nirvana realm, yet he had barely climbed halfway. "Husband, please be cautious," they urged. He nodded in acknowledgement and stepped towards the celestial ladder. As he reached the first tier, he was immediately assailed by a heavy pressure and an intense aura of malice. Indeed, it was not merely the oppressive force that weighed upon him, but also a thick presence of murderous intent. It was no wonder that so many struggled to advance. Faced with such a terrifying aura, should his mental fortitude crumble, this overwhelming pressure could prove fatal. Thus, he had to fend off both the onslaught of murderous intent and the physical oppression. This was precisely why many were unable to ascend. This level of malice is insufficient, Lin Yun thought, swiftly scaling the ladder, unleashing both his mental energy and vital essence. His mental fortitude countered the fierce murderous intent, while his vital energy resisted the terrifying pressure. The speed at which he climbed left the numerous strong individuals on the ladder utterly dumbfounded. Could he truly disregard the pressure and that murderous aura? How could he ascend with such swiftness? "I too desire the legacy of the Earth Martial sect. We must climb faster lest he snatch it away." Amidst the astonished exclamations of the onlookers, Lin Yun had already reached the last 1,000 steps of the ladder. At this juncture, he found himself alone. Just as he set foot upon the final 1,000th step, a colossal hammer shadow exploded above, hurtling menacingly toward him. The overwhelming aura seemed capable of shattering the entire ladder. Qing Tan below could not help but grasp Mu Qianqian's arm, whispering, "Will my husband be all right?" Mu Qianqian gently stroked her hair, assuring her, "Do not worry. With my husband's strength, he shall be unharmed." However, despite her comforting words, concern flickered in her gaze. The beasts, including Long Yuan and Lin Yan, also sensed the formidable might of the giant hammer and shared in the growing anxiety. Lin Dong frowned, watching the terrifying hammer. At his speed, even if he manages to evade, his body can only withstand so much, the little ferret analyzed from Lin Dong's shoulder. Upon hearing the ferret's words, the crowd felt a slight sense of relief. Boom! The giant hammer descended. The entire ladder trembled violently. At that moment, Lin Yun's figure darted swiftly, dodging the hammer's descent with remarkable agility, never allowing it to graze him. Just as he reached the final 100 steps, the singular hammer in the sky unexpectedly doubled. It appeared he would need to withstand the assault. Lin Yun's thoughts whirled, and rather than evade, he charged directly toward the humanoid statue atop the ladder. Bang! Two enormous hammer shadows appeared simultaneously, hurtling toward Lin Yun's path. He did not flinch, unleashing his nirvana golden body and a myriad of lightning patterns to absorb the impact. Those still climbing below could not suppress their astonishment. This fellow is extraordinarily fierce. That blow would surely severely injure even a triple nirvana realm practitioner. How terrifying it was to withstand such a formidable strike while contending with both murderous intent and oppressive pressure. What level of strength did he possess? It was astonishing that such a prodigy could emerge from a lowly dynasty like the Great Yin. Look, he has reached the summit. As this exclamation rang out, all eyes turned back to Lin Yun. Upon arriving at the pinnacle of the ladder, Lin Yun began to formulate a task in his mind. Task: acquire the legacy of the Earth Martial Sect. Reward: ninefold mastery. The emergence of the task brought a broad smile to Lin Yun's face. Another ninefold mastery awaited. It seemed that my void, great hand, and great desolation prisoning hand were poised for further advancement. With that in mind, Lin Yun began to scrutinize the humanoid statue before him. The statue depicted a formidable man, reminiscent of a war god, extending one arm forward in a fierce battle stance. Yet instead of a weapon, he grasped an open book, which lent an air of peculiarity to the figure. Why a book? Lin Yun pondered curiously. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the bold characters inscribed upon it. Martial Sect Transcendence Technique. Suddenly, the stone book in the statue's hand began to flip its pages. The rustling sound resonated in Lin Yun's ears. A phantom materialized from thin air, striding through the heavens, exuding an unusual wave that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. The vast sky appeared to shrink beneath the phantom's outstretched arms, ultimately transforming into a flickering veil of light. As this spectacle unfolded, all those still on the ladder were forcefully repelled by an overwhelming force. The individuals who were cast aside gazed in astonishment at the scene above. Yet within moments, their expressions shifted from surprise to a myriad of emotions: unwillingness, envy, and jealousy. This aura must belong to the Earth Martial Sect's supreme technique. It is likely at least an intermediate-level spiritual martial art. I sense it bears even greater significance. It seems that this top-ranking protective sect will soon fall into the hands of the Great Yin dynasty. How enviable that both the first and second legacies of this protective sect have been claimed by them. Oh, how I wish I could possess such a legacy. Chapter 227. The opening of the Xian sect relic, Lin Dong's request. Above the celestial ladder, Lin Yun remained blissfully unaware of the discussions below. After the phantom completed its demonstration, it transformed into a luminous orb, settling upon the pages of the book. That demonstration must have been the Martial Sect Transcendence Technique. Lin Yun mused, enveloping it with his mental energy. As soon as it touched his hands, the orb surged into his mind. A high-level spiritual martial art. I have gained yet another means, Lin Yun beamed. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Task: acquire the legacy of the Earth Martial Sect. Reward: ninefold mastery. Task completed. Would you like to claim it? Upon acceptance, an overwhelmingly pleasant sensation coursed through his entire being. For those who have delved deeply into the martial arts, their comprehension is profoundly insightful. However, before Lin Yun could bask in the exhilaration of his bodily transformation, the heavenly ladder began to fracture. Boom! The ladder thunderously crashed to the earth below. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yun swiftly descended towards the ground. As the ladder splintered, the oppressive aura and murderous intent that had loomed above dissipated entirely, allowing him to navigate unobstructed. In mere moments, Lin Yun landed before Mu Qianqian and the others. That ethereal figure conjured by my husband must also be a form of spiritual martial arts, and I sense it is even stronger than what I previously acquired at the 8 Extreme Sect, Qing Tan inquired. Mu Qianqian and the assembled beasts gazed at Lin Yun with curiosity, clearly sharing Qing Tan's intrigue. Lin Yun nodded gently. Indeed, it is the ultimate technique of the Earth Martial Sect's master, the supreme spiritual martial arts, the celestial transformation. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with astonishment. The top-ranked legacy of the Guardian Sect is already classified as high-level spiritual martial arts. What might lie within the 4 profound sects? Just as the group exchanged thoughts, a sudden, resonant sound reverberated from the distant expanse. Following that, an astonishing wave of energy surged forth like a tide, emanating from the depths of that space. This unexpected commotion immediately stirred all who had ventured into this ancient secret repository, and soon, the sky was filled with the sound of rushing winds as figures appeared in midair, their gazes drawn towards the depths of that space. It seems the relics of the 5 Guardian Sects have all been activated. Lin Yun's eyes remained fixated on the depths. Moments later, his pupils constricted sharply as within that profound space, a colossal and magnificent island materialized, faintly visible. On that island, one could vaguely discern ancient, grand architectural structures, emanating an overwhelming aura that, despite the considerable distance, still left one in awe. Could that be the relics of the four great profound sects? Lin Dong exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Beside him, Mu Qianqian stared at the ancient relics, captivated. Even from this distance, I can feel the energy radiating from within. Indeed, Qing Tan echoed, joining the conversation. Long Yuan approached Xiao Hua and patted his shoulder, exclaiming, this time, with the relics activated, we can fight again. Clearly, in Long Yuan's understanding, the mere activation of relics signified the opportunity for combat. Hearing the words of the others, Lin Yun smiled slightly. It appears the treasures hidden in the deepest recesses are finally surfacing. Let us depart. What lies ahead is of utmost importance. Lin Yun mounted Xiao Lei and swiftly sped away, followed closely by the others and their beasts. The emergence of the four great, profound sect relics undoubtedly ignited the atmosphere within the depths of this repository. All who had come here, regardless of their previous composure, were now filled with excitement. The sky resounded with the sound of rushing winds as countless figures surged from all directions, all racing madly towards the innermost depths of the space. As the leaders of the Heavenly Gang Alliance, the legacies of the four great profound sects must be of remarkable caliber. Merely envisioning them could ignite one's fervor. Acquiring any one of the legacies from these four profound sects would surely propel one to unparalleled heights, distinguishing them as the elite among the myriad powerful dynasties of this ancient battlefield. In the northern depths of the maze, several figures emerged from the relics. The relics of the four profound sects have opened so swiftly, it seems the relics of the other four guardian sects have already been claimed. Among those figures, one appeared familiar to Lin Yun, Liu Bai, who had previously sought his acquaintance. Liu Bai smiled gently. Though the relics of the five guardian sects are formidable, there is no need to envy them too greatly. The true main event is only just commencing. Let us hasten. There seems to be a considerable distance to cover before reaching the innermost chamber. With that, Liu Bai's figure swiftly darted towards the depths of the four profound sect relics, followed closely by Mu Hongling and the others. On a mountain peak, a figure clad in black robes watched Liu Bai and the others depart, chuckling to himself. The four dominators of the northwest region have all gathered. I wonder if that group from the Great Flame Dynasty will make an appearance. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Following that, the figure moved and mysteriously vanished from sight. In the sky, countless figures rushed forth from the horizon, ultimately converging around the massive island suspended in the air. This island was extraordinarily vast, with forests and mountains intertwining, resembling an ancient land, exuding a primal essence that had been steeped in the passage of time. Wafting through the atmosphere, at a glance, the island seemed to stretch endlessly, and figures hovered around it, appearing minuscule like ants. Lin Yun and his companions arrived at this location at that moment. What a magnificent sight! Qingting could not help but exclaim in wonder. The others also gazed with astonishment. The structures on this island were entirely different from those encountered earlier, seemingly untouched by time, their former glory faintly visible. Lin Dong's heart raced with fervor. He could almost sense the excitement of the little weasel within the stone talisman. Let's enter, Lin Yun declared with a smile. And without hesitation, he rode Xiao Lei into the vast, boundless expanse of the colossal island. At that moment, many figures also surged into the island, and instantly, this long-slumbering land became alive with commotion once more. Boom! As more and more individuals flooded into the island, the ground trembled suddenly and then shattered, unleashing terrifying energies that roared throughout the heavens and earth. Waves of bloody energy surged forth, and some unfortunate souls were instantly torn to shreds. Seeing such a scene, Lin Yun cautioned, "Be wary of the beasts within the island." Everyone and their beasts nodded in unison. As his words fell, Lin Dong rapidly approached Lin Yun, saying, "Brother Lin Yun, I wish to help the little weasel find the life and death reincarnation pill to reconstruct its body." Chapter 228, The Apothecary Fields, the Pill Workshop. All seized. Lin Dong gazed at Lin Yun with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun smiled faintly, aware of Lin Dong and the little weasel's intentions, and without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. All right. At Lin Yun's words, Lin Dong and the little weasel's eyes brightened instantly. The little weasel, perched on Lin Dong's shoulder, immediately pointed the way. That island, the one with the strongest medicinal aroma, should be over there. Let us go. Without further ado, Lin Yun led the group towards that direction at a rapid pace. The relics of the four profound sects were extraordinarily vast, with towering trees and various awakened beasts densely populating the forest at an astonishing speed. However, these posed no hindrance to Lin Yun and his companions. After traversing for about half a tea's worth of time, the oppressive forest finally dissipated, revealing an endless sea of medicinal herbs before their eyes. Here, various spiritual herbs existed in sprawling abundance, the rich aroma of medicine seemingly coalescing into substance, swirling in the air. Gazing upon this ocean of spiritual herbs, Mu Qianqian could not help but exclaim in shock, "What a grand display! To think there could be so many pills. Intaneco equally astonished." Beside them, Lin Dong could not restrain himself, stating the scale of the Heavenly Gang alliance back in the day was indeed terrifying. Lin Yun nodded slightly, yet his astonishment was evidently far less than the others. As they stepped into this sea of herbs, the voice of Qi Ling resonated excitedly in Lin Yun's mind. "Master, I want it all. Everything is mine." Hearing its words, Lin Yun paused in his tracks, his thoughts swirling as he surveyed the vast expanse of medicinal herbs before him. Now that we are here, we might as well collect them all. As Lin Yun contemplated this, he turned to the nearby dragon ape and Xiao Yan, along with the other beasts, and commanded, "You shall each take up a position at the four cardinal points. No matter who approaches, drive them away without hesitation. We shall claim all the spiritual herbs and elixirs here." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the dragon ape nodded eagerly, saying understood. Xiao Lei, the three little tigers, and Xiao Zi all nodded in unison, swiftly darting off in various directions to gather the spiritual herbs. Upon Lin Yun's declaration, Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian wasted no time and began diligently harvesting the spiritual herbs. Countless herbs were collected and handed over to Lin Yun, who then placed them into the Qiankuan bag. After a considerable amount of time, the group had completely harvested the spiritual herbs in the area. Gazing at the now barren expanse of herbs, Lin Yun revealed a satisfied smile. "Excellent. Let us proceed to the elixir chamber." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. This was akin to picking up money. Even if it were merely blue currency, the sheer volume was enough to elicit great exhilaration. The elixir chamber was equally vast, and as Lin Yun and his companions descended into it, the dust on the ground slowly swirled upwards, indicating that this place had remained sealed for many years. Within the elixir chamber, there were numerous enormous elixir rooms. Lin Yun casually unleashed a forceful strike at the rune seal on the door, and soon, a tidal wave of nirvana elixirs surged forth, their crimson hues flooding the space, emanating an astonishing aura of rebirth that spread outward. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yun unfurled the Qiankuan bag, and the nirvana elixirs flowed into it like a raging torrent. Once we have thoroughly ransacked these elixir rooms, we shall venture deeper into the chamber. Lin Dong did not rush. After all, they had already secured the entire area, with their beasts guarding the perimeter. Their frenzied collection continued for a full half-hour before they had emptied the surrounding elixir rooms. Just as they were finishing, several figures appeared outside. Yet, as they prepared to enter, Xiao Yan unleashed the full extent of his strength at the 3 Yuan Nirvana realm. "This place belongs to the great Yin dynasty. Anyone who dares to enter shall be killed." His declaration ignited a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. The great Yin dynasty again. This dynasty has already conquered the foremost guardian sects outside, and now they occupy this place as well. I want to go in and take a look. That would be courting death. That is a 3 Yuan Nirvana realm. Furthermore, you can sense the formidable auras emanating from other areas. Most importantly, if you charge in, you will undoubtedly encounter Lin Yun of the great Yin dynasty, and you will certainly meet your demise. Or just to stand by and watch. What can we do? Lin Yun paid little heed to the commotion outside. As long as anyone dared to enter, he would ensure they could not leave. With most of the elixirs outside nearly collected, Lin Yun fixed his gaze on the depths of the elixir chamber. There lay the largest elixir room. Faintly, he could sense a pulsation within that sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Dong's eyes also sparkled with intensity. If his guess was correct, the life and death reincarnation elixir that the little weasel needed should be within. Little weasel, if my intuition is correct, the life and death reincarnation elixir should be inside. Lin Dong said with a smile to the little weasel, who was visibly excited, staring eagerly at the immense elixir room. Let's proceed. With that, Lin Yun surged forward, heading deeper into the chamber, closely followed by Mu Qianqian, Qing Tan, and Lin Dong. The expanse of the elixir chamber was vast, and even at their speed. It took several minutes for them to reach the entrance of the innermost elixir room. This room appeared older than the others, with a yellow door that bore faint traces of ancient runes. Subtle waves of energy radiated from within. Observing the ancient door, Lin Yun channeled his energy and struck it with a powerful fist. Boom! The ancient door collapsed with a thunderous crash. As it fell, a terrifying aura of elixir energy erupted from within the chamber, reminiscent of a volcano that had just been ignited. Such rich elixir energy, Qing Tan murmured. I wonder what kinds of elixirs lie within, Mu Qianqian added with a smile. Hearing their remarks, Lin Yun smiled slightly and gestured for everyone to enter. Understanding his intent, they hurriedly stepped into the elixir room. Inside, the illumination was not dim, but rather suffused with a gentle light, though the dense elixir energy hindered their vision. However, this sensation of obstruction faded after a brief adjustment. The chamber was exceedingly spacious, with towering stone pillars, each adorned with various colored elixirs hovering above them. Waves of astonishing elixir energy continuously emanated from these elixirs, indicating their extraordinary nature. As Lin Yun scanned the room, his gaze landed on a silver, round elixir, and a look of excitement spread across his face. Chapter 229, Life and Death Reincarnation Elixir, Reward, 1 bottle. Within the elixir chamber lay the Du Edan. The so-called Du Edan, also known as the Tribulation Elixir, is a coveted treasure sought after by nearly all Nirvana realm cultivators. Everyone knows that the Nirvana Tribulation is the most dreaded ordeal for those in the Nirvana realm, and possessing this Du Edan significantly enhances the chances of overcoming it. Thus, upon spotting it, Lin Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. With this elixir, braving the Nirvana Tribulation would undoubtedly become a more secure endeavor. Without hesitation, Lin Yun activated the Swallowing Heavenly Demon Art and reached out for the Du Edan. He was aware that the elixir was surrounded by protective energies and preemptively began absorbing the elixir energy around it. Subsequently, he grasped the elixir in his hand. As he looked at the elixir, a broader smile spread across Lin Yun's face. He then stored the Du Edan in the Qianquan bag and addressed his companions. Qianqian, Qing Tan, Lin Dong, gather all of these elixirs. Upon hearing Lin Yun's command, the group swiftly began to collect everything within the elixir room. Regardless of the type or utility of the elixirs, they harvested everything, for such treasures were not encountered casually. Learning from past experiences, their speed of collection was remarkably swift. In no time, the three returned to Lin Yun's side. Seeing them all together, Lin Yun squinted slightly and lifted his gaze towards the center of the elixir room. There stood an ancient black stone pillar, and at its apex, a black and white elixir, resembling the fusion of yin and yang, floated serenely. A faint aura of life and death permeated the air. That must be the life and death reincarnation elixir, Lin Yun murmured. At that moment, Lin Dong's eyes were fixated on the elixir, and a little weasel perched on his shoulder was breathing somewhat rapidly. Lin Dong's own breath quickened as he stared at the elixir before him, feeling a slight dizziness. With this elixir, the little weasel could regain its physical form, making a return to its peak strength a very real possibility. Observing Lin Dong's fervor, Lin Yun approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "You and the little weasel are too excited. Let me handle this." Lin Dong suppressed his excitement and nodded. Immediately, Lin Yun established a task in his mind. Task: assist the little weasel in obtaining the life and death reincarnation elixir. Reward: 1 bottle of life and death reincarnation elixir. Upon seeing the task reward, a smile crept across Lin Yun's face. However, to procure the life and death reincarnation elixir, he needed to consult the little weasel, as in the original tale. It was the little weasel who had guided Lin Dong on how to unravel the cycle of life and death. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yun turned to the little weasel and inquired, "There should be a life and death ring present. How might one unravel this enigma?" Nodding in agreement, the little weasel had indeed suspected this upon encountering the elixir, though it had yet to confirm its theory. At that moment, Qing Tan, perplexed, asked, "Life and death ring?" Both Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong looked at Lin Yun with expressions of bewilderment. Sensing their curiosity, Lin Yun elucidated. This life and death reincarnation pill can only be concocted by those who have comprehended the profound mysteries of life and death. When the elixir takes form, a life and death ring manifests around it. However, this phenomenon is imperceptible to the naked eye. Should anyone inadvertently touch it, their vitality would instantly dissipate. As he spoke, Lin Yun tossed a freshly harvested spiritual herb towards the vicinity of the elixir. To their astonishment, when the herb drew within an inch of the life and death reincarnation pill, it withered abruptly and fell to the ground. This spectacle caused Lin Dong to gasp in shock. Had Lin Yun not intervened moments prior, he might have reached for it, and had his hand brushed against that perilous inch, he would have been reduced to a lifeless husk. The thought sent a shiver of dread through Lin Dong, and he looked at Lin Yun with a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. The little weasel nodded and remarked, "This is indeed troublesome. The aura of life and death is something an ordinary Nirvana realm expert cannot withstand. I will need some time to devise a method to break this life and death ring." Hearing this, Lin Yun nodded. After a brief interval, the little weasel declared, "This should suffice." It then shared its plan with Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded slightly, prepared himself, and reached forth, grasping the wondrous black and white elixir that seemed to embody the fusion of yin and yang. Witnessing him produce the pill, Lin Dong exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Lin Yun, we did it." The little weasel's eyes sparkled with delight. "When do you intend to use this?" Lin Yun inquired. "I shall decide after we conclude this matter." "Restoring the physical body is no trivial task," replied the little weasel. "Very well, Lin Dong, you shall hold on to it for now. Should anything arise, do inform us," Lin Yun said, entrusting the life and death reincarnation pill to Lin Dong. Gazing earnestly at the elixir, the little weasel expressed, "Thank you." Lin Yun nodded with a faint smile, perceiving this as a worthy investment. "Let us depart. We have collected all that we can here." Indeed, the remaining trio nodded in unison. They hastily made their way to the entrance. Outside, most of the onlookers had dispersed, though a few stubborn souls lingered, hoping to enter once Lin Yun and his companions exited. However, Lin Yun paid them no heed and commanded the vigilant Xiao Yin, "Summon them back. We are preparing to head to the Xuanzong ruins." Xiao Yin nodded and swiftly darted off in various directions. Within mere minutes, all the summoned beasts had gathered. Most of them bore no signs of battle, save for the dragon ape, who evidently had engaged in combat. "Did you encounter someone?" Lin Yun asked. "Yes. I ran into a dual-element Nirvana realm expert attempting to force their way in, but I sent them packing." "That individual possessed some skills," the dragon ape replied, scratching its head, excitement gleaming in its eyes. That skirmish had been the most exhilarating experience it had in a long time. "Did you remember their appearance?" Lin Yun asked, narrowing his eyes. "Yes, distinctly." The dragon ape grinned. "Well then, next time, we shall teach them a lesson." Lin Yun replied coldly. "All right, brother, leave this to me. I didn't get enough action, and that person fled after just a few exchanges," the dragon ape eagerly stated. "Not a chance. Next time include me, and we shall definitely bring that person down," Xiao Yin asserted fiercely, not having anticipated that his brother had been bullied. The other beasts nodded in agreement, clearly eager to lend their strength to the dragon ape. "Hee, I'll call for you all when I'm in over my head," the dragon ape quipped, eliciting smiles from Mu Qianqian, Qing Tan, and Lin Dong. Lin Yun chuckled wryly. "We are running out of time. We must proceed to the ruins of the four great Xuanzongs." Chapter 230, Xuanzong Legacy, the target of all. As Lin Yun and his companions departed, those who had been waiting outside surged into the sea of medicinal herbs. How could they have collected everything so thoroughly? Some exclaimed, "I anticipated this. I told you to hurry to the next location, but you wouldn't believe it. Come on, let us go." Lin Yun was blissfully unaware of these events. At this moment, he was riding on Little Lei, venturing into the deepest reaches of space. As Lin Yun and his group soared through the skies, they glanced around and noticed numerous individuals heading toward the same destination, each emanating a formidable aura. Clearly, none of those who had made it this far were mere fortune's favorites. After a while of flight, they encountered a distorted space. Within that warped realm, an imposing ancient plaza seemed to emerge, exuding an awe-inspiring and magnificent aura that left Lin Yun and his companions in a state of shock. "Is it the ruins of the four great Xuanzongs?" Lin Dong remarked, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. "How terrifying! Even the space itself is contorted." Mu Qianqian gasped in astonishment. Qing Tan and the other beasts observed the ancient plaza amidst the shattered space, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. "At long last, we've arrived. Let us move." Lin Yun's eyes brightened. As they drew nearer, Lin Yun noticed several figures suspended around the distorted space, among whom he recognized many familiar faces. To the north stood Liu Bai and his entourage, who had evidently noticed Lin Yun's arrival. Liu Bai's face broke into a smile. To which Lin Yun responded with a slight nod and a smile of his own. Not far from Lu Bai, three figures caught the dragon ape's attention. "That is the one I fought," it declared. "Oh, I remember now. During our skirmish, someone shouted something about the violent wolf Tianjun." With the dragon ape's exclamation, Lin Yun's gaze fell upon a man clad in a striking red robe, a faint scent of blood wafting from him. Tianjun, one of the four tyrants of the northwest region? Lin Yun mused to himself with a smile. His attention shifted again. To Tianjun's left stood a brawny man, equally imposing as the dragon ape, who bore a massive black axe on his back, radiating an aura of savage ferocity that drew the gazes of many. To Tianjun's right was a lean man adorned in beast skin, his appearance unremarkable, yet the fluctuations emanating from him rivaled those of Tianjun and the axe-wielding giant. Based on their characteristics, it was evident that they were the four tyrants of the northwest. The demon spear Lu Bai, the mountain-cleaving axe Jiang Shan, the beast fist Mu Shou, and the violent wolf Tianjun. It seems the four great tyrants have all assembled. Lin Yun smiled faintly, glancing at the three before retracting his gaze. He spoke to his companions and the beasts. "Let us proceed inside." With that, he unleashed his spiritual and elemental energies, enveloping everyone as they plunged into the distorted space. Just as Lin Yun's group departed, a shadow materialized nearby. "They have indeed arrived," it murmured before transforming into a shadow and darting into the twisted realm. "King of the underworld, Yin, son. I never expected this figure to venture into the northwest region for this ancient treasure," Lu Bai remarked, watching the fleeting shadow with a smile. "This individual seems rather troublesome," Mu Hongling observed, gazing at Yin Sen's retreating silhouette. "Those who can reach this point are all formidable. The talents of the Dayan dynasty truly astonish me. I now feel they can contend with all of us," Lu Bai replied with a faint smile. Mu Hongling's beautiful eyes shifted, gazing towards Lin Yun, who had already entered with his entourage. "The individuals from the great Yin dynasty are formidable, particularly that Lin Yun. I have a strong feeling that he will undoubtedly emerge victorious in the upcoming 100 Dynasties war in 6 months." Mu Hongling raised her brow slightly, pondering, "Is that so? It is quite a daunting task to shake the positions of those formidable beings within the super dynasties. Your words have piqued my curiosity. Let's proceed. The ruins of the four great mysterious sects should be within." With that, Lu Bai waved his hand and moved towards the distorted space, followed closely by the others. Seeing Lin Yun and Lu Bai set forth, the crowd that had been coveting the ruins of the four great mysterious sects could no longer contain their eagerness. And one by one, figures darted forward, ultimately entering the warped space. However, many appeared to underestimate the violent spatial forces lurking within this distorted realm, leading to some ill-fated individuals being caught by the spatial rifts, torn apart into a torrential downpour of blood. The sudden stench of blood sent a wave of panic through the crowd, who then realized that the distorted space enveloping the ruins of the four great mysterious sects was far more treacherous than they had anticipated. Lin Yun and his companions had successfully arrived at the plaza, hidden deep within the distorted space, where stood four ancient bronze doors, resolutely closed, like eternal sentinels. As Lin Yun and others descended upon the plaza, numerous figures descended from the sky, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they scanned the area. After enduring countless perils, they had finally reached the site of the four great mysterious sects. The ancient plaza bore no remarkable features, merely the four ancient bronze doors, drawing the collective gaze of all present. The legacy of the four great mysterious sects must lie behind those bronze doors, Lin Dong murmured, fixing his gaze upon the ancient structures. Upon seeing the four bronze doors, Lin Yun suddenly recalled the ancient keys he possessed. "So that's it. Those 4 keys are meant for this place." A smile broke across his face. Just then, someone could no longer restrain themselves and stepped forward, launching a powerful strike towards one of the bronze doors. A low rumble reverberated across the plaza, sending ripples through the air. Yet, as the ripples spread, the assailant was forcefully propelled from the plaza, hurled into the distorted space, bisected by a spatial rift. A gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers, who fell into a stunned silence, only to begin whispering among themselves, seemingly deliberating on how to unlock the doors. Amidst the confusion, a voice rang out, calm yet commanding. "Are you all eager to know how to open these bronze doors?" Tianjun stepped forth from the crowd, his gaze fixed on Lin Yun and his companions. "Such doors cannot be breached by brute force. To open them, one must possess the keys. The keys to unlock them are those 4 ancient keys. all held by the people of the Great Yin Dynasty. Chapter 231, Robbing the Crowd, 100 million Nirvana Pills. In the plaza, before the four bronze doors, Tianjun's words incited a wave of astonishment, with countless eyes suddenly turning towards Lin Yun and his companions, brimming with avarice and fervent desire. You are all aware of the Great Yin Dynasty's strength, but what if we were to join forces? Can a single dynasty withstand the might of so many? Let us seize the ancient keys from their grasp, and then negotiate the spoils. Tianjun's gaze darkened with malice as he looked at Lin Yun and the others, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. The man wielding the axe, along with the beast-cloaked figure and the man in black robes, Yin Sun, also stepped forward, exuding a chilling aura as they positioned themselves beside Tianjun, their indifferent eyes fixed on Lin Yun and his companions, clearly intent on seizing the ancient keys. The atmosphere in the plaza turned tense, solidifying almost instantly, with greedy and wary gazes directed towards Lin Yun and his group. The people of the Great Yin Dynasty had managed to provoke a coalition of the three major overlords against them. Moreover, the figure in black robes emanated a presence that rivaled that of the three overlords. The Great Yin Dynasty was in grave danger. Regardless, I shall join them in their assault. Who knows, we may also seize an opportunity. Some among the crowd, though unfamiliar with the black-robed Yin Sun, recognized the other three as formidable figures from the Northwest region. In the face of such a formidable assembly, it was likely that no one from the Northwest would feel untroubled. Liu Bai, observing the scene, regarded it with a unique sense of intrigue. Yet he bore no intention of exploiting the situation further. He held a favorable view of Lin Yun and his companions, though he did not believe he could sway the outcome single-handedly. Lin Yun, you possess 4 ancient keys. Surrender one, and I shall not make things difficult for you. The beast-cloaked man, his gaze fierce like that of a predator, fixed his stare on Lin Yun as he spoke slowly. As events unfolded to this point, he had already surmised the significance of the 4 ancient keys, yet this was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, how could he fulfill his mission? Do you think your lot is worthy of my submission? Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded these individuals, a hint of disdain gracing his features as he began to formulate a plan in his mind. If you seek to seize my fortune, do not blame me for taking yours. Mission, rob the crowd. Reward, 100 million Nirvana Pills. Upon the completion of his mission setup, a brazen smile spread across Lin Yun's face. The other individuals in the plaza erupted in murmurs upon hearing Lin Yun's proclamation, some expressing shock at his audacity. Is he truly intending to confront everyone head-on? Such bravado. Have the people of the Great Yin Dynasty gone mad? Beside him, Musho's expression darkened, a sinister glint crossing his features as he remarked, such a foolhardy creature. The man with the massive axe tightened his grip on his weapon, his voice sharp as he declared, if that is the case, I shall bring you down myself. Stop wasting time with words. Attack. Tianjun commanded coldly. Yin Sen's gaze remained icy as he fixated on Lin Yun. The trio, Tianjun, Musho, and Jiangshan, belonged to the elite tier of individuals capable of withstanding the third Nirvana tribulation, making them among the most formidable forces in the Northwest region. Yin Sen clearly matched their prowess, and now, with all 4 striking simultaneously, the other onlookers hesitated no more. Their combined auras erupted, channeling their elemental powers towards Lin Yun and his companions. Observing their movements, Long Yuan erupted in excitement, laughing heartily. Splendid. I was hoping you'd take action. Simultaneously, Xiao Lei and the 3 little tigers unleashed their own formidable auras. Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian also prepared themselves for the impending clash. Attack! Let us seize everything, Lin Yun commanded coldly. As his words fell, Long Yuan promptly declared, leave Tianjun to me. The 3 little tigers, Xiao Lei, and Xiaozi nodded in agreement before converging on the crowd. Lin Dong, Qing Tan, and Mu Qianqian swiftly spread out across the plaza. Their formation resembled that of hunters encircling their prey rather than being besieged themselves. Lin Yun cast a glacial gaze at Musho, Jiangshan, and Yin Sun, his elemental energy surging dramatically. Yin Sun turned his attention to Lin Yun, commanding, do not hesitate. Unleash your full power. Musho and Jiangshan nodded in unison. Almost simultaneously, the 3 figures shot forth, unleashing their ferocious elemental powers into the air. Mountain-splitting blade, raging lion fist, moon-seizing grip. The trio clearly had no intention of prolonging the fight, immediately employing their signature techniques. As Lin Yun witnessed their assault, He bellowed, "Break for me!" Void hand seal. A phantom handprint surged forth, seemingly tearing the fabric of the void as it pierced through space, hurtling towards the three individuals with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! 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 In an instant, this terrifying imprint shattered the martial prowess of the trio. Fear etched across their faces as the power of their nirvana golden bodies rapidly coalesced, forming a protective golden shield around them. Just as they frantically activated their defenses, the colossal hand descended with a thunderous crash, landing squarely upon their resplendent golden aura. Clang! The sound resonated throughout the entire plaza, as crisp as a bell's chime, followed by a cacophony of intense explosions. Golden light erupted forth. The seemingly formidable golden shield disintegrated under Lin Yun's ethereal hand, existing for but a fleeting moment before it shattered with a deafening roar. The immense handprint left a gaping crater in the plaza's ground, a terrifying gale swirling dust in its wake. The three, caught within the pit, spewed forth blood, their bodies collapsing limply to the ground, clearly devoid of any combat capability. The barely perceptible aura of life emanating from them indicated that they were still alive, albeit barely. The remaining combatants in the plaza, engaged in their fierce battles, involuntarily ceased their actions, their faces contorted in shock as they gazed at Lin Yun. They had never anticipated that three of the most formidable top-tier warriors, each on the verge of the third Nirvana realm, would be subdued by a single strike. Their eyes brimmed with terror and disbelief. At that moment, Tianjun was also brought to the ground by the dragon ape. Lu Bai and the others stood by, dumbfounded, watching Lin Yun and his companions. He had not expected that the people of the Great Yin dynasty could confront so many powerful factions with the strength of their dynasty. Moreover, Lin Yun had effortlessly defeated two individuals of equal renown and one whose strength was not inferior to his own with just a single blow. Mu Hongling, standing not far away, could not suppress her gasp of astonishment. She had grossly underestimated Lin Yun's terrifying power. Lu Bai shook his head, helplessly remarking, "It seems I have indeed underestimated them. Lin Yun's strength must be at least at the 4 Yuan Nirvana realm. The Great Yin dynasty truly is a remarkable place. Birthing such extraordinary individuals, it is astonishing." Just as the two were conversing, Lin Yun surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze and declared, "Hand over your Qingzhu bags obediently and leave this place, or I shall be forced to kill you." The entire assembly was rendered speechless by Lin Yun's overwhelming presence. Chapter 232, Azure Dragon Hall, Endless Thunder Sea. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the other warriors from various dynasties sighed in relief. Preserving their lives was all that mattered. Immediately, some began to discard their Qingzhu bags and turned to flee at an astonishing speed, showing no hesitation. With one person leading, others soon followed suit. As more Qingzhu bags were relinquished, the crowd in the plaza dwindled. Yin Sun, Tianjun, Mu Shou, and Jianshan were also carried away by their comrades. As the plaza was left with only Lu Bai and his companions, a notification echoed in Lin Yun's mind, indicating the system had completed its task. However, he chose not to claim the rewards just yet, for Lu Bai and his group approached him. "Lin Yun, my congratulations. The relics of the 4 great Xin sects are now yours." Mu Hongling chimed in with a teasing smile. "You have made us all envious, but alas, we cannot match your prowess." Hearing her words, Lu Bai's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly interjected, "Hongling is merely jesting." In response, Lin Yun smiled faintly, not taking offense. Having grown accustomed to Mu Hongling's manner of speaking, he paid it little mind. Seeing that Lin Yun was not angered, Lu Bai offered a courteous bow. "Then I shall preemptively congratulate you on successfully inheriting the legacy of the 4 great Xin sects. We shall take our leave now and seek our fortunes elsewhere. May we meet again in the future." Almost everyone was striving to enhance their strength, for the upcoming 100 Dynasties War would be the true gathering of elites. To stand out among countless geniuses and attract the attention of those super sects was no simple feat indeed. Lin Yun nodded. After bidding farewell, Lu Bai led his group away from the plaza. Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, Qing Tan, and their myriad of spirit beasts approached Lin Yun after Lu Bai's departure. That was exhilarating. The dragon ape exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Tianjun, evidently still recovering from their previous encounter, was no match for the dragon ape, who had consumed spirit-replenishing pills like candy, thus recuperating much more swiftly. Consequently, Tianjun was swiftly subdued. The other spirit beasts, having heard the dragon ape's words, reminisced about the recent battle with palpable excitement. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Yun shook his head in resignation. He then smiled at the others, saying, "Now that we have sent them packing, let us commence the most crucial step." With that, he produced 3 ancient keys, distributing one each to Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qingtan. As Lin Dong clutched the ancient key, a look of joy illuminated his face. This was the treasure of the 4 great Xian sects that many had longed for. Now, they simply needed to pass the trials to obtain it. How could they not be thrilled? After receiving the ancient keys, Lin Yun cautioned, "Be careful, everyone. Opportunities often come hand in hand with dangers. Remain vigilant." Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qingtan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "You all wait for us outside." Lin Yun instructed the spirit beasts. The dragon ape, little Lei, little Z, and the 3 little tigers nodded in unison. This was the inheritance of the human sex, more suited for them, as the spirit beast fortunes did not lie within. Furthermore, having the spirit beasts guard the perimeter would allow them to focus on receiving the inheritance. Let us proceed. Lin Yun's gaze fell upon the 4 ancient bronze doors. With that, he reached out his palm, and an ancient key materialized in his hand. Channeling his energy, beams of light radiated from the key. As the key emitted its unique glow, the once immovable ancient door, seemingly impervious to any external force, began to exude a shimmering light. Swoosh! The ancient key slowly floated from Lin Yun's hand, its brilliance intensifying until it coalesced into a mystical rune, illuminating the tightly shut ancient door. Hum! As the radiant rune shone upon it, the bronze door, which had remained closed for countless years, finally began to crack open. Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qingtan followed suit, mirroring Lin Yun's actions, causing the other 3 bronze doors to simultaneously open. "Let's go," Lin Yun declared, leading the way toward the ancient bronze door. Lin Dong, Mu Qianqian, and Qingtan followed suit, each heading toward their respective doors. The 4 doors creaked ominously before slowly closing, as if sealing away the ancient past once more. As Lin Yun entered the bronze door, darkness engulfed him, sealing off all perception within his body. The potent mental energy that had once surged around him was forcibly compressed back inside. "It even forces my mental energy back," Lin Yun muttered to himself. This sudden confinement made him furrow his brow slightly. However, he did not panic. After a brief adjustment, he acclimated to the situation. Just as his brow began to unfurl, the surrounding darkness quietly dissipated, threads of light piercing through the gloom and illuminating Lin Yun. Before him stood an enormous gate, grander than anything he had ever seen. Before the colossal gate, Lin Yun felt as insignificant as an ant, gazing upward in awe, overwhelmed by an oppressive and magnificent aura that sent a tremor through his heart. The gate, a pale azure hue, stood ajar, revealing a mysterious and ethereal realm beyond, shrouded in an enigmatic haze. It was indeed a remarkable sight, the place of inheritance for the 4 great profound sects. As Lin Yun mused to himself, a sudden hum resonated from the gate, and azure light coalesced, revealing ancient characters that emerged with a profound weight and captivating allure. "For Symbol's profound sect, Azure Dragon Hall," Lin Yun murmured softly. Upon uttering these words, the azure light flickered once more, and the ancient inscriptions reappeared. "Azure Dragon Trial. 9 deaths, 1 life. Enter with caution. Enter with caution." The repetition of the warning, tinged with an ominous crimson light, evoked a chilling sense of danger, enough to instill fear in anyone who beheld such a foreboding inscription. The legacy of the Azure Dragon King? A smirk graced Lin Yun's lips. Though he was aware, anticipation bubbled within him. Let me test what this 9 deaths, 1 life truly entails. Lin Yun was imbued with formidable confidence, recognizing that retreat was not an option. The only path was forward. With this thought, he stepped toward the majestic gate. As he crossed the threshold, Lin Yun's gaze was momentarily blinded, and he felt the fabric of the world around him shift violently. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in his ears as a bolt of lightning streaked past, illuminating his figure in silvery light. When his vision cleared, he found himself adrift upon an endless expanse of a silver sea, the surface roiling beneath a canopy of ominous dark clouds. The clouds were thick and tumultuous, with streaks of lightning surging through them, each bolt crashing down like a furious dragon, striking the silver ocean with tremendous force. The sea churned violently under the onslaught, revealing flickering arcs of electricity. It was as if the very waters were composed entirely of lightning. What an expansive sea of thunder! In the heart of the thunderous ocean, Lin Yun remained unperturbed, activating his devouring thunder body with fervor. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered a sizable azure stone beneath his feet. Streams of electrified liquid surged outward, splashing against the stone and showering Lin Yun with a tingling, searing sensation that, thanks to his enhanced physique, posed little threat. The power of the devouring thunder body indeed rendered this thunder sea incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Feeling emboldened, Lin Yun established a mental task. Traverse the thunder sea. Reward, a bottle of thunder calamity pills. Another task, Lin Yun's heart soared with delight. He lightly propelled himself off the azure stone, launching forward. Yet, as he broke free from the stone's vicinity, an irresistible force abruptly pressed him back into the thunderous depths. Since I cannot fly, I shall wade through, he said to himself with a calm demeanor. The devouring thunder body activated to its fullest extent, and the intricate patterns of lightning emerged upon his skin, undergoing refinement beneath the electric storm. The tingling sensation bore no significant impact on his body. Amidst the seemingly infinite thunder sea, a solitary figure ambled forward. The sheer vastness of the sea dwarfed him, rendering him as diminutive as an insect. Yet Lin Yun felt no fear in the face of such divine might. Overcoming the trial of the thunder sea would clearly take time. Yet he found no desire to keep track of its passage. Time drifted silently within the thunderous realm. 1 day, 2 days, 8 days. After 8 days of arduous training, Lin Yun had become impervious to the searing sensations of the thunder sea, instead fortifying his devouring thunder body significantly. My devouring thunder body is now considerably stronger. It is time to conclude this trial. As he whispered these words, the atmosphere around him abruptly solidified. Then, violent whirlpools erupted within the thunder sea. Lin Yun glanced downward, observing the turbulent waters, and his pupils constricted in alarm. He sensed something emerging from the depths of the sea. With a cacophony of crashing waves, the silver liquid surged, flashing with countless arcs of electricity, creating a scene of sheer horror. What on earth? Lin Yun muttered under his breath, instinctively retreating a few steps while keeping his gaze fixed on the tumultuous waters. Moments later, the color of the silver sea deepened ominously. In the next instant, an enormous shadow surged forth from the depths. Though the figure was indistinct, its imposing size was undeniable. It cast a shadow over an area of nearly 1,000 yards. Sensing this immense presence, Lin Yun swiftly retreated, and as he distanced himself by several hundred yards, a colossal creature emerged from the surface of the sea. Its deep azure body was adorned with gleaming scales, coiled like a serpent, emanating a terrifying pressure akin to divine wrath. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yun's eyes gleamed with recognition. Is this truly the Azure Dragon, a being of genuine dragon lineage? Just as he thought this, his gaze fixated on the massive head of the dragon, where a figure clad in azure sat serenely. The figure exuded an air of remarkable handsomeness, a gentle smile gracing his face, radiating an aura of refined elegance, reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman. If he held a folding fan in his hand, he would resemble a learned scholar. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Yun murmured to himself, "It seems this space was crafted by him. He must be the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. I am Qingzhu, commonly referred to as the Azure Dragon King." The azure-clad figure replied with a smile. Azure Dragon King, Qingzhu. A flicker of intrigue ignited in Lin Yun's eyes. The name carried a certain gravitas, indeed living up to its reputation. However, the Azure Dragon King, Qingzhu, paid no heed to Lin Yun's fascination. Instead, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "After all these years, someone has finally arrived here. Others have ventured before you, but they all met their demise within this thunder sea. At last, someone has succeeded in passing this trial. I am Lin Yun, Jr., and I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder." Lin Yun clasped his fists in greeting, recognizing the need for decorum in the presence of such a venerable being. No need for formality. As long as you pass the Azure Dragon trial, you shall be deemed worthy of inheriting the legacy of my Azure Dragon Hall. Qingzhu replied with a gentle smile, though his gaze lingered on Lin Yun. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yun felt as though his very being was being scrutinized. Yet, just as quickly, Qingzhu, seated atop the Azure Dragon, trembled slightly, and a flicker of surprise shone in his tranquil eyes. Seeing this reaction, Lin Yun was not particularly astonished. Even if he revealed the contents of his body, it was unlikely that Qingzhu would comprehend their significance, especially considering he was unable to delve deeper himself. "I did not expect you to possess such mysteries," It seems you have quite a few remarkable treasures. Qingzhu's surprise faded almost instantly. These are merely fortunate acquisitions of a junior. Nothing worth mentioning, Lin Yun responded with a smile. Since you have made it this far, the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Hall is rightfully yours. However, I can offer you two choices. The first is the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Hall, and the second is my own legacy, Qingzhu said with an elegant smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun swiftly formulated a task in his mind. Task: obtain the Azure Dragon King's inheritance. Reward: True Dragon Treasure Technique. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I choose the second option. Oh, a slight astonishment flickered across Akiji's face, clearly taken aback by Lin Yun's forthright decision. Aren't you even going to inquire about the inheritances of the two choices? Akiji, regaining his composure, asked with a smile. Since you have posed the question, it is only natural that the second choice offers a far greater reward, Lin Yun replied. His selection of the second option stemmed from his understanding that it was the inheritance he truly desired, rather than the two superior martial arts of the first option. He lacked for nothing in terms of martial arts. Ha ha! What an amusing little fellow. Then I shall impart my inheritance to you. However, should we meet again in the future, and you fail to meet my expectations, I shall reclaim everything, Akiji said with a smile, stretching lazily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's mind began to race, though he was swiftly drawn back by Akiji's words. Nevertheless, acquiring my inheritance is not a trivial matter. With that, Akiji's elongated hand slipped out from his azure robe, and azure light coiled and condensed at his fingertips. With a flick, Akiji pointed, and an overwhelming surge of azure light erupted forth, coalescing in mid-air into a miniature azure dragon. Its scales shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, exuding an air of authority that even Lin Yun, at that moment, could sense a hint of danger. The inheritance I offer you resides within this creature. Whether you can attain, it depends on your capabilities. Chapitre 234, Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique, Dragon et Sans Speed. As the words fell, Akiji rose atop the head of the Azure Dragon's phantom, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, the miniature Azure Dragon let out a resounding roar. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the sky, and the dragon's scales gleamed even more brilliantly. In the next instant, the dragon's tail lashed out, shattering a bolt of lightning. And then the Azure Dragon transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling toward Lin Yun with a near-destructive shockwave. Before the azure light could touch the surface of the sea, the thunderous waters beneath Lin Yun had already been forcefully displaced, creating a vast depression nearly 100 feet deep. As Lin Yun gazed at the rapidly approaching azure light, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he summoned his vital energy and spiritual power, along with the swallowing heaven devil art, to their utmost limits. A gigantic palm imprint tore through the void, rending the dark clouds above asunder, while the surrounding thunder was dispersed by the waves of energy emanating from the void. Is this the power of fusion? There's even a hint of devouring power. However, this devouring force is entirely different from that of the black-eyed fellow. It cannot be the devouring ancestral talisman. What could it be that possesses such formidable devouring strength, such overwhelming power? Akiji's astonishment grew as he observed the myriad mysteries enveloping Lin Yun. The void's colossal palm imprint was Lin Yun's most formidable martial art, and simultaneously, he infused it with spiritual force and the devouring power of the swallowing heaven devil art. This martial technique was astonishingly more potent than the Great Desolate Emperor's Great Desolate Prisoner's hand. Annihilate! Lin Yun's vital energy surged forth, and he raised his head defiantly toward the oncoming azure light. Extending a hand, he struck down fiercely. The palm imprint in the void came crashing down in an instant. Boom! Above the thunderous sea, resounding echoes erupted, and the entire expanse of ocean seemed to tremble beneath the weight of the handprint. The colossal handprint descended with a howl, colliding directly with the azure light. A faint cracking sound emanated from the azure light. With his full power unleashed, Lin Yun undeniably emerged victorious in the end. The azure light detonated explosively, its rapidity overwhelming, bursting apart in an instant. Subsequently, a slender azure rainbow surged forth, ultimately piercing through Lin Yun's body. The minute azure rainbow enveloped him, and at that moment, he distinctly felt a torrent of immense information flooding into his mind. Lin Yun slowly opened his arms, allowing the azure light to ravage his body as he closed his eyes to assimilate the vast information surging into his consciousness. The information rapidly coalesced, ultimately forming 5 deep azure ancient characters. Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique. The 5 ancient characters exuded a profound grandeur, radiating an indescribable majesty. This was indeed the inheritance bestowed by Aokiji. It seemed that one must possess the dragon chi to cultivate this technique. Lin Yun mused silently, establishing a mental task. Task: acquire dragon chi. Reward: a pouch of dragon essence pills. Above the thunderous sea, azure light surged, and a figure hovered in midair, creating a space devoid of thunder within a tenjong radius around him. Aokiji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the figure enveloped in azure light. A smile gracing his elegant visage, one that clearly bore an air of profound appreciation. To cultivate the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique, Dragon Chi is indispensable. Otherwise, there is no pathway to entry, Aokiji remarked, lightly waving his long sleeves. The gigantic azure dragon beneath his feet let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a deep azure beam that shot forth. From here on, it is up to you. Under Aokiji's watchful gaze, the figure enveloped in azure light began to adapt to the dragon chi, and the azure light on his skin writhed furiously, ultimately seeping forth substances akin to azure scales. So soon to condense into azure dragon skin? Remarkable! Aokiji couldn't help but exclaim. Roar! Once more, a roar emanated from the azure light, but this time, it was devoid of any agony, sounding instead particularly melodious. The figure trembled, bursting forth from the enveloping azure light, steadily hovering in midair. This figure was none other than Lin Yun. At this moment, he was shrouded in azure light, which coalesced around his skin, seemingly forming a unique protective membrane. Such formidable martial arts. Is the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique truly this extraordinary? I wonder how impressive the true Dragon Treasure Technique is. Cultivating the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique to its zenith could rival the might of actual dragonkin. Now, with his Nirvana Golden Body, coupled with the devouring Thunder Body and the Azure Light Membrane enveloping him, Lin Yun estimated that even if he stood still, a powerful being at the 5-element Nirvana realm would struggle to break through his defenses. Your talent is commendable. To cultivate the Azure Dragon skin so swiftly is impressive indeed, Aokiji remarked, observing the exhilarated Lin Yun with a smile. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lin Yun quickly regained his composure, respectfully bowing in a gesture of disciplehood. Since you have been able to witness my remnant image, it is a form of fate, and having another strong individual in this world is ultimately a positive thing, Aokiji said with profound significance. Lin Yun was taken aback, gazing at Aokiji. Aokiji smiled faintly. Perhaps one day you will understand. All right, the inheritance has been granted to you. It is time for my remnant image to dissipate into this world. As his words fell, his form began to wane into the ethereal. The thunderous sea will vanish alongside my departure, but within the Azure Dragon Palace, I have left behind a river of pills for you. Consider it my final gift. With that, Aokiji's figure grew increasingly insubstantial, ultimately vanishing from Lin Yun's sight. Lin Yun, we shall meet again, but I hope that by then you will not disappoint me. My inheritance is not meant for the mediocre. Echoed Aokiji's light-hearted voice throughout the thunderous sea as his figure faded away. Lin Yun gazed at the spot where Aokiji had disappeared, unable to suppress a sigh now. That is a true strongman. Moreover, this inheritance is exceedingly generous. The Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique, imparted by Aokiji, was an exceptionally profound body-refining martial art. With the Dragon Chi, he had indeed gained entry into its practice. If I can fully assimilate the Dragon Chi, how extraordinary would my body become? Just as he pondered, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Task: obtain the Azure Dragon King's inheritance. Reward: True Dragon Treasure Technique. Task completed. Do you wish to claim it? Upon seeing such a prompt, Lin Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he prepared to accept the reward. Swish! The boundless expanse of the thunderous sea stirred with tremendous commotion as the surrounding space began to warp and twist. The tempestuous storm clouds above dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. It seemed that the thunderous sea was on the verge of vanishing. Observing this scene, Lin Yun murmured to himself. The distortion of space intensified, culminating in a sharp crack, leading to a complete collapse. Chapter 235. The Dan River Cultivation, Continuous Breakthroughs. As the thunderous sea collapsed, the surrounding space once again descended into chaos. Gazing into the distance, the gray-hued realm was enveloped in an eerie silence. Lin Yun floated in this void, his eyes narrowed as he beheld the magnificent and powerful aura of nirvana surging forth. Under the impact of this nirvana energy, the previously murky colors ahead swiftly faded away. Then, a colossal and resplendent river, approximately 1,000 feet wide, manifested before Lin Yun's gaze. The river exhibited a deep crimson hue, its waters remarkably viscous, with crimson flames of nirvana even floating upon its surface. Clearly, this Dan River was far more formidable than any he had previously encountered. A splendid location. Lin Yun's face broke into a broad smile as he surveyed the scene before him. After expressing his admiration, he moved swiftly, alighting upon the solitary cultivation platform that existed within the Dan River. Sitting cross-legged on the platform, he activated the swallowing heaven devil art to its utmost limit. As streams of eerie blackness began to voraciously consume the surrounding nirvana energy. In this frenzied devouring, the surrounding nirvana energy surged uncontrollably into his body. Time flowed slowly within the Dan River, and after an indeterminate period, when the nirvana energy surrounding Lin Yun reached a critical density, he finally felt its arrival. Is it here at last? As Lin Yun's skin turned a deep crimson, he gradually opened his eyes, revealing a hint of relief. He had not anticipated that the five-element nirvana tribulation would arrive so swiftly. For many powerful beings of nirvana, the fifth tribulation was no trivial matter. Yet for Lin Yun's current physique, it posed little threat. The Azure Sky Dragon transformation and the devouring Thunder Body cultivation techniques not only fortified Lin Yun's exterior, but also rendered his internal organs remarkably resilient. Thus, he harbored no fear towards this five-element nirvana tribulation, even feeling a twinge of excitement. He promptly established a task in his mind. Task: breakthrough to the five-element nirvana realm. Reward: root bone 3, body constitution 3. Is this truly the five-element nirvana tribulation? It seems rather unremarkable. As Lin Yun sensed the transformations within his body, the overwhelming elemental energy erupted violently, yet he remained motionless, akin to a meditative monk. Clearly, the five-element nirvana tribulation had indeed arrived. Time passed gradually. 5 days swiftly elapsed, during which Lin Yun's aura surged dramatically. The crimson hue on his skin completely receded. A mere movement of his body produced resonating sounds. The full force of his being was evidently stronger than before. Sensing the changes within, Lin Yun excitedly swung his fist before resuming his seated position. At that moment, a notification of task completion echoed in his mind. Task: breakthrough to the five-element nirvana realm. Reward: root bone 3, body constitution 3. Completed. Do you wish to claim? Claim. After receiving his reward, his gaze fell upon the two formidable martial arts he had just acquired. Without hesitation, Lin Yun opted to claim the True Dragon Treasure technique, subsequently establishing a training task. Task: cultivate the True Dragon Treasure technique 10 times. Reward: small mastery of True Dragon Treasure technique. Task: cultivate the Azure Sky Dragon transformation 100 times. Reward: major mastery of Azure Sky Dragon transformation. Task: perfect the True Dragon Treasure technique. Reward: a vial of dragon essence pills. Task: achieve mastery of the Azure Sky Dragon transformation. Reward: a vial of heavenly dragon aura. Task: cultivate the swallowing heaven devil art to perfection. Reward: advanced devouring talent 2. Lin Yun's strength steadily ascended as he diligently practiced martial arts and absorbed the nirvana energy each day. 2 months swiftly passed. Seated upon the cultivation platform, Lin Yun gazed at the surging Dan River, contemplating aloud. I never expected to face the 6th nirvana tribulation in such a short span. This swallowing heaven devil art truly is formidable. Releasing his mind, the tumult within him surged once more, and his skin began to exhibit extensive crimson patches. Lin Yun slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, when a thought crossed his mind. I wonder how Lin Dong and Qian are faring now. In the Xuanwu Hall, a space thick with the scent of rich earth unfolded. Within this realm, endless forests and vast lands existed, resembling the very cradle of life, imbued with profound and overwhelming pressure. Boom! The muffled sound of footsteps echoed from the distant forest as a figure steadily advanced, each step leaving deep impressions that betrayed the arduous nature of their journey. At this moment, a creature resembling a marten perched upon the figure's shoulders spoke. The gravity here is utterly terrifying. Are you alright, Lin Dong? I'm fine. My body is gradually acclimating to this, Lin Dong replied breathlessly. Yet his steps showed no sign of halting, for he had already caught sight of the colossal structure at the forest's end. Well then, the little Martin sighed in relief from Lin Dong's shoulder. After what felt like an eternity of halting steps, Lin Dong finally reached the edge of the forest. Suddenly collapsing onto the ground, he exhaled slowly. Phew, this gravity is indeed terrifying, Lin Dong exclaimed. The little Martin gazed at the massive Xuanwu before them, saying, "This must be the inheritance of the Xuanwu Hall." "Yes, little Martin, I'm unsure how long this inheritance will take. You should also take this time to strengthen your physical form," Lin Dong remarked, gazing at the imposing Xuanwu. Subsequently, he produced the life and death wheel pill. Looking at the little Martin. Upon hearing this, the little Martin nodded, its expression gradually turning solemn. It leaped from Lin Dong's shoulder towards a clearing at the forest's edge, clutching the black and white pill in its paws. A faint aura of life and death emanated from the pill. The little Martin, filled with excitement, gazed intently at the pill, and without hesitation, it promptly consumed it. Boom! As the life and death wheel pill entered its mouth, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the little Martin's body. The black and white essence of life and death seeped out, gradually spreading until it formed a cocoon of energy enveloping the little Martin entirely. A black and white luminescent cocoon hovered, with swirling rings of light surrounding it, revealing two starkly contrasting phenomena within. One side vibrant and full of life, while the other devoid of vitality and steeped in death. Observing the distant black and white cocoon, a faint smile graced Lin Dong's face. He then turned to approach the colossal Xuanwu apparition. Chapter 236, Breaking the Dan and Nurturing the Divine. The little Martin transforms. In the outside world, upon the vast and endless ancient battlefield, treasures were being unearthed, including rare spiritual treasures, pills, and martial arts techniques, leading to fierce conflicts among various kingdoms. To grow stronger, it was evident that these treasures emerging from the ruins presented an excellent shortcut, and many were unwilling to relinquish them. Thus, competition, chaos, and elimination accompanied the emergence of extraordinary individuals. Now, the ancient battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient secret vault, amidst a vibrant Dan river, a solitary figure sat in quiet meditation. The figure suddenly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, causing the already tumultuous Dan sea to churn with even greater ferocity. Lin Yun gradually rose to his feet, stretching languidly. A series of crisp, crackling sounds emanated from his body. An unprecedented sensation of strength surged through his limbs and bones, ultimately flooding his entire form like a tidal wave, majestic and formidable. He had reached the 7th stage of the Nirvana realm. A broad smile graced Lin Yun's face. For after 7 months of arduous cultivation, coupled with the aid of extraordinary elixirs, such as the divine mysterious pill and the dragon essence pill, his power had undergone a radical transformation. He now felt capable of obliterating his former self with a single punch. As he basked in this newfound strength, Lin Yun threw a few punches, and to his astonishment, the surrounding space began to warp and twist beneath the rapid motion of his fists. Indeed, a smile spread across his face as he observed the scene before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He still had a vial of life and death wheel pills, which he had previously obtained to assist the little weasel. He pondered what sort of transformation this pill could bestow upon him. With that thought, Lin Yun procured the vial and consumed it without hesitation. A wave of black and white energy slowly flowed into his body. As this energy entered, the volume of his Yuan Dan visibly expanded, its surface taking on an even deeper luster. As its size and hue gradually transformed, the Yuan Dan, which occupied half of his dantian, emitted a faint vibration. Buzz. As the sound of this subtle vibration resonated within Lin Yun's dantian, his consciousness was instantaneously drawn in. What was happening? Lin Yun pondered, somewhat baffled. The Yuan Dan's surface gleamed brilliantly, resembling a golden egg, now trembling violently. Crack! Accompanied by the frantic quaking of the Yuan Dan, a delicate yet melodious sound suddenly rang out, revealing fine cracks forming upon its surface. Crack, crack! As the first fissure appeared, it spread with astonishing speed, quickly enveloping the entirety of the Yuan Dan's surface, with golden rays of light shimmering from within the cracks. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Was this the process of breaking the Dan to give birth to the spirit? As the resplendent golden glow reached its zenith, the Yuan Dan ultimately erupted, scattering golden radiance throughout his dantian. With the brilliance swirling, Lin Yun's focus remained fixed on the center. There, the golden light coalesced, and a palm-sized golden phantom gradually materialized. As this ethereal figure emerged, Lin Yun's body trembled violently, a profoundly enigmatic sensation washing over him, one that felt as though his soul were being drawn apart, yet intricately intertwined with countless threads. Was this the primordial spirit? Lin Yun gazed at the golden phantom in his dantian, murmuring in awe, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. He had not anticipated that the life-and-death wheel pill would possess such remarkable effects. This sensation was truly extraordinary, Lin Yun marveled. He then centered himself, quietly absorbing the transformative feeling resonating within him. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, wondering about Qingzhu, Qingtan, and Lin Dong's well-being. Meanwhile, within the Xuanwu Hall, a colossal black and white cocoon hovered silently above the earth, surrounded by a halo of life and death, manifesting an array of peculiar phenomena. Waves of dense flesh and blood essence writhed within the halo, exuding an unmistakable aura of ferocity, as if a legendary beast were on the verge of birth. Lin Dong gazed anxiously at the scene, murmuring, "You must succeed," having successfully received the inheritance from the Xuanwu Hall after 7 long months. Lin Dong could not help but worry that the little weasel had yet to condense its physical form. Boom! Just then, the cocoon, which had lain dormant for 7 months, suddenly trembled violently. Lin Dong's gaze darted towards it, witnessing a layer of purple-black hue emerging upon its surface. Simultaneously, an immense, vicious suction force surged forth from the cocoon, drawing all energy within the Xuanwu Hall towards it. Under this terrifying pull, a crack appeared on the cocoon's surface, which swiftly began to shatter. A colossal shadow gradually coalesced, and then massive wings unfurled, revealing a pair of eyes glimmering with a purple sheen, which materialized within the purple-black aura. It then let out a piercing howl. The terrifying sound wave reverberated with uncontainable joy and excitement, causing the distant forest to tremble in response. Gradually, the purple light faded, revealing a gigantic beast before Lin Dong's eyes. It was a titanic creature, towering over 100 feet, its form enveloped in a purple-black hue, with enormous bat-like wings unfurling behind it, casting a shadow that could obscure the sun. Its stout purple-black arms bore mysterious runes that flickered with a terrifying power. Its massive hands, with sharp, glimmering fingertips, instilled a sense of dread in Lin Dong, making him feel that even now, he might not survive beneath those hands. The beast hovered majestically in the sky, its immense wings slowly flapping, exuding an indescribable force that seemed to dim the very heavens. This was a true, unparalleled, ferocious beast. Its terrifying presence instilled a deep sense of despair in those who met its gaze. Lin Dong looked at the colossal creature, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was this the true form of the heavenly weasel? Chapter 237, The Enlightened Elder, a series of shocks. Deep within the ancient secret vault, an aged figure traversed the remnants of the Forxian sect. The woman within the White Tiger Hall appeared to be of the demonic body, her cultivation method remarkably potent, perfectly complementing the White Tiger legacy. To assimilate the inheritance so swiftly was indeed impressive. Observing the young woman seated serenely in the White Tiger Hall, the elder's eyes glinted with surprise. The woman in the Vermilion Bird Hall must possess a congenital enchanting body. How intriguing. As the elder marveled, he continued his spatial journey. Encountering 2 geniuses with such extraordinary constitutions left him with a newfound respect for this generation's talents. Upon arriving at the Xuanwu Hall, his astonishment deepened upon witnessing Lin Dong's devouring ancestral talisman. This young man had indeed received the ancestral talisman of devouring. His fortune was remarkable, and there, the heavenly weasel was condensing its physical form in the eastern Xian region. It seemed it had sustained some grievous injury, leaving it in a spirit state. What the Azure Dragon Hall? The elder mused before his figure slipped into the void, as though he had never been there at all. So, this is the depths of the Azure Dragon Hall. It seems the remnants left by that person have already dissipated. Otherwise, the elder would not have been able to enter. After muttering to himself, he turned his gaze towards the Dan River, where an individual was rapidly absorbing the nirvana energy, his expression filled with profound astonishment. Hiss! This young man's cultivation technique surpasses even the devouring ancestral talisman. The elder's shock was beyond words. Just as he stood in awe, a voice resonated throughout the space. Since the esteemed elder has arrived, I humbly request your presence. Upon hearing these words, the elder's pupils constricted slightly, taken aback by the unexpected revelation of his presence by the young man. This lad possesses some intriguing qualities. However, he quickly regained his composure, the astonishment in his eyes dissipating. My young friend, you are quite perceptive, he remarked. Lin Yun directed his gaze toward a nearby void, where an enigmatic ripple undulated through the space, followed by a voice that bore the weight of age, emanating from within. As he observed, the distortion of that space intensified. Eventually, a somewhat gaunt figure gradually materialized within Lin Yun's line of sight. It was an old man clad in coarse linen garments, devoid of any formidable aura, and with a face that bore no distinctive features. Were it not for his peculiar emergence, one might easily mistake him for an ordinary elder. You have been here for quite some time, haven't you, senior? Lin Yun inquired, narrowing his eyes. Prior to his breakthrough, he had speculated about the presence of others based on the original narrative, yet he could not sense them. Only after his ascension did he become aware of the elder's existence. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious about you all, the elder chuckled. Your companions are rather fascinating, especially those two from the Xuanwu Hall. One of them is a celestial demon mongoose. Should its identity be revealed, you may find yourselves in considerable trouble. Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, What do you mean by that, senior? The elder smiled knowingly. The Eastern Xuanwu domain and the Demon domain are far from peaceful. They have clashed numerous times, and several core members of the super sects within the Eastern Xuanwu domain have met their demise at the hands of the formidable beings from the Demon domain. Among these blood debts, the Celestial Demon Mongoose clan is particularly notorious for their brutality. Therefore, should its identity be exposed, you not only risk being overlooked by the super sects, but may also attract dire calamities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun confirmed the thoughts swirling in his mind. He clasped his hands in respect towards the elder. Thank you for the warning, senior. I will ensure they remain discreet about its identity. It is merely a casual mention. A fortuitous encounter indeed. I anticipate we shall meet again in the future, the elder replied with a faint smile. Observing the elder's ease of movement within this secret realm, Lin Yun deduced that he must be affiliated with a super sect of the Eastern Xuanwu domain. Before entering here, I eliminated 2 individuals who were not from the Eastern Xuanwu domain, as they appear to be plotting something against it. However, my current strength is insufficient, so I hope you might remain vigilant, senior, Lin Yun said, his eyes sparkling with determination. The elder's brow furrowed slightly as he nodded. Oh, I did not expect you to encounter such matters. I shall take heed of what you have shared. Thank you, senior, Lin Yun said, bowing slightly. Afterward, the elder gently waved his robe, observing the aura emanating from Lin Yun with a smile. A low-tier dynasty producing such exceptional talents is indeed intriguing. I look forward to witnessing your performance in the forthcoming 100 Dynasties War. This edition promises to feature some formidable prodigies. I will give it my all. Lin Yun replied earnestly. If a low-tier dynasty were to seize the Nirvana Golden List, the expressions of those from super dynasties would surely be quite amusing. The elder chuckled. With a slight movement, his figure became increasingly ethereal, and moments later, he vanished completely from space. Watching the elder's departure, Lin Yun rubbed his head. He had previously overlooked the identity of the celestial demon mongoose. It was evident that he needed to pay more attention moving forward and remind Lin Dong. Since his arrival in this world, many events have been altered significantly, diverging from the original narrative. Initially intending to follow the old path, he now realized there were numerous changes ahead. Never mind, I shall proceed onward and take it one step at a time, Lin Yun thought, shaking his head to clear his mind of the myriad thoughts. Having lingered in this space for an extended period, he surmised that the ancient battlefield must be in a state of fervor, for the true 100 Dynasties war was imminent. In this turbulent sea of competition, true gold would inevitably rise to the surface. The ancient key appeared in Lin Yun's palm, radiating beams of light. Subsequently, the surrounding space quaked violently, and a vortex began to take shape. Lin Yun surveyed the area, noting the now diluted Dan River he had absorbed. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped into the vortex. As he did, the vortex spun rapidly, ultimately dissipating amidst violent spatial fluctuations. With the disappearance of the spatial turbulence, this long-sealed realm, having slumbered for millennia, returned to its tranquil state, awaiting the arrival of the next fated individual. However, it was clear that no one would replicate Lin Yun's acquisition of the Azure Dragon King's legacy. Chapter 238, Exiting Seclusion, One King and Two Generals. As Lin Yun stepped into the spatial vortex, departing from the depths of the Azure Dragon Hall in another realm, a striking figure sitting amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Boom! The moment her eyes opened, a surge of crimson erupted forth, unleashing an invisible ferocity that swept through her being like a tempest. Had it not been for her somewhat youthful visage, her current appearance would render her unrecognizable as Qing Tan. It seems my husband has emerged from his seclusion. I too should depart from here. While I have grown accustomed to this malevolent aura, remaining here still feels rather uncomfortable, Qing Tan remarked, a joyful smile gracing her face. The oppressive aura that had previously enveloped her suddenly vanished, transforming her demeanor entirely. With a firm grasp, the ancient key materialized in her hand. A vortex emerged, and with elation, Qing Tan stepped into the swirling spatial vortex. Within the Xuanwu Hall, Lin Dong and the little weasel sensed the departure of others, and without hesitation, they produced their ancient keys and entered the spatial vortex. In the Zhuke Hall, Mu Qianqian, feeling the terrifying energy coursing through her, revealed a faint smile. This five-element Nirvana realm feels entirely different from before. That smile, if witnessed, would undoubtedly captivate all who beheld it. It seems my husband and the others have already exited. It is time for me to leave as well, Mu Qianqian mused, glancing at the surrounding crimson energy. With a gentle wave of her hand, the fiery energy reminiscent of the Zhuke swiftly coalesced within her body. With a delicate touch, an ancient key appeared in her palm. Subsequently, Mu Qianqian, adorned with a beguiling smile, stepped into the spatial vortex. As the spatial vortex vanished, nearby, the space subtly distorted, revealing the aged figure of the mysterious elder who had previously encountered Lin Yun. The elder stroked his beard, gazing at the spot where Mu Qianqian had vanished, and mused. I never anticipated that this innate charm of hers would resonate so harmoniously with the Zhuchue's legacy. The individuals surrounding that young lad are indeed exceptional. I find myself increasingly eager for the upcoming 100 Dynasties War. With those words, the elder lightly waved his sleeve, and his figure mysteriously vanished once more. The ancient hall, as the most iconic structure in the entire Northwest region, has consistently drawn a considerable crowd. Since the appearance of the ancient treasure trove, its popularity has reached an astonishing peak. Even months later, the place remains bustling with activity. With an increase in numbers comes inevitable strife. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, an immutable truth throughout the ages. As an increasing number of individuals flock into the ancient treasure vault, no matter how profound the riches may be, they cannot withstand such relentless plundering, leading to many returning empty-handed. Those who arrive here are unwilling to leave without spoils. What then is to be done? They can only resort to theft. This is a realm where strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses sufficient power, no one will dare to cast blame. With the emergence of such thoughts, the entire ancient palace descended into chaos. Here, there is no order, only the might of fists. Yet, amidst the turmoil, distinctions between the strong and the weak inevitably persist. After several rounds of reshuffling, this ancient palace has transformed into a super dynasty. Among the countless dynasties in the eastern Xian region, super dynasties are but a select few. Their prowess is beyond the measure of ordinary dynasties in this realm. Should there be no super sects, the super dynasties stand as the ultimate overlords. Originally, the Northwest region lacked the presence of super dynasties, but now, the super dynasty within this ancient palace has emerged only after the discovery of the ancient treasure vault, seemingly waiting for something. Subsequently, news emerged from the vault announcing that the Dayan dynasty monopolized the legacies of the 4 great Xian sections, regardless of the disbelief that accompanied this revelation. As all who entered the ancient vault emerged muddied and disheveled, and the 3 great overlords of the Northwest were carried out, the entire city fell into a silence reminiscent of a desolate land. They could hardly fathom that a low-level dynasty had seized everything from those who entered the ancient vault. Considering both pieces of information, many began to speculate about the intentions of the super dynasty's forces visiting this ancient palace. Some looked on with glee, while others anticipated whether the members of the Dayan dynasty could once again astonish them with their prowess. Could a low-level dynasty truly challenge a super dynasty? The Dayan dynasty, This is the super dynasty that presides over the ancient palace, a name that could evoke trepidation even on the vast ancient battlefield. The Dayan dynasty, with its 3 kings and 4 generals, boasts figures renowned on the Nirvana list, their strength having reached a remarkably astonishing level. Among the forces stationed at this ancient palace, awaiting the arrival of Lin Yun and his companions, are one of the 3 kings and 2 of the 4 generals, the Spirit King, Lingqing, the Water General, Lu Shui, and the Wood General, Lin Mu. These 3 titans are the true geniuses and jewels of the ancient battlefield. At this moment, these 3 were seated in a grand hall adorned in gold. At the center sat a man clad in black, seemingly spectral. His presence was so subtle that one might overlook him entirely were it not for the others present. To his left was an individual garbed in blue, his hair likewise a striking blue, exuding an air of languor. To his right sat a tall man dressed in green, his expression impassive, his form exuding a somber, forest-like gravitas. Tianjun, how much longer must we wait for their arrival? We have lingered here for quite some time, the green-clad giant inquired coldly. Just as Tianjun pondered how to respond, a terrifying spatial vortex suddenly emerged in the distance. The man in black, who had remained motionless upon his throne, turned his gaze towards the sky beyond the hall, a faint smile gracing his ghostly visage. Our prey has arrived. Simultaneously, the other 2 individuals displayed knowing smiles, and he rose, shooting forth towards the distant spatial vortex. Have they finally made their appearance? A sinister grin spread across Tianjun's face. This time, let us see how you, Lin Yun, will respond. The entire ancient palace stirred with commotion due to the sudden appearance of the spatial vortex in the sky. Countless gazes imbued with various emotions converging upon it. In that instant, the city seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Lin Yun and his companions slowly emerged from the vortex, their eyes narrowing as they beheld the 3 figures rushing toward them. It seems Tianjun has sought them out again, but their strength appears to have escalated, Lin Yun mused. Chapter 239. Confrontation with a king and 2 generals. 9-grade divine Xian Pill. It appears we have been targeted. We have scarcely appeared before being cornered. Mu Qianqian chuckled lightly. Upon hearing her words, Qing Tan retorted coldly. If they seek to block us, then let us ensure they return with nothing. Lin Dong's gaze shifted towards the approaching figures, noting their considerable strength. The nearby little weasel chimed in with a grin. These individuals possess decent power. One among them has attained the 5 yuan nirvana realm, while the other 2 are at the 4 yuan nirvana realm. Following their inheritance from the 4 Xian sects, their strength has indeed seen significant enhancement. At this juncture, the trio's power had all reached the 5 yuan nirvana realm. Long Yin, the 3 little tigers, and Xiao Lei simultaneously turned their attention to Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely smiled slightly. In the context of the ancient battlefield, their strength is quite respectable. The 4 of them, along with their numerous beasts, hovered in midair, exchanging smiles without any indication of retreat. This scene elicited mocking laughter from many, raising questions regarding whether the Dayan dynasty truly held no fear of the Super Dynasty's forces. Hee, with formidable foes before you, to remain here bantering, your audacity is indeed surprising. A voice emanated as 3 figures materialized before Lin Yun and his companions. Their appearance immediately sent the entire city into an uproar, as their names were well known and respected among the crowd below. Lin Yun's gaze fell upon the 3 figures as they gracefully traversed the air. The leader appeared almost ghostly. If not for the careful observation, one might easily overlook him. Behind him stood 2 others, one donned in blue, his azure hair strikingly eye-catching, while the other, a robust figure clad in green, bore an expression of indifference, emanating an aura of deep and serene pressure. Lingqing, with a ghostly smile, announced from the Dayan dynasty, I am the Spirit King, Lingqing. Water General, Lu Shui. Lu Shui slightly inclined his head. The stoic figure beside him intoned in a deep, resonant voice, Wood General, Lin Mu. At the mention of their names, Lin Yun's expression twitched slightly. Such abstract names, he mused, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. With narrowed eyes, he smiled and introduced himself from the Dayan dynasty. I am Lin Yun. Aside from Lin Yun, the others had no intention of speaking. Qing Tan's eyes glinted with significant malice. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Lingqing's sinister smile broadened, his gaze locking onto Lin Yun as he spoke in a voice reminiscent of Spectre. We have set our sights on the legacies of the 4 great Xian sects. How about you relinquish them to us? Hearing this ghostly voice, Lin Yun smiled faintly and turned to Mu Qianqian, remarking, "This fellow seems even more arrogant than I." Mu Qianqian chuckled lightly. "I feel that your assertion of simply robbing them is far more imposing." The banter between the two elicited laughter from Qing Tan. Indeed, Lin Yun is quite imposing. Their apparent lack of confidence is palpable, Lin Dong added. The character of Lin Yun aligns perfectly with our Tian Yao weasel. We never indulge in idle talk. We seize what we desire. The little weasel chimed in. Upon hearing their remarks, Long Yin, Xiao Yin, and the other beasts could not help but laugh as well. The expressions of the Dian dynasty members shifted, their faces paling. Hua Lingxing's sinister demeanor darkened. "Say that again." The two figures behind him glared with fierce anger. "Originally, had you chosen to flee, you might have had a chance to escape. However, now it is too late. Stay and face us." Lin Yun's face, once illuminated with joy, suddenly turned icy cold. Throughout their earlier exchange, he had been constructing a formidable task in his mind. Now that the mission was firmly established, he would not allow them to escape easily, regardless of their intentions. Mission: defeat the Spirit King, Hua Lingxing. Reward: 9th grade Divine Profound Pill. Mission: rob the Great Qian Dynasty. Reward: 100 million Nirvana Pills. As Lin Yun's voice trailed off, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Hua Lingxing, Lu Shuai, and Lin Mu exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily tightening. I have encountered individuals who, upon receiving a modicum of inheritance, consider themselves significant figures, but one as oblivious as you is a first for me, Hua Lingxing remarked coldly. Unleashing his own potent aura, the two individuals behind him also radiated an immense presence, reaching their zenith. From a distance, Tianjun watched with a cold smile, his gaze fixated on Lin Yun and the others soaring above, his eyes brimming with malicious glee. I certainly hope you do not choose to surrender easily. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." A twisted excitement flickered across Tianjun's face. Upon hearing Hua Lingxing's taunt, Lin Yun chose not to engage in further banter. Instead, he summoned his vital energy to its peak, and a blood-red spear materialized in his hand, hurtling directly toward Hua Lingxing. Hua Lingxing scoffed, conjuring a bone sword in his grasp. Like a specter from the netherworld, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Lin Yun, thrusting the blade menacingly toward Lin Yun's vital points. Clang! The blood-red spear collided with a white bone sword, resulting in a shower of sparks as a tempestuous gale erupted from their point of contact. Lin Yun sneered coldly. "Is that all you have? Pathetically weak." As his words echoed, a shadow of a blood-red azura surged forth from the spear, crashing down with tremendous force. Upon witnessing the azura's shadow, Hua Lingxing's expression sharpened, and the white bone sword in his hand radiated a chilling aura as he bellowed, "Netherworld Spirit, Spirit King Annihilation." A colossal white figure manifested above, colliding with the blood-red azura. Boom! The surrounding space seemed to tremble, resonating with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. However, the enormous white figure faltered beneath the azura's might, shattering into fragments almost instantaneously. The azura's shadow, having obliterated the white figure, struck Hua Lingxing directly. Puff! Hua Lingxing spat a mouthful of blood, plummeting to the ground and crashing hard onto the ancient palace's earth. Boom! A massive crater formed upon impact, the terrifying energy causing fissures to extend wildly outward, stretching for 1,000 feet before finally ceasing. Following this explosive sound, the entire ancient palace was enveloped in an eerie silence. Countless eyes were fixated on the scene, their expressions rife with disbelief. That was the king of the illustrious Great Qian Dynasty. To think he could be struck down from the sky in mere moments. Lin Yun showed no mercy, swiftly moving before Lu Shuai and Lin Mu, the blood-red spear aimed at them. "You shall join him,"